Chapter 1 Boy bands are girl groups. Chowkyang leaned against the door, collapsing onto ground, his lungs wheezing like a bellows, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. He had finally smashed the head full one from across the. Beside the door lay half a bitter leaf mineral water. With trembling hands, Chowkyang filled the cup, savoring it as if it were a delicacy, sipping it slowly. A month and a half had passed since the global upheaval, and initially, Chowkyang could still keep abreast of the outside world through his phone and television. He learned that the outbreak of an unknown biological virus was incurably contracted, leading to horrific mutations. For instance, humans transformed into zombie-like monstrosities, dogs sprouted two heads, and cockroaches grew teeth as skis. However, with the cessation of water and electricity in her city, he did not contemplate the true horrors that lay beyond his door. Yet, the changes within the Oasis garden community were real to evident to him. Chaos reigned, order had disintegrated, and zombies along with mutated creatures roamed freely. Human lives deemed expended by a marabesque could incite a series of brutal conflicts. As the number of infected individuals turned into zombies steadily increased, a staggering 90% of the residents in Oasis Garden had succumbed to undead fate. Coupled with the other infected mutated beings, this place had become a veritable no man's land. Chowkyang, a fresh graduate, found himself in dire straits amid a poor job market, resorting to food delivery to make ends meet. Drawing upon his voice of university experience in her city, he navigated the roads with ease, earning a respectable income surpassing 10,000 in his first month. When the upheaval struck, he was resting in his rented room, narrowly escaping disaster. Damn it, I haven't even received my first month's salary, and the world has turned into the hellish nightmare. What a stroke of bad luck. Chowkyang cursed under his breath, confronted by a stark reality. Was out of food and had only half a bit of water left to survive. During his university years, his greatest pastime was binge-watching shows and reading novels. From his observations over the past few days, he had come to the grand conclusion that the world was indeed doomed, resembling the apocalyptic scenarios depicted in those severe narratives. For the few surviving humans, this was the end of days. The growl of his stomach reminded Chowkyang that while he still had some strength, he needed to make a choice. He could either stay in his room and perish from thirst or hunger, or risk being devoured by zombies or infected while searching for food and clean water. Unwilling to succumb to death, he gritted his teeth, stored the half-bottle leaf mineral water in his pocket, and gripped the kitchen knife tightly as Sherry opened the door. Old Wangley sprawled on the floor, his skin sickly green, his head resembling a rotten watermelon, his body twitching sporadically. Chowkyang moved cautiously. His observations suggested that zombie had poor eyesight but possessed acute hearing. If he were to walk heavily or drop thick knife, he would surely be besieged by undead. The saging complex lacked elevators, so he descended the stairs step by step. Upon reaching the second floor, he spotted a slender girl in a blue and white school uniform sitting on the steps with hair back to him. Her hair was styled into ponytails, and the hem of her shorts revealed white socks. Beside her lay a blue backpack. The girl had a headboard, her knees pressed together, and their hands were nervously twisting the hem of her uniform. She occupied the middle of her steps, blocking Chowkyang's path. Suddenly, her head spun around a full 180 degrees, revealing a face that was decayed and grotesque, her ears rolled back, her nose sunken, and her mouth cracked pentathlets of her ears. Chowkyang jumped back in fright, an instinct for survival prompting him to swing thick knife at the girl's neck. Her head continued on, eventually dropping to the ground with a dull thud. At that moment, the camera resonated in his mind. A translucent screen materialized before him, displaying a line of text: host has killed an alien don't melee zombie. Apocalypse Legion system ready for activation. Please choose boy band or girl group. A system activation upon selection, should echo boy band or agile group. Not in view of his celestial couple but rather of he fluent, Chowkyang decisively opted for the girl group. The screen transformed before him. Name: Chowkyang. Age 22. Strength 5. Agility 5. Immunity 5. Bound girl group members 0. Distributable attribute points 0. Activated system benefits: zombie aura possessing ties or rolls to be perceived as can be zombies, preventing attacks from them. Note average Mali tribute stand at 5 only tribute point is an for every 100 zombies killed. Chao Kiang first marveled it is on robust health than lamented the task of accumulating gut tribute points, realizing the system's benefits were akin to discovering gut reassure. The zombie era was nothing short of a cheat code for survival in this apocalyptic landscape. To validate his suspicions, Chao Kiang stealthily exited the net. In front of him, 5 or 6 zombies wandered aimlessly, exuding a nauseating stench. Not far from a green dumpster, turrets noed in Neumann while Marie zombies and mutated creatures lurked further away. His objective was the supermarket at the community entrance, which, despite being ransacked, would likely still have some food and clean drinking water. However, the distance from his unit to a supermarket exceeded 1,000 meters would he reach it safely. His knuckleless crocodile tightened his grip on thick knife and all his gaze still as she approached the zombies at the entrance. He shot be traced echo engine his ears. Could this system be an illusion of my mind, or are the benefits it offers reliable? Chao Kiang questioned the sanitation near the closest zombie, now just over 5 meters away, taking nearly half a minute to cover the distance. The zombie, hearing his footsteps, turned its grey-green face towards him. A tense stand defensued, mere centimeters separating them. After a few seconds, the zombie disregarded him and resumed its aimless wandering. Chao Kiang sheared sword with elation. This confirmed that his earlier experience had not been a figment of his imagination. He possessed a system now along with zombie or at hat marked high mason of Tyrone. With a few swift motions, he swung the knife, severing the zombie shed. The translucent screen reappeared, announcing zombie killed 1. In under 3 minutes, Chao Kiang dispatched all 6 zombies at the unit's door. Though exhilarated by the slaughter, he was also fatigued, panting, gone, feeling his arms grow weak, soon realizing he was engaging in foolishness. This was not a time to be racking up tribute points. She needed food and water. Moreover, zombies could serve his best cover. His experience of other past month had made it abundantly clear that the man survivors were far more terrifying than undead. Upon reaching the community gate, he found it blocked, faced off with several security guard zombies. Chapter 2: Frenzied Killing. The security guard zombies, having confirmed Chao Kiang's aura, turned and wandered away. Chao Kiang seized the opportunity to enter the small supermarket adjacent to the community gate. Inside, chairs rendered shelves lay toppled and the floor was strewn with debris. Behind the kick-out counter, the supermarket owner sat slumped in a large portion of fish missing, perhaps a victim of looters. Chao Kiang quickly scanned the store, spotting 3 zombies meandering gabu, and his eyes gleamed at the sight of scattered goods. He grasped a bitter leaf pristine mineral water and cupped it and drank it down a nogo, letting out a blissful belch. He then found 2 packs of ham sausage and a self-heating hot pot. Minutes later, Chao Kiang wiped the soup from the corner of his mouth. Thank the heavens it had been nearly 10 days since had last eaten warm food. The sensation of being full was utterly delightful. Next to Theona's care, he discovered a backpack slightly larger than a student's bag and began rummaging for food and water. Biscuits, sausages, instant noodles, and pre-cooked delicacies, all items with a long shelf life and ready to. Hilsa snatched a pack of Huang Holu cigarettes from the shelf behind Theona. After enjoying the smoke, he contemplated his next steps. Chao Kiang had no intention of returning to his rented room. This dilapidated community was densely populated and rife with danger, with many likely having transformed into zombies and few sources available nearby. Although he possessed zombie aura, his combat prowess was not significantly greater than that of an average man. Staying here to hunt zombies for attribute points was not a viable strategy. If survivors spotted him standing out among the zombies, he would surely attract greater trouble. Chao Kiang resolved to head 2 kilometers towards the Jingarden community, a high-end neighborhood adjacent to a bustling commercial street, where he was certain to find more survival supplies. Traversing the zombie-infested streets, he entered a pharmacy and a sporting goods store, stuffing his backpack with essential medications, swapping the kitchen knife for twice a picks at his waist, and wielding a fiery in hand. To avoid drawing attention from other survivors, he smeared crushed leaves on his face and hands, rendering his complexion nearly indistinguishable from that of the zombies. The Jingarden, situated along the eastern bank of the Everentian city, boasted scenic views. Before Thufival, property pressure had soared to staggering 100,000 per square meter. As Chow Kiang arrived at entrance of Zijin Garden, he beheld a lineup of luxury vehicles, including Lamborghinis and Rolls-Royces, nodules at toma heaps of scrap metal. Inside some of his vehicles, humans had transformed into zombies, mindlessly banging against the doors and windows. Chow Kiang entered large supermarket near Zijin Garden, slipping through a partially lowered roller shutter. His eyelids twitched involuntarily, and a wave of disappointment washed over him. It was evident that this place had already been ransacked by survivors. The shelves were nearly bare, with merry zombies and mutated creatures that would stop found. The supply gathered here of a few attentos from a small convenience store had previously visited. However, gazing upon the hundreds of zombies within the supermarket, Chow Kiang perceived this as an opportune location to accumulate tribute points, and troubled by the fear of revealing his unique secret. In a frenzied rage, Chow Kiang will defy Rex, delivering a fatal blow with yak swing. Before him, a translucent screen displayed the following text. Zombie kill 1, total kills 7. Zombie kill 1, total kills 8. Zombie kill 1, total kills 9. Zombie kill 1, total kills 10. Zombie kill 1, total kills 566. The supermarket floor was littered with thick corpses of zombies, and the screen's final tally settled at 566. He couldn't help but marvel at the flourishing business of the supermarket, although he had not scavenged much in the way of supplies. His gains were substantial in a different regard. Chow Kiang glanced at his attribute points on the screen, ultimately allocating all 5 of his available points to strength. Name Chow Chang. Age 22. Strength 10. Agility 5. Immunity 5. Bound female group members 0. Distributable attribute points 0. Activated system benefits zombie aura. Ash enhanced his strength with the 5 points, a distinct sensation of itchiness on his enveloped body, and the grip on his phyrexibe became memory powerful. He now possessed the strength of 2 average men, and the feeling was exhilarating. With the sun nearing its descent, Chow Kiang sought after placid rest. From his observations, zombies were more reactive at night, as were the mutated creatures. Zombies did not occupy the apex of the food chain. He had witnessed mutated beings devouring zombies. Thus, despite possessing awesome beer, he still refrained from venturing out after dark. Chow Kiang stepped into Zijin Garden, a high-end residential area characterized by its exquisite environment, truly deserving of its 10,000 per square meter price tag. Had this occurred prior to the cataclysm, his life as a deliveryman would have rendered him incapable of affording even a toilet in such a residence. Now, he could reside anywhere at will. With the power outage rendering the elevator inoperable, Chow Kiang ascended the fiery escape to the 32nd floor adjacent to the river. It was said that the penthouse here was an expansive flat he had yet to witness what a flight of such grandeur entailed. More importantly, he desired a vantage point to survey the surroundings. He had procured a decent quality telescope from a sports goods store, which would prove useful. Bang! Bang! With several strikes, Chow Kiang smashed the door open. He climbed the stairs, having dispatched 23 zombies along the way, thoroughly clearing the fiery escape without fear of attracting attention. The door swung open, revealing no foul stench. The interior was resplendently decorated. Was this place uninhabited? Chow Kiang couldn't help but scoff at the absurdity of wealth individuals leaving such a magnificent residence vacant. As she made his way up the living room balcony, the master bedroom door creaked open. Chow Chang, fire axe in hand, looked in surprise at the figure how much the woman clad in a light blue dress. Her features were somewhat gaunt, her complexion pale, indicating she was a survivor. The woman gripped a knife in each hand, and upon realizing Chow Kiang was not a zombie, she initially exhaled in relief, only to become increasingly tense. Having endured a amount of cataclysmic upheaval, she was acutely worried and as posed by survivors, especially when confronted with her man. Chow Kiang scrutinized the woman. She appeared to be in her late 20s, with delicately arched eyebrows and large eyes. A small mole had her straightness, and her lips were pleasing to the eye, though she was too slender. Few extra pounds would render her stunning. The woman trembled slightly from fear, goosebumps rising on her alabaster skin. Chow Kiang abrupt Laiswang is Firix embed in the master bedroom door. Thumanita Tapia sing scream and collapsed to the ground, her knives clattering beside her. How did you survive? Chow Kiang demanded, using his accent to intimidate woman, refusing to let a general alheim interfall seasons of security. Since the apocalypse began, he had observed several sycophants in Oasis homeful victim to woman hotelight against them. Chapter 3 1 is worth 500. The woman, upon witnessing the acts, found herself too weak to rise, trembling uncontrollably. My home had a stockpile of food and bottled water, and a few ornamental fish graced the aquarium. Alongside several potted plants, Chow Chong's gaze swept over the barren flower pots on the windowsill and the aquarium in the living room, confirming that the woman was indeed truthful. Had she gone days without food or water? 3 days, she replied, her eyes fixated on Chow Chong's backpack, her lips quivering as her throat involuntarily swallowed. Chow Chong unzipped his backpack, retrieving 2 sausages, a packet of biscuits, and a bottle of mineral water. He was not a sycophant willing to offer food simply because she was beautiful. His motives were driven by a purpose of his own. Before the upheaval, he lacked the capability and dared not dream of such a stunning woman. But the world had changed. With a system at his disposal, he now dared to entertain the thought. Despite her hunger, her eyes nearly gleaming with desperation, the woman did not devour the food ravenously. She nibbled delicately, casting wary glances at Chow Chong. I am Chow Chong. What is your name, and what do you do? I am Lu Yun, formerly the Human Resources Director of Jinding Group before the world transformed. Chow Chong was slightly taken aback. He had assumed Lu Yun was in her late 20s, residing in a lavish flat in Zijin Garden, likely a pampered canary. To his surprise, she was an executive at Jinding Group, a renowned private enterprise in Tianhe City known for its excellent benefits, a company that had dismissed him during campus recruitment before his graduation. Noticing Chow Chong's astonishment, Lu Yun added, my father is Lu Yumin. So, you are a wealthy heiress. The owner of Jinding Group is indeed Lu Yumin, one of Tianhe City's top 10 tycoons. The allure of a rich second-generation heiress ignited a spark of desire in Chow Chong's eyes. A woman like Lu Yun would have been a goddess in his eyes before the apocalypse, and now she seemed within reach. The more he thought this, the more fervent his gaze became. Lu Yun noticed the change in Chow Chong's demeanor, and her eyes flicked towards the kitchen knife nearby. Just as she contemplated seizing the knife for self-defense, Chow Chong's teasing voice broke the silence. Do you wish to survive? You wouldn't want to end up like those zombies outside, would you? Crouching before her, he lifted her chin with a finger. A beauty of her caliber would likely not have spared him a glance in the pre-apocalyptic world. But now, with the system by his side, their positions had completely reversed. In this new reality, wealth meant little, survival was paramount. He possessed the skills to endure this new world, and allowing Lu Yun to join him was a gift. Her only chance at survival lay in following him. I can protect you. You are fully aware of the dangers outside. By staying with me, you stand a chance of living, otherwise you will only perish here, slowly succumbing to hunger and thirst, and ultimately you might not even become a zombie but rot away. Lu Yun halted her eating, her large eyes fixed on Chow Chong. So, you are not a good person after all. Are you not ashamed to threaten me like this? Those with a conscience likely won't survive more than 3 days. I witnessed a girl share her food with a desperate neighbor. What happened? She was killed, possibly even devoured. Do you think conscience holds any value in this apocalypse? Chow Chong stood, though he harbored thoughts of desire for Lu Yun. He did not wish to coerce her. This was a transaction of equals requiring mutual consent. He could ensure her survival, but she must provide an equivalent return. In this brutal new world, he sought not merely survival but a semblance of quality in life. Lu Yun, as a companion in this harsh reality, could offer him solace for both body and spirit. Forcing her into compliance would be meaningless, akin to harboring a ticking time bomb, uncertain of when it might explode. Perhaps even while he slept. I am not coercing you. In this apocalypse, you are merely a burden to me. Aside from your body, my survival would be significantly easier alone. If you are unwilling, then so be it. Lu Yun felt a pang of anxiety as she saw Chow Chong rise. She understood the perilous situation outside. She was far too frightened to venture out alone in search of supplies. Remaining in her home offered no alternative but to await death. There are still a few sausages, a bag of biscuits, and I will leave you a bottle of water. How long you survive depends on your luck. Chow Chong placed these items before her, zipped up his backpack, and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Lu Yun grasped the hem of his pants, looking up with tear-filled eyes. Please don't go, I don't want to die. Between life and death lies a profound terror. Lu Yun recognized she had no other options. Alone, she stood no chance of surviving in this world. Chow Chong, now a seasoned survivor, utilized everything at his disposal. Engaging with Lu Yun, stammering in disbelief, she felt overwhelmed, as if a bouquet of petals had fallen, marking the conclusion of a momentous encounter. Afterward, Chow Chong gazed in astonishment at the aftermath, then at Lu Yun, who was now shedding tears in the corner. He never anticipated that Lu Yun would be a virgin. Could she be considered an older, leftover woman? Lu Yun chose to ignore Chow Chong's remark, dismissing it as if bitten by a dog. Little did she know that the cascade of petals had stirred something within Chow Chong once more. This was no mere fleeting encounter, she had been consumed entirely. With a vigor exceeding that of a typical male, Chow Chong found his energy boundless. By the time he finally felt satiated, Lu Yun lay limp, her fingers too weak to move, completely devoid of strength. Though he did not possess a particular obsession with cleanliness, knowing that his first intimate experience was with a pure woman filled him with satisfaction and a sense of accomplishment. He embraced Lu Yun, assuring her, "Rest assured, I will ensure our survival, and we will thrive." With a chime, a screen appeared before Chow Chong, visible only to him. "Would you like to bind the female team member?" Having taken advantage of Lu Yun, he naturally chose to bind her, and the screen updated. Female team member 1, host gains 5 attribute points. The female team member cannot inflict harm upon the host. What a fortuitous turn of events. A female team member equated to the elimination of 500 zombies, coupled with unwavering loyalty to the host. Chow Chong was pleasantly surprised and promptly allocated the 5 points to his strength. Feeling a renewed surge of vigor coursing through him. He now possessed 3 times the strength of an average male, and something within him stirred once more. However, Lu Yun could not endure any further, and in the moment of his destruction, she had already succumbed to a deep slumber, her light snores filling the air. Chow Chong rose, donned his clothing, and retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it. After such an encounter, a cigarette was more gratifying than a divine experience. He savored the distinct flavor that followed. Lu Yun awakened to the alluring aroma, opening her eyes to find Chow Chong absent. Suppressing her discomfort, she slipped into her nightgown and ventured into the living room, her eyes widening in astonishment, followed by overwhelming delight. On the coffee table lay 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot, a plate of sliced luncheon meat, a platter of marinated eggs, and a bottle of red wine. "Come, let us dine." Chow Chong beckoned her over. "I promised to provide you with security. I do not make empty promises." Chapter 4. You are quite poisonous as a wealthy heiress. Lu Yun had tasted a plethora of delicacies. However, after enduring the apocalypse, having consumed raw fish and gnawed on greenery, and after 3 days of hunger, she found this meal to be the most delectable of all. "Would you care for a glass of red wine? We ought to indulge in some ritualistic flair." Chow Chong poured half a glass for Lu Yun, playfully extending his arm. Lu Yun understood immediately. He intended for them to share a toast. She did not feign reluctance, having already let him take advantage of her. Lifting her glass, she clinked it against his battering. "Hubby, thank you," seeing the astonishment on Chow Chong's face. Lu Yun suddenly broke down in tears, voicing her innermost thoughts. "In truth, I hold you in disdain. You are merely a bully preying on the weak. You are neither handsome nor impressive, just a short, poor man. You say I have a choice, but what choice do I possess? I have none, for I wish to live. I surrendered myself to you for a mere meal. Does that not render me worthless? I am so cheap." Chow Chong had not anticipated Lu Yun's emotional outburst, yet it was understandable. Before the apocalypse, Lu Yun had been a genuine goddess, a wealthy second-generation elite, an executive at a large corporation. Her standards set high, yet, with the onset of the apocalypse, she found herself forced to acquiesce to Chow Chong's terms merely to survive. The vast psychological chasm she faced was insurmountable for anyone. A hint of self-mockery flickered across Lu Yan's face, bordering on madness. We have shared a toast, and I have called you hubby. Let us consider ourselves married. You cannot abandon me. I wish to live, or I truly do not want to die. Chao Chang gently wiped the tears from Lu Yan's face. Let us eat. As long as you are loyal to me, I promise I will not abandon you. Lu Yan's tears continued to flow. The day's experiences had indeed shattered her. A month of solitude and fear, teetering on the brink of starvation, followed by an unexpected glimmer of hope, had thoroughly broken her spirit. Thus, she clung tightly to Chao Chang. Her lifeline, with his promise. The food on the table seemed even more delectable. Not only could she fill her belly, but she was also enjoying warm food, marinated eggs, and wine. The newfound sense of security steadied her emotions. And she occasionally stole glances at Chao Chang. Chao Chang may not be conventionally handsome, yet he is certainly not unattractive. His previous remarks were merely spoken in anger. Furthermore, Chao Chang appears several years younger than her. Particularly with his remarkable physique, well-defined pectoral muscles, and an impressive 8-pack, exuding an aura of robust strength. Reflecting on the time spent with Chao Chang, she feels as though she has encountered a youthful heartthrob. Could this be likened to an old cow grazing on tender grass? After satisfying his hunger, Chao Chang stepped onto the balcony, seizing a pair of binoculars to survey the surroundings. Meanwhile, Lu Yun produced an advanced smartphone. Activating its camera feature, Chao Chang's lips twitched. Such a high-end device was beyond his means before the apocalypse, yet its capabilities surpassed even his binoculars, offering clarity and the ability to zoom in. How is your phone still functional? He inquired. I possess a small solar charger, she replied. As Chao Chang took Lu Yan's phone, he discovered it even boasted night vision capabilities, aware that the undead and mutated creatures were particularly active at night. The scene captured through the camera sent a shiver down his spine. Over 1,000 zombies roamed around the building alongside mutated cats, dogs, and other creatures, all targeting the survivors of Zijin Garden. Chao Chang counted and noted signs of survivors in over 20 windows of the building they occupied. Totaling perhaps less than 100 individuals, these people had reached a point of desperation. Some, like Lu Yun previously, were gnawing on plants, while others resorted to chewing raw rice. Every household typically stocked some rice or grains. Yet Lu Yun mentioned her family had a few bags, but without water or electricity, they could not be cooked. She had attempted to eat raw rice before, which was not only difficult to chew but caused considerable discomfort. Leaving her nearly in agony, suddenly, commotion arose from a survivor on the ground floor, attracting the attention of dozens of zombies and mutated creatures. Chao Chang zoomed in. The survivor was clearly not a resident of Zijin Garden. He was a young, robust man carrying a crossbody bag and wielding a steel rod, displaying no fear as he was encircled by the undead. It soon became apparent where the man's confidence stemmed from. He wielded a high-pressure water gun, spraying a mysterious liquid at the zombies for several minutes, culminating in flames igniting dozens of them. The zombies became living torches, and as they burned, they ignited surrounding flammable materials. The survivor seemed pleased with his handiwork, seizing the opportunity to dash out of his apartment and ascend to the third floor of the adjacent unit, where another survivor, a young and attractive woman, awaited. Through the phone's screen, Chao Chang and Lu Yun bore witness to the darker side of humanity. The woman on the third floor appeared to be pleading with the man, only to receive a slap before a scene of unspeakable horror unfolded. The actions mirrored those Chao Chang had once performed with Lu Yun, yet the brutality was amplified as the man vented his frustrations before rummaging through the room, finding no food or water. The man remained indifferent to the woman's pleas, ultimately resorting to violence, striking her head with a steel rod multiple times. Lu Yun felt a chill run through her. Shivering uncontrollably, she empathized with the unfortunate woman across the way. Feeling a profound sense of dread and involuntarily glancing at Chao Chang, she considered herself extraordinarily fortunate. Had she encountered that survivor first, the thought was too horrific to contemplate. Chao Chang was keen on imparting a lesson to Lu Yun, that in this apocalypse, one should not easily assume the role of a saint, as it could lead to a tragic end, were it not for the option to bind with a female team member within his system. And had Lu Yun not possessed beauty and an appealing figure, he likely would not have come to her aid. In a world where even spouses could turn against one another, the fleeting pleasures of the apocalypse were fraught with peril. Once vigilance waned, the lengths to which one might go to survive could be grotesque, a truth that was indisputable. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Chow Chong learned a harsh lesson from the survivor opposite him. That man was cunning, setting fires at each unit's door to intimidate the survivors into fleeing the entire building, akin to a hunter lying in wait. Chow Chong's heart turned cold with murderous intent. This man posed a significant danger. Should the flames spread, the flat he had discovered would surely be reduced to ashes. He tossed his backpack to Lu Yun, stating, "The supplies inside will sustain you for 2 or 3 days. I will seal the door after I leave." Lu Yun's heart sank at once, recalling the fate of the woman across the way. Her first thought was that Chow Chong intended to abandon her, to discard her as a burden, having already experienced a mental and emotional breakdown once. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Chow Chong, sensing her distress, grasped her hair gently to snap her out of it. "I promised I wouldn't abandon you. You witnessed that man's actions. If he continues, we will be in grave danger. I must eliminate him and gather some supplies for survival," he reassured her. Lu Yun nodded vacantly, feeling powerless to act, merely hoping that Chow Chong was not deceiving her and that he would return. As he picked up a fire axe and stepped out, sealing the door with nails and wooden planks, silent tears streamed down her face. She questioned herself, realizing that apart from her physical presence, she offered little to attract Chow Chong. This could not be. Being merely a decorative figure held no value. She needed to find a way to assist him, ensuring he would not so easily forsake her. But what could she possibly contribute? Chow Chong moved quietly through the unit door. The ruthless survivor extracted a steel rod from a victim's neck, claiming only a bag of somewhat moldy bread as his prize. Chow Chong assessed his own strength, confirmed by his data panel, revealing he possessed thrice the strength of an average adult male. This power translated into speed. Then armed with the fire axe, he could certainly eliminate the survivor within 30 meters. Just as he prepared to strike down this menace, he heard rustling, followed by a voice. "Bai Lao Air, how's the hall?" Bai Lao Air retrieved a walkie-talkie from his pocket, responding with a disgruntled tone. "Don't even mention it. I found just a few bits of food and drink. Didn't you say Zijin Garden is an upscale community inhabited by the wealthy? What a load of nonsense. Rich folks hardly ever cook at home. Finding anything at all is a miracle. Did you bring back anything good? Get something for me to enjoy." Bai Lao Air scoffed, recalling an encounter with an exceptional target who turned on him with a hidden fruit knife, resulting in the target's demise. Chow Chong was taken aback to learn that Bai Lao Air was not alone. Listening in on his conversation heightened his caution. The presence of a gunman providing cover for Bai Lao Air was a significant threat. Though endowed with immense strength, Chow Chong was not foolish enough to think he could withstand a bullet. Being shot in the head would undoubtedly spell his end. Cautiously, he retreated back into the unit, uncertain if the lacking individual possessed binoculars or thermal imaging equipment. Lu Yun had a solar charger that enabled her phone to retain some functionality, a precaution he could not afford to overlook. However, Chow Chong had already devised a strategy. He ascended to the 3rd floor, using his axe to pry open a door. Discovering the room was unoccupied, he scanned the area and began to position items like a microwave, chair, and lamp under the bay window, keeping his binoculars trained on Bai Lao Air. That man was truly insidious, Chow Chong observed. Bai Lao Air forcing the survivors from the opposite building, confirming his suspicions as Bai Lao Air set fire to the 1st floor of the building they occupied. A smirk crept onto Chow Chong's face as he seized a chair and hurled it towards the bay window. The glass shattered with a crash, followed by the chair, lamp, and microwave, each creating a cacophony of sound upon impact. At night, the zombies were exceedingly active. Although they feared the flames set by Bai Lao Air, the sudden racket drew their attention. Not only did the nearby zombies converge, but the entire Zijin Garden community's undead and mutated creatures responded to the commotion, surging towards Bai Lao Air like a tide. Chow Chong's strategy was a classic one, mutual destruction, yet the survivors driven out of the building by Bai Lao Air had no desire to perish. Hoping against hope that Bailao Air might show mercy, the unfortunate reality was that they were systematically killed, their meager supplies ceased. Bailao Air, clearly startled by the noise, muttered a curse under his breath as the voice from the walkie-talkie gleefully proclaimed, "Looks like you've run into a tough customer, retreat quickly, or I'm about to set fire to my side." Bailao Air cursed again, and just as the zombies began to encircle him, a whoosh echoed. And moments later, he was inexplicably lifted into the air. Chow Chong watched with clarity as Bailao Air, tethered by a safety line, was hoisted several meters high and escaped the encroaching horde via a pulley. Landing on the ground floor of another building, Chow Chong dashed downstairs, deducing that Bailao Air's accomplices must be within that building. As he exited the unit, he found hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies and mutated creatures crowding the entrance. Reaching out with bared teeth, suddenly flames erupted from the ground, incinerating the zombies. Relying on the system's endowment of a zombie aura, Chow Chong navigated through the throng with almost linear precision, arriving at the ground floor of the adjacent building merely half a minute behind Bailao Air. Inside there were indeed people present. Bailao Air grumbled, "What rotten luck, then they claim these are wealthy folks. I found only a few bags of chips, a loaf of bread, and a bottle of drink, ugh. And the bottles filled with urine." In the room beside the window stood a bald man in his 30s, a firearm resting at his side. With a mocking expression, he gazed at Bailao Air, commenting that urine was not so bad, it could be consumed. And at least it wouldn't lead to infection and transformation into a zombie. "Here, have some." Bailao Air hurled half a bottle of urine towards the bald man, spat a few times, and opened a bag of chips, munching as he spoke. "There are still 3 buildings left to scour in Zijin Garden. It seems we won't find much more. What is our next step? Who knows, we'll take it day by day. This month has been worth more than our previous lives combined. If we die, at least we've broken even." The bald man took a bite of bread and mumbled indistinctly, "I am not done living yet. How about we head across the river? The other side is a new district, far more prosperous and affluent than here. Surely there are more remnants of supplies. With our guns, we could seize more food and perhaps even encounter some lovely ladies." The bald man shook his head. "We can't make it with the half tank of gasoline we have left. And we are down to just a few bullets. What good will that do? The sound of a car starting or gunfire will inevitably attract thousands of zombies. Do you wish to be reduced to nothing but a pile of bones?" As he finished speaking, the bald man sensed a darkness in his peripheral vision and instinctively reached for his gun. However, a fierce gust of wind rushed at him, and a fire axe came crashing down. The force was so great that it severed the barrel of the gun resting on the windowsill. Chow Chong had successfully disarmed the greatest threat to him, and the tension in his heart eased as he locked eyes with the astonished bald man. The bald man's shock deepened when he saw Chow Chong curl his pinky into his mouth, producing a sharp whistle. Bailao Air and the bald man snapped back to reality, cursing profusely. To them, Chow Chong appeared to have lost his mind, seemingly indifferent to the consequences of summoning zombies and mutated creatures. With a whistle. Chapter 6, Zombie Dance Party. These 2 men had also crawled out from the piles of corpses, and their reactions were swift. The bald man stepped back a couple of paces, retrieving a windproof lighter from his pocket and grabbing 2 homemade Molotov cocktails from the windowsill below. He ignited them and hurled them out towards Chow Chong. Caught off guard by the unexpected arsenal, Chow Chong hastily dodged. The Molotov cocktails exploded upon impact, igniting 2 fiery blazes. Chow Chong retreated, one hand gripping the fire axe while the other produced a whistle. Outside, the number of zombies and mutated creatures swelled, their hands waving and low growls emanating from their mouths, resembling a macabre dance. 500, then 1,000. The entire building was surrounded by the undead. And while the bald man and Bailao Air cursed, they beheld a scene that filled them with terror. The man wielding the fire axe stood amidst the throngs of zombies, yet the creatures did not lunge at him. How could this be? The bald man's features contorted as he shouted at Bailao Air, "Get the pressure washer, we're breaking out." Bailao Air wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Shouldering a plastic barrel taller than himself, with a hose inserted, the bald man wielded a manual pressure washer. The force and speed of the water it sprayed impressive. They didn't wait for Chow Chong to break through the door. They opted for a proactive assault. Chow Chong, concealed among the horde, observed the duo as if they were fools. The makeshift flame-throwing device proved somewhat effective. The zombies despised flames but were not truly afraid. The two plump targets found themselves pushed back by the ignited corpses closing in around them, yet more zombies continued to surge forward, and no matter how the pair attempted to break free, they found it futile against the encirclement of thousands. Every time hope flickered for Bai Lao Air and the bald man, Chow Chong would inadvertently hinder their escape by creating noise to attract even more zombies or hurling stones from the nearby greenery. The barrel of gasoline quickly emptied, and the zombies pressed in waves. With a low growl, a zombie sank its teeth into Bai Lao Air's shoulder, toppling him. In a swift, horrific moment, Bai Lao Air was overwhelmed, his screams echoing as the zombies feasted upon him. The bald man soon followed, as a mutated monkey leaped onto him, its sharp teeth tearing into his flesh. Staggering, he fell, only to be engulfed by the horde. When the zombies dispersed, all that remained were tattered scraps of clothing. Both he and Bai Lao Air were reduced to nothing. Far more terrifying than an encounter with piranhas, Chow Chong remained unnervingly calm. Devoid of any sympathy, from their conversation he understood that these two men were thoroughly deserving of their fate. Observing the gathering throngs of zombies, he saw a splendid opportunity to accrue attribute points. He conducted a small experiment and discovered that only by personally slaying zombies would he receive credit for kills. Other methods yielded no data. Thus, his plan to utilize the remaining gasoline to incinerate more zombies was dashed. Kill Zombie 1, total kills 826. Kill Zombie 1, total kills 1673. Chow Chong meticulously cleared the zombies from the Zijin Garden community, and with the accumulated kills, he gained 15 attribute points without hesitation. He allocated these points to strength. The translucent screen before him flickered, refreshing the data. Name: Chow Chong. Age: 22. Strength: 30. Agility: 5. Immunity: 5. Bound female group member: 1. Distributable attribute points: 0. As before, Chow Chong felt an overwhelming soreness and numbness in his body, his muscles showing little visible increase, yet he possessed the strength of 6 adult men. Glancing at the panel data, he contemplated the potential benefits of acquiring additional attribute points in agility. With enhanced strength and speed beyond the ordinary, he wondered what kind of augmentation it would yield. Despite Chow Chong's efforts to purge the zombies from Zijin Garden, the undead and mutated creatures were as rampant as weeds, soon flooding into the community from other areas. However, he refrained from further killing for attribute points. His immediate priority was to locate survival supplies. Alone, his consumption was manageable, but with the added burden of Lu Yun, their rations would need to double, and the meager contents of his backpack would not sustain them for long. Chow Chong recalled that Bai Lao Air and the bald man possessed a fuel tanker, and he quickly found it on the street outside the community. In the urban area, locating a gas station was no easy feat, especially with the prevalence of electric vehicles. Thus, the half tank of gasoline held immense value for him. Instead of opting for a car, he discovered an off-road motorcycle, started it up, then mounted it, humming a tune while searching for potential supplies. Riding on my little motorcycle, I'll take you to see the never-setting sun. Draping my chalwa, let us tour my tribe. The roar of the motorcycle engine echoed through the night, gathering a large horde of zombies behind him. However, the two-legged zombies and many-legged mutated creatures paid him no mind. They were drawn solely to the sound of the engine converging around him. With the motorcycle as his means of transportation, Chow Chong's range of activity expanded significantly, and he soon collected a sackful of supplies. As dawn approached, he stumbled upon a sporting goods store and, after a deliberate search, finally located a compound bow and over 100 arrows. The bald man's firearms had instilled a sense of caution in him. He pondered that his strength surpassed that of ordinary individuals by several folds. The lethality of archery should rival that of firearms, making it a viable self-defense weapon. Just as he turned to leave, he noticed a set of ancient armor designed for roleplay akin to chainmail. He struck it with his axe and discovered it was indeed forged from steel. Piquing his interest, he stripped it off and donned it. Glancing at his reflection in the mirror resembling a formidable ancient general, he believed it could serve well as armor, crucially concealing his secret of being unafraid of zombies and his formidable combat prowess. As he stepped outside, Chow Chong hesitated, realizing he had overlooked a critical matter. He and Lu Yun had not taken any safety precautions. What if she became pregnant? No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to assist in childbirth. Survival in this post-apocalyptic world was already arduous. Bringing along a pregnant woman would be even more perilous. Chow Chong turned back into a supermarket that had clearly been ransacked. Discovering 20 or so scattered raincoats on the ground, enough to last them a considerable time. Just as he exited the supermarket, his ankle tightened suddenly, and he found himself dangling in midair, his heart sinking as the plastic bag of raincoats spilled onto the ground. Suspended 4 to 5 meters off the ground, he caught sight of a figure reflected in his vision, his eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 7, The Showstopper 75E, It must be. Chow Chong gazed at a pair of subtly quivering weapons. Swallowing hard instinctively, the trap that had ensnared him was set by a woman. She donned a tight-fitting leather outfit that accentuated her flawless figure, particularly her chest and calves, truly breathtaking. However, what rendered Chow Chong's eyes wide in disbelief was the firearm strapped to her belt and the iron chain she gripped in her hand. The chain ended in a spiked iron ball the size of a fist, dragging along the ground as it emitted a shrill noise and sparked slightly. Examining her face, he found her stunning. With a hint of mixed heritage, her features were pronounced, her nose high, and her rosy lips, evidently displeased, betrayed her sour mood as she kicked at the packaging boxes on the ground, realizing they were all little umbrellas. Cursing under her breath, she viciously stomped on one, crushing it. We are barely scraping by it, and you are still thinking about that nonsense? Crazy. The woman then rummaged through Chow Chong's backpack, and upon spotting food and bottled water, her aloof demeanor thawed. She zipped up the backpack and slung it over her shoulder, the straps tightening and emphasizing her already impressive figure. Chow Chong refrained from responding, unwilling to provoke the woman before him, nor to test whether his chainmail could withstand a bullet. However, when the woman drew a handgun from her waist and aimed it at him, he felt a chilling prickle of fear, and tightened his grip on the fire axe. Preparing to throw it, even if he were to be shot, he would ensure that the woman would meet a gruesome end. The silenced pistol's barrel shifted slightly upward. With a soft pop, the bullet struck the rope with precision, causing Chow Chong, clad in chainmail, to crash heavily to the ground with a resounding thud. The woman, showing a semblance of mercy, indicated that she possessed some moral restraint as Chow Chong's tightly gripped fire axe remained unthrown, sparing her from a fatal blow. Rising from the ground, Chow Chong's gaze fixated on the gun in the woman's hand as he began to retreat slowly. The roar of a powerful engine echoed, and he was astonished that someone dared to create such a commotion in a city teeming with zombies and mutated creatures, his expression turning to one of bewilderment. Hundreds of meters away, a colossal oil truck, which he had only seen in short videos before, appeared on the street. The vehicle was immense. A dump truck would seem like a mere child in comparison, its wheels towering above a person, and it had been modified. 2 bulldozer attachments were added to the front bumper, and a row of sharp triangular iron spikes was welded along both sides of the truck's body, while the cargo area boasted a steel protective net, resembling a moving fortress of steel. Drawn by the sound of the engine, thousands of zombies were sent flying and crashed before the ore truck, clearing a path through the zombie-infested streets. The ore truck blazed a trail, followed by 3 clearly modified off-road vehicles. As the quartet boldly crashed through the throng of zombies, this caravan drew attention, yet it ensnared Chow Chong and the woman in a precarious situation, particularly endangering the woman. Chow Chong, exuding the scent of zombies, felt no fear. The woman cast her left hand, swinging a chain mace that crushed a zombie's skull, while her right hand fired in rapid succession, efficiently dispatching the encroaching undead. Chow Chong swung his fire axe alongside her, concealing his secret of being unafraid of zombies. It was only natural to face the threat together. The woman understood this as well, choosing to fight back to back with Chow Chong, simultaneously impressed by his ferocity. The fire axe, wielded with tremendous force, carved a path to safety. The duo fought and retreated to a street corner, Temporarily escaping the siege of zombies, perhaps Chow Chong's refusal to flee at a critical moment allowed the tension on the woman's face to ease slightly, yet her gun remained warily trained on him. Revealing her heightened vigilance, Chow Chong, having discerned that the woman was not a cold-blooded killer of innocents, dismissed the oppressive feeling of the gun's muzzle and remarked, "Is your family in mining? How could one acquire such a vehicle in Tianha City? Can the road support it? Although this vehicle is heavy, it should manage without any or once those locusts arrive, there will be nothing left to eat or drink. Do you know them, the notorious second-generation rich in Tianha? Zhuang Chan, haven't you heard of him? His family truly owns a mine. Damn it, they've attracted the zombies here. As the woman observed the increasing horde of zombies gathering on the street, her expression darkened further. If we head this way, we can climb the utility pole and jump to the rooftop of the adjacent storefront. The fire escape will lead us out of here. She glanced at the terrain Chow Chong pointed out. It was the only route to escape the street. I'll go fast. With agile movements, the woman began to scale the utility pole. Chow Chong watched as her rounded hips swayed enticingly, thinking to himself how captivating she truly was. The two leaped from the utility pole to the rooftop, traversing the fire escape to the other side of the street, where they could see nearly 10,000 zombies being lured away by the ore truck. 3 off-road vehicles halted, and 7 individuals disembarked, swiftly raiding the shops on either side of the now zombie-free street, clearing out supplies of food and drink, filling the trunks of the 3 vehicles to capacity. Chow Chong found their strategy quite clever, orchestrating a classic feint. The ore truck diverted the zombies, allowing those in the off-road vehicles to gather resources with ease, dispatching any stray zombies they encountered. "I'm Chow Chong, what should I call you?" he inquired, turning his attention to the woman beside him. "Chen Yu," she replied, like a sinking fish. The beauty. Chow Chong mused that the phonetic resemblance of Chen Yu's name suited her remarkably well. Chen Yu shot him a glance and cautioned, "Don't provoke Zhuang Chan and his crew. They are armed and have explosives from their mining operations. Also, avoid the area near Nanku Alley. A security company has taken over the police station there and possesses a significant arsenal." Chow Chong frowned, his restless heart calming as he listened to Chen Yu continue, "I believe in clear distinctions between favor and grievance. Consider this food as a loan. I'll repay you later. If you wish to survive longer, it's best to find a way across the river to the other side. Zhuang Chan and the security company will undoubtedly exhaust the resources in this area and will likely turn their attention to the survivors. If you aren't robbed of your supplies, you may very well be killed." After Chen Yu finished, she departed, and Chow Chong watched her retreating figure clad in tight leather, smiling to himself. He certainly had thoughts about Chen Yu. Her beauty was distinct from Lu Yan's, yet equally alluring. Any man would be captivated. Unfortunately, unlike Lu Yun, Chen Yu possessed the means to thrive in this post-apocalyptic world. She was agile and armed. Attempting to win her over with the same tactics he used on Lu Yun would be a fool's errand. Chapter 8. This is no big deal. The ore truck retraced its route, and this time the zombies pursuing it were notably fewer, having been mercilessly crushed under its wheels, leaving heavy dark green stains and severed limbs in its wake. The spectacle was so enthralling that Chow Chong could hardly contain his envy. Coupled with frustration at the waste of zombies he could have utilized for gaining attribute points, when the ore truck came to a stop, a young man with light blue-dyed hair leaped from the driver's seat. He was strikingly handsome, with a slightly roguish demeanor, loudly berating the 7 individuals tasked with unloading the supplies to hurry up. Chow Chong surmised that this young man was Zhuang Chan, the unscrupulous rich heir Chen Yu had mentioned. As the entire convoy resumed its journey, it attracted another wave of zombies. Chow Chong returned to where he had dropped his small umbrella and found a brand new backpack in the mall. He then slapped his forehead in realization. How could I be so foolish? I was only thinking about the umbrella when there were emergency supplies in the pharmacy. Chow Chong went back to search for the motorcycle, only to find it and the bags of supplies had been smashed to bits. He cursed Zhuang Chan and his gang before seeking out a drivable vehicle to continue his resource hunt. He ended up driving a Maybach heading straight for one of Tianha City's 5-star hotels, the Nanguo Holiday Inn. The luxury car was exhilarating to drive, but the thought of Zhuang Chan's ore truck and modified vehicles made the Maybach feel less appealing. Survival in the apocalypse always took precedence, and he felt a pang of desire for those modified vehicles. The reason Chow Chong had come to the Nangwa Holiday Inn was that he had heard from a colleague delivering takeout that the hotel had its own cold storage for pre-prepared meals. Contrary to popular belief, five-star hotels did not solely serve dishes cooked by master chefs. A significant portion consisted of pre-prepared meals, especially for weddings and banquets, which were predominantly such fare. The cold storage at the Nangwa Holiday Inn relied not only on electric refrigeration systems but also had its own ice storage. Chow Chong hoped to find the pre-prepared meals stored in the ice house to improve the diet for himself and Lu Yun. The monotony of instant noodles, ham, and luncheon meat was becoming unbearable. Leaving his palate yearning for something more delectable, the Nangwa Holiday Inn was over 10 miles from the Zijinjuan community, and along the way, Chow Chong switched vehicles 3 times due to traffic congestion blocking certain routes. Each time he encountered such roadblocks, he covetously eyed that modified old truck, wishing he could simply bulldoze through with one of his own. Upon entering the hotel, Chow Chong swiftly dispatched several zombies before locating the stairwell leading to the basement. As he broke through the door, a chill enveloped him, mingled with the stench of rotting food. 6 small diesel generators were lined up on the floor. They were valuable items, but Chow Chong suspected that few would dare to use them. As the noise from the generators would undoubtedly attract a horde of zombies, the 2 cold storage facilities reliant on electric cooling had their supplies spoiled, but one cold storage room, covered with green blankets over blocks of ice, retained its chilling effect remarkably well. Uncovering the blankets, he discovered blocks of ice, each measuring about a meter square, still intact, with rows of frozen foods lining both sides, each item a luxury. This could provide enough for Lu Yun and me for a year. We wouldn't even finish it all. I'll just take a few items I've never tried before. I and the cold storage. Chow Chong rummaged through the supplies, taking 2 king crabs, a grouper, a box of lobsters, and some fried rice and seafood noodles as the main course. After exiting the underground cold storage, he strategically lured dozens of zombies to the corridor between the basement and the cold storage to safeguard his provisions before departing. With a whoosh, a steel crossbow bolt pierced through the heads of 3 zombies. Chow Chong glanced at the translucent screen displaying the scrolling text, "Zombie kills 3, total kills 2883." While fighting alongside Chen Yu, he had dispatched over 200 zombies. Upon exiting the cold storage, he practiced his archery skills on the zombies, adding another 300 kills to his count, thereby earning 5 attribute points this time. Chow Chong allocated his distributable attribute points to agility. As his agility increased by 5, he felt his body, even while clad in chainmail, become significantly lighter and swifter than before, and the data on the screen refreshed accordingly. Name: Chow Chong. Age: 22. Strength: 30. Agility: 10. Immunity: 5. Bound female group members: 1. Available attribute points: 0. Uncertain of the effects of allocating attribute points to immunity. Chow Chong wonders if he would remain unharmed even after being bitten by a few zombies. Currently, he possesses the scent of a zombie, which prevents the undead from attacking him without provocation. However, he remains wary of the formidable mutated creatures that even prey upon zombies. While Chow Chong longs to continuously elevate his attributes, he is not a machine, despite wielding 6 times the strength of an average person. Fatigue inevitably sets in. Chow Chong picks up a crossbow bolt and turns towards the Zijin Garden community, feeling a slight yearning for Lu Yun. Creak, creak, creak. Hearing the noise at the door, Lu Yun grabs a kitchen knife from her bedside and approaches cautiously, her voice trembling as she asks, "Who is it?" "It's me," Chow Chong replies, removing several wooden planks nailed to the door before pushing it open. Upon hearing his voice, Lu Yun's anxious heart calms, and she sees Chow Chong, clad in chainmail, standing before her. Instinctively, she raises the knife but quickly lowers it. "Why are you dressed like this? You startled me. Please help me take off this armor." Chow Chong tosses a bag filled with food onto the ground, extending his arms for Lu Yun to assist in removing the heavy armor. "This is so heavy." "It's genuine armor," Lu Yun remarks, struggling to lift his helmet, which weighs several pounds, and she can hardly fathom how Chow Chong manages to move in this armor that must weigh over 100 pounds. If she were in his position, she would probably be unable to stand. I brought back a few barrels of water. Help me take a shower. After slaying numerous zombies, his chainmail inevitably bore stains. And using precious clean bottled water for bathing was undeniably a lavish extravagance in this apocalyptic world. As they wash, an indescribable scene unfolds. Lu Yun finds herself overwhelmed. She has heard the saying that there are only exhausted cows but no ruined fields. Yet it feels as if she has encountered the Bull Demon King. After bathing, she feels as though she has taken on Chao Chang's form. Chao Chang, both physically and mentally relaxed, increasingly appreciates Lu Yun's presence as a delightful diversion. Albeit somewhat less exhilarating. He does not ponder that he possesses 6 times the strength of an average person, coupled with enhanced agility. Even silicone would struggle to withstand him, let alone Lu Yun, who is flesh and blood. Feeling rejuvenated, Chao Chang begins to improve their meals. Pre-prepared dishes require only minimal cooking, and seafood can simply be blanched. Lu Yun gazes at the pot on the gas stove, filled with boiling seafood, alongside steaming fried rice and seafood noodles. These dishes, once tiresome, now evoke a profound emotional response within her. Clinging onto Chao Chang's robust thigh, Lu Yun feels as if she has returned to her pre-apocalyptic life. Grateful for her previous decisions. If becoming like Chao Chang is the price to pay, so be it. What is that compared to death? Chapter 9, Respecting Others' Fates. Chao Chang had never tasted king crab before. It was exceedingly expensive, beyond his means. Now, having savored it, he understands the high price reflects its exquisite flavor. The lobster is equally delightful, even simple blanching renders it irresistible. Lu Yun's dining etiquette is far more graceful, and she thoughtfully extracts the meat from the crab claws, placing it into Chao Chang's bowl, her gaze illuminating with admiration. Having satisfied his appetite, Chao Chang pours Lu Yun a glass of red wine. Do you know Zhuang Chan? I've seen him a few times. The Zhuang family deals in coal mining and non-ferrous metals. Zhuang Chan has a poor reputation, having committed some reprehensible acts, and embodies the flaws of a debauched youth. In our circle, few are willing to associate with him. And what about Chen Yu? Have you heard of him? Chao Chang describes Chen Yu's appearance. Lu Yun ponders for a moment and shakes her head. I don't know him. I'm not familiar with the affluent second-generation crowd in Tianhe. I was working at the overseas branch of Jinding Group and returned to Tianhe City less than half a year ago. Chao Chang recounts his encounter with Zhuang Chan's crew and fighting alongside Chen Yu. Lu Yun remarks Zhuang Chan must reside in the villa area by the upstream river bend. That area was developed by his family, specifically constructed as a manor, sprawling in size. I've heard it's his playground, where all sorts of sordid events unfold. Chao Chang asks Lu Yun to take out her phone and check the map. The villa district is approximately 15 miles from Zijin Garden. He considers Chen Yu's foresight. Once the survival supplies within a 20-mile radius of Zijin Garden are depleted, Zhuang Chan and his crew will undoubtedly turn their attention to the survivors. He also notes the police station's location, similarly about 10 miles away, with the 3 points forming an equilateral triangle. Zhuang Chan's group and the personnel from that security company possess firearms and explosives, posing a significant threat to him. He must eliminate the danger at its inception. It's not that he covets the modified mining truck, rather it seems a waste for such a useful vehicle to fall into the hands of Zhuang Chan and his ilk. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Chao Chang feels a surge of energy. Lu Yun's eyes dart to where Chao Chang's intentions are directed, causing her to shiver with genuine fear. Should he continue down this path, she fears she might be broken, yet she steels herself, ready to kneel before Chao Chang only to have him gently restrain her. I can manage. Lu Yun retorts defiantly. She relies on Chao Chang for survival. That is her value. While she cannot manage to welcome him as a servant, she can still express herself, even if it is only in stammered words, akin to a graceful beauty. Chao Chang's vigor is overwhelming, and Lu Yun ultimately exhausts herself, achieving Chao Chang's vigorous output, collapsing into a light snore in less than half a minute. Chao Chang pulls a silk quilt over her after their release. His mind is unusually clear, and he begins to devise a plan to acquire the modified vehicle. He cannot wait for Zhuang Chan's group and the security personnel to come knocking. He must take the initiative to catch them off guard. My advantage lies in the shadows. I am not afraid of zombies or most mutated beings. With a bow and arrow, I can attack from a distance. While Zhuang Chan's group possesses firearms and explosives, tomorrow I'll take a look. Besides the modified vehicle and weapons, that villa area is better suited for hiding and survival. After all, Lu Yun has proven that Zhuang Chan's crew is no good. And robbing them carries no moral burden. After a night of rest, Lu Yun awakens, feeling revitalized. Though she must ignore a certain area of her body that has suffered greatly, she catches a whiff of delicious food. Emerging from the master bedroom to find Chao Chang setting the table, prompting her to sit before him and indulge in the feast. Lu Yun understands that without Chao Chang, she could not survive a day. She does not wish to return to a life of hunger. Moreover, her feelings for Chao Chang have morphed into something unconventional, akin to Stockholm Syndrome. Though not entirely so, she self-analyzes that it is a form of admiration for strength. Chao Chang's survival skills and certain strengths have captivated her mind and body. Chao Chang notices the way Lu Yun regards him now, her gaze softer, enveloping him like water. Furthermore, since Lu Yun is bound to him as a member of his female group, he harbors no fears of her turning against him in the night. This complete sense of security and ease is precisely the sanctuary he needs to navigate life in this apocalyptic world. The only drawback is that this sanctuary has only just opened. His grand vessel has yet to dock smoothly, awaiting further development. The two share a silent breakfast, and once Chao Chang dons his armor, he asks Lu Yun to help him with his helmet. Is there anything you need? I'll see if I can find it and bring it back. Lu Yun's face flashes slightly. I need some sanitary napkins and toilet paper. They're running low. She refrains from mentioning that the last time she had her period, they had run out of supplies. The embarrassment of lacking sanitary products is indescribable. Chao Chang nods to indicate he understands. I'll seal the door again. If I'm late returning, don't worry, there's enough food and water at home for you to last several days. As Lu Yun sees Chao Chang preparing to leave, she steps forward and embraces him, kissing him until her tongue begins to ache. You must return safely. I'll be waiting for you. Chao Chang's objective today is clear: to procure the modified vehicle. With the scent of zombies on him coupled with the vehicle, he could traverse Tianhe City with ease. A motorcycle would suffice too. He could carry it over obstacles, but its limited carrying capacity would hinder him. Despite its agility, upon stepping out of the building, Chao Chang hears a soft rustle. Turning back, he sees a curtain fall from the 7th floor window of the same building, emblazoned with the words "Save me." Confirming that he has seen the writing, a scruffy man cautiously pokes his head out of the window, vigorously shaking the curtain in his hand. The actions and fate of Bai Lao Air have not gone unnoticed by the survivors in these buildings. And having seen Chao Chang come and go a few times, they regard him as their last hope. Chao Chang pretends not to notice, adhering to his principle of letting go of the urge to help others and respecting their destinies. There is no need to contemplate further. Rescuing this man would undoubtedly lead to a series of troublesome consequences, and he has no desire to constantly guard against being stabbed in the back. Of course, if he had initially chosen a male group, the situation would have been entirely different. Before he can take a few steps, his suspicions are confirmed when the man realizes Chao Chang is ignoring his plea for help. He discards the curtain, his expression turning malevolent as he opens the window and hurls a chair and a microwave out, causing a loud clatter behind Chao Chang. The man fantasizes about Chao Chang being overwhelmed by zombies. A twisted smile spreading across his face. The implication is clear: if you don't save me, then perish. Chapter 10. The loudspeaker begins to broadcast with a sharp whoosh. The man's sinister grin froze upon his face as a crossbow bolt pierced his forehead, sending him tumbling through the window, whereupon he was immediately beset by a horde of zombies who eagerly feasted upon him. Chao Chang secured his bow across his back, his gaze cold and indifferent as it swept past the windows of the other survivors. He swung his fire axe, dispatching the approaching zombies. To the other survivors, it appeared as though Chow Chong was cutting a path through the chaos. As he passed by the vegetable market near the Zijin Garden community, a mischievous idea began to form in his mind. After rummaging through several stalls piled high with decaying vegetable leaves, he managed to gather a few electronic loudspeakers. Upon testing them, he found they were still functional, causing the corners of his mouth to lift in a smirk. The villa area at the upstream bay was easy to locate, but when Chow Chong laid eyes on the opulent estate, his envy surged, prompting an exclamation, "Damn those rich folks!" The villa district was expansive, with the estate mentioned by Liu Yun occupying nearly half of the area. Chow Chong was certain that this was merely a private manor masquerading as a real estate development. The estate was situated at the highest point of the bay, sprawling over 1,000 acres, and was flanked by row houses. The standalone manor was encircled by walls over 2 meters high, topped with barbed wire. Using binoculars, Chow Chong observed that the standalone villas within the estate rose 3 to 4 stories, resembling European castles, with a modified mining truck that he coveted parked at the entrance. Chow Chong opted to approach during the day, wary that the wealthy heirs might possess infrared night vision devices. If such devices existed, he would be spotted even if he concealed himself among the zombies, rendering him a target. Entering the row house area, he hung up the loudspeakers he had collected and activated a total of 9 speakers in succession, cranking the volume to its maximum. Sharpen the scissors, clang the kitchen knives. New rice, wuchang rice, cucumbers for 350, rapeseed for 6, lamb and beef offal at 21 per pound. The loudspeakers echoed in the somewhat empty environment, carrying the message far and wide. Initially, the zombies within the villa district were drawn by the sound, followed by those from even greater distances, converging towards the estate. Inside the manor, the first to sense something amiss was the young guard on watch, who promptly activated the estate's alarm system. The estate had a reliable power supply, as the rooftops of the villas were equipped with solar panels. Shuo-chan and his companions had also connected the solar power lines from the row houses to the estate, ensuring a plentiful supply of electricity to operate most electronic devices and household appliances. In one of the master bedrooms of the villa, Shuo-chan stared grimly at a small wound on his arm, scrubbing it while cursing, "Wretched woman, vile harlot." As the alarm blared, Shuo-chan and his associates hurriedly emerged from the villa. After listening for a moment to the loudspeaker, he spat in disgust. "Someone's got their eyes on us. Arm yourselves and let us go deal with it." Shuo-chan instructed 4 individuals to guard the estate's main gate while he, accompanied by 3 men and 1 woman, ascended to the highest point of the estate. Each was armed with a firearm. Ignoring the zombies as they searched for hidden enemies, the estate's walls could repel the majority of zombies, and the gate had been specially reinforced, if worst came to worst. They could even use the mining truck to ram through and crush the undead. In Shuo-chan's view, the threat posed by survivors was greater than that of zombies. Someone had set their sights on his sanctuary. The 4 guards stationed at the gate wielded spears over 2 meters long, each tipped with a triangular iron point, stabbing at every zombie that approached. Soon, the entrance was littered with the corpses of the undead. "We can't let it continue like this. The dead zombies will become stepping stones, and they'll soon breach the gate," one of the guards exclaimed over the intercom, seeing the gravity of the situation. Shuo-chan's forehead pulsed with veins as he cursed vehemently, "Light it up and charge out." Chow Chong felt a surge of relief for his caution, although he hadn't overheard Shuo-chan's conversation. The sudden eruption of flames around the estate tightened his chest. It turned out they had dug a trench over 20 centimeters deep, filled with gasoline. As the flames ignited, the gathering zombies were divided. This group was audacious, opening the gate and rushing out to eliminate the zombies isolated by the fire line. Without him, those thousands of zombies would indeed pose no threat. Unfortunately for them, they had crossed paths with him. Chow Chong nocked an arrow, aiming at the boldest figure at the estate's entrance. With a low twang, the bolt whizzed through the air, piercing the man's skull from nearly a kilometer away. In rapid succession, Chow Chang loosed arrows, dispatching the 4 individuals at the gate with just 10 shots, allowing the zombies to swarm into the estate. Simultaneously, his position was revealed. Zhuo Chan fixed his gaze on the direction of the fired arrows. Tossing his weapon to a nearby henchman, "Cover me, I'm going to take him out." Zhuo Chan dashed downstairs and into the driver's seat of the mining truck. The roar of the engine sent the zombies into a frenzy. But as the truck's wheels turned, any zombies in its path were crushed beneath it. The mining truck barreled out of the estate's gates, heading straight for Chow Chang's location in the row house. Zhuo Chan drove with one hand while the other grasped a bundle of explosives from the passenger seat, his face betraying a deranged excitement. The fuse was long. After lighting it, he used a makeshift rubber band launcher to propel the explosives outward. Achieving the effect of artillery, Zhuo Chan had clearly observed that there was only one enemy outside the estate. At this moment, the agility he had invested in his attributes proved crucial. When Zhuo Chan's mining truck charged towards him, Chow Chang swiftly leaped from the row house. 2 deafening explosions rang out, yet instead of feeling threatened, Chow Chang sensed that Zhuo Chan was merely digging his own grave. Such a powerful explosion would attract far more zombies than the loudspeakers he had brought. Just as Chow Chang had surmised, the sound of the blasts traveled far and wide, easily audible within a 10-mile radius. Zombies began to converge on the villa district, thousands, then tens of thousands. In addition to the horde of nearly 10,000 zombies, mutated creatures were also drawn in by the sound of the explosions, swarming like flies, their presence sending chills down one's spine. However, these zombies and mutated beings were halted by the 2 to 3 meter high fire line, with only a handful managing to breach the estate, quickly dispatched by the firepower position atop the villa's madman lunatic. Chow Chang increasingly believed that Zhuo Chan, this wealthy heir, was mentally unstable. He possessed the stench of the undead, yet feared them. What reason did Zhuo Chan have to be unafraid? Did he not fear attracting the zombies from miles around with such reckless behavior? Or did this unscrupulous rich kid have some hidden cards up his sleeve? Chapter 11 Failed Ascension. Chow Chang leaned towards the latter theory. Unless Zhuo Chan had truly lost his mind, he could not be so cavalier about death. No matter how formidable the modified mining truck, it would eventually run out of fuel, marking Zhuo Chan's demise. The row house where Chow Chang had taken refuge was obliterated by Zhuo Chan's explosions. As the number of zombies swelled, Chow Chang speculated that Zhuo Chan intended to use them as a weapon against him. Zhuo Chan's actions were fortuitous for Chow Chang. The more zombies there were, the more at ease he felt. In the intervals of avoiding the bombardment, Chow Chang turned and loosed a few arrows. But alas, they were thwarted by the modified mining truck. Damn those wealthy fools, have they nothing better to do with their money? Were the truck's windows bulletproof? With his arrows proving ineffective, Chow Chang redirected his course towards the estate, refusing to believe that Zhuo Chan could demolish the castle-like manor. Should it truly be destroyed, he would concede that Zhuo Chan was indeed deranged. Facing an incomprehensible lunatic left him without a viable response. Chow Chang blended into the throngs of zombies, his objective the firepower position atop the villa. At this juncture, Zhuo Chan was hurling explosives at Chow Chang's heels, while Chow Chang was still 600 or 700 meters away from the walls of the standalone villa. He needed to neutralize the firepower before Zhuo Chan closed in on him. Thud. Chow Chang fired several bolts in rapid succession, each embedding into the walls, the tips vibrating with a hum. He leaped over the flames that reached 2 to 3 meters high, landing on the walls supported by the embedded arrows. With a determined leap, he vaulted over the wall and rolled. Upon landing, just as a thunderous crash echoed behind him, the developer had constructed the buildings to withstand considerable force. Astonishingly, Zhuo Chan's mining truck had not managed to topple the wall in a single blow. Zhuo Chan's face contorted with fury. As he shifted into reverse, the mining truck reversed 100 meters, crushing dozens of zombies before extinguishing a section of the fire line. Zhuo Chan slammed the accelerator, ramming the wall once more. Seizing the opportunity, Chow Chang drew back his bow and aimed at the individuals atop the high ground. With a swift whoosh, an arrow pierced one man's skull. A second and third shot followed. In less than 10 seconds, the firepower had been neutralized. With a resounding crash, the wall behind Chow Chang collapsed, The mining truck spewed thick black smoke from its exhaust as its front end barreled toward him. As the wall crumbled, the fire line was breached, and the zombies surged forward. Chow Chong sprinted to the side, cursing vehemently, confirming that Shuo-chan was indeed a lunatic. It was inconceivable that a rational person would engage in such reckless behavior. Shuo-chan not only extinguished the fire line but also smashed through the wall, unleashing the zombies into the estate. The mining truck and Chow Chong narrowly missed colliding, their gazes locked for a brief second. In that moment, Chow Chong saw the grayish eyes of Shuo-chan, the green veins mud across his face, and it dawned on him, Shuo-chan had been infected and was on the verge of becoming a zombie. This was a final act of madness before his transformation. Inside the stand-alone villa, others witnessed Shuo-chan's frenzied actions and shouted loudly as they shut the grand doors of the castle. After chasing Chow Chong in circles and sensing he could not catch up, Shuo-chan emitted a guttural inhuman laughter. There's explosives everywhere. Perish, let all perish. Shuo-chan halted the mining truck and climbed out through the sunroof of the modified cab, with the truck now stationary. The zombies were drawn towards the sound of the engine, unable to climb high enough to drag Shuo-chan down and feast upon him. Shuo-chan gazed at Chow Chong, who stood 100 meters away, and a sinister smile crept across his face, forming a boom shape with his lips. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a remote detonator. The entire estate had been modified by Shuo-chan, with several thousand pounds of explosives buried beneath, the fuses connected to an underground oil reservoir. The moment he pressed the detonator, not just the villa, but the entire estate would be sent skyward. Shuo-chan had been bitten by a zombie just yesterday. Upon his return, right there on the villa's bed, he had never anticipated that the woman he had dragged back for his own gratification would be so ruthless, willingly allowing the zombies outside the estate to bite her before turning on him. The instant he realized he had been infected, his mental state shattered. Even without encountering enemies today, he resolved to take his joyful haven down with him. The arrival of another would-be sacrifice was in fact splendid news. Chow Chong, upon seeing the detonator in Shuo-chan's hand, nearly had his eyes pop out of their sockets, cursing vehemently, "Damn you," as he hurled the fire axe he had unstrapped from his waist with all his might towards Shuo-chan. The latter felt a sense of satisfaction at the impotent howling that ensued. His thumb hovered over the detonation button. In a mere tenth of a second, the 1,000-acre estate would ascend in a cataclysmic explosion. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Shuo-chan sensed a slight delay in his movements. Having witnessed the fate of infected survivors, he understood this was a sign of deepening infection. Perhaps in a second, he would transform into a zombie. But that no longer mattered. He preferred the certainty of death over the horror of becoming a monster. At that very moment, Shuo-chan felt a sharp pain as his arm, still clutching the detonator, was severed from his body. A flicker of hatred flashed in his eyes, morphing into a desperate howl of unwillingness. Shuo-chan had become a zombie, albeit a defective one, missing an arm. Chow Chong, witnessing the success of his axe, dared not linger for even a second and hurried towards the spot where the detonator had fallen. If a zombie were to step on it and trigger an explosion, it would spell disaster. Upon retrieving the detonator, he felt a chilling wave wash over him. Cold sweat drenched his shirt. He was a mere heartbeat away from death, too perilous, making him feel faint from the sheer speed he had just sprinted at. Chow Chong leaned against a tire taller than himself, watching the zombies swarm into the estate and invade the villa, ignoring the cries for help from within. Kindness towards villains is cruelty to oneself. Let the zombies cleanse this place for him. After more than 10 minutes, as the villa fell silent, the zombies, having failed to find more food, were drawn away by the sound of grinding blades. The estate was left with fewer than 100 zombies. Picking up the fire axe, Chow Chong cleaved Shuo-chan's zombified head from his shoulders, muttering curses under his breath. "Go to hell, you nearly scared the life out of me. Did you know that I almost died?" After venting his frustration, Chow Chong realized just how perilous the situation had been. He had nearly been dragged down into the abyss by Shuo-chan. Had the detonator been activated, he would have witnessed a spectacular display of soaring into oblivion or a disastrous failure resulting in total annihilation. Taking a seat in the mining vehicle's cab, he fumbled with the unfamiliar controls until he managed to comprehend the workings. then maneuvered the vehicle to block the gap in the wall, turning back to clear the zombies from the estate with his axe. Chapter 12, moved to the point of life and death. Zombie kills 1. Total kills 30. 19 zombie kills 1. Total kills 31. 20. After clearing the zombies from the estate, Chow Chang entered the villa through the door that had been smashed open, finding fresh blood on the floor but no dismembered limbs. It appeared the survivors had been thoroughly devoured. He first ascended to the castle's vantage point, where the fresh corpses had been picked clean by the zombies, and collected several firearms from the pools of blood on the ground. He stored the weapons and ammunition in his backpack and began to methodically clear each room on the 3rd floor, checking for survivors and ensuring no corners remained unexamined, initially hoping to profit from the possessions of these wealthy heirs. Chow Chang was left speechless. Chen Yu had been right. Zhuang Chan's group consisted of at least 10 individuals, yet their stock of survival supplies was scant, barely enough for 10 people for 3 to 5 days. If he delayed further, he would undoubtedly attract Zhuang Chan's crew to the Zijin Garden community, and the outcome would be disastrous. After thoroughly searching the 3-story villa to ensure nothing was overlooked, he descended to the basement. Chow Chang broke open the basement door, finding an area comparable to the cold storage of the Nangua Holiday Hotel, except instead of food, it was filled with barrels of fuel. 6 fuel tankers were packed in a row, and the pressure gauges indicated they were nearly full enough to power the mining vehicle for quite some time. Next to the fuel tankers were a dozen explosives. Linked by fuses, his heart skipped a beat. Had it not been for the success of the fire axe, he would have been in dire straits, as he began to prepare to dismantle the explosives. The clinking of chains echoed ominously, prompting him to stealthily approach the rear of the fuel tanker. What he beheld made his lips twitch in disbelief. Behind the tanker was an iron cage, within which a disheveled girl, covered in grime, was shackled by iron chains. The girl clutched the bars, her eyes wide with fear as they locked onto Chow Chang, clad in armor. Clearly she could not be one of Zhuang Chan's associates. Chow Chang sheathed his bow. "How did you end up here? What is your name?" The girl's expression shifted from terror to a fixed stare, her eyes unblinking, and she remained silent. He retrieved a bottle of water and a bag of biscuits from his backpack, tossing them into the cage before turning back to dismantle the explosives. After neutralizing the imminent danger, he noticed the girl had finished the bottle of water and consumed half the bag of biscuits. Yet she remained unresponsive to his inquiries. Could she truly be mentally unstable? Seeing no way to communicate with her, Chow Chang decided to ignore her and focus on tidying up the villa before fetching Lu Yun. The villa had electricity, and the household appliances were operational, ensuring a far superior quality of life compared to the Zijin Garden community. Driving the modified mining vehicle, he cruised onto the main road through the gap in the wall, feeling an exhilarating rush. He even sought out a stretch lined with parked cars, indulging in a game of bumper cars. The bulldozer attachment at the front of the vehicle shoved and overturned the obstructing cars, while zombies were crushed under its weight. Pure exhilaration, nothing short of thrilling. The only drawback for Chow Chang was that only zombies he personally dispatched counted towards his kills. Those he crushed while driving did not. It seemed that in order to earn attribute points to strengthen himself, he had to get his hands dirty. Was he destined to labor tirelessly? First, he headed to the Nangua Holiday Hotel, loading up on frozen foods from the cold storage, enough to fill the villa's refrigerator and freezer. He also gathered essential staples like rice, cooking oil, hand flour, along with a box of sanitary napkins, several large bags of toilet paper, and a few cases of cigarettes and alcohol. Filling the mining vehicle to the brim before returning to the Zijin Garden community. A mile from the community, Chow Chang parked the vehicle and turned off the engine, allowing the zombies that had been pursuing him to disperse gradually. He was not afraid of the zombies, but Lu Yun was. He had to ensure her absolute safety. Lu Yun was taken aback by Chow Chang's early return before she could leap into his arms to express her joy. Instead, he told her they needed to leave. This instinctively frightened her. The thought of facing zombies sent shivers down her spine. "Put on the armor, I'll carry you." Chow Chang would not entertain any objections from Lu Yun as he unfastened the armor and helped her don it. The weight of the armor, over 100 pounds, proved too cumbersome for her, making it difficult to move. He then hoisted her onto his back, tying several loops of rope around their waists. Lu Yun's legs were secured to Chow Chang's front, binding her to him like a human-sized pendant. As they exited the building, the surrounding zombies turned their heads towards them. Chow Chang exuded a zombie-like aura, while Lu Yun did not. The scent of humanity emanating from Lu Yun was akin to blood to a shark. Igniting the zombies' primal instincts, they growled hungrily, extending their dark green hands and opening their yellow-green mouths, eager for a feast. However, before the zombies could indulge, Chow Chang dispatched them one by one with precision. As Lu Yun witnessed the zombies lunging towards them, fear and instinctive reflexes made her feel an urgent need to urinate, but when she saw Chow Chang cleave a zombie's skull in half, the urge was swiftly quelled. Carried on Chow Chang's back, Lu Yun could clearly see the zombies converging around them, while Chow Chang remained a steadfast rock amidst the zombie tide, cutting down wave after wave that approached. Tears streamed down her face. This man was leading her bravely through the sea of zombies, all for the sake of survival and a better life. Her tears were mostly from gratitude, with only a fraction stemming from fear. Chow Chang, am I really that useless? If we can't break through, you must let me go and run on your own. Chow Chang was thoroughly engrossed in slaying zombies, racking up attribute points. Yet he found joy in seeing Lu Yun moved by his actions. The bond between them was one thing, but her emotional response was another. He believed that after this experience, Lu Yun would be utterly devoted to him. After accumulating 5 attribute points, he returned to the mining vehicle. As he allocated the points to agility, he revved the engine and resumed his rampage, the vehicle barreling back towards the estate without hindrance. The mining vehicle came to a halt at the gap in the wall, and Chow Chang untied the ropes to set Lu Yun down, ready to clear away the zombies that had followed them. Remove the armor and help me move the supplies. Lu Yun suddenly felt a sense of purpose, and despite her lack of strength, she gritted her teeth and undertook the laborious task of unloading. Assisting Chow Chang in transferring the goods from the truck into the villa, while stuffing frozen foods into the refrigerator. After unloading an entire truckload, Chow Chang felt little fatigue, whereas Lu Yun trembled all over. Her legs growing weak, her breath coming in labored gasps, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Chapter 13, Merit Points. Let us take a shower. This place is safer than Zijinjuan. The walls are high, fortified with barbed wire to deter zombies, and the gap is blocked by a mining vehicle. Tonight you can enjoy a peaceful sleep. The appliances in the villa were functional, and after a long absence, Chow Chang and Lu Yun indulged in a hot shower. If not for her overwhelming fatigue, Lu Yun would have loved to pamper Chow Chang, making him feel the fiery passion that consumed her being. Almost forgetting, she added, "You should accompany me to the basement." After their bath, Chow Chang led Lu Yun to the basement, casually recounting how he had dealt with Zhuo Chan and his gang. When Lu Yun caught sight of the girl in the cage, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Zhen Zhen, is that you?" Turning to Chow Chang, she said, "Her name is Zhuo Chan's sister. They share the same father but different mothers. Her mother is the renowned television host Ran Fengfei from Tianhe City." Chow Chang was equally astonished. He had encountered Ran Fengfei last year during the school centennial celebration, where she had been invited as an alumnus and host. In her early 30s. She was an exquisite beauty, both in figure and appearance, and he was shocked to learn that she was Zhuo Chan's stepmother. Yet Zhuo Chan had imprisoned his blood-related sister in a cage. There had to be a story behind this. "Can we let her out?" Lu Yun inquired, seeking Chow Chang's consent. In response, Chow Chang demonstrated his strength, gripping the iron bars with both hands and, with a powerful thrust, managed to create an opening large enough for a person to slip through. Lu Yun gasped, astonished by Chow Chang's might. Even Zhuo Zhen, who had refrained from interaction with Chow Chang, widened her eyes in disbelief. "This smell, it's overwhelming. Take her to wash up," Chow Chang instructed Lu Yun. Pinching his nose, after preparing a meal and waiting for over 10 minutes, Lu Yun returned with a freshly cleaned Zhuo Zhen to the dining room. Upon inspection, Chow Chang noted that Zhuo Zhen appeared to be around 13 or 14. Resembling the famous host Renfeng Fei to a significant extent, her clothes were ill-fitting, yet she looked far more presentable than she had in the cage. Shen has mild autism and has been terrified by the zombies. She isn't usually like this, Lu Yun explained, fearing that Shuozhen might offend Chao Cheng. Chao Cheng responded with an "Oh, are you familiar with her? I've only seen her a few times, not very well acquainted. But I've heard some things about her. She poses no threat, and we have enough food, so whether we can consider ourselves acquaintances is one reason. I couldn't bear to see Shuozhen perish. Moreover, I wish for a companion. Having someone who can converse would alleviate my fear when you're away from the villa." Chao Cheng remained non-committal, urging her, "Let's eat fast. After dinner, we need to repair the wall. And she can help too. To be honest, Chao Cheng was reluctant to take on someone who would merely consume resources, and Shuozhen seemed too young. His moral compass prevented him from binding her as a member of a group. In the world before the apocalypse, that would have been quite the burden, so they should focus on work after their meal, after a hearty meal and a brief rest of over half an hour. The trio arrived at the breach in the wall, with Lu Yun responsible for moving bricks and Shuozhen holding the spear steady. Chao Cheng swung a fire axe, embedding the spear into the ground. Despite her mild autism, Shuozhen was obedient, not shirking her duty and proving herself to be a competent laborer. Once they had repaired the breach, Chao Cheng retrieved several rolls of barbed wire from the basement, extending the protective height of the wall by half a meter to ensure that zombies could not breach their defenses. Exhausted, Shuozhen retreated to her room to sleep, while Chao Cheng laid out their spoils before Lu Yun. "Here are 3 long rifles, 2 handguns, then 192 rounds of ammunition, along with a few makeshift spears left from the wall repairs. You must learn to use these weapons and how to kill zombies." Lu Yan's expression faltered momentarily as she recalled the frail zombies she had encountered. The thought of slaying zombies and mutated creatures terrified her. She felt incapable. "For now, we have enough food, but danger lurks everywhere. Zombies, mutated beasts, and malevolent survivors. I cannot remain by your side at all times. If you wish to avoid being beaten or devoured by a zombie one day, you must learn to be brave and strong. Only then can you survive." Chao Cheng understood that this was not the moment for tenderness. Although he enjoyed utilizing this flower vase, it was not merely for that purpose. He needed her to become a formidable ally in their struggle for survival, not just a plaything. Lu Yun recognized that Chao Cheng's intentions were for her benefit. She did not wish to be a burden, nor did she want to be carried by him during their escape. She chose not a firearm but picked up a spear, inhaling deeply as she said, "Teach me." Chao Cheng was thoroughly impressed by Lu Yan's resolve and choice. He activated an electronic horn, adjusting the volume to a moderate level. The sound of sharpening knives echoed, soon drawing in a dozen zombies, their grotesque hands reaching through the iron bars of the villa's gate. As Lu Yun gazed at the terrifying zombies, their grey-green arms extending toward her, she felt a sudden urge to urinate, a reflex triggered by fear. "You studied and worked abroad, so you haven't experienced military training, right? Have you seen any action films? You must have seen knife fights." Gripping her hands tightly, she noted that the zombies moved more sluggishly than humans, aimed for their heads and thrust the spear with force. Chao Cheng stood behind Lu Yun, holding her hands tightly around the spear's end, pushing forward with great force. The spear pierced a zombie's skull, and as it withdrew, the zombie collapsed to the ground. "Did I just kill a zombie?" Lu Yun initially appeared dazed, but then she sprang up in excitement, completely overlooking Chao Cheng's pivotal role in the act. Chao Cheng also stood momentarily stunned as a translucent screen manifested before him, displaying binding group member Lu Yun zombie kill 1. Initiating the merit point system for the Apocalypse Core. Merit points 1. Note: accumulating 10,000 merit points will randomly unlock certain expansion features of the Apocalypse Core system. He had not anticipated the extent of this system's capabilities, and although he had a basic understanding, he was unaware of the magnitude of surprises it could bring. Chao Cheng felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim how incredible the system was. Having a cheat made everything exhilarating. However, the connection between merit points and binding group members posed a significant challenge. Getting Lu Yun to amass 10,000 merit points seemed daunting, yet, as long as there was hope, There would eventually be a day of achievement. Belated Chow Chong cupped Lu Yan's face, planting a fervent kiss on her lips. Well done, keep it up, and I shall reward you tonight. Chapter 14 on How to Utilize the Autistic Girl Lu Yun. Buoyed by the praise from Chow Chong in the first half of his statement, felt invigorated, only to be deflated by the latter half. The prospect of the reward seemed daunting, as she truly felt incapable of bearing it. The aftermath could very well leave her limping and struggling to walk. After Lu Yun had dispatched 6 zombies with a spear, Chow Chong proceeded to teach her how to use firearms to eliminate zombies. However, while Lu Yun gained merit points from her kills, Chow Chong received no accumulation for his own zombie slaughters, which left him feeling incredibly frustrated. He had hoped that running over zombies with a vehicle would count as a kill. He fantasized about acquiring a Gatling gun or similar weaponry for swiftly dispatching zombies and racking up attribute points, only to see those dreams dashed after Lu Yun had dispatched a dozen or so zombies with firearms. She was utterly exhausted. The thrusting of the spear and the recoil of the gun left her arms sore, making it a struggle to lift them. Reluctantly, Chow Chong had to step out and clear the zombies from the villa's entrance. Concluding their training for the day, when they returned to the villa to shower, Lu Yun attempted to assert herself in serving Chow Chong, but he gently restrained her. You've had a long day. Rest early. We have many days ahead of us. Lu Yun observed the defiant and exuberant demeanor of Chow Chong and bit her lip softly, contemplating, what if we let Shuozhan help? She is quite pretty and could be of assistance. Chow Chong lightly patted Lu Yan's cheek, his expression and tone becoming somewhat serious. Though I consider my morals rather shattered in this apocalyptic world where order and ethics have been cast aside. Some boundaries must still be upheld, otherwise what distinguishes us from beasts or zombies? Caution is essential to prevent our moral decay. Do not test me with such matters, for I cannot withstand temptation, and neither can you. Once a boundary is crossed, it ceases to exist, and I'm certain you wouldn't want to be forced into cannibalism one day. Lu Yun had not expected to be lectured, after all. She was an expert in human resource management and could be quite the PUA master herself. Embracing Chow Chong, she purred in a seductive tone, but I truly feel useless, the way you use me. I am on the verge of breaking. Chow Chong playfully smacked her bottom. Then behave and hurry up and wash. Lu Yun genuinely could not endure frequent use. As she put it, the discomfort of being unable to close her mouth or legs was too much to bear. The following morning, Lu Yun informed Chow Chong of the correct way to utilize Shuozhan. To his delight, Shuozhan proved to be quite resourceful, though not in the manner one might expect. This autistic girl possessed a remarkable aptitude for using and maintaining electronic devices, capable of managing the villa's alarm and surveillance system single-handedly, even assembling radios and repairing walkie-talkies with ease. Lu Yun also uncovered the reason Shuozhan had been confined in a cage. This autistic girl's classmate had been captured by Shuozhan and subjected to inhumane treatment, ultimately meeting a tragic fate. Upon learning the news, Shuozhan smashed the night vision goggles and antique radio equipment collected by Shuozhan, and contemplated damaging the villa's early warning surveillance system. If Shuozhan were not Shuozhan's sister, her predicament would undoubtedly be far more dire than merely being confined in a cage. In her area of expertise, Shuozhan spoke with eloquence, no longer sparing her words. Chow Chong found Shuozhan's voice quite melodious, wondering if it was an inheritance from Ran Fengfei. Chow Chong learned how to use the radio, and Shuozhan mentioned that the intercom in the villa had been modified, with an effective range of nearly 10 kilometers. This discovery was a treasure trove for Chow Chong, as the intercom could practically function as a mobile phone, allowing him to maintain contact with Lu Yun even when he left the villa. Shuozhan continued to fine-tune a high-power radio, but each frequency adjustment yielded nothing but static disappointment etched on her face. Lu Yun whispered, when the cataclysm struck, Ran Fengfei was working at the television station. Zhenzhen was trying to see if she could reach her mother. The station has radio equipment and she managed to contact her before being confined by Shuozhan. Chow Chong opened his mouth, refraining from voicing any disheartening thoughts. He had visited the television tower, a landmark in Tianhe City and a popular tourist attraction located across the river. The population there was denser, And even if some survived, life would undoubtedly be challenging, especially with such a beautiful and graceful female host. In this apocalyptic world, a woman's beauty was indeed a original sin. After failing to tune in, Zhuangzhen shut off the radio in disappointment and turned to teach Chao Chang and Lu Yun how to adjust the frequency and lock it within a 10-kilometer range. They could communicate in real time. With the battery lasting a day. Beyond that distance, the intercom would merely receive signals, much like a radio. With the villa's high-power station, the signal could effectively cover the entire Tianhe city. How did Zhuangzhen acquire these items? Chao Chang asked, pocketing the tuned intercom. Zhuangzhen was a military enthusiast, and the firearms, night vision goggles, and military antique radios in the villa were procured through illicit channels from abroad. Unfortunately, 2 advanced drones had been destroyed by Shenzhen. Liu Yun speculated that this was the primary reason Zhuangzhen had been confined and mistreated by her half-brother Zhuangzhen, with zombies roaming freely and chaos reigning in the city. Drones were invaluable reconnaissance tools, Chao Chang lamented, realizing that no matter how useful binoculars or night vision goggles were, they could not compare to aerial surveillance for its convenience. If he were Zhuangzhen and such useful electronic equipment were destroyed by Zhuangzhen, he would have surely given her a few solid punches. For the time being, the villa lacked for neither food nor water, so Chao Chang prioritized training Lu Yun. He would occasionally activate a small speaker to attract zombies for Lu Yun to dispatch. Hoping to accumulate 10,000 merit points to unlock more functions of the Legion system over 2 days, Lu Yun, limited by her physical capacity as a woman, managed to eliminate just over 400 zombies, falling far short of the 10,000 target. Conversely, Chao Chang, at times fueled by enthusiasm, would rush out of the villa and slay zombies, amassing 33 attribute points, with his cumulative zombie kills nearing 10,000. Upon seeing his accumulated 30 attribute points, Chao Chang opted for balanced allocation, adding 10 points to each attribute. Name: Chao Chang. Age: 22. Strength: 40. Agility: 20. Immunity: 15. Bound female team members: 1. Legion system merit: 421. Allocatable attribute points: 0. Chao Chang gazed at the refreshed screen, realizing that his strength was now equivalent to 8 average men, with agility exceeding that of normal individuals fourfold. The exact efficacy of his immunity remained unclear. He certainly could not afford to test it by allowing a zombie to bite him. However, at this rate of enhancement, would he not become superhuman, or even divine? Chapter 15, a bit complicated, unfortunately, as the system's host. He could not count his zombie kills towards merit points. With Lu Yun only having accumulated a little over 400 merit points, progress was painfully slow, leaving him uncertain when he might unlock additional functions of the Legion system. Yet he could not allow her to venture outside the villa to farm merit points, or if she were bitten by a zombie or mutated creature, the risks would far outweigh the benefits. At present, Lu Yun was his sole soldier. He had to tread carefully to ensure he did not become a lone commander without any troops should he lower his moral standards and bind Zhuangzhen as a female team member. The system dictated that only through intimate relationships could one bind another as a team member, and the speed of accumulating merit points would undoubtedly increase if they both eliminated zombies together. However, as this thought crossed his mind, Chao Chang instinctively shook his head. While there were boundaries meant to be crossed, Zhuangzhen was a reclusive girl, slender and delicate. To be candid, he was not particularly fond of that type. Fearing that he might inadvertently cause her harm, with his strength now 8 times that of an average man, he had to be cautious even when training with Lu Yun, calculating the time. It seemed that the surrounding area of the Zijin Garden community had likely been stripped of most survival supplies. The group of security personnel mentioned by Chen Yu would surely take action. They were a tough challenge. Chao Chang's decision to target Zhuangzhen's group stemmed not only from envy of their modified vehicles and more comfortable living quarters, but also from the fact that they were easier to handle. Although he had nearly encountered disaster due to the detonator, Zhuangzhen, a wealthy second-generation individual, was like a docile lamb compared to the security company members. What was the role of the security company? They operated under quasi-military management with most members trained in shooting and combat, some even being veterans. In terms of skill and tactical acumen, they easily surpassed Zhuangchan, and facing such a group, Chao Chong felt little confidence. He was not superhuman, a bullet to the head would kill him just the same, and the security personnel were undoubtedly skilled in executing headshots, even if there was an 8x scope sniper rifle in the police station. It would be a nightmare for Chao Chong. He felt it imperative to conduct reconnaissance fast. One must see to truly assess the level of danger. As night fell, Chao Chong donned chainmail and instructed Lu Yun to keep a watchful eye on the home. Should any insurmountable danger arise, she was to inform him immediately via the intercom. If he did not respond, she should have Zhuangzhen call him using the high-power transmitter. Is it really necessary to go out? We currently have sufficient survival supplies. We can wait until we run low to venture outside. The outside world is simply too perilous, Lu Yun protested. Chao Chong interrupted her. Do you remember what Chen Yu said about a security company occupying the police station? They have firearms, and in their quest for survival supplies they will undoubtedly expand their search radius and eventually find their way here. Once they discover our villas, we will be in grave danger. So we must eliminate the threat as early as possible. This time Chao Chong did not take a vehicle, he was going for reconnaissance, and the sound of an engine would serve as an early warning to the enemy. Nevertheless, even in chainmail, Chao Chong's speed while running was nearly as fast as driving, and far more discreet. He first arrived at the Zijin Garden community, discovering it devoid of survivors, with clear signs of having been ransacked. Chao Chong was unsure whether this was the work of the security company or other survivors, but it undoubtedly confirmed his suspicions. As the survival supplies in this area dwindled, conflict among survivors would likely escalate. With the ultimate victor being the group that occupied the police station and possessed weapons, Chao Chong turned his attention towards the police station, and along the way aside from the wandering zombies. He occasionally heard low or thunderous roars, which he attempted to avoid. These sounds likely indicated powerful mutated creatures hunting for food or vying for territory, and he certainly did not wish to be devoured as a snack. Stopping about a kilometer from the police station, Chao Chong took out Lu Yan's night vision-enabled phone to assess the situation inside and outside the station. There were numerous zombies outside the police station, but they were obstructed by barricades, unable to enter. What attracted these zombies were the brightly lit windows of the police station. Chao Chong was astonished to find that there was indeed a power supply here. He could not discern whether it was solar or generator powered. Adjusting the focus, he zoomed in, immediately furrowing his brow. There were 3 individuals stationed on the police station's rooftop, and as he had feared, an 8x scope sniper rifle was indeed present. If they also had night vision equipment, Chao Chong would undoubtedly find himself in a perilous situation. Lowering the lens, his frown deepened, just as he suspected. The members of the security company were not indulging in the chaotic antics typical of Zhuangchan. Instead, they maintained a well-ordered environment. Some were on watch, others were preparing dinner, and a few were exercising. Their numbers exceeded Chao Chong's expectations, totaling around 27 or 28 individuals. This was quite troublesome. Faced with such a formidable and numerous adversary, a single misstep could lead to disaster. Chao Chong continued to observe, soon discovering a suspected hidden lookout, which left him at a loss. Should he employ the same tactic of luring zombies to clear a path, that would require him to pray for the enemy's poor marksmanship. They likely possessed night vision equipment. While he had the scent of zombies, any unusual behavior would undoubtedly attract fire, leading to his demise. As Chao Chong grappled with how to approach this group, the situation within was far from the ideal he envisioned. In less than 2 months, a well-structured microsociety had formed here. The pinnacle of this hierarchy was Chen Tiancheng, the business manager of Mingdan Security Company, who had been a senior executive before the upheaval. With his accurate marksmanship, combat skills, and management abilities, his subordinates had grown accustomed to obeying his commands. After the cataclysm, it was Chen Tiancheng who led a team of security members to seize control of the police station. acquiring more weapons and equipment. He enforced a militarized management style and a strict reward and punishment system, ensuring that no one dared to defy him. The members of the original security company occupy the mid-tier of the hierarchy. They are well-fed, armed, and possess a significantly enhanced probability of survival. At the base of this pyramid, however, are a group of 20 or so women confined and kept from starvation by Chen Tiancheng, whose intentions are all too evident. These women serve as a means for his subordinates to vent their frustrations. Survival in this apocalyptic world is exceedingly arduous, and having such an outlet is crucial, otherwise madness might ensue. Moreover, these women have additional functions, such as performing menial tasks like cooking and cleaning, or, in dangerous situations, serving as bait to draw the attention of the zombies. In a brightly lit and spacious office, Chen Tiancheng exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression grave. Today, the search in the Zijin Garden community yielded scant supplies. We must ration our survival resources, which will last at most 10 to 15 days. Now, let us deliberate on our next course of action. Chapter 16. No one dares to pet the cat anymore. Opposite Chen Tiancheng sat 3 individuals. The more astute members of their group, whom he relied upon as aides. Guan Yi, bearing a scar across his face, propped his feet on the edge of the desk. What else can we do? We will take it one step at a time. Since we have found nothing in Zijin Garden, we should change direction, perhaps to the South Country Holiday Hotel, a 5-star establishment that must surely contain a wealth of supplies. The hotel management would not neglect to stockpile provisions. Would they? The muscular Ma Shaoquan twitched at the corner of his mouth. Our armored vehicle and fire truck cannot reach there. The distance is quite considerable. Even if we locate supplies, how do we transport them back? I suggest we find a way to cross to the opposite bank, carefully tipping the vehicles on the nearby bridge into the river to clear a path. Close to the riverbank there lies a large supermarket, which undoubtedly holds ample supplies. Li Jin, with a bald head, opened his mouth to reveal a set of yellowed teeth. You're dreaming. Did you not see the video captured by the drone? There is a formidable mutated creature near the bridge, the likes of which we cannot identify even before its mutation. It is amphibious and could crush a small car in one bite. Combined, we are no match for its strength. Li Jin lit a cigarette, took a drag, and continued. The obstacles on the road towards the South Country Holiday Hotel are numerous and would hinder our transport of supplies. My recommendation is to spend another day scavenging in the vicinity. We might find a few survivors and seize their resources, then we can explore the River Bay area. One of our former employers owned a villa in that region, which is easier to defend. Especially the manor. Did not old Chen mention its advantageous position, making it hard to attack while being close to the river? If we can find a boat, we can bypass the bridge. Chen Tiancheng pondered the 3 men's suggestions. The idea of crossing to the opposite bank is undoubtedly sound. Resources in Zijin Garden and the surrounding communities are becoming increasingly difficult to procure, while the zombie threat is escalating. Continuing the search north-south may lead us to encounter powerful mutated creatures. So crossing the river is imperative. Thus Ali Jin's suggestion to use the River Bay Villa area as a stepping stone appears to be a relatively safe route for the next 2 days. We will gather survival supplies as much as possible, and on the morning of the day after tomorrow, we shall set out with the River Bay Villa area as our destination, Chen Tiancheng declared decisively. What about the women? Ma Shaoquan inquired. We shall take a few who are attractive and well proportioned. The rest can be discarded as needed to divert the zombies and clear our path. We must minimize our own casualties. Women are plentiful, and once we cross the river, we can easily find more. Chen Tiancheng then addressed Guan Yi. Tomorrow morning, you will take 5 men with me. Besides searching for food and water, our priority will be to find fuel. We must bring those 2 generators along, as our walkie-talkies and drones cannot afford to run out of power, and our armored vehicle is running low on fuel. The fuel in the fire truck should not be touched lightly. While Chen Tiancheng and the others held their meeting, Chao Chong distanced himself from the police station. A drone had ascended from the rooftop, its flashing red light indicating that it was equipped with thermal imaging technology. And he could not afford to reveal his intentions too early. armed with a fire axe, Chow Chang dispatched the wandering zombies in the streets, his mind racing with thoughts on how to eliminate the members of the security company. Ideally wiping them out entirely. The streets at night were not only populated by zombies but also by mutated rats, cockroaches, and beetles. These were manageable as even though they had grown in size, they did not pose a threat to survivors due to their dietary habits. What truly unnerved him were the mutated cats and dogs alongside some unidentifiable mutated creatures. Once beloved pets, cats and dogs had turned the tables, now preying upon human survivors. The thought of encountering a husky or golden retriever the size of a cow sent chills down Chow Chang's spine. As for the unknown mutated creatures, who could tell what they were before their transformation? With their unpredictable abilities, encountering them could lead to a dire fate. Chow Chang felt he could become stronger. Yet the instincts of these mutated beings resembled superhuman abilities. He could not afford to provoke them. Even more perplexing to Chow Chang was the observation that the food supply for zombies was dwindling. Given the small number of survivors, yet the zombies did not appear to be starving. He speculated whether they had evolved a form of photosynthesis akin to plants, absorbing sunlight to replenish their energy needs. The gray-green skin and dark green veins of the zombies served as evidence of this theory. After more than an hour, Chow Chang grew weary from his killings, accumulating 10 free attribute points, which he chose to save rather than spend. He took a moment to rest in the corner of a wall and drank some water. Static crackled through the walkie-talkie, followed by the slightly distorted voice of Lu Yun. "Darling. Are you alright?" "I'm fine here. Is everything safe at home?" "Everything is fine at home. I just patrolled the manor and even took down a lone zombie outside the walls. Zhenshan is repairing the drone, but she lacks some key components." The two chatted about inconsequential matters, mainly to confirm each other's safety. To conserve battery, Chow Chang ended the conversation after inquiring about the drone parts. Those components could likely be found at the electronics market, and perhaps even a new drone, but it was too far away for him to venture. However, if he stumbled upon a shop that repaired electronic devices, he might take a chance. After a brief respite, Chow Chang resumed mingling among the zombies, playing the role of a zombie double agent. The zombies would never suspect that a traitor was among them, otherwise they would surely wonder why their numbers were dwindling. Chow Chang was not aimlessly following the zombies. He had devised a rough plan to use them to eliminate the formidable mutated creatures near the police station, thereby allowing them to assist him in disposing of the members of the security company. He understood that his actions were perilously close to courting death, but he could conceive no better alternative than to serve as bait, luring the mutated creatures into action. Moreover, he sought those that were not particularly swift but had thick hides, capable of enduring concentrated fire. This would give him an opportunity to strike with deadly precision amidst the chaos. Damn it, who keeps a Burmese python at home? A non-mutated one is frightening enough, but this mutated golden python is enormous, easily the length of a heavy-duty truck. Best to avoid that. A motorcycle-sized tabby cat. No one would dare to pet a cat anymore. What is that? A spider with a 2-meter span, spinning webs thicker than a finger. Getting caught in that would surely spell doom. At this point, Chow Chang had ventured beyond the range of the walkie-talkie signal and finally understood why Shuo Chan and the others from the security company searched for survival supplies only within a 10-mile radius of the Zijin Garden community. Chapter 17. Is it fate that opposes me? The reason was the terrifyingly powerful mutated creatures lurking just beyond that distance. The modified mining truck he had stolen was impressive, but facing off against the mutated golden python and the giant spider would undoubtedly lead to his demise. This was not merely the apocalypse, it was akin to the revival of demons as described in novels. The sole stroke of luck for Chow Chang was that these formidable mutated creatures did not possess high intelligence and still operated on the primal instincts of their pre-mutated forms. If they had even a modicum of intellect, it would certainly herald the return of chaos and the end of any survival space for humanity. After careful consideration, Chow Chang selected a mutated crocodile. Judging by its appearance, this crocodile was likely a critically endangered Yangtze alligator before its mutation, a creature known for its fondness for snow cakes. However, after the world changed, this once adorable alligator had morphed into a 6-meter-long giant crocodile, a significant departure from its former self. Chow Chong tested the waters and found that the instincts of the mutated Yangtze alligator had not significantly altered. This was his target. The alligator loved snow cakes, but given the absence of such delicacies, he could only use zombies as substitutes. He seized a zombie by the leg and hurled it towards the mutated Yangtze alligator, watching as it struck the creature's head with the force of a boulder. The impact sent the zombie's limbs flying, a sight akin to an egg colliding with a stone. The mutated crocodile, somewhat sluggish, raised its head and scanned the surroundings with its pale yellow eyes before lowering itself again. Chow Chong sighed and nocked an arrow, aiming for one of the creature's eyes. With a swift release, the bolt whistled through the air and struck the alligator's eye. In agony, the mutated crocodile emitted a low, guttural roar, glancing around until it finally spotted the pest that had provoked it. Chow Chong took another shot at the creature's body, the arrow hitting and sparking against its armored scales. The creature's hide was as resilient as defensive armor, which suited his intentions perfectly. As long as he could exhaust the ammunition of those security company members, he would no longer fear them. He could dispatch them single-handedly with his axe, confronted with the incessant provocations from Chow Chong. The mutated crocodile finally erupted in fury, charging towards him amidst a series of thunderous roars. The vehicles attempting to obstruct its path were effortlessly tossed aside by its powerful claws. Its cold, unfeeling gaze fixated on Chow Chong, exuding the distinct indifference characteristic of a cold-blooded creature. Relying on his exceptional agility, Chow Chong swiftly outpaced the mutated crocodile, and whenever it hesitated, he continued to shoot arrows in provocation, guiding the beast towards the police station. Where have all the zombies disappeared to? When Chow Chong lured the mutated crocodile to a point 3 miles from the police station, he was astonished to find that the number of zombies had diminished by 90%. Just as he pondered this mystery, the mutated crocodile abruptly ceased its pursuit, turning its massive head aside. Its scaly armor quivered violently, emitting a hissing sound, while its roars grew even louder. Suddenly, a figure dashed out from between two buildings 200 meters away. Fleeing in a panic like a frightened dog, Chow Chong and the stranger locked eyes, both taken aback by the encounter. Chen Yu instantly recognized Chow Chong through his chainmail. Panting heavily, "Run, there's a mutated bug behind us." Without needing further warning, Chow Chong spotted the mutated bug, a creature that had previously been a mere blister beetle, known colloquially in Tianhe City as a fat bug no larger than a fingernail. Now, however, it had transformed into a behemoth comparable to a small car, its carapace glistening with a dark, almost metallic sheen. Chow Chong had intended to lure the mutated crocodile towards the police station, but he hadn't anticipated Chen Yu's unexpected intervention, which had summoned this formidable adversary that appeared even more fearsome than the mutated crocodile. Was Chen Yu destined to be his nemesis? Their two encounters had yielded nothing but trouble. The unpredictability of the situation left him frustrated. As he nocked an arrow aimed at the far faster fat bug, the projectile struck it with a metallic clang, causing his expression to darken considerably. Both mutated creatures possessed defenses of an extraordinarily high caliber. "Get down!" Seeing Chow Chong provoke the fat bug, Chen Yu suddenly tackled him to the ground, rolling away just in time. The bug's tail erupted with a torrent akin to a fire hydrant bursting forth. They narrowly avoided the acidic spray that eroded the very ground where they had stood. Some of the corrosive liquid splashed onto the mutated crocodile, causing its already formidable scales to emit wisps of yellow smoke. The pain from the acid ignited the crocodile's ferocity, and it surged forward, jaws agape, aiming to bite the bug on the head. The fat bug, however, was incredibly agile, unleashing two successive jets of acid from its tail. One struck the mutated crocodile's tail, corroding a significant portion away and throwing it off balance, resulting in a rather undignified tumble. The bug, having exhausted its acid jets, was now forced into a brutal melee with the crocodile, the clash resembling two vehicles colliding repeatedly, shedding scales and chitin in the process. Chow Chong trembled with anxiety Acutely aware that even with the support of his system he could not afford to be careless, a direct hit from the bug's acid would undoubtedly leave him as nothing more than a pile of bones. This creature was a nightmare straight out of a film, far too terrifying for comfort. Chen Yu was equally shaken, gasping for breath as her chest heaved with effort. Then Chao Chong worried that her leather attire might not withstand the strain. Fortunately, the two mutated beasts were too engrossed in their battle to pay heed to their smaller foes, otherwise they would surely have met a tragic fate. The two instinctively retreated from the fray, only stopping when they had put a kilometer's distance between themselves and the chaos. Frustrated by the disruption of his plans, Chao Chong remarked, "Why did you attract a mutated fat bug? That thing is far too dangerous. A single touch and one could be finished." Chen Yu, equally shaken, replied, "I was merely trying to find someone near People's Park when the fat bug suddenly appeared, intent on devouring me. Thankfully, I was quick on my feet." "And you, how did you manage to attract the mutated crocodile?" "You were right in your assessment. The supply of resources around the Jinjuan has dwindled significantly. The group holed up in the police station is bound to expand their scavenging territory, and I have no desire to become their target. Hence, I aimed to lure a mutated creature to deal with them. They are heavily armed, presenting a significant threat, and I cannot entrust my life to their potential mercy. I must act decisively." Chen Yu's eyes lit up. "Then perhaps we can collaborate. The person I seek may have been captured by that group, and she is of utmost importance. If we find her, we may have a chance to enter the shelter." Having witnessed Chao Chong's combat prowess, Chen Yu was eager to recruit him as an ally and divulged vital information. At the airport in the southern suburbs of Tenha City, flights are still operational. A few days ago, the airport's manager broadcasted a message seeking Professor Hiseyu, an expert in biopharmaceuticals. Whoever finds him and brings him to the airport will secure a seat on a plane to the shelter. Chen Yu's excitement grew as she spoke. Despite the global upheaval, some pre-existing civil defense measures are still functional, and private shelters likely contain substantial survival supplies. Once inside, we would be free from immediate survival pressures. However, Chao Chong was unimpressed by her words. With his system at his side, he could thrive in this apocalyptic world. Why would he wish to become a mere servant in a shelter? Besides, it was an apocalyptic scenario, far more chaotic than wartime. Entering a shelter did not guarantee safety, yet the prospect of collaboration intrigued him. His primary objective was to dismantle the group from the security company and eliminate the threat posed by their firearms. Having fought alongside Chen Yu, he deemed her somewhat trustworthy. Her skills and marksmanship were commendable, and teaming up was preferable to facing the danger alone. "I won't pursue finding Hiseyu for the shelter, but I can assist you in locating your person, provided we can deal with the individuals holed up in the police station first." Chen Yu readily agreed. "Then we will proceed as you suggested. Luring the mutated creature over. I have observed that group, and they are well armed. Even possessing drones, a frontal assault would be unwise." She picked up a branch and drew in the dirt. "I have been to that police station before. There's a manhole cover 200 meters from the main entrance, and the first cover lies within the police station's courtyard. I also have detonators. I will give you one. Having devised a rough plan, they turned their attention back to the two mutated creatures locked in combat. The once nationally protected waste had finally risen. After the fat bug had exhausted its Qing skills, its steel-like carapace was no match for the teeth of the mutated crocodile, which tore through it, devouring the remnants of its half-destroyed body. Chao Chong could not allow the mutated crocodile to sate its hunger and retreat to tend to its wounds. He continued to shoot arrows to provoke the crocodile, successfully reigniting its animosity towards him. As a result, he found himself running ahead while the crocodile pursued closely behind. The police station loomed ahead. Then Chao Chong suddenly accelerated. The watchman on the roof noticed the commotion, their jaws dropping in disbelief as they nearly forgot to raise the alarm. "What on earth is that?" "Oh no, it's the mutated crocodile from the Blue Sky Trading City. Quick, shoot, we cannot let it breach the barricade." "Damn it, shouldn't it be over there in the trading city? How did it get here? It might not even be the same one. Focus fire, take it down." The three atop the roof sprang into action. unleashing a hail of gunfire at the mutated crocodile. However, its defenses were too formidable, the arrows Chow Chong fired were ineffective, and the barrage from the 20-odd guns merely slowed the crocodile, akin to infantry attempting to scratch a tank. While the mutated crocodile drew their fire, Chow Chong seized the opportunity to use the gathered zombies as cover and swiftly pried open the cover of the manhole in front of the police station. Diving inside, the stench was overwhelming. As he descended into the sewer, he nearly choked on the noxious fumes, his eyes stinging, compelling him to sprint faster to escape the foul atmosphere, otherwise he risked suffocation from oxygen deprivation. Meanwhile, on the surface, Chen Tiancheng and the others realized that their concentrated fire was ineffective against the mutated crocodile but remained calm. After ordering a ceasefire, Chen Tiancheng instructed Mo Shaoquan, "Get the vehicle out. This is not the time to conserve fuel." This had been a premeditated contingency plan. Mo Shaoquan descended to start a fire truck and drove it to the police station's entrance. The fire truck sprayed a deluge of gasoline, drenching the mutated crocodile 100 meters away. Recently splashed by the fat bug, the crocodile was particularly sensitive to liquids. The unique odor of gasoline drove it into a frenzy, causing it to crash through the barricades, barreling towards the police station's entrance. Ma Shaoquan chuckled as the sound of gunfire erupted again. Bullets struck the crocodile's scales, sparking flames. With a roar of agony, the gasoline-soaked crocodile was engulfed in flames, losing its sense of direction as it thrashed wildly, colliding with everything in its path. After several minutes, it lay still, reduced to a massive pile of burning debris. Chen Tiancheng decisively declared, "The gunfire and flames will attract countless zombies and mutated creatures. We cannot linger here. We must push out now," with Mo Shaoquan leading the way to the Riverside Villa district. As Mo Shaoquan was about to respond, his head suddenly exploded. Almost immediately, the 3 sentinels on the rooftop were struck in succession, with 2 of them perishing on the spot. Chen Yu had just managed to retreat behind the wall when the counterattack from Chen Tiancheng and his group commenced. Although she wielded a silenced pistol, the bullet's trajectory illuminated her position against the night sky. Concrete debris flew chaotically, and Chen Yu dared not expose herself again. However, she had successfully drawn the attention of Chen Tiancheng and his companions, making them aware that they faced not only zombies and mutated creatures but also survivors armed with weapons. Frustration consumed Chen Tiancheng. Their recent scavenging for survival supplies had been so fruitful, and now they found themselves ambushed after a long day of hunting. It seemed that the mutated crocodile's presence near the police station was no mere coincidence. It had undoubtedly been lured there by someone. "Guan Yi, you are responsible for fire suppression. Li Jin, gather the survival supplies. I will lead a team to eliminate the enemy. In 10 minutes, regardless of my success, we will regroup at the front entrance," Chen Tiancheng commanded, naming 4 individuals to form a tactical unit. Under the cover of Guan Yi and the others' firepower, they charged out of the police station's entrance. In her hand, Chen Yu held a small round mirror. Using the flickering flames to observe Chen Tiancheng and his group's movements, just as she was about to discern how many had emerged, the reflective surface of the mirror was struck by a bullet, and shattered glass nearly grazed her fingers. Chen Yu placed a bundle of explosives given to her by Chow Chong at her feet, ignited the fuse, then swiftly retreated according to her agreement with Chow Chong. As long as she ignited the explosives, her task would be complete, and she needed to leave immediately to avoid being surrounded and devoured by the gathering zombies, becoming a mere snack for the mutated creatures. As for Chow Chong's safety, the sewer served as his escape route. As long as he managed to hide in the sewer, he was likely to be safe from mortal danger. Chapter 19: The Assassination with a Thunderous Boom. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the wall where Chen Yu had just been standing collapsed, nearly obliterating Chen Tiancheng and his 5 companions. The explosion resonated louder than the gunfire that had previously attracted a horde of zombies. After this blast, the undead within a 5-mile radius began to converge frantically towards the police station. At the moment of the explosion, Chow Chong seized the opportunity to push open the manhole cover of the sewer. Poking his head out, taking a deep breath, the acrid stench cleared his mind, and he leaped to the wall's corner to assess the situation. The rooftop sentinels were absent, allowing his taut nerves to relax slightly. Grasping the drainage pipe, he ascended the rooftop with the agility of a nimble monkey, only to find two corpses sprawled on the ground, with the sniper rifle and other firearms conspicuously missing. From his vantage point, he observed sporadic gunfire in front of the police station, clearly indicating that Chen Yu was on the receiving end of the fire suppression. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. "I told you to leave, yet you chose to play the martyr." Though he spoke such words, he felt a flicker of appreciation for Chen Yu. If her heart were to be dissected, it would likely be found to be red with compassion. With a gun in his left hand and a fire axe tightly gripped in his right, Chao Chang began his descent, layer by layer. Since Chen Yu was putting in such effort, he felt compelled to reciprocate and assist her. Starting with locating the professor named Hisaoyu, with a swift motion, Chao Chang's fire axe crushed the skull of an unsuspecting foe. Without waiting for the body to hit the ground, he quickly pulled it aside. This marked his third kill, yielding 3 handguns and over 20 rounds of ammunition. He had no doubt that he was not mistakenly targeting innocents, for Chen Yu had mentioned that the professor named Hisaoyu was a woman. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he encountered several women being herded downwards by 2 security personnel. The 2 parties crossed paths in the corridor. Chao Chang unleashed a speed that seemed inhuman, swiftly wielding his fire axe. And before the opponents could react, they lay lifeless on the floor. "Which of you is Hisaoyu?" Chao Chang inquired in a low voice. The women, their expressions blank, remained silent, having endured both physical and psychological torment at the hands of Chen Chancheng and his group. Effectively rendered as human tools, gradually forgetting how to speak, years of conditioning had stripped them of their normal human reactions. It took several inquiries before they collectively shook their heads, indicating that they were not Hisaoyu. "Hide beneath the desks in the rooms, lock the doors, and do not come out if you wish to survive," Chao Chang instructed before continuing his search for Hisaoyu and eliminating the security personnel. He moved like a ghost, lurking in the shadows, having already dispatched 10 members of the security company. During this time, he sustained a gunshot wound to the chest, but fortunately, his armor was genuine, offering protection comparable to that of a bulletproof vest. Had he been struck by a sniper rifle with armor-piercing capabilities, the outcome might have been dire. When Chao Chang reached the 1st floor, he finally revealed himself, exchanging gunfire with the remaining security personnel. After emptying his magazine, he managed to take down 3 more foes and captured one alive. "Where is Hisaoyu?" he demanded fiercely. The security member, who had been shot in the thigh, sneered. "Go to hell." With that, he pulled out a remote control from his pocket and pressed the red button just before Chao Chang could shoot him dead. With a deafening explosion, the police station's entrance was blown apart, creating a gaping hole in the makeshift barricade. Guan Yi and Li Jin, along with a few others, were waiting for their subordinates to escort the women down when the sudden explosion alerted them that something was amiss. According to their contingency plan, detonating the explosives at the police station's entrance indicated that trouble was brewing inside. The explosion would only aid the zombies by clearing their path, a mutually destructive course of action. Guan Yi jumped into the driver's seat of the vehicle, barking, "Get moving, we can't wait for anyone else, we need to go help Chen Lauda." Before he could finish his sentence, zombies surged through the breach in the barricade. Li Jin and the others scrambled to start the vehicles, kicking the 4 women who had previously been brought out to attract the zombies' attention. Just as Li Jin pressed the accelerator, a crossbow bolt struck his neck. The armored vehicle veered violently forward, crashing into the barricade, and was soon surrounded by the undead. Chao Chang abandoned his compound bow and dashed forward as a horde of zombies prepared to devour the 4 women. He swung his fire axe, shouting at the fallen women, "Run into the police station and find a room to hide." At that moment, he could no longer afford to inquire about Hisaoyu's identity. He sprinted to pursue the other 2 vehicles. Seeing Li Jin shot and the vehicle crash into the barricade, Guan Yi did not entertain a thought of turning back to rescue anyone. With the mutated crocodile already posing a threat and survivors targeting them, it seemed the situation inside the police station had also deteriorated. If they didn't speed up their escape, they would surely become zombies' next meal. Chow Chong picked up the compound bow, drew the string back and aimed for the fuel tank of one of the armored vehicles. With a single arrow, he pierced the tank, igniting a fireball that engulfed the vehicle in flames. Guan Yi's eyes nearly bulged with rage as he shouted, "Kill him!" Inside the vehicle, two members of the security company leaned halfway out of the window, their semi-automatic submachine guns rattling, fueled by desperation. Chow Chong relied on his extraordinary agility to maneuver in a serpentine pattern, evading their shots, though he still felt the force of impacts against his chest and thigh, ignoring his own injuries. He closed the distance to the armored vehicle and delivered a powerful blow with his axe, severing the body of one security member protruding from the window, then swiftly swung again, crushing Guan Yi's skull in the driver's seat. The armored vehicle careened out of control, crashing into a roadside tree, and another member who had leaned out of the window was thrown from the vehicle. Before he could rise, he fell victim to Chow Chong's axe. With most of the security personnel dispatched and countless zombies converging, this location had become Chow Chong's domain. Chen Chancheng and his 5 companions were fortunate to have evaded Chow Chong's onslaught and managed to escape the encirclement of zombies. However, as they glanced back at the chaos unfolding at the police station, Chen Chancheng's expression darkened considerably. He estimated that only the 4 individuals beside him remained, and they were not yet entirely out of danger. Gunfire continued to ring out from the shadows, fired from weapons equipped with silencers, leaving them reluctant to retaliate for fear of attracting the zombies. It was a situation that left him feeling both exasperated and furious. "Split up, our survival depends on fate," Chen Chancheng concluded, unable to devise any other plan. Those who survived would regroup at the Hewan Villa area, the others nodded in understanding, and the 5 individuals dispersed in different directions. This presented a dilemma for Chen Yu. She could only pursue one person, but before she could take a few steps, Chow Chong appeared before her. Chapter 20, Do Zombies Smoke? Leave the rest to me. Find a place nearby to hide. You need not worry about the police station. The women who were captured should all be safe. I've instructed them to hide in the rooms once dawn breaks and the zombies disperse. We will go look for them. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her. As long as they were alive, there was still hope that Professor Hisayu was inside. The others had fled in different directions, and if they couldn't catch up, it was best not to dwell on it. Having lost the police station as a stronghold, they likely had little ammunition remaining. And whether they would survive remained uncertain. However, Chow Chong had no intention of letting anyone escape, especially since Chen Yu had indicated that some were headed towards the Hewan Villa area. He needed to eliminate them quickly. Once he was a sufficient distance from Chen Yu, he retrieved an explosive device from his backpack, ignited the fuse, and tossed it 100 meters away, with a thunderous explosion. Zombies from all directions flocked towards the epicenter, including 2,000 to 3,000 drawn from the direction of the police station. Chen Yu had no idea who had caused the explosion. She dared not reveal herself again. Since she and Chow Chong had lured the mutated crocodile to the police station, less than 20 minutes had passed, and the series of violent explosions and the incessant gunfire had attracted zombies from a radius of over 10 miles. The streets were densely packed with hordes of zombies, occasionally interrupted by the presence of mutated creatures. For the survivors who had not found refuge, the prospect of survival was nearly impossible. Chen Chancheng and his companions sprinted for a kilometer, only to find themselves in a place where there was no room to stand, or zombies surrounded them from all directions, forcing the 5 of them to huddle together to fend off the relentless onslaught. There was no longer any concern about whether the sound of gunfire would attract more zombies. Chen Chancheng and his comrades were skilled marksmen, their bullets unerring as they dispatched zombie after zombie, eliminating nearly 100 of the undead. However, their ammunition quickly ran dry. They resorted to wielding knives and batons to slash and strike at the zombies, but the numbers seemed endless, utterly inexhaustible. The first among them was overwhelmed, quickly followed by a second. Chen Chancheng was exceptionally formidable, wielding his blade to slay over a dozen zombies, yet his surge of strength lasted less than a minute. Exhausted and unable to evade, He was soon brought down by the ravenous horde. The zombies, indifferent to any specific body part, lunged at him with open mouths. As he lay on the ground, Chen Chancheng, in a daze, glimpsed a figure standing a few meters away. Observing him with a bemused expression, a cigarette dangling from their lips. An illusion, it must be an illusion. Could a zombie smoke? With this perplexing thought, he inhaled his last breath, quickly reduced to mere scraps of bone by the feasting zombies. Chao Chong had cleared a wave of zombies, accumulating 25 attribute points, indicating he had dispatched over 2,500 zombies that night. However, the greatest achievement was the eradication of the security company and the removal of their greatest threat. Chao Chong gathered the weapons strewn about, the 6 guns, 3 police batons, and 2 machetes. Though all ammunition had been expended. He stored these items in his backpack and searched the armored vehicle. To his delight, he found a pristine 8x scope sniper rifle, along with dozens of rounds of what appeared to be sniper ammunition. The survival supplies in the vehicle consisted of some convenience foods, which he deemed unworthy. Planning to inquire whether Chen Yu had any use for them later, Chen Yu had put in a tremendous effort that night, otherwise some of their quarry might have escaped to the riverside villa area, posing a significant threat to Lu Yun and Zhuangzhen. At that moment, thousands of zombies still surrounded the police station, and Chao Chong did not rush to reunite with Chen Yu. He found a building, broke in and lay down to rest, only to be awakened at dawn by the crackling sound of a walkie-talkie. The estate was safe, and Lu Yun checked in to confirm their well-being, inquiring whether Chao Chong would return to the villa that day. After assuring her he would, he ended the communication and stepped outside the building. The densely packed zombies from the previous night had dispersed by about 80%, and there was still a plume of black smoke rising from the direction of the police station, the source of which remained unclear, whether it was the remains of a mutated crocodile not fully incinerated or tires that had not burned completely. Chao Chong arrived at the location where Chen Yu had hidden the night before. Greeted by her radiant smile. I knew you wouldn't go down so easily. What about those bastards? Have they been wiped out, completely annihilated? I found some weapons, and there's survival gear in an armored vehicle that we can split. Though Chao Chong said this, he had no intention of sharing the 8x scope sniper rifle and its ammunition with Chen Yu. As for the handguns and submachine guns that were now devoid of bullets, their lethality was akin to that of bricks and firewood, and given the truckload of survival supplies, any split would clearly favor Chen Yu. Let's set those aside for now. Our primary focus is locating the others. Chen Yu, noticing the sniper rifle slung over Chao Chong's shoulder, reassured him, "Don't worry, I have no intention of taking that sniper rifle. There are still hundreds of zombies wandering around the police station. Let us begin the cleanup." Chao Chong silently admired her acumen, recognizing her understanding of what he desired. The two fought side by side once more, and within half an hour they had cleared the zombies outside the police station. As the primary force, Chao Chong gained another attribute point. Inside the police station a few zombies lingered, which were swiftly eliminated by the duo. Chen Yu went to search for survivors, while Chao Chong scoured for police equipment. Fixating on the two drones. He also gathered other items such as bulletproof vests, tear gas canisters, water bottles, first aid kits, and walkie-talkies. Stacking them together, Chen Yu opened 3 doors and discovered 21 women. They were fortunate to have avoided becoming cannon fodder at the hands of Chen Tiancheng and his group the previous night. Yet their plight was dire. Their mental states were severely deteriorated, with a dozen of them barely clothed, leaving Chao Chong momentarily stunned. He pondered whether the security company had forbidden these women from wearing clothing inside the building. Where were their eyes supposed to look? Chen Yu jabbed at Chao Chong, recalling their first encounter. Even in the midst of survival struggles, he was still scavenging, clearly a man unable to control his desires. Chao Chong chuckled awkwardly. "Did you find anyone?" Chen Yu nodded, a fleeting look of compassion crossing her face as she pulled forward a woman in her 30s. "This is Professor Hiseyu. With her, we can head to the south suburbs airport and catch a flight to the shelter, escaping this hellish furnace known as Chenha City." Chao Chong was taken aback. He had not expected to find anyone. Let alone the so-called Professor Hisayu, who turned out to be a short-haired woman in her 30s. However, this professor he appeared battered and warned, her expression vacant and her eyes hollow. Is she mentally stable? I never agreed to go with you to the South Suburbs airport. Let us divide the spoils first. I must have the sniper rifle and its ammunition, and I want one of the drones. You can choose whatever else you need. I'll let you have the lion's share. Chen Yu was taken aback. You're not going to the airport. Are you planning to wait for death here in Tianha City? Chao Chong had been prepared with a plausible excuse. The South Suburbs airport is 30 to 40 kilometers away. How do you propose we travel there safely? I don't wish to perish en route. What will you do with these women? He countered. Of course, we must live together. I have a radio that can request a helicopter from the South Suburbs airport to pick us up. Do you think I'm a fool? Traversing half the city to reach the airport with Professor Hisayu is tantamount to seeking death. As Chen Yu spoke, she deliberately blocked his line of sight, making Chao Chong feel unjustly maligned. Yet her words also relieved him. If any of the women wished to accompany him, it would only complicate matters. It wasn't that he harbored any particular aversion to them, but they appeared utterly broken, surely a burden. While he had no shortage of survival supplies, he did not wish to play the role of a caretaker. Chen Yu, perhaps fearing that Chao Chong might harbor ill intentions towards the women or eager to depart the inferno that was Tianha City, divided the spoils before leading Professor Hisayu and the 21 women away from the police station. Chao Chong watched them leave, shaking his head slightly, skeptical of Chen Yu's plans. Even if they escaped Tianha City to reach the so-called shelter, what would it matter? They might still face stringent management and rationing of supplies, making their current freedom far more appealing. However, after their two encounters, Chao Chong had gained a clearer understanding of who Chen Yu was. She was a woman of strong opinions, resilient in character, unyielding until her goals were achieved. Compared to Lu Yun, the affluent second-generation, Chen Yu was the epitome of a strong woman. To speak bluntly, unless he could secure Chen Yu as a companion, he risked losing control over her. Forcing an intimate relationship could lead to disastrous consequences. I hope your wishes come to fruition. Chao Chong murmured a quiet blessing for Chen Yu before turning to gather his belongings. In addition to the spoils he had collected, he ventured to a nearby mall to find clothing and shoes suitable for Lu Yun and Zhuangzhen, selecting only high-end brands from before the apocalypse. He stuffed several large bags into the back of the mining truck. Checking the time, it was still before 9 in the morning. He did not rush back to the villa but instead drove the mining truck to the Tianha Bridge. The Tianha Bridge stretched over 1,000 meters, its surface cluttered with vehicles. To the left of the opposite side lay Tianha City's largest marketplace, adjacent to the Tianha Convention Center, where he often waited for deliveries during his time as a courier. Observing through binoculars, he noted that the area surrounding the marketplace and convention center was teeming with zombies, which brought him a sense of relief. The abundance of zombies deterred survivors from venturing there, meaning the remaining supplies in the marketplace were practically reserved for him. However, Chao Chong was in no hurry. The zombies served as guardians for the supplies, ensuring nothing would be lost. He could take his time and proceed methodically. On his return journey, he chose a different route. The mining truck rolled forward, surrounded by countless zombies that pursued him. In Chao Chong's eyes, he felt like a king surveying his domain, as long as he refrained from provoking the formidable mutated creatures. The area within a radius of several miles around the villa belonged to him. Chao Chong applied the brakes and, 200 meters away, spotted someone on the second floor of a street-side fast food restaurant waving a red shirt. He was familiar with this establishment. Not only had he frequently picked up orders there, but the owner also updated her selfies daily on social media. The figure waving the red shirt was indeed the owner. Chao Chong surmised that the sound of the engine had caught her attention, signaling a plea for help. However, he accelerated past the street. It would be foolish to stop and rescue them. The owner and her spouse were not virtuous individuals. Before the apocalypse, during one of his visits to collect an order, he had taken a few extra packets of condiments at a customer's request. The couple had berated him harshly for it. claiming he was taking advantage of them. If they were afraid of a hefty customer, they ought not to run a restaurant on the second floor of the fast food restaurant, witnessing the massive mining truck depart. The owner turned and forcefully threw the red shirt onto the ground, cursing, "Fool, you clearly saw it but chose not to come over. I told you it was up to you." Behind the owner stood a graceful woman, the owner's wife, who retorted, "Every time I have to lure them over, don't you think my arms get tired? If they don't come, they don't come. There is still plenty of food and water in the store." The owner interrupted his wife's words. "What do you know? Didn't you hear the explosions and gunfire from last night? It came from the direction of the police station, just a few miles away. Those people have guns. Sooner or later it will find us. When that time comes, can you ensure the preservation of food and water?" The proprietress shivered slightly, while the boss's facial muscles twitched. "That vehicle is quite good. If we manage to acquire it, we can escape this wretched place. The next time that vehicle arrives, you lure the driver in, and we will eliminate him together," seizing the car and departing immediately. The proprietress cast a disdainful glance at the boss and retorted, "If I expose myself, aren't you afraid I might actually split?" Chow Chong remained oblivious to the fact that the boss and his wife had their eyes set on his mining truck. Just as he was nearing the villa, a static crackle from the walkie-talkie. Lu Yun said, "Darling, tune the walkie-talkie to 957.1 MHz. Zheng Zheng picked up a broadcast while testing the radio mentioning that someone is coming to rescue survivors. Should we respond?" Chow Chong parked his vehicle, retrieved a walkie-talkie obtained from the police station, and upon tuning into the frequency Lu Yun specified, he was surprised to hear the familiar voice of Chen Yu. "Yes, we are at the open parking lot behind People's Park. The parking lot has been cleared for helicopter landings. Are you sure you found Professor Hiseoyu? Let him speak. I am Hiseoyu, the head of the Shenwei Kunlun Biological Project. If I can discuss this project, you should know who I am." Chow Chong did not expect that this frequency had become a public channel. Besides the dialogue between Chen Yu and individuals suspected to be from Nongjio Airport, others were also calling out on the channel, "Help me, I'm running out of food and water. I'm in Longwan Community. Building 8, Room 301. Please, I beg you, save me." "What are you looking for, Professor? If we're useless, then no one will care, right? Damn you, which unit are you from?" "I am Li Duchuan, the Deputy Director of the Urban Management Bureau of Tianhe City. You must come to rescue me. I am a general practitioner from the 4th People's Hospital. I can treat illnesses, and I have medicine here. I am useful. Take me with you." Initially, Chow Chong could discern what they were saying, but soon the voices on the public channel grew increasingly chaotic, resembling a bustling marketplace. He couldn't fathom where these people had obtained their walkie-talkies or radio equipment. "Darling, should we leave?" came Lu Yun's voice from another walkie-talkie. "I'll go take a look. Don't respond from your end. It appears rather dubious. We'll assess the situation before deciding." Chapter 22, No Rest for the Wicked. Chow Chong, fully armed, disembarked and sprinted toward People's Park. Just as he had mentioned to Lu Yun, he aimed to observe first. If it was indeed an official rescue operation with properly managed shelters, it could serve as a potential retreat. As Chow Chong approached People's Park, a helicopter appeared in the sky. Through the 8-fold scope of his sniper rifle, he clearly saw that it was a large transport helicopter, and to his dismay, the open cargo door was equipped with a machine gun. Chow Chong immediately climbed to a nearby rooftop to seek cover. Continuing his observation through the 8-fold scope, the roar of the helicopter was louder than the engine of the mining truck. Even in daylight, the noise agitated the zombies into a frenzy. They began to surge toward the helicopter's direction. Instantly, the zombies swarmed toward the open parking lot near People's Park. On the public channel, someone announced, "Take Professor Hisayu to the rooftop of Building 3. We will land there. We have 29 people here. Will the helicopter fit?" Chen Yu inquired. "Approximately, but we must allow Professor Hisayu to board first. We must prioritize his safety. In Building 3, near People's Park," Chen Yu addressed the 20 or so individuals before her. "Everyone, follow me. Mom, Dad, little sister, stay behind Professor He." Under Chen Yu's direction, the group ascended the fire escape to the rooftop. Within 3 minutes, the helicopter hovered just under a meter above the rooftop. Someone leaned halfway out of the cargo door and shouted, "Who is Professor Hiseoyu? Let him come over fast, Chen-yu." Upon seeing the machine gun mounted in the open door, furrowed her brow, she discreetly drew her handgun and urged her parents and sister forward. "Quickly, follow Professor He and board the helicopter," just as Chen-yu finished her sentence. The rapid sound of gunfire erupted. The foremost Professor Hiseoyu was caught in a hail of bullets, his body shredded into pieces, blood splattering everywhere. Chen-yu's eyes turned crimson in an instant as she watched her parents and sister fall into a pool of blood. Her heart shattering. In her frantic search for cover while raising her weapon to retaliate, the machine gun unleashed a relentless barrage, leaving no survivors among the women previously rescued. The bullets fired from Chen-yu's handgun posed no threat to the helicopter, and she quickly exhausted her magazine, while the flames of the machine gun inside the helicopter rendered her too fearful to expose herself. This once strong woman in Chao Chang's eyes now wept profusely. Her delicate features contorted in agony. As she observed the helicopter gaining altitude, she pounded her fists against the ground in despair, her knuckles bloodied and raw, her tear-filled eyes betraying a seething hatred. She had safeguarded her family in this apocalyptic world, intending to lead them to a more favorable shelter, only to inadvertently doom them. Had it not been for her actions, her family might still be alive. She was filled with regret. Chen-yu noticed the helicopter pivoting, seemingly preparing to turn its guns on her. In a flash, she seized the clothing of a deceased woman nearby, dragging the corpse to use as a human shield. Sprinting swiftly toward the fire escape. Ratatat, the machine gun spat fire, yet she managed to slip into the fire escape. The helicopter's pilot remarked, "Stop wasting bullets. Since we killed Hiseoyu, our mission is accomplished. This place has attracted thousands of zombies. That woman won't survive." The occupants of the cabin ceased firing, and the individual who had previously spoken with Chen-yu commented, "Consider her lucky, she'll last a few more minutes. Let us go to the exhibition center's grand market. We can't return empty-handed, we need to gather some supplies." The helicopter swiftly ascended, tracing a semicircle in the air as it flew toward the opposite bank of the river. Although Chao Chang could not hear the conversation between Chen-yu and the others, he observed everything clearly through the eightfold scope. Such a brutal scene. First, he felt sorrow for Chen-yu. This astute and resilient woman had unexpectedly met such a tragic fate, leaving him uncertain of her survival. Secondly, a chilling realization washed over him. The broadcast-seeking Professor Hiseoyu was not a rescue attempt but rather an assassination scheme. How insidious it was. Furthermore, it indicated that the so-called safe haven was nothing but a lie. Not an official organization but perhaps a faction formed after the apocalypse, fabricating a deceitful narrative to eliminate Professor Hiseoyu. Chao Chang had yet to fully grasp how to utilize the sniper rifle. Relying on the experience he had gained from playing survival games, fortunately, the basic principles were similar. He adjusted the focus of the eightfold scope, chambered a bullet, and aimed at the helicopter over 1,000 meters away. With a resounding bang, the bullet struck the head of the individual who had lured Chen-yu, shattering his skull. This shot was avenged for Chen-yu. Chao Chang continued to chamber another round, aiming at the helicopter's fuel tank. With another gunshot, the fuel tank was hit, exploding with a deafening rock, debris raining down and igniting a secondary explosion. This shot was for those who had perished. Those treacherous individuals deserved their fate. After taking the shot, Chao Chang stowed the sniper rifle, lamenting the loss of the machine gun aboard the helicopter. He descended the building, heading straight for Building 3, eager to ascertain whether Chen-yu was alive or dead. If she had succumbed, he would recover her body, unwilling to witness it devoured by zombies. Regarding Chen-yu, his feelings were a mix of regret and admiration. Beyond a few misguided thoughts, he felt it was a pity that she should find peace in death. This was the utmost respect he could offer her. Following the tide of zombies, Chao Chang arrived at Building 3 of People's Park. He cleared the zombies along the fire escape, reaching the rooftop, yet he found no trace of Chen-yu's body. Had she been devoured by the undead? On the rooftop lay over 20 corpses, a few of which looked familiar, women who had walked with Chen-yu earlier that morning along with an elderly couple. Chao Chang surmised they were Chen Yu's family because Chen Yu had placed her trust in the alleged official shelter. Her family had perished, leaving her in ruin. This further heightened Chao Chang's awareness. He vowed that aside from the bonded female group members, he would trust no one else. Chen Yu served as a cautionary tale. He could not afford to repeat her mistakes. He understood that with the apocalypse upon them, the existing order had crumbled, yet the natural law of survival of the fittest remained unyielding. Resources were becoming increasingly scarce, and solitary survivors would find it ever more challenging to endure. In contrast, small factions like Zhongshan's security company seemed to thrive longer. This plot against Chen Yu, manipulating her into a trap before eliminating her, indicated a more significant survivor force, equipped with machine guns and helicopters. Likely headquartered at Nanjiao Airport, Chao Chang pondered the motive behind this faction's relentless pursuit of Professor He Xiaoyu. He had already marked them with a resounding X. It was not solely due to their treachery toward Chen Yu, but also because he would not allow others to rest easy beside him. For the sake of survival, Chao Chang sensed that a confrontation with this faction was inevitable. Unless one party vacated Tianhe City, it would be a life-or-death struggle. Chapter 23. Lu Yan's immediate concerns and distant fears. As Chao Chang departed from People's Park, the open public channel, after a brief flurry of activity, gradually fell silent, perhaps to conserve battery power or due to futile pleas for help. Conversely, Chao Chang took advantage of lacking to glean some valuable intelligence. Aside from Zhongshan and the security company personnel, there were 3 or 4 survivor groups still on his staff, plus the fast food restaurant owner he had previously observed. Scattered survivors were not in short supply. These individuals pose a potential threat to him, particularly given the presence of walkie-talkies capable of broadcasting on public channels. There may also be those without such devices, or like him, lacking in the shadows. It's quite a lively scene. However, it remains uncertain how many of them will still be around in a few days. Chao Chang likens the situation to the tide receding, revealing who is left exposed. As survival resources become increasingly scarce, the number of those who can endure will dwindle. Naturally, the survivors who do remain will likely become more perilous, perhaps even more frightening than the zombies and mutated creatures themselves, necessitating heightened vigilance on his part. Upon returning to the villa, Chao Chang finds Lu Yun remotely opening the gates. Accompanying the mining vehicle are a dozen zombies, which Chao Chang chooses not to eliminate. Instead, he instructs Lu Yun, who rushes out of the villa, to deal with them. Achieving 10,000 merit points is exceedingly challenging, so any accumulation is a boon. Lu Yun does not disappoint him, armed with a spear. She personally dispatches the zombies under Chao Chang's guidance, after which he drags the lifeless bodies beyond the walls. Lu Yun then retrieves a car wash water gun to cleanse the blood and grime from Chao Chang's armor before assisting him in transporting supplies. Having complete trust in Lu Yun, Chao Chang recounts the harrowing events of last night and this morning. Lu Yun is taken aback to learn of Chao Chang's perilous experiences, finally understanding the suspicion in his gaze directed at Zhongshan, who had been helping with the supplies. Darling, Zhongshan is quite resourceful. She has gathered intelligence from the public channel and marked it on the city map, Lu Yun remarks, beckoning to Zhongshan. Zhongshan, please bring forth the map. Zhongshan presents a map of Tianhe City, which comprises 6 districts, 3 counties, and a development zone. The area surrounding Hiwan Villa, spanning several miles, is regarded by Chao Chang as his territory. Situated within the Lonqiao district, which occupies half of its expanse, the map is punctuated by 5 pins, 4 of which are in the Lonqiao district, then 1 at the southern airport of the development zone. Lu Yun seems eager for Zhongshan to impress Chao Chang, hoping to win his favor. With her hand resting on Zhongshan's shoulder, she encourages her. Zhongshan, please elaborate. Zhongshan replies, these are positions we have voluntarily exposed. Aside from the southern airport, the others are calls for help. There should be 4 individuals at the Lonqiao Industrial and Commercial Bank, and over 10 at the headquarters of the construction group. Chao Chang acknowledges Zhongshan's usefulness and, once she finishes speaking, advises, you might attempt to call your mother on the public channel. If she is still alive, I will do my utmost to bring her back. Just remember not to disclose our location. Zhuangzhen is momentarily taken aback, her face betraying her joy as she lowers her head and earnestly utters 2 words, "Thank you, you two continue your conversation." "I'll prepare dinner," Lu Yun says, noticing the exchange between Chao Chang and Zhuangzhen, a smile gracing her lips as she heads to the kitchen. Chao Chang presents the collected electronic devices such as walkie-talkies and drones to Zhuangzhen. "See if these can still be used. If they are broken, can you repair them?" Zhuangzhen inspects each item, asserting, "I can fix the walkie-talkies, and for this drone, I can equip it with a head-mounted display. Once donned, it will allow for drone control. It would be ideal if you could find a few transformers. Charging the batteries with solar panels and diesel generators is quite cumbersome." Speaking of controlling the drone, she suggests searching for previous telecommunication equipment shops, which likely possess devices that can interfere with drones, thereby preventing detection. Chao Chang increasingly believes that keeping Zhuangzhen, the somewhat introverted girl, is a wise decision. She is indeed a talent, while he cannot yet bind her as a member of his team. Leveraging the rescue of Ran Fengfei to keep Zhuangzhen engaged could minimize her risks. 10 minutes later, Lu Yun sets the table, announcing, "Come eat. Tonight we have braised pork, sauced beef, and royal vegetables." After dinner, Chao Chang and Lu Yun head for a shower, inevitably engaging in a lively water fight, resulting in Lu Yun declaring her defiance by leaning against the wall. As they lie in bed, Lu Yun wraps her arms around Chao Chang's sturdy chest, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. "Darling, have you contemplated our future?" Chao Chang turns to look at Lu Yun, questioning, "Do we even have a future?" "Not in the way you envision, that is merely distant worry. I'm referring to immediate concerns, such as food and bottled water, which have expiration dates. Even if we manage to last a year or two, we cannot possibly perish after that, can we? What will we eat and drink when that time comes?" Chao Chang pauses, acknowledging the validity of her perspective, realizing they must indeed contemplate their future existence. Lu Yun continues, "There are other aspects to consider, starting with food and drink. We lack the skills to cultivate crops, necessitating someone to teach us. Therefore, what I wish to convey is that, darling, we need people, those who can instruct us in farming, alongside doctors and all talents or skills that could aid our survival. Relying solely on scavenging pre-apocalypse supplies is not a sustainable strategy." Chao Chang, invigorated by Lu Yun's insights, reflects on how he had previously taken for granted the advantages provided by the system. Failing to consider such matters, her reminders illuminate the reality that even with his advantages, he cannot create the essentials she mentions. These are the very foundations of their future. "Tomorrow, draft a list of the types of talents we urgently require. I shall see what I can find," he instructs. He refrains from mentioning that he prefers to seek female talents, as he feels uneasy about not binding them as team members. Lu Yun, pleased with Chao Chang's willingness to heed her suggestions, feels empowered. Skilled in human resource management, she is confident in her ability to handle the individuals he brings back, and with a knowing glance at Chao Chang, she adds, "Preferably women, they pose less danger and are easier to manage." Unspoken is her thought that having others around could help alleviate some of Chao Chang's overwhelming energy, which she finds quite taxing. While the pleasures are delightful, indulgence can lead to discomfort. She fears refusing him might provoke displeasure, a sensation she finds intolerable. Once Lu Yun drifts off to sleep, Chao Chang gazes at the translucent screen. He has amassed 26 free attribute points and decides to elevate his strength to 50. Observing the changes on the screen, he feels a wave of regret. Chapter 24. Is this genuine enlightenment? Name, Chao Chang. Age, 22. Strength, 50. Agility, 20. Immunity, 15. Bound team members, 1. Core system merit, 439. Distributable free attribute points, 16. Note, host's strength has reached 50. 10 times that of an ordinary person. Subsequently, killing 1000 zombies will yield 1 free attribute point. The total number of zombies killed will no longer be displayed in real time. Chao Chang feels like cursing. This effectively increases the difficulty of acquiring free attribute points, causing the value of zombie kills to inflate. He had envisioned raising all his attributes to 100, drawing closer to becoming superhuman, a notion that now seems farther away as the worth of zombies plummets, a truly disheartening reality. Even though dispatching zombies is not overly strenuous, it still requires effort. This system appears increasingly unreliable. Had it provided clearer explanations earlier, he could have accumulated more attribute points. This feels like a classic case of a game rigging the odds against him. He must now tread carefully when allocating points or unlocking other functionalities of the Apocalypse core system. Chao Chang distributes his remaining free attribute points evenly between agility and immunity, refreshing the data. Name: Chao Chang. Age: 22. Strength: 50. Agility: 28. Immunity: 23. Bound team members: 1. Core system merit: 439. Distributable attribute points: 0. Simultaneously, Chao Chang experiences a more intense physical response than before. His muscles swell with soreness, and his scalp alternates between tightness and release. He surmises that reaching a strength of 50 points has triggered a qualitative change due to quantitative accumulation, not wanting to disturb the sleeping Lu Yun. He quietly ventures outside to the villa's open space for a physical test. Like a strongman in competition, he runs 10 laps around the estate while carrying the mining vehicle's spare tire. Nearly exhausting himself, just as he prepares to set down the tire, he nearly crashes his foot upon spotting Zhuangshan at the villa's entrance, holding a box of milk, her mouth agape as the liquid trickles down her chin. The introverted girl, unaware of the several laps Chao Chang had run with the burden, could not fathom that even one lap was beyond the capabilities of an average person. The tire, towering over her, must weigh several hundred to nearly 1,000 pounds. Zhuangshan is compelled to question whether Chao Chang has transformed into a mutated being. The thought of him possibly becoming a towering figure, covered in tumors and with muscles tearing apart, sends a shiver down her spine. Panting heavily, Chao Chang waves at Zhuangshan, instructing, "Spray water on me with the water gun," using the water balloon mode. Zhuangshan's frightening imaginings are interrupted, causing her to drop the milk carton as she stares blankly for a moment before finally responding with an "ah." She retrieves the car wash water gun, adjusting it to pulse mode, resembling a toy water gun. As Chao Chang evades the water gun's shots, he approaches Zhuangshan, maintaining a distance of about 100 meters, skillfully dodging while drawing closer. Upon reaching her, not a single drop of water has struck him. In a mere 4 seconds, his stamina is entirely drained, leaving him dizzy and nauseous as he collapses onto the ground. Zhuangshan observes the breathless Chao Chang, his body trembling slightly. Hesitating, she kneels to massage his shoulders and legs. Although her strength is only slightly more effective than a gentle tickle to him, he appreciates her efforts, growing increasingly fond of this future team member. "That's enough, it's quite late now, you should get some rest," Chao Chang remarks, noticing a bit of milk still lingering at the corner of Zhuangshan's mouth, and he raises his hand to wipe it away. As her thumb brushed against the corner of her lips, Zhuangshan's body instantly stiffened, and her large eyes stared blankly at Chao Chang, while her mouth uttered words laced with insidious intent. "Do you need my company?" Sister Lu Yun said it was permissible. "You are the pillar of support for both Sister Lu Yun and me, our safe harbor, the mighty tree upon which we lean. And it is only with your well-being that we can continue to thrive." Chao Chang was taken aback, realizing that during Zhuangshan's interactions with Lu Yun, this introverted girl had been imbued with some rather peculiar notions. To be honest, Chao Chang felt a flicker of affection, yet his principles kept his desires at bay. He gently patted Zhuangshan's shoulder, urging, "It's time to rest." Zhuangshan passed her lips and unexpectedly planted a kiss on Chao Chang's cheek. "I understand everything, and I truly can. In the past, I contemplated dying before I grew up. That would have been such a regret. If you need anything, feel free to call on me." Sister Lu Yun mentioned she has been working hard. "Just last night, I helped her apply medicine." Chao Chang's face turned a deep shade of red as he watched Zhuangshan's retreating figure, his mind racing with the desire to confront Lu Yun and chastise her repeatedly. "If you find it unbearable, just tell me. How can I know if you don't speak up, and you even let Zhuangshan assist with applying medicine?" Just imagining that scene is a bit thrilling. The following morning after breakfast, Chow Chong drove away from the villa in a mining vehicle, yet his thoughts lingered on his recent conversation with Lu Yun. When he inquired, Lu Yun had candidly admitted that she was struggling but did not wish for him to perceive her as weak. Hence her constant smiles while gritting her teeth in endurance. Regarding Zhuangzhen, Lu Yun believed that Chow Chong was overthinking. Young girls today are far more perceptive, displaying a maturity that is quite astonishing. Zhuangzhen merely kept her thoughts to herself, and Lu Yun speculated that Ranfengfei's methods of comforting Zhuangzhen were misguided. Chow Chong yearned to ask, "Is the kind of comfort you refer to genuine?" His reminiscence was abruptly interrupted by a flash of red dot. He spotted a red shirt waving from the second floor of a fast food restaurant, where the one seeking help had now become the proprietress. It appeared she had adopted a routine for shooting short videos, flamboyantly waving the red garment while casually adjusting her hair, her blouse seemingly missing a couple of buttons, embodying the essence of allure. Chow Chong responded with a gesture signaling her to allow him to drive the vehicle forward to divert the zombies, promising to return shortly. The proprietress understood his signal, tossing the red shirt inside while casting an exasperated glance at her husband. "Are you ready for me to sacrifice my allure?" Her husband, wrapped in a white steamer cloth around his calves, prepared some soybean oil, applying a bit that resembled iodine, instructing her to slather it on both legs. "Yesterday's driver saw me waving the shirt for help. This will lower their guard. Now, bring me the kitchen knife and rolling pin. The rest is up to you. Just be quick about it, and try not to spill blood on me." As the proprietress descended the stairs, she loosened a few more buttons on her blouse, revealing a nearly falling black bra. Below, she spotted a pair of long, straight legs absent of pants, embracing the trending style of missing lower garments. A surefire way to garner attention. Even before the apocalypse, most of the zombies were lured away by the engine's roar, leaving the proprietress standing behind the locked glass door. Upon seeing Chow Chong, fully clad in chainmail, her eyelids involuntarily twitched. This target for their scheme appeared to be quite formidable. Chapter 25. Talent is useless no matter how well you act. Although the target was tough, the show must go on. The proprietress acted with a blend of panic and sorrow. "My husband is injured. Please save him. We have water and food. We can offer you anything. Help us, please." Chow Chong gestured for her to unlock the door. As he slipped inside through the gap, he swiftly turned and broke the lock. The proprietress stumbled slightly, her body leaning against Chow Chong's. It seemed accidental, yet it was deliberate. Unfortunately, it was futile, as Chow Chong's armor rendered him impervious to such advances. Where is he? How severe is his injury? At that moment, Chow Chong harbored no murderous intent. He believed the fast food restaurant owners must possess some culinary skills, qualifying them as the talents Lu Yun had mentioned. He had already devised a plan to reside in the manor with trustworthy individuals. While these essential talents could be accommodated in the townhouses, they would provide their skills in exchange for survival assurances, a fair trade. "Upstairs, both of my legs are fractured. I merely bandaged and stabilized them." The proprietress led the way, her serpentine movements accentuating her figure as she showcased her most captivating angle. Chow Chong couldn't help but glance, appreciating her physique, perfectly embodying the curvaceous ideal. The restaurant owner was indeed fortunate. Chow Chong shook his head, realizing that his lack of practice with Lu Yun the previous night had ignited a spark of restlessness within him. It seemed that his tenfold strength had its side effects. With excess energy, he found himself yearning for release, whether through slaying zombies or otherwise, lest he remain agitated. As the proprietress opened the door to the second floor, she swiftly sidestepped and unleashed a cloud of white powder directly at Chow Chong. This concoction of flour and ash, akin to lime, would obscure vision and potentially cause severe irritation, even blindness. Chow Chong had been on high alert. The only person he trusted unconditionally was Lu Yun, and even Zhuangzhen was several tiers below. When the white powder approached, Chow Chong flipped his helmet around, anticipating the blinding effect. Almost immediately, he felt a tremendous force strike his helmet, producing a cacophony of clinks as if he'd been hit multiple times. Concurrently, the proprietor's shrill voice rang out, "Aim for the neck. Are you blind? He's armored." The proprietor typically initiated with a spray of powder followed by strikes to the head and neck, treating it like butchering meat. Unfortunately, his reliance on past experiences proved fatal. The tactics that had served him so well in the apocalypse faltered. As he attempted to strike with deadly intent, the opportunity vanished. Chow Chang discerned the sounds and swept his fire axe, striking the proprietor's legs with precision. The successive cracking sounds accompanied by the proprietor's agonizing screams rang out as his lower legs were shattered. Ironically, the severed legs, adorned with white steamer cloth and smeared with oil, soon lay stained red with blood. Chow Chang turned his helmet, disregarding the proprietor, contemplating whether he had overlooked any details. It seemed prudent to don protective goggles beneath his helmet. After all this time it was powder, but what if he encountered corrosive liquids next? Of course, if faced with a creature akin to a xenomorph, no amount of protection would suffice. Fleeing would be the only means of survival. The momentary lapse in focus faded as Chow Chang observed the proprietor's anguished wails on the floor. One swift axe swing silenced his cries, his head severed, leaving no room for further pleas. The proprietress, witnessing her husband's head roll to her feet, felt a rush of warmth trickle down her thigh, the stench of urine prompting Chow Chang to take a step back. Yellow urine, but alas, the proprietor would never awaken again. The proprietress' transformation was instantaneous. She was no longer acting but rather competing for an Oscar. Through tears and snot, she lamented, "He is finally dead, thank you, I was forced to be with him. He captured me, tortured and abused me, even making me seduce other survivors. I've never killed anyone, it was all him." Had these words been spoken to anyone else, the proprietress might have gotten away with it. However, Chow Chang had encountered the couple since his days of delivering takeout, forming a solid judgment of their characters, which, alongside his recent experiences, made him wary. The proprietress continued, "You saved me, I'll follow you from now on. I can wash your clothes, cook your meals, warm your bed, I can do whatever you desire, feel free to test me now." As she spoke, she tore off all the buttons of her blouse, nearly exposing herself entirely as she lunged toward Chow Chang. "Though I am quite starved, I am also very selective." Chow Chang had no intention of binding the proprietress into a harem. Moreover, what was the meaning of her embracing him while concealing a fruit knife in her sleeve? The proprietress froze in terror, retreating as several zombies appeared behind Chow Chang. Drawn by the commotion, the zombies surged toward the headless, legless proprietor, then lunged at the knife-wielding proprietress. Overwhelmed by the horde, the proprietress became ensnared. Her death scene echoing with primal screams, Chow Chang felt no pity for either of them, and as he rummaged through the fast food restaurant, discovering 4 bodies that had clearly not fallen victim to zombies. All remnants of doubt dissipated. The stored supplies primarily consisted of rice and flour, while another storage room was packed with cases of beer. This was the couple's only source of clean water. He also found a pot of steaming rice, exuding an alcoholic aroma, along with 3 or 4 canisters of liquefied petroleum gas that still had some reserves, with enough supplies to last a month or 2. Why couldn't they simply remain compliant? Their untrustworthy nature had persisted before and evolved into a willingness to harm others during the apocalypse, seemingly targeting his vehicle. Such individuals were not worth mourning. Chow Chang loaded the remaining rice, flour, oil, and beer from the fast food restaurant into his vehicle. His mission was clear: to eliminate the pests from his territory, driving away or eliminating other survivors. He still possesses a glimmer of conscience. Yet we now find ourselves in a post-apocalyptic world. The plight of Chen Yu, along with the cunning of the boss and his wife, serves as a stark illustration of the law of the jungle. Chow Chang's sense of morality extends only to individuals like Lu Yun, those within his circle, while he harbors neither the desire nor the courage to trust anyone outside his team. Chapter 26, The Public Channel buses again. The vehicle meandered through the streets, with Chow Chang meticulously visiting every shop that might harbor survival supplies. These places had already been ravaged, and his arrival was akin to a swarm of locusts descending upon a field. Any remaining survivors would have to live with tears in their eyes. His objective was to drastically reduce the available resources for other survivors, and he had even confined more zombies within locations such as the agricultural market and the cold storage of the South Country Holiday Hotel. Employing them as guardians of his supplies. As the search for resources grew increasingly futile, the remaining survivors were faced with two choices: either risk venturing out of the Blue Bridge district or resort to predation. Seizing supplies from one another, the survivors identified by Zhuangzhen would be checked later that evening in hopes of encountering useful allies. As Chao Chong prepared to return to the manor villa with a fully laden cargo, he heard Lu Yan's voice crackling through the recently opened intercom channel. "Darling, will you be home for lunch? I'll be home shortly. Hey, is there something you need?" Zhuangzhen had received a distress call through the public channel. Specifically from the doctor I had highlighted. Could he bring her back? This morning, Lu Yun had provided Chao Chong with a list, which he had committed to memory. The doctor, a general practitioner, would undoubtedly be invaluable. She had mentioned that her food and water supplies were exhausted and could last no more than a day. Moreover, her intercom battery was nearly depleted. "Then I'll head over now. You and Zhongshan should have lunch together. I may be a bit late returning, so please stay safe." With that, Chao Chong turned the steering wheel, redirecting the vehicle towards the doctor's location. The Fourth People's Hospital, within the surgical building. Wang Liani opened a bag of glucose injection solution and drank it in a few gulps. It was her last substitute for food, replenishing the glucose her body desperately required. The pharmacy surely had more. But she dared not venture there, as her former colleagues now roamed the hallways as zombies, while patients and their families had also succumbed to the infection. This office, barricaded by a desk, was her only sanctuary. "Is anyone there?" Wang Liani grasped the intercom, her voice weak. "Can someone come to rescue me?" The intercom was a standard hospital device, initially intended for internal communication, but by chance, she had tuned into a public frequency. Igniting a fierce will to survive within her, she realized she was not alone. Other survivors had spoken to her on this frequency, providing her with a glimmer of hope in her near-claustrophobic confinement. "Conserve your battery, just tell me your exact location." A low, magnetic voice emerged from Wang Liani's intercom amidst a backdrop of rumbling static. "Is it you? Are you speaking to me? I am at the surgical building of the Fourth People's Hospital." As soon as she revealed her location, the public channel erupted with chatter. "Who is this guy? Quite bold, a true warrior, daring to venture into the Fourth People's Hospital to rescue someone. Take care, brother, be cautious." The hospital and the nearby Blue Bridge Bank were swarming with zombies, yet the hospital also contained valuable supplies such as glucose and saline solution, which could serve as water. "Brother, are you ill and in need of a doctor? Be wary, what if she is not actually a doctor, but merely a triage nurse? Would that be a futile endeavor? Wasn't someone searching for Professor Hisayu yesterday? I saw a helicopter fly over. Did they manage to extract anyone? Don't even mention it, the helicopter crashed. I suspect everyone on board perished. Those folks clearly lack common sense. The noise from a helicopter attracts not only zombies but also mutated creatures. I've been too frightened to close my eyes since yesterday. It's advantageous to have a specialized skill. First, that Professor Hisayu had a helicopter come for him, albeit unsuccessfully, and now a doctor is being sought after. But what about that vice director from the Urban Management Bureau? Why hasn't there been any news? He is likely gone. That vice director was far too vocal, drawing zombies wherever he fled. As Wang Liani listened to the cacophony of voices on the frequency, her chest tightened with frustration. She was a clinical general practitioner with a master's degree, yet some were accusing her of deceit, mistaking her for a nurse or triage staff. Just as she contemplated defending herself, the red indicator light on her intercom began to flash repeatedly. Her battery had died. Will anyone truly come to rescue me? Wang Liani set the intercom down and peered through a crack in the blackout curtain towards the exterior of the surgical building. Her gaze fell upon a throng of wandering zombies, numbering no fewer than 1,000 or 2,000. The sheer quantity of the undead made her wonder if they would deter any potential rescuers. At that moment, Chao Chong's thoughts mirrored Wang Liani's. After shutting off the public channel, he surveyed the situation at the Fourth People's Hospital through binoculars. The hospital had been one of the most crowded places prior to the apocalypse, and the reports circulating on the public channel were indeed accurate. The number of zombies was overwhelming. While Chow Chong's own undead scent provided him with a degree of safety, the doctor would not share that immunity. Additionally, this situation differed significantly from when he had extracted Lu Yun from the Zijin Garden community. The difficulty had increased exponentially. Firstly, the area surrounding the hospital was cluttered with parked vehicles. Although the O vehicle had been retrofitted with bulldozer equipment, it still required gaps to push or overturn cars. And the current conditions left no room for maneuvering. It was more challenging than navigating through obstacles. Secondly, the sound of the engine would attract even more zombies, complicating his rescue mission. The straight-line distance of 1500 meters posed a daunting challenge. Chow Chong assessed the distance between his current position and the surgical building. If he were alone, he could traverse it with relative ease, but transporting a survivor, a person imbued with the essence of humanity, safely onto the O vehicle would prove exceedingly challenging. If only someone could assist me, perhaps Lu Yun could drive the O vehicle to draw away the majority of the zombies, allowing me to rescue the doctor with greater ease. Chow Chong realized the profound truth of the saying, one regrets not having enough allies when the time comes. It was evident that in this post-apocalyptic reality, solitary warriors stood little chance against cohesive survivor teams. And no longer was he adamant about rescuing her today. If the survivor had managed to endure thus far, she likely had a relatively secure hiding spot. Merely lacking in supplies, delivering resources to her would be far simpler than extracting her. Chow Chong stuffed some food and water into his backpack and settled in to await the arrival of nightfall. The darkness, coupled with the presence of zombies, would provide him with the utmost cover, serving as his protective shroud. He was not keen on being exposed as an anomaly on the public channel. Surely, no one will come to save me, Wang Liani thought as she waited in vain for a rescuer to appear, a bitter smile gracing her lips as she contemplated whether to succumb to starvation or leap from the window for a swift end. It seemed she was experiencing auditory hallucinations. She heard faint creaking sounds at the office door, followed by the desk shifting several centimeters towards her. When she realized that something was indeed pushing the door, her face drained of color, she yearned to leap out the window, but her body betrayed her, leaving her weak and immobile. Chapter 27, The Mutated Cells. Chow Chong stepped through the entrance of the surgical building. A strange odor assailing his senses, a mixture of disinfectant, ammonia, and the unmistakable stench of zombies. The first floor was teeming with the undead. As he scanned the area, a grimace crossed his face. A line of zombies stood in orderly fashion at the registration and payment window. The sound of his footsteps caused them to turn their heads in unison. Even with his confidence, the sight of so many milky white eyes fixated upon him sent a chill down his spine. The zombies within the hospital differed from those he had previously slain. Not only were their eyes more opaque, but their skin also bore a significantly lighter shade of grey-green. With a swift swing of his axe, he decapitated one of the zombies. Noticing the system panel display the message, "Zombie killed 1." He exhaled softly, pondering the disparity in the zombies' skin tones, which might be attributed to the hospital environment. The entire surgical building was saturated with the scent of formaldehyde. These zombies could very well have been preserved in it. Having delivered meals to the Fourth People's Hospital several times, Chow Chong glanced at the directional signs and made his way to the doctor's designated department. Upon reaching the second floor, he was taken aback by the scene before him, exclaiming in shock, "What in the world is that?" On the floor, walls, and ceiling, clusters of white matter writhed slowly, each roughly a meter in diameter. Resembling a large mass of fatty tissue, coated in a layer of pig lard. Before he could count how many there were, 3 objects resembling oversized foxtails appeared. These white masses accelerated their movement, devouring the 3 foxtail-shaped entities. Chow Chong noted the sign for the laboratory above the second-floor entrance alongside a plaque for the pathology lab and began to form a hypothesis. The foxtail-like entities were clearly gigantic Escherichia coli. While the clusters of white matter resembled white blood cells, Chow Chong descended to seize a zombie, then hurled it towards the second floor. The clusters of white tissue paid no heed to the approaching zombie, likely because they lacked any discernible sensory organs, just as he believed his zombie scent would shield him from the threatened mutated white blood cells. One of the zombies propelled several meters away. was suddenly ensnared by a shadow, accompanied by the sound of bones being crushed. Chow Chong focused intently. The shadow was a mass of black material, crawling similarly to the mutated white blood cells. With its emergence, a swarm of white blood cells seemed to have sensed something, converging upon the black substance in a coordinated assault. Before long, the clusters of white blood cells were entirely consumed, and the black substance swelled to a size of approximately 10 meters in diameter, effectively sealing off the corridor on the second floor. What in the world could have caused such a mutation in bacteria or cancer cells? As Chow Chong muttered to himself, he felt a slight ache in his teeth. The sight before him, this grotesque and terrifying behemoth, not only devoured the mutated white blood cells but also consumed zombies. Surely, if he approached, he would not escape unscathed. He secured his axe at his waist, knocked an arrow, drew the bowstring taut, and released. With a sharp whoosh, the bolt pierced the black mass, splattering a trail of dark residue. Although it appeared that breaking through its defenses was straightforward, the black substance seemed unfazed, continuing its slow advance towards Chow Chong. Unsure of the situation, he dared not confront this entity directly. As he retreated to the lobby on the first floor, the black mass followed him down the stairs, moving like an earthworm or leech. The black substance elongated its form as it slithered along. The speed with which it consumed zombies in the lobby was astounding. Soon the area was cleared of the undead, and its size increased 2- or 3-fold, as if it could grow indefinitely by devouring zombies and mutated beings. Chow Chong wiped the cold sweat from his brow and turned to ascend the stairs in search of the female doctor. Upon reaching the third floor, he couldn't help but curse. There was yet another one. What on earth was this? In the corridor there was another large mass of black material, with a half-eaten zombie clad in a hospital gown embedded within its surface. The zombie clawed at the air, emitting a raspy sound, yet it was utterly futile as it was enveloped and consumed by the black substance. Chow Chong noticed several signs hanging at the end of the corridor, one of which indicated the doctor's department. However, half the corridor was blocked by the black mass, which was still writhing, forcing its way through room after room, devouring anyone who had turned into a zombie. This creature was practically invincible. It could consume zombies and mutated white blood cells alike. If it continued to proliferate, wouldn't zombies become a non-issue? Even mutated organisms would have to evade it, as this would be their dominion in the apocalypse. With such thoughts racing through his mind, Chow Chong knew that saving lives was imperative. He knocked another arrow and shot it forth. The bolt's impact drew the black mass's attention, and it slithered closer to Chow Chong, who carefully led it down to the first floor. What unfolded next astonished him. Two massive clusters of black substance seemed to encounter each other as mortal enemies, engaging in a mutual consumption. Eventually, they fused into a colossal entity measuring over 30 meters in diameter, resembling a geometric shape composed of crude oil, frequently writhing and morphing. Just as Chow Chong swallowed hard, the mass suddenly expanded at a rapid pace, reaching a size of 40 to 50 meters. In a moment of instinctive foresight, he exclaimed, "This is going to explode." Chow Chong barely managed to retreat to the stairwell of the second floor when a loud bang erupted. The expanding black substance truly detonated, splattering dark residue everywhere. To his horror, most of the splattered matter was the size of a fist, beginning to crawl once more. What the hell is this thing reproducing? Chow Chong's scalp prickled at the sight. He decided to abandon his attempt to rescue the female doctor, deeming it too risky to engage with such a bizarre entity. He was merely trying to escape the threat. Just as he prepared to flee through the window, the sound of a loud bang at the main entrance drew a tide of zombies. The undead began to gnaw at the fist-sized black substance as if competing for a loaf of black bread. Chow Chong could scarcely comprehend this outcome. Was this the natural order of life and death? Had a closed-loop food chain formed, allowing for self-sustainability? He turned back towards the third floor, realizing that, since the immediate danger had passed, he still needed to provide support to the female doctor. Upon arriving at her department, he pushed the door with all his might, managing to open it just a crack, indicating that something was blocking the way. In Chapter 28, I Still Care About Appearances, with both hands, Chow Chong forcefully shoved the door that had been obstructed by the black substance. The room was engulfed in darkness. He switched on his flashlight, and the beam illuminated a figure seated on the floor, gradually revealing a gaunt face. The female doctor appeared severely malnourished, her age indiscernible due to her emaciated state. It was evident that her earlier claims on the public channel were no exaggeration. She was indeed at the brink of collapse. Wang Liani, terrified by the noise at the door, had felt utterly powerless. After a few minutes, as she gathered a modicum of strength, she attempted to rise and jump out the window in despair. Suddenly, the door burst open, shining a blinding light upon her face, rendering her unable to open her eyes. In that fleeting moment, she thought she glimpsed a figure before the door closed again, the glaring light receding. Wang Liani's vision remained blurred, but a voice with a subtle magnetism echoed in her ear. "Can you still move?" Unable to contain herself, tears streamed down her face, and her lips trembled as she struggled to speak but could only manage a faint shake of her head. The sound of a bottle cap twisting open reached her ears, and she felt the mouth of a plastic bottle pressed against her lips, the scent of water wafting into her nostrils. As she cried, she opened her mouth, and the refreshing liquid poured into her, almost overwhelming her with the sensation of being revived. It was as if she were a withered sapling in a desert. Thoroughly rejuvenated by the water, and the comfort of it caused her tears to flow uncontrollably. Chow Chong dimmed the flashlight and retrieved a bag of crackers from his backpack, breaking off small pieces and offering them to the doctor. "Stop crying, the situation in the hospital remains perilous. I cannot extract you just yet, as there are too many zombies outside." Wang Liani choked on her response, but quickly found solace in the realization that this person had come to find her, offering her water and food, the significant risk to his own life. My name is Wang Liani. I am indeed a doctor, having graduated with a master's degree in general practice and worked for over 6 months. Aside from general practice, I specialize in surgical trauma treatment and can handle fractures, among other things. Once her strength and rationality returned, Wang Liani immediately felt the need to justify herself. She was not naive. She understood why she was receiving special treatment and why someone would risk their life to deliver supplies to her. It was because she was a doctor, and she was useful, or rather, had utilitarian value. "How old are you? What is your height?" Chow Chong observed Wang Liani's skeletal frame, noting that she would not appear unattractive once she regained some weight. "What you've said is insufficient. We are all adults here, you understand my meaning, correct?" Wang Liani hesitated for a moment. "I am 28 years old, stand 168 centimeters tall, and there is a photo of me on the desk. I have never had a boyfriend." Chow Chong stood up and found a frame on the desk. The photo depicted a half-length portrait of Wang Liani, taken in front of the Fourth People's Hospital. In the image, she wore a sweet smile, making a victory sign with her hands, reminiscent of some pre-apocalyptic host known for her dimples, perhaps a certain Bing Bing. Setting the photo down, he spoke candidly. "Although I cannot rescue you at this moment, I can provide you with sufficient supplies for survival. Please compile a list of your needs, and in exchange, you will be mine. More bluntly, you will need to depend on me. To put it even more harshly, you could choose to flatter me. The choice is yours. If you decline, consider these provisions a gift." He laid the contents of his backpack before Wang Liani, allowing her to make her own decision. "What will you choose?" "This is as clear as day." Wang Liani bit her lip gently. "If you do not find me repulsive at this moment, I am willing to submit myself to you." As she spoke, she recalled a passage from a history book that described how, in times of great disaster, people resorted to cannibalism, trading a loaf of bread for a young girl. "I still care about appearances." Chow Chong replied, shaking his head. "You are far too unappealing right now. Let's see you gain some weight fast." He harbored a deeper concern. What if he bound himself to a team member and she perished? That would certainly count as a casualty, and who knew what ramifications the apocalyptic system would impose on him, possibly punishing him for losses incurred. Wang Liani let out a soft "oh" after consuming a few crackers and a corn sausage. She hesitated to eat or drink any further. She had been subsisting on glucose and saline solution for some time. Her body weakened. Consuming too much at once would hinder her recovery. Chow Chang recounted the events he had witnessed in the surgical building, causing Wang Liani to shiver and break out in goosebumps. However, she confirmed his suspicions with her professional insight. What you described is likely a mutation of various cells, white blood cells, P. coli. The black substance is probably cancer cells. Only cancer cells proliferate endlessly, and as people say, the lesions bloom, which essentially means metastasis throughout the body. In simpler terms, cancer cells are also living organisms. When zombies consume the dividing cancer cells, it is akin to feasting upon human flesh. Chow Chang, upon hearing Wang Liani's explanation, felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had been genuinely fearful that the mutated cancer cells could proliferate endlessly, leaving him with no escape. Write down what you need, and I will bring it to you next time, he said. Wang Liani accepted the paper and pen that Chow Chang had retrieved from his desk, jotting down several items, aside from food and drink. She also required sanitary supplies and, rather audaciously, noted her desire for a shower and a wash for her hair. It had been nearly 2 months since she had last bathed. Her hair was greasy and tangled, and having experienced 2 menstrual cycles during this time, the odor emanating from her body was enough to make even her want to retch. After I leave, I will seal the door. I'm leaving you these 2 walkie-talkies. The frequency has already been adjusted. It's not on a public channel. There are still 2 others at my home. If you wish to speak with someone, you can turn on the walkie-talkies and chat with them. Chow Chang concluded. He glanced at the note, tucked it away in his pocket, and then proceeded to dismantle the doors of several adjacent patient rooms. Once inside, he sealed the windows before exiting and locking Wang Liani's office door as well. Throughout this, Wang Liani stared in a daze, watching Chow Chang wield the door panels as if they were mere cardboard, until the sound of hammering at the entrance jolted her back to reality, as it seemed that a dozen nails had been driven into the door. Chapter 29, Director Tong's suggestion. Wang Liani gazed at the small pile of food and water before her, reaching out to touch it, reassured by the tangible reality of it all. She could survive, at least for a few more days. Was this akin to selling herself? If so, so be it. She still had a buyer, while those on the public channel would be hard-pressed to endure for long. While there may be those who are unafraid of death, Wang Liani knew she was not among them. In the face of hope for survival, what did it matter if she felt as insignificant as dust? Chow Chang, having sealed Wang Liani's office door, did not immediately leave the hospital. He scoured several floors and encountered 2 mutated cancer cells. These creatures were quite bothersome. Killing them seemed futile, and all he could do was wait for them to blossom and divide, becoming food for the zombies. It was best to keep his distance. As he made his way downstairs past the pharmacy, he collected some injectable medications along with 4 tubes and needles, packing them into the back of a mining vehicle. After glancing at the time, which was still shy of 8 o'clock in the evening, he chose to walk to the Bank of China at Blue Bridge, the nearest survivor group location. The public channel was abuzz with their chatter, and there seemed to be 5 or 6 individuals present. Upon arriving at the Bank of China, Chow Chang was surprised to discover that there was more than one survivor group. The roller shutter of the bank's branch was firmly closed, but dim lights flickered on the 2nd floor, where several shadows moved about. About 100 meters away, there was a fried chicken and hamburger shop, where candlelight flickered within. As he approached the fried chicken and hamburger shop amidst the horde of zombies, Chow Chang leaned against the wall, pulled out a can of beer and a piece of luncheon meat, eating and drinking while listening to the commotion inside. Inside the fried chicken and hamburger shop were 3 men and 4 women, all relatively young. A tall youth opened his backpack with a forlorn expression, lamenting, "Today, this is all we managed to scavenge." As he spoke, only a few bags of chips, a can of peaches, and 2 bottles of mineral water tumbled out. Next to him sat a woman with a buzz cut, her ears adorned with hoops and a nose piercing chewing gum. She remarked, "We can't stay here any longer. Food is becoming increasingly difficult to find, And the zombies are multiplying. If we remain here, we will only await death. Two other men were present. One sat in silence, looking despondent, while the other was rather handsome. The handsome man glanced at the short-haired woman and said, "Staying here means waiting to die, but where can we go? I think we should consider Director Tong's suggestion and join their group." Director Tong mentioned that there are still employee benefits stockpiled for the Dragon Boat Festival in the bank. With hundreds of boxes of vacuum-packed rice dumplings and drinks, they also have a generator and walkie-talkies to communicate with official organizations for rescue. Wang Chao, if you bring up Director Tong again, I will lose my temper. Do you think that fat, greasy man is a good person? Why do you think he wants us to join them? He is only interested because we have 4 women here. Go if you want, but you, with your delicate skin, will surely end up as his plaything. He might even toss you a few scraps to eat. Who knows, it could be high in protein. The speaker was a petite woman with exquisite features and a fiery temper, whose words left Wang Chao blushing furiously. Wang Chao harbored a deep-seated dislike for this woman named San Jiajia. Wang Chao, San Jiajia, Liang Shaojing, and He Wenyue were all university students who had come to the fried chicken and hamburger shop for summer jobs. They had been hired through an agency in the university town, but after just 3 days of work the apocalypse struck, trapping them inside. The despondent man sitting in a chair was the store manager, Li Zixuan, while the discouraged employee was Zhongbin. The woman with the piercings was a customer named Ai Mi, who had found herself trapped in the store. Wang Chao was a sophomore, serving as a minor officer in the student council, while San Jiejia and the others were freshmen. In their group, Wang Chao fancied himself a leader due to his past experience, often issuing orders for trivial matters, yet when it came to survival strategies, no one heeded his words. The situation arose when the group from the neighboring bank, led by Director Tong, reached out to Wang Chao and his companions, inviting them to join forces, claiming there were ample supplies for survival within the bank. In this apocalyptic world, who would still fear having an excess of resources? Would anyone altruistically share what they had? San Jiajiak, however, was more astute, uncovering Director Tong's ulterior motives. She realized that the male-dominated group lacked women, and the invitation to join was less a blessing than a trap. Initially, Wang Chao and his companions dismissed San Jiajia's concerns, but soon after, they began to hear unmistakable sounds from within the bank. Director Tong's group had a history of abandoning their companions at the onset of the apocalypse, so they regarded the suggestion to join as merely a ruse. As time passed and resources dwindled, Director Tong's suggestion began to resonate like a siren's call, tempting Wang Chao and his companions to betray their souls. Director Tong no longer concealed his true nature, occasionally uttering words steeped in negativity, such as, "No one will survive for long, we might as well enjoy what we have while we can." Their side was thriving, with food and drink aplenty, and they could indulge in exhilarating group activities. With each passing word, Wang Chao found himself increasingly swayed. He had long harbored feelings for Liang Shaojing, who was also a student at Tianhe University of Economics and Trade. Wang Chao, a year her senior, prided himself on his looks and affluent upbringing, and during the orientation of the new semester he had pursued Liang Shaojing, standing over 1.7 meters tall, with a beautiful face and an alluring figure. Liang Shaojing exuded an air of innocence that left Wang Chao's advances unanswered. It was only after they found themselves trapped in the store that Liang Shaojing recognized the dangers posed by the apocalypse, particularly for women, and Director Tong's behavior served as a stark reminder. San Jiajia had been quicker to grasp the situation, establishing rules to prevent Wang Chao from leading everyone into Director Tong's group and actively defending Liang Shaojing and the others. She declared that anyone wishing to indulge themselves before death was free to do so, but they would have to go to Director Tong's side to do it. Her confidence stemmed from the presence of He Wenyue, a sports education major from the university town, towering nearly 1.9 meters tall and a national-level wrestler. Not only did Wang Chao feel intimidated by He Wenyue, but even Director Tong had refrained from coercing them to join. Having witnessed He Wenyu dispatch 50 zombies with 2 table legs, anyone would be daunted by her formidable strength. He Wenyu, though not particularly talkative, possessed a keen intellect. She recognized Wang Chao's infatuation with Liang Shaojing and thus firmly aligned herself with Sun Jejia. While appearing to be Sun Jejia's enforcer, she was also safeguarding her own interests. Should the dynamics between the trapped men and women devolve into chaos, she too would be caught in the crossfire. Store manager Li Zixuan had become psychologically unhinged after witnessing his wife and child transformed into zombies. Zhang Bin, the employee, was slightly disabled and generally kept to himself. He understood that only by conforming to the majority could he hope to survive. After Sun Jejia's scathing words, Wang Chao took a deep breath and countered, "Then what do you propose we do? Since we've exhausted the fried chicken, hamburgers, and cola in stock, we have no choice but to scavenge for supplies nearby. With this little food, how long can we last?" Sun Jejia glanced at He Wenyu, who suggested they consider heading to the suburbs, where there were fewer people and presumably fewer zombies. Constantly scavenging isn't a sustainable solution. She said, "My family are farmers. I've been planting since I was 6. Whether it's rice or wheat, I know how to germinate seeds and find a seed store. We can gather some vegetable seeds. And we won't lack for food." Wang Chao shrugged helplessly, spreading his hands. "All right, that might be a long-term plan, but how do we get out of here now? How far do you think we can escape without being eaten by zombies?" 3 streets or a kilometer. He Wenyu is formidable. Can you guarantee our safety in reaching the suburbs? Amy, adorned with a nose ring, observed Sun Jejia, who resembled a fiery little pepper, poised to engage in yet another quarrel with Wang Chao. She interjected, "Jejia, perhaps you might temper your words a bit. We are all banding together for survival. Differing opinions are inevitable, but we must not let discord tarnish our camaraderie. You are both correct in your assertions. I too have mentioned that remaining here is untenable, yet Wang Chao's perspective holds merit as well. The manner of our departure is indeed a significant conundrum. Let us all ponder this matter thoughtfully." Sun Jejia rolled her eyes at Amy's conciliatory stance, suspecting that this little tough girl might have taken a liking to Wang Chao, perhaps preparing to indulge in some reckless escapade with him before the end. Wang Chao's intentions were not difficult to discern. He likely yearned for a more communal experience, aiming to claim not only her but also Liang Shaojing and others. But black-haired Wenya was an exception. Wang Chao likely feared that she would fracture his pelvis with her might. The atmosphere in the shop was rather tense. Liang Shaojing proposed they share provisions to satisfy their hunger when Wang Chao eagerly placed 2 bags of chips into her hands. She merely smiled, a flicker of disdain glimmering in her eyes. This fellow, before the apocalypse, was hardly worthy of stepping into her territory. Had it not been for the current predicament, she would hardly have bothered to acknowledge him with a smile. Chao Chang, eavesdropping on their conversation, found himself intrigued by the girl named He Wenyu, noting her agricultural skills. One should not underestimate the expertise required in farming. In a sprawling city like Tianhe, finding someone capable of tilling the soil was no small feat. He resolved to keep an eye on this He Wenyu, mentally labeling her as a potential ally. After the meal, Chao Chang turned to make his way toward the bank of Lonqiao, curious about the situation there and the status of Director Tong and his associates. As he approached the lowered shutter door of the bank, he heard inappropriate noises emanating from the second floor, indicating that the action inside was rather intense. He leaped, grasping the window ledge of the first floor, and pulled himself up to the security bars. Peering inside, he was taken aback by the scene. It was more extravagant than he had anticipated. Within the office, the number of individuals exceeded his expectations. With around a dozen people present, the weaker party in this gathering consisted of 3 women clad in uniforms, enduring a brutal onslaught beyond their capacity. Nearby, several spectators were uncontrollably salivating, lining up for their turn. 2 tables were situated close to the office door, laden with boxes of vacuum-sealed rice dumplings, while the floor was strewn with crates of beverages. Seated in a swivel chair was a balding middle-aged man, his bare head glistening as he puffed on a cigarette, squinting with pleasure at the live spectacle before him. A young, thin man, freshly emerged from his exertions, plopped down beside the balding man, guzzling half a bottle of drink. Director Tong, shall we indulge in another round? Director Tong, the head of the Lonqiao branch, had established his authority after the survivors relocated their supplies to an underground vault under his command. Among the survivors, only Director Tong possessed the fingerprint to access the vault, solidifying his unchallenged status. Director Tong spat dismissively. It's the same three again. I've exhausted every approach. Just mention he. Meow. She is a gem from our branch. Flaunting her father's position as the director of the credit department, she wouldn't even glance my way before. Now, she is practically cooked under my flame. How dull. I preferred her when she was still rebellious. The thin man chuckled. Meow was indeed a stunning beauty, one he had no chance of approaching before the world fell into chaos. Yet, as the saying goes, behind every goddess stands a man unwilling to pursue her. As Director Tong noted, from the initial thrill to their current state, their thresholds had risen to unprecedented heights. Nothing excited them anymore. Have those girls from the fried chicken burger shop still not agreed to come over? Didn't you strike a deal with that fellow named Wang Chao last time? The thin man's eyes lit up at the mention of the 4 women from the burger shop. Director Tong scoffed. That kid has the heart of a thief but lacks the courage. He fears we will claim the fairest among them. They seem to be classmates or alumni, and that tall woman is quite formidable. She is likely intimidated him. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a security uniform, having vented his frustrations, approached to it. He chimed in. They won't hold out much longer after 3 days and 9 missed meals. They'll succumb, but that tall woman mustn't be allowed to feast. It's best if she goes hungry for a few more days, or she'll become too dangerous. That woman must be nearly 2 meters tall. Just like a thoroughbred. If I can get her, I'll indulge myself. Director Tong shook his head. Forget about that for now. Is there any activity on the public channel? Didn't someone contact that female doctor? Were they not supposed to come for a rescue? No updates. The middle-aged security guard swallowed half a rice dumpling and replied, there's been no activity. Perhaps they saw the horde of zombies at the hospital. Too numerous to count, and fled in terror. Only a fool would go to the hospital to rescue people. Isn't that just courting death? As the three discussed Wang Lianit, someone rushed in excitedly, declaring they've lit candles on the burger shop windowsill. That kid is signaling us. In Chapter 31, someone harbors ill intentions. Director Tong's manipulations of Wang Chao and his companions extended beyond casual banter during the hottest part of the day. He tossed paper notes wrapped around stones toward the burger shop. According to Director Tong, this was an effective means of disseminating propaganda to undermine Wang Chao's resolve. Among the dozens of notes thrown, some targeted the women, emphasizing the bounty of food and drink available without the peril of venturing out for supplies. As for the men, the allure of sustenance was clear, once the constraints of law and morality vanished. The primal urges within them surged forth. Among the notes Wang Chao retrieved, he found such temptations. However, Director Tong had accurately gauged his psyche. Wang Chao harbored genuine affection for Liang Shaojing, unwilling to share the woman he cherished with another. Their clandestine exchanges had faltered for this very reason, yet Wang Chao could wait no longer. While he had covered Zhongbin during a supply run earlier that day, he had observed an increase in zombies and encountered a grotesque mutant creature. Measuring 6 to 7 meters in length, Wang Chao discerned that the burger shop's defenses were as flimsy as paper against such a beast, rendering it an untenable refuge. In contrast, the Bank of Lonqiao's security measures, from its shutter doors to its barricades, surpassed those of the burger shop by far. Faced with a choice between the woman he favored and a chance at survival, Wang Chao faltered. He realized that Liang Shaojing had remained indifferent toward him. Though he wore a facade of cheerfulness, his patience had long since worn thin. You maintain your distance, your pretentiousness, then I shall join Director Tong's ranks even if I cannot claim the top prize. I shall partake in the spoils. Coupled with his discontent toward San Georgia and his trepidation regarding Hiwenya, Wang Chao ignited a small candle on the windowsill of the burger shop. This signal would alert Director Tong and his cohort that he had left the door ajar, or a mere lift of the shutter would grant them entry. Director Tong chuckled heartily. No more playing around. Reinforcements are here, grab your gear, let us seize those women, tonight shall be a night of indulgence. The thin man and the middle-aged security guard responded with enthusiasm, rallying to action. The bank of Lonchao lacked weapons. Not even a kitchen knife, yet they possessed numerous large fire extinguishers. A dozen men armed themselves with extinguishers and improvised club-like table legs as they slipped out through the side door of the bank. The distance between the bank and the burger shop was roughly 100 meters, with numerous zombies roaming the streets at night, presenting a significant threat to Director Tong and Wang Chao's group. However, a sewer grating lay conveniently outside the bank's side entrance, leading directly to the burger shop. Once outside, Director Tong and his cohorts cautiously lifted the sewer cover, making their way underground toward the burger shop. The lead security guard grimaced. This stench is unbearable, I'll have that tall woman lick me clean. Director Tong chuckled. That kid has finally come to his senses, you can have your way with her. But there's one condition, eliminate that fellow fast. He has been toying with us for far too long, I want to be satisfied until he has gone. The thin man, ever the opportunist, added, what is the phrase, you seek my interest while I aim to claim your principal. Unquestionably, at kid must die.as Director Tong and his companions crawled through the sewer. None glanced back. Had they done so, they would have noticed Chow Chong perched on the windowsill of the second floor of the bank, his expression one of amusement, as though watching a farcical play unfold. Our women, truly the most captivating treasures in a world where survival commodities are scarce. Chow Chong listened intently to Director Tong's dialogue, fully aware that ill intentions were brewing within the burger shop, yet he found this entirely normal. His own relationship with Lu Yun mirrored this dynamic. The only difference was that Chow Chong was somewhat possessive and unwilling to share his woman, even fearing that someone might snatch her away. Hence, aside from his particular interest in the farming woman, he remained indifferent to the fates of others, eager to witness the depths to which humanity could descend under such circumstances. Chow Chong shifted along the window ledge, ensuring he had a vantage point that afforded him a clear view of the burger shop while also allowing him to utilize his bow or firearm effectively. 3 minutes later, a Director Tong and his crew gently pried open the sewer cover at the entrance to the burger shop, confirming that the nearest zombie is merely a few meters away from the wellhead. Director Tong stated, according to our prearranged plan, once Lao Lu creates a commotion to divert the zombies on the street, we will rush into the hamburger shop at the earliest opportunity. On the rooftop of the Blue Bridge Industrial and Commercial Bank, Lao Lu, as mentioned by Director Tong, laid the firework launcher flat, glanced at his watch, and ignited the fuse. After a few seconds of sizzling, a series of explosive bangs echoed. The fireworks erupted over 100 meters away, illuminating the night sky with a dazzling display of colors. The deafening sounds stirred the zombies, causing them to swarm towards the direction of the fireworks. Inside the fried chicken hamburger shop, Zhang Bin, stationed by the window, was jolted awake, stretching his neck to peer outside. He was horrified to see the zombies flowing down the street like a legion of marching ants, leaving his face as pale as a ghost. Hearing the booming noises, Wang Chao's heart raced, recognizing it as the signal for action from Director Tong. His gaze involuntarily flicked towards the rolling shutter door. He took a few steps forward, subtly blocking Zhang Bin's view of the door lock. San Georgia and the others were equally startled by the continuous explosions, fully aware of the zombie sensitivity to sound. The group approached the window, gazing in disbelief as hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies surged past the shop entrance. Liang Shaojing clenched her fists in astonishment, exclaiming, "How can this be? Have the zombies gone berserk? They won't come crashing in, will they?" Wang Chao, understanding the situation, cast a glance at Liang Shaojing, swallowed hard, and replied, "The zombies are drawn by the loud noises, they should just be passing through." He Wei's brow furrowed slightly. "It's fireworks, the rooftop of the Blue Bridge Industrial and Commercial Bank is launching them," San Georgia queried in confusion. "Have they lost their minds? Aren't they afraid the zombies will break in? If the zombies get agitated, they could stack up and climb the building." He tugged at San Georgia's sleeve, resolutely stating, "This is an opportunity. While the zombies are lured away, we must leave the hamburger shop immediately." The sound of the fireworks is so loud that it will undoubtedly attract zombies from a 1 to 2 kilometer radius. We need to vacate this neighborhood and find a new refuge. Making it easier to search for supplies later, the pierced-nose girl, Amy, hesitated. Is that feasible? What if we encounter another wave of zombies? Wouldn't we be throwing ourselves into the net, willingly feeding ourselves to the zombies? Chapter 32, The Fighting Spirit of the Big Girl. Wang Chao immediately responded, Amy is right, let's wait and see. Before he could finish, Hiwei grasped Sun Jejia's hand with one and seized a table leg with the other, declaring, if you won't leave, Jejia and I will. Just then, the rolling shutter door of the hamburger shop suddenly lifted, revealing Director Tong and a dozen others outside. Several fire extinguishers smashed through the glass of the door, their nozzles aimed directly at Hiwei and the others. With a hissing sound, the dry powder exploded onto Hiwei and her companions, catching them completely off guard. Wang Chao, seeing the plan come to fruition, shouted, I'm here, don't spray towards me. Shaojing, come over here. While speaking, he covered his eyes with one hand and reached out for Liang Shaojing beside him. The middle-aged security guard advanced 2 steps, raising a fire extinguisher, and swung it violently towards Wang Chao's head. Wang Chao, still shouting, let out a piercing scream, calling out twice more before falling silent, blood spraying from his head and mingling with the airborne powder. The next victim was the store manager Li Zixuan, who was already incapacitated and dazed. When confronted with the fire extinguisher thrown by Director Tong, he made no attempt to dodge, merely mumbling incoherently as his body slammed to the ground. Liang Shaojing, blinded in one eye by the powder, found her face smeared with Wang Chao's blood and screamed, don't kill me, I'll agree to anything, just don't kill me. The middle-aged security guard chuckled, seizing Liang Shaojing by the hair, followed by a brutal knee strike. In pain, Liang Shaojing bent over and collapsed, resembling a boiled shrimp. The thin man then lowered the rolling shutter, standing guard at the entrance with 2 others. This operation to trap the prey was impeccably executed. The thought of capturing 4 new victims delighted him, his grin stretching almost to his ears. Don't let that big girl escape, everyone hold her down. After Director Tong dealt with Zhongbin, he signaled for the others to converge on Hiwei. The dry powder had now entirely filled the hamburger shop's hall, creating a white haze. Hiwei covered Sun Jejia's mouth to stifle her screams, tucking her under her arm as she crouched towards the back window. Before Director Tong and the others could encircle them, Hiwei smashed the glass with the table leg, only to be thwarted by the security bars outside. Realizing her escape was impossible, she merely sought a few breaths of fresh air. Leaning against the wall to avoid being attacked from behind, she concealed Sun Jejia behind her and swung the table leg to knock the extinguisher from Director Tong's grasp. Director Tong's hands tingled from the impact and he shouted, move the tables over and block her. No matter how strong she is, she can't match us. Who still has a fire extinguisher? Spray her. The middle-aged security guards brought over 2 tables, raising them like shields against Hiwei. This tactic proved highly effective. Despite Hiwei's considerable strength, she could not withstand being pressed against the table surface, and the table leg in her hand couldn't reach the guards. As 2 fire extinguishers were aimed at her, despair flickered in Hiwei's eyes. Suddenly, Sun Jejia darted out from behind Hiwei, her petite figure slipping beneath the table, clawing and biting at the middle-aged guard while shouting, I've been bitten by a zombie, you all should follow me and become zombies too. Sun Jejia's frenzied antics startled the guard, as the consequences of being bitten by a zombie were terrifying. He stumbled back, dropping the table. Wanya, run, Sun Jejia called to the dazed Hiwei, rushing towards the door. With the pressure of the table lifted, Hiwei thrust forward, toppling 3 people including Director Tong, and followed closely behind Sun Jejia. Just as they reached the rolling shutter door, Liang Shaojing unexpectedly tripped Sun Jejia, and Hiwei reacted quickly, jumping against the shutter. Pain contorted Liang Shaojing's face, her features merging into a ghastly visage. I can't escape, none of you will get away either. Didn't we all agree to share fortune and misfortune? As Sun Jejia attempted to rise, Director Tong seized her cuff, pulling her back. Sun Jejia glared at Liang Shaojing, who lay before her, and landed 2 punches on her. You little bitch, I found you irksome for a long time, wanting to drag us down to die together. "I'll strangle you fast." Liang Shaojing, caught by Sun Jiajia's hands around her neck, found both of them under the control of Director Tong and his crew. "Wanya, run, come back later and kill all these scoundrels. Consider it revenge for me." Before Sun Jiajia could finish, Director Tong delivered a heavy slap, leaving her ears ringing and stars in her eyes, and she fell unconscious from the blow. Seeing Sun Jiajia captured by Director Tong's group, He Wei's eyes nearly bulged out with determination. She crouched down, lifted the rolling shutter, and shouted defiantly, "If we can't escape, then let us die together. Let them accompany us to the grave." After declaring this, He Wei picked up an empty fire extinguisher, continuing to shout to attract the zombies. Then, armed with a table leg in one hand and the extinguisher in the other, she fought her way back into the shop. "Kill her, don't let her attract the zombies." Director Tong, witnessing He Wei's actions, was struck by fear, his eyelids twitching. The thin man, already at the door, raised the fire extinguisher high above his head and swung it at He Wei. But she dodged, and he was instead struck by the table leg, blood streaming down his head as he collapsed. The middle-aged guards employed their previous tactics, using the table surface to push He Wei back towards the hamburger shop. Once they closed the door, He Wei would surely meet her demise at the hands of the zombies. After all, 3 women remained inside, providing ample entertainment for a while longer. However, He Wei's fists were no match for the sheer number of attackers. Despite her fierce retaliation, she was gradually forced out of the hamburger shop. Just as the guards attempted to lower the rolling shutter again, they noticed a glimmer falling from behind He Wei, who felt a sudden hit from behind, followed by a resounding bang as fireworks erupted. This unexpected turn of events caught the guards off guard, injuring the eyes of 2 of them. "Lao Lu, where did you put it? I swear to you, Lao Lu, I'm blind." Before the middle-aged guards could continue their curses, the fireworks continued to explode at the entrance of the hamburger shop. He Wei seemed to be jolted awake. Hastily dodging the ongoing fireworks, now unable to rescue Sun Jiajia, and turned to flee towards the Blue Bridge Industrial and Commercial Bank. Chapter 33, The Exquisite Egoist. At this moment, Chao Chong stood atop the Blue Bridge Industrial and Commercial Bank, a corpse lying beneath his feet, the very Lao Lu whom Director Tong's group had mentioned. The city of Tianhe had prohibited fireworks for many years. During his scavenging for survival supplies, Chao Chong had never encountered firecrackers or fireworks. He had no idea where this group had procured such items. After dealing with Lao Lu, Chao Chong aimed the remaining 3 fireworks towards the entrance of the hamburger shop. Igniting them, he watched as brilliant flowers illuminated the entrance. Noticing someone escaping, narrowing his eyes, he recognized it as He Wei, whom he had marked as a reserve member. This person was certainly destined to survive, and Chao Chong immediately began to slide down the drainage pipe. He Wei's choice to flee was undeniably correct. As Chao Chong set off fireworks towards the hamburger shop, the zombies were drawn back once more. As Director Tong and his companions escorted Sun Jiajia and others towards the exit, hoping to escape into the sewer, it was already too late. They had no choice but to retreat back to the hamburger store, without the assistance of Lao Lu to coordinate the zombies. Their desire to escape was thwarted. He Wei ran with remarkable speed. Noticing a horde of returning zombies approaching from the direction of the Bank of China, she veered off at an angle, but soon encountered a scattering of zombies, which quickly multiplied into groups of several, then dozens. Armed with a table leg, she felled a few zombies, yet the increasing number before her sent chills down her spine. Was escape impossible? Was her life destined to end here? If so, so be it. Weary and on the brink of collapse, He Wei smashed the skull of another zombie before turning back. Moments earlier, she had been stunned by the explosion of fireworks. But now, with the dazzling lights extinguished, she wished to return and perish alongside Director Tong and the others. However, in less than a minute, the fate of Director Tong and his companions proved far more grim than her own. Seizing the opportunity amid the fireworks, Chao Chong had shot 2 crossbow bolts to secure the rolling shutter, rendering it immovable. The zombies, drawn by the scent of humans, surged through the wide-open doors of the hamburger store without hesitation. "Jiajia," He Wei cried, her eyes brimming with tears as she summoned the last of her strength. Battling her way toward the store, with less than 10 meters to the entrance, she spotted Sun Jiajia. bloodied and clutching Director Tong tightly, preventing him from effectively defending against the marauding zombies. Both were soon overwhelmed by several undead assailants. The middle-aged security personnel, relying on their numerical advantage, attempted to retreat to the storage room within the store. Completely disregarding the women they had so cunningly sought to capture, Liang Shaojing and Aimi were swiftly beaten by zombies, their chances of survival dwindling. These two survivor groups had once held the potential to extend their lives for days, perhaps even longer with a stroke of luck, yet due to the malicious ambush from Director Tong's faction and Wang Chao's betrayal, their fate was sealed. He Weiwen realized it was all over. An unusual smile crept across her face. Only to freeze in place, she beheld a figure clad in ancient armor, a cigarette dangling from their lips, wielding an axe with the precision of a skilled butcher as they dispatched zombies effortlessly. Their eyes met, and she noted the cold detachment in the stranger's gaze. Was this a zombie, or something else entirely? Chao Chang, taken aback by the towering figure before him, estimated her height to be at least 190 centimeters. Using the words of an elderly farmer, her physique seemed like prime material for hard labor. He Weiwen's lips trembled. Are you human? Chao Chang did not respond, instead cleaving through another zombie with a swift stroke of his axe. He then grasped He Weiwen by her waistband, lifting her effortlessly as if she were a mere chick, and turned back toward the hamburger store. He Weiwen was momentarily stunned, despite weighing 160 jin. She felt as light as a feather in his grasp. This individual could not possibly be human. The display of strength before her only reinforced her suspicion, as he wielded the fire axe with unparalleled skill. Dispatching zombies with a mere flick, she could barely catch a glimpse of the axe's afterimage before dozens of zombies collapsed at his feet. Upon entering the store, Chao Chang effortlessly pulled down the rolling shutter. The middle-aged security personnel struggled to budge it, while he handled it with the ease of lifting a scrap of paper. He tossed He Weiwen onto the ground, the fire axe continuing its deadly work to clear the store of zombies. He Weiwen's gaze fell upon the corpses of Liang Shaojing and Aimi, their flesh ravaged by the undead, as well as the nearly devoured San Jiajia. Over by the storage room, the security personnel were locking the door, barricading the zombies outside. After clearing the store, Chao Chang swung his axe to break open the storage room door. Under He Weiwen's watchful eye, the treatment meted out to the security personnel mirrored that of the zombies. Each met their end with a single, decisive blow. This scene sent a chill through He Weiwen, involuntarily causing her to shudder. She understood that this armored figure, even if human, was certainly not a benevolent one. With a resounding clang, Chao Chang planted his axe on the ground and clicked on a flashlight. The beam illuminating He Weiwen's face, she instinctively raised a hand to shield her eyes, but upon lowering it, she felt an unexpected sense of relief at his words, which indicated he was not a mutated creature or a mythical zombie. Chao Chang scrutinized He Weiwen, noting her impressive height and robust physique, not the type that was merely overweight and flabby. Maintaining such a form amidst the apocalypse was a small miracle, unlike the emaciated figures he had encountered recently. He Weiwen appeared strong and capable. In his estimation, while Dia Yun might score a 9 in terms of beauty, He Weiwen was no more than a 6. Yet he found himself increasingly resembling a self-serving opportunist. Despite her lack of conventional beauty, her utility in the short term far surpassed that of Dia Yun. He recognized her combat prowess, clearly an experienced fighter, while her physical stature suggested resilience. Binding He Weiwen to his cause could rapidly bolster their collective strength and alleviate his own burdensome energy. Stripped down, Chao Chang commanded, his tone devoid of emotion. Everything off. He Weiwen paused briefly, then grasped the true intent behind his words, not to take advantage, but to ascertain whether she bore any bite marks from the zombies. Observing the fire axe and the weapons strapped to his back, she wisely refrained from further commentary, fearing a momentary lapse might provoke a violent response. Chapter 34. This guy. He Weiwen began to remove her clothing piece by piece, ultimately standing before Chao Chang completely bare. Turning slowly to display her form, she was certain that she had not been beaten. Chao Chang's eyes narrowed. He had already perceived that He Weiwen was not overweight. but now discerned a certain athletic beauty about her, devoid of the muscular bulk often associated with bodybuilders. Her height accentuated a pleasing softness rather than a heavy appearance. "Put your clothes back on. First, let us eat something, then we'll head to the Bank of China," he instructed, retrieving food from his backpack. He Wei-wen quickly donned her clothes, her eyes fixated on the provisions in his hands. Since the previous week, the hamburger store's frozen chicken dishes, bread, and hot dogs had been completely consumed, with only meager rations scavenged daily to share among several people. Her hunger had caused her to lose several pounds. In just over a minute, Wei-wen devoured 3 sausages, a packet of biscuits, and a bottle of energy drink. After swallowing the last sip, she paused before inquiring, "What do you want me to do?" Chow Chang was taken aback once more. Earlier he had not paid much attention, but now he found her voice surprisingly pleasant, lacking the roughness he had anticipated. "Are you afraid of me?" he asked. Sidestepping her question, Wei-wen nodded. After witnessing his speed in dispatching the zombies, it was only natural to feel fear. This man was capable of killing without hesitation, and he was fully armed. She had been exceedingly cautious, wary of provoking any violent reaction that might lead to her demise by his axe. "Have you recovered? Let us go to the Bank of China next door," Chow Chang said, rising with his axe in hand. Wei-wen's eyes widened in alarm. The thought of heading to the Bank of China amidst a sea of zombies was daunting. Would they be inviting danger by stepping outside? Yet she dared not voice her objections. Silently picking up 2 table legs to follow him, murmuring, "My name is Wei-wen, a first-year student at the Physical Education Institute, originally from Zhong County in Gansu, Chow Chang," he replied, lifting the rolling shutter with his axe. Then swinging it with force, effortlessly dispatching 5 or 6 zombies in one sweeping motion. Wei-wen closely followed him, immediately assisting without needing further instruction. In the distance of approximately 100 meters. Even with the overwhelming number of zombies, they were no match for Chow Chang's prowess. Unlike the environment at the Fourth People's Hospital, the zombies here were clustered together, devoid of any mutated cells. Chow Chang advanced with the ease of a ship slicing through waves, reaching the side entrance of the Bank of China within minutes. Wei-wen had killed a dozen zombies, while she estimated that Chow Chang had eliminated at least 300 to 400. This man was extraordinarily powerful, almost inhuman. At that moment, watching Chow Chang's display of skill ignited a sense of admiration within her. Being in the company of such a formidable figure felt undeniably safe. Compared to Chow Chang, Director Tong and Wang Chao were pathetically weak. Upon closing the side door of the Bank of China, Chow Chang and Wei-wen ascended to the second floor. A disheveled man stood at the stairway, brandishing a chair in defense. Before he could utter a word, his head was severed. The contrast between killing zombies and humans was stark, and as Wei-wen watched the headless body collapse before her, blood gushing forth, her stomach churned involuntarily, her mind racing to the image of ancient executioners delivering death. The second-floor office was a chaotic scene, thick with smoke and disorder. 3 women lay naked on the floor, and as Chow Chang approached, they instinctively spread their legs, giving him an unsettling impression of submission. These women were nearly beyond saving, their bodies and minds shattered, bearing the scars of severe abuse, including burn marks from cigarette butts. Wei-wen gasped, her heart heavy at the sight of their suffering. Given the current circumstances, she knew that if Director Tong captured her, her fate would undoubtedly mirror theirs. Director Tong and his associates deserve nothing less than death. Wang Chao, that traitor, met a fate far too lenient. He should have been subjected to 1,000 tortures. It is truly regrettable for San Jiajiak. However, Chow Chang's gaze fell upon the stacked vacuum-sealed rice dumplings and beverage boxes, while another table displayed a substantial pile of crimson banknotes, likely amounting to around $1 million. Yet in this post-apocalyptic world, such currency is merely a heap of worthless paper, incapable of even purchasing a single biscuit, let alone being suitable for hygienic purposes. Chow Chang wielded his axe to clear a path, smashing through the fingerprint-locked security door. Inside, he discovered over 100 boxes of rice dumplings, dozens of crates of drinks, And atop one box several gold bars weighing 500 grams each. He placed a few bars into his backpack. The value of gold had diminished, losing its status as hard currency, leaving it primarily as raw material for welding equipment to be used by Shuangzhen. Upon exiting, he noticed Hiwenyu covering the three women with blankets, her gaze seemingly inquiring how to handle them. They resembled the undead, and with ample provisions available they could sustain themselves for a while. Their survival, or lack thereof, hinged on their fate. Hiwenyu, momentarily taken aback, questioned, "Are we not considering this place a refuge? With such an abundance of supplies, venturing outside to scavenge would be arduous. I have accommodations elsewhere, far more comfortable and secure. Do you truly believe this is a suitable location? There are far too many zombies surrounding us. Shall we merely consume these provisions and await death?" Chao Chong settled into a chair. "From here to the hospital there are at least 20,000 zombies, if not 30 or 40,000. For now, I cannot escort you away. There is still a doctor at the hospital. I need to clear the path first before we can leave together. So please wait here for the time being. A more comfortable and secure sanctuary." Hiwenyu, trusting Chao Chong's words, sensed he was not deceiving her, otherwise he would not be so indifferent to such a wealth of survival resources. "You hail from the countryside. Do you know how to cultivate?" "I do, but seeds will be hard to come by in Tianhe City. At most, I might find some vegetable seeds. Given the season, we could plant cabbage, chives, or radishes. That is of no concern to you. As long as you can cultivate, I will procure rice or wheat seeds for you when the time comes." Chao Chong locked his gaze with Hiwenyu's. "Now, let us discuss our affairs." Hiwenyu tensed, realizing the moment that would determine her fate had arrived. "I am not a good person. In this hellish apocalypse, a heart of iron is essential for survival. Yet, I hold a responsibility to protect my own, to provide them with hope for survival. Do you understand what my own means?" Hiwenyu comprehended. My own was not merely about surviving together as team members but implied a closer bond. Although she had yet to clearly discern Chao Chong's appearance, his voice and movements suggested he was quite young. Thus, the notion of my own likely involved an intimate relationship, perhaps even bearing his children. Chapter 35, The function of titles. Activated, perceptive as she was, Hiwenyu, feeling somewhat constrained, suggested, "Could we move to another room? It feels strange with others present. I'll fetch you some sanitary supplies. Clean yourself up." Hiwenyu was unlike Wang Lianyi, who had been starving like a zombie. He was eager to bind her identity as a member of his group. Besides her superior physical condition compared to Wang Lianyi, Hiwenyu possessed self-defense capabilities and would be crucial for amassing system merits in the future. Chao Chong returned with a large bag of supplies and 2 barrels of purified water. Half an hour later, after washing her hair and body and donning fresh clothes, Hiwenyu approached Chao Chong with small, delicate steps. The contrast of the tall girl standing at nearly 2 meters, taking petite steps, was quite captivating to him. He led her to the adjacent room and removed his armor. "Clean me up," he instructed. Hiwenyu studied Chao Chong's not unattractive face. Acknowledging that this encounter was inevitable, she resigned herself to fate. Initially, she acted as a maid, but soon the process became awkward, often requiring Chao Chong's commands to prompt her to speak. Her demeanor akin to a shy maiden, Chao Chong's assessment was correct. Hiwenyu was indeed resilient, far surpassing Lu Yun in combat prowess. Moreover, he experienced an unusual sense of conquest, as few could claim mastery over a woman like Hiwenyu. An hour later, he finally released his pent-up energy, while Hiwenyu, an athlete, lay drained, her eyes vacant, lips slightly parted, completely exhausted on the desk. Experiencing Chao Chong's extraordinary strength firsthand made her feel like a large toy in his hands. Utterly depleted and entering a state of recharge. As Chao Chong lit a cigarette, he glanced at the chaotic remnants beside Hiwenyu and focused on the translucent screen. Intimate relationship detected. Would you like to bind her as a member of your group? Chao Chong chose yes, and the screen transformed. Name, Chao Chong. Age, 22. Strength, 50. Agility, 28. Immunity, 23. Bound group members, 2 core system merits, 439 assignable attribute points. 1. The single point of free attribute stood out glaringly. Previously his skills had yielded 5 or 10 points, yet today he had only accumulated 1 point, indicating an extraordinary increase in difficulty for earning attribute points. The screen shifted again, detected that the number of group members exceeds 1. The system automatically activates the title function. Click on the group member list to display titles. Chao Chong's attention fell on the titles of the bound group members. Lu Yun and He Wenyue's name bore an additional notation. In parentheses, Lu Yun was designated as a private, while He Wenyue was classified as a recruit. Were these titles determined by the number of zombies killed? As the system's host, he should possess the authority to evaluate titles. Chao Chong observed the titles accompanying Lu Yun and He Wenyue, one a private, the other a recruit. Their group, or rather, team, seemed rather feeble, akin to a few small kittens faced with the system's new functionality. He deemed it momentarily useless, even if he proclaimed himself the Grand Marshal of the army, with only 2 subordinates. What an embarrassment that would be. Better to humorously designate He Wenyue as a volleyball general. Considering she brought her own sustenance in the form of 2 volleyballs, while his mind wandered, He Wenyue regained her composure, enduring slight discomfort as she dressed. Chao Chong, snapping back to reality, beckoned her closer. He Wenyue's body remained somewhat weak, as she leaned almost entirely against Chao Chong's legs. He caressed her neck and back, perceiving her as a humanoid female cougar. How old are you? 18. He Wenyue felt a strong desire to confide in him. Wishing to share more about herself. My family is impoverished, even farming in Gong province is not easy. My mother passed away when I was very young, and my father disappeared while working away from home. My grandparents raised me, and by the age of 6, I was already cooking and helping them with chores. 8010, I accompanied my grandfather to the western regions to pick cotton, then worked as a reaper for others. And even took a train south to plant rice. That year, I earned over 1,000 yuan, and I entered the first grade of elementary school at 11. In 5th grade, I participated in a provincial sports competition and secured first place, which led to my exceptional admission to a sports school in Gong province. Eventually, I was recommended by the county to study in Tianhe City, where I trained to become a physical education teacher. After graduation, I would have returned to my hometown to teach. As He Wenyue shared her story, she noticed a subtle change in Chao Chong's expression, unsure if her mention of her family had displeased him. She quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have rambled on. Chao Chong relaxed his furrowed brow. No, you've had quite a journey. My teacher said I owe my existence to fate, or had I not possessed this physique, I would not have walked this path and likely would have married years ago. Perceptive, He Wenyue speculated that Chao Chong's earlier reaction stemmed from her mention of her family situation. Did his family face unhappiness and discord prior to the apocalypse? Do you still desire that? I could provide it. He Wenyue's maternal instincts surged, prompting her to kiss Chao Chong. He recalled Zhuang Zhen's similar words, but with her, it was evident she lacked experience. However, with He Wenyue, he felt liberated. The result was that after their second encounter, He Wenyue remained incapacitated for an hour, while Chao Chong was still full of energy. In her mind, she labeled Chao Chong as a formidable beast, reminiscent of a horse she once owned. Certain aspects were strikingly similar. Chao Chong donned his armor, declaring, "You will need to stay here for a few days. I will visit you daily. This knife and handgun are for your protection. Before I leave, I will secure the doors of the Blue Bridge Industrial Bank to ensure your safety." Unbeknownst to He Wenyue, once she became a group member, she posed no lethal threat to Chao Chong. What she perceived was that after establishing an intimate relationship, his trust in her had skyrocketed, filling her with warmth as she blurted, "If only I had met you sooner, Jejia would still be alive." Chao Chong felt speechless. Those worthless and despicable individuals, apologies, but he had no intention of squandering time or resources. Chapter 36, The Plum Blossom. 3 times a wave of killing, for instance, regarding the aforementioned son Jejia. Upon hearing her confrontational nature, it became evident that her personality was quite difficult and not easy to get along with, even if becoming a member of a girl group would not pose a threat to him. He still did not wish to have an incessant buzzing mosquito in his ear, as it would inevitably affect his quality of life. Chao Chong instructed He Wenyue on how to load the firearm. how to open and close the safety, and glancing at the time, he realized it was almost midnight. After giving He Wenya a few final reminders, he secured the main door and departed from the Bank of China at Longjao. Just as Chow Chong was reshaping He Wenya in his own image at the Fourth People's Hospital, Wang Leni awoke from her slumber, but after a light meal, she found herself unable to fall back asleep. She switched on the intercom and softly inquired amidst the static background noise, "Is anyone there?" A prompt reply echoed through the intercom, "Are you that doctor, sister? I remember your voice. Are you doing well? By the way, you can call me Zhenzhen. My name is Zhuangzhen. I'm fine. Chow Chong visited me last night and left some food and water." Zhuangzhen asked curiously, "Aren't you supposed to call him husband?" "That's true, you haven't undergone Sister Luyun's verification yet." Sister Luyun said that only after passing her verification and the ceremony can one truly become a member of our big family. I actually know what this is about. It's just meant for you guys. I wish I could, but I'm still a bit young. However, Sister Luyun said she could hold a banquet for me fast. Wang Liani seemed to grasp the gist but also appeared somewhat perplexed. She had anticipated that Chow Chong would have other women around him, yet she did not expect that the one she was conversing with was still a little girl. There was another person she had spoken to before, who seemed to hold an even higher position in Chow Chong's heart. It was akin to the ancient customs of affluent families where newcomers had to follow established rules upon entering. "What kind of person is he? Can you tell me?" Wang Leni asked, only to hear the voice on the other end change. "You need not take Shenshen's words too seriously. Your priority now is to regain your strength and strive to leave the hospital as soon as possible to reunite with us. At this hour you should be resting. In the villa." Zhuangzhen looked at Luyun somewhat nervously. "Did I say something wrong? Isn't she one of us?" Luyun gently patted Zhuangzhen's head. "Not yet, and she is trying to understand my husband. While this is a positive sign indicating her willingness to integrate with us, do we truly know her?" Luyun believed she had a decent ability to read people, yet even now, she dared not claim to understand Chow Chong well. Her knowledge of his past was merely superficial. She also sensed that she could not quite grasp Chow Chong's true character, and that Wang Liani had been indirectly inquiring about him. Did she seek to vie for his affection? No one understood better than Luyun how crucial Chow Chong was for anyone wishing to survive in the apocalypse. He was like a sturdy tree providing shelter from the storm. Others wishing to cling to this tree must first seek the consent of its strongest vine. In the distance, the rumble of an engine was heard, and Luyun smiled at Zhuangzhen. "My husband is back. Remember to behave well tonight. If you don't cooperate with me, I may just let go." Zhuangzhen nodded vigorously. "Then I'll go change my clothes now." By the time Chow Chong returned to the villa, it was already midnight. Upon his return, he confirmed the locations of the other two survivor teams listed by Luyun. Preparing to scout the areas before visiting Wang Liani and He Wenya the next day, the gates of the estate opened and closed. Chow Chong called Luyun over to deal with a few zombies that had followed them. While he unloaded the supplies from the trunk, noticing the absence of Zhuangzhen. "Where is Zhuangzhen?" "She is preparing a midnight snack. We can move the supplies from the trunk tomorrow, that way. When Zhenzhen and I move them, we can also organize and categorize them, saving us from repeating the effort." Chow Chong found Luyun's reasoning sound, and after she dispatched the zombies, they entered the villa together. Upon entering, the lights dimmed, highlighting the flickering glow of two large red candles on the dining table. "Husband, life should have a sense of ritual, just like when we were at the Zijin Garden community. But this time I've prepared even more thoroughly. Please wait a moment." Luyun winked at Chow Chong, soon bringing Zhuangzhen out from her room. Chow Chong's expression froze for a second. He recognized it was Zhuangzhen. However, she was adorned with a red veil and dressed in a pink hanfu. This was the attire of a bride. Luyun guided Zhuangzhen to stand before Chow Chong. "Zhenzhen, will you marry my husband? Do you agree?" "I do." Luyun placed Zhuangzhen's hand in Chow Chong's. "Husband, Zhenzhen is willing. Even if we do not enter the bridal chamber now, we must establish our status. This is the order of our big family." Chow Chong began to understand Luyun's intentions. With Wang Liani's arrival imminent, a structured hierarchy needed to be established, as if to indicate that whoever entered first held a higher status. It was harmless. So he acquiesced. Under Liu Yun's guidance, Zhuangzhen almost performed 3 bows and 9 kowtows, treating Cao Chang like an emperor. Then Cao Chang lifted the red veil and shared a cup of wine with Zhuangzhen. Marking the conclusion of this unconventional ceremony, husband, Zhuangzhen softly called, closing her eyes and pouting her lips. Cao Chang smiled, briefly pressing his lips against Zhuangzhen's, as if sealing the agreement. Liu Yun clapped her hands. All right, Zhenzhen is still young, we can skip the bridal chamber step for now. Husband, are you hungry? Let us have a midnight snack. Perhaps due to the so-called ceremony, Zhuangzhen felt more at ease in front of Cao Chang. Calling him husband with a sweet voice that tested his resolve. Unfortunately, having previously established a certain demeanor, he could not afford to let his primal instincts take over now. Cao Chang recounted the events of the day to shift the conversation. Liu Yun and Zhuangzhen listened intently, learning that besides Wang Liani, Cao Chang had also rescued He Wenya at the Bank of China, resulting in a tangible relationship. Zhuangzhen couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Wearing an expression that suggested I could do that too, until she had Cao Chang describe He Wenya in detail, Zhuangzhen instinctively gestured a few times. It seemed she was only slightly taller and a bit plumper than He Wenya. But truly, she could not compare. Cao Chang nearly laughed at this scene. Given He Wenya's physique, he thought he could manage a bit of flirtation. Liu Yun, on the other hand, would need some time to recover. As for Zhuangzhen, it was as if she had been mortally wounded. What was she gesturing about? After finishing their midnight snack, Liu Yun suggested Zhuangzhen return to her room to rest, as she nestled close to Cao Chang. Husband, you won't blame me for taking the initiative, will you? I just wanted to give Zhenzhen some reassurance. Otherwise, when Wang Liani and He Wenya arrive, she might feel isolated. She has mild autism, and that would not be beneficial for her. In this time of chaos, with humanity unraveling, we need order even more. Chapter 37, Heartfelt Confessions. Liu Yun was unaware of the existence of the core system and had painstakingly devised this arrangement. In truth, the core system's rank function was the best internal order. However, if it meant serving him like an emperor, he was more than willing to enjoy it. All these were trivialities, secondary matters. How you wish to exercise your authority is entirely up to you. Now, let us discuss serious matters. Cao Chang shifted the topic. Today had essentially been a total annihilation of 2 survivor teams, though they had all brought about their own demise, even without my intervention. They would not have survived for long, given that Zhuangzhen had been present. Cao Chang did not mention the upheaval at the hospital, fearing it might frighten her. Upon hearing that there were mutated cancer cells in the hospital, Liu Yun's face turned pale instantly. Would those mutated cancer cells spread? It's uncertain for now, but they will likely extend to the vicinity of the 4th People's Hospital. The other 2 survivor teams are definitely in dire straits. I will see tomorrow if there are any worth saving. If not, it's just their misfortune. It will also spare me the effort of cleaning up after them. The tone in which Cao Chang spoke was chillingly indifferent. Typical of someone who would not save others without personal gain. Yet Liu Yun wholeheartedly agreed. She had not witnessed the helicopter massacre or the conflict between the 2 survivor teams, but she understood that in this chaotic order, the darker side of humanity would be magnified infinitely. The survival of their own was paramount. This was also how she began to discern a facet of Cao Chang's character. The lives of others, whether they existed in misery or not, were of no concern to him. Whoever cared. Husband, you need to maintain an air of mystery and distance. This will help establish your authority and centrality within our family. Do you know how powerful you are? Only by creating such an environment will new members instinctively obey your commands and dare not defy you. Moreover, our numbers are too few, even with Wang Liani and He Wenya added. We only total 5 people. There are numerous small tasks to manage, such as cleaning the villa, maintaining and inventorying supplies, and patrolling the estate's perimeter. If Wang Liani and He Wenya arrive, I suggest we begin implementing food rationing. We can use food distribution and work assignments to establish hierarchy. For instance, your food can be unlimited, while I should have a standard for how much I eat and drink daily, and what I consume. This should also apply to Zhenzhen. As the number of people increases, we can no longer afford chaos, we must have rules just like managing a company, clarifying the hierarchy through monthly salaries and authority. Listening to Lu Yun's lengthy exposition, Chao Chang realized that without the rank function of the core system, her approach would be indeed effective. In the wake of the apocalypse, the significance of survival resources was indisputable. The recently obliterated survivor teams had essentially controlled others through food and force. The weak endured inhumane treatment. Why not rise in rebellion? Because the weak lacked survival capacity and did not possess the power of resource allocation. It appeared that Lu Yun intended to establish a well-defined class system of hierarchy. Wang Liani engaged in a covert conversation with Zhenzhen over the intercom last night, seeking to unveil the true nature of her husband. Regardless of her ulterior motives, such behavior is fundamentally misguided. The more one learns about their partner, the more the allure of mystery and distance dissipates, ultimately leading to a loss of boundaries. Thus, I interjected during the call with a pointed remark. Confronted with Lu Yun, who was wholly focused on her own interests, Chao Chang gently pinched Lu Yun's cheek. The secrets of the system must remain undisclosed to anyone, even if Lu Yun professes unwavering devotion. However, given the system's support for Chao Chang, fostering an emotional bond with Lu Yun could greatly contribute to a harmonious family atmosphere. Do you wish to know more about me? Lu Yun felt an inexplicable tightening in her chest upon hearing these words. She recognized that this moment marked a pivotal juncture in her relationship with Chao Chang. With a timid gaze and a hesitant tone, she asked, "May I know? You hold a unique significance for me. As you are the first woman in my life. Previously I was intimately involved with Wu Gunyang, so aside from what I have already shared, what else would you like to know?" Lu Yun began counting her questions on her fingers. "I know you attended university in Tianhe City and spent a month delivering takeout after graduation. Where is your family from? Who else resides there? Was the apocalypse somewhat sudden for you? Have you been in touch with relatives, classmates, or teachers?" Chao Chang's brows involuntarily furrowed before relaxing. "I'm not sure if you were into short videos before the end of the world, but do you recall the Tianhe Metro incident involving university students? I was the male protagonist in that news piece. It occurred during my freshman year, and although it was later clarified as a misunderstanding, with a young lady apologizing and the school restoring my reputation, it was too late for me. I struggled to form relationships in college, and my rapport with teachers and classmates was poor." Lu Yun's eyes widened. She had indeed heard of that infamous news. So you're referring to that scandalous video incident? No, it was far less publicized, yet the unjust treatment I received was no different. The young lady not only possessed a disagreeable personality and a sharp tongue but also wielded considerable influence, rallying a gang to intimidate me. That month was excruciating, fostering in me a wariness, even a loathing, towards women. In the subsequent years, as the trend of young ladies flaunting wealth emerged, I became increasingly cautious. For once beaten, twice shy. Thus, when we first met, I spoke candidly with you. Either you comply, or your well-being is of no concern to me. It's merely a residual effect of that ordeal. As he recounted his experiences, Chao Chang laid bare his heart to Lu Yun. Over the years, I developed mild social anxiety and became increasingly self-centered, indifferent to matters beyond myself, until the apocalypse struck, awakening me to the reality. I'm certainly not a good person. You know, I've even contemplated that if that young lady were still alive, I would make her suffer greatly. If that attractive girl from class were alive, I'd have her serve as my slave, forever kneeling before me. And as for that sister who falsely accused me of stealing her red envelope money, I would bind her and subject her to rigorous training. Chapter 38, Serving the Tiger Until Death. Lu Yun could sense the smoldering fury within Chao Chang. "My love, do as you see fit. If they still draw breath, make them pay, for they have wronged you. However, keeping them alive only grants them a chance to exist, which seems rather unfair." This was Lu Yun's redeeming quality. She recognized Chao Chang's uniqueness and bore witness to his strength, thereby choosing to prioritize his happiness above all else. She understood that only by entwining herself like a vine around the towering tree that is Chao Chang could she secure her future. Does this not amount to serving the tiger? Chow Chong quipped. In truth, since acquiring the system, the violent impulses he had harbored for years seemed to diminish, for the apocalypse had become the ultimate retribution against those who had once looked down upon him. My love, the world you perceive is one of hellish torment. Some survivors have transformed into demons, while others are latent devils. You are the one who slays monsters, ensuring my survival. So what if I serve the tiger? As long as you desire it, I will support you in all your endeavors, even if you become the most powerful and malevolent of demons. I shall remain by your side until my last breath. This was Luyun's delayed yet heartfelt confession. She did not deny her opportunistic inclinations, but her words were sincere. She wished to convey to Chow Chong that she was attuned to his heart, seeking merely to bind him with her trivial strength and prevent him from descending into the deepest darkness. Following this candid exchange, the bond between Chow Chong and Luyun deepened significantly. Often, a single glance or shared smile would reveal their mutual understanding. As they transformed from intimate lovers into companions of the spirit, both recognized that such a connection would not be replicated with anyone else. Chow Chong would not open his heart to another, nor would Luyun allow any other woman to penetrate the depths of his heart, uncovering his past and the dark thoughts he concealed within. After breakfast, Luyun bid farewell to Chow Chong, then summoned Shuangshen to help transfer the supplies piled in the estate into the basement of the villa for sorting and organizing. Just as they completed the first trip, a distant rumble resonated through the air. Shuangshen looked up toward the source of the sound. Sister Luyun, there are helicopters, with one hand grasping Shuangshen's. Luyun hurried back to the villa, seizing a gun to aim at the two helicopters above. Ever since Chow Chong had informed her that helicopters ostensibly calling for rescue were actually there to kill, she had been on high alert. Zhenzhen, contact my husband. Although he must have seen them by now, I still need to inform him. Chow Chong, not deaf, had left the villa less than 10 minutes ago. He swiftly spotted the two helicopters in the sky, one of which appeared to be armed. He immediately halted, grabbing his sniper rifle to remain vigilant, tracking the helicopter's trajectory, which likely originated from the southern airport. My love, have you seen the helicopters? Luyun's voice crackled over the intercom. I have. Keep a close watch on your side. If the helicopters show any signs of landing near the estate, open fire immediately. There are explosives in the basement of the villa, so have Zhenzhen ready to detonate them at a moment's notice. I will keep my eyes fixed on the helicopters. The two helicopters seemed to merely be passing through, veering northwest after skimming over the River Bay Villa area, yet the sight cast a shadow over Chow Chong's heart, instilling a sense of pressure, the pressure of survival. If the occupants of those helicopters were akin to those who shot Chen Yu, or even equipped with more formidable weaponry, then despite the system's support, Chow Chong would undoubtedly meet his end. A mere mortal could not withstand a barrage of gunfire or missile bombardment. As the helicopters flew farther away, Chow Chong disembarked and pursued on foot, maintaining a distance of 1 to 2 kilometers. He needed to ascertain the intentions of those aboard. When the helicopters hovered over an open area, he realized he had strayed far from his designated territory. Encroaching upon the peace zone adjacent to the Blue Bridge district, through his binoculars he observed 3 armed individuals descending from one of the helicopters, with machine guns mounted within. Each person was fully equipped, carrying not only firearms but also rocket launchers, their belts laden with ammunition. Had they raided a military armory, such weaponry would be beyond the ordinary police precinct's inventory. The trio wasted no ammunition, methodically dispatching zombies with silenced firearms, as though harvesting wheat. After clearing out thousands of zombies, they stormed into a building. Approximately 10 minutes later, they emerged with an elderly man, his hair frosted with age. Swiftly hoisting him aboard the helicopter via a rope, Chow Chong released his grip on the sniper rifle, lacking certainty, and given the unclear situation, he refrained from firing at the helicopters. It was only after the helicopters vanished from sight that he contacted Luyun, learning that they had not passed over the River Bay Villa area this time, prompting a sigh of relief. What on earth are these individuals? Are they affiliated with those who shot Chen Yu? I am still lacking anti-aircraft weaponry. A heavy weight settled in Chow Chong's heart. Observing the rocket launchers on those three, he felt acutely aware of the vulnerabilities surrounding his villa estate should those individuals target the villa with a few rocket shots and execute a swift assault. Not a single person inside, including himself, would survive. Coexisting peacefully with neighbors and maintaining a distance, Chow Chong believed such a scenario was utterly implausible. As the days grew increasingly arduous, conflict with these individuals was inevitable. After all, resources for survival do not materialize from thin air. For instance, the supplies from the large market beside the exhibition center were not something he would relinquish without a fight. He hoped to encounter those individuals again, as it would provide an opportunity to ascertain their stronghold and seize those powerful weapons. His yearning for the rocket launchers surpassed even his previous covetousness for the ore truck. Upon returning to the Blue Bridge district, Chow Chong visited the two locations where he had previously revealed his position over the intercom. The results of his reconnaissance were unexpectedly astonishing. Both survivor teams comprised a significant number of individuals. One team occupying Yida Plaza boasted over 50 members, while another at the water company numbered more than 70. Moreover, the atmosphere within these two survivor squads is rather pleasant, and a semblance of order prevails. Both teams comprise elderly individuals, women, and children, and amidst this apocalyptic world, a scene of respect for the elderly and a nurturing spirit towards the young emerges, embodying harmony and camaraderie. Chow Chong shook his head slightly at this sight. He noticed that both survivor groups still possessed a considerable amount of resources. Experience told him that once these supplies dwindled, a myriad of chaotic events would unfold, and this warm tableau would be instantly torn asunder. Illustrating the notion that it is not scarcity that breeds discontent, but inequity, Chow Chong was not a bloodthirsty maniac. Upon assessing that these two survivor groups were devoid of firearms and posed little threat, he did not resort to the same ruthless measures he employed against the security company and Director Tong. Instead, he chose to let them fend for themselves, perhaps selecting some useful individuals to bring back to his villa at a crucial moment. Chapter 39, Differentiating Treatment of Illegal Workers. The mining vehicle halted at the entrance of the Fourth People's Hospital, and Chow Chong disembarked to begin clearing the obstacles on the road. This was undoubtedly a laborious task, one that could not be completed in just a day or two. The street outside the hospital was choked with vehicles, and Chow Chong had to remain vigilant against potential mutant cancer cells that might escape from within the hospital. By 4 in the afternoon, he had managed to clear over 300 meters. Today, this would have to suffice. The commotion caused by moving the cars was considerable, and while he could disregard the zombies, he could not be certain about the mutated creatures. Chow Chong glanced at the setting sun to the west, retrieved a bag of supplies from the vehicle, and made his way towards the hospital. Once again witnessing the monstrous cancer cells divide and proliferate, he pushed open the barricaded door on the 3rd floor. Switching on his flashlight, he saw Wang Lianyi had tidied herself up, donned fresh attire. And although she still appeared gaunt, her spirit was markedly improved compared to the previous night. He placed a bag of supplies on the ground and inquired, "How have things been from last night to today?" Wang Lianyi shook her head. "Occasionally, zombies have banged against the door, and there are those hissing sounds from the mutated cancer cells you mentioned. Are these supplies all for me?" "Indeed, I brought you a garbage bin. You can use it as a makeshift toilet. I cleared over 300 meters of the road today, and in 3 or 4 days, I will be able to take you home, thank you." After being stung by Liu Yan's words, Wang Lianyi felt even more reserved in front of Chow Chong, fearful of displeasing him or those around him. She did not wish to lose hope for survival. Therefore, every precaution seemed warranted. "I forgot to ask you yesterday, what medical instruments can you operate, or what do you require to treat patients? I will try to procure them all." Wang Lianyi hesitated. "Those instruments are quite large and heavy, and some require electricity, like X-ray machines and CT scanners. I can only operate an X-ray machine. I am not trained to use the other devices. Additionally, I cannot perform blood or urine tests." With each word, her voice grew softer as she realized that without these instruments, her role was not much different from that of a nurse. Observing Wang Lianyi's awkward expression, Chow Chong waved his hand dismissively. Doctors are generally similar, don't they? First review the examination reports before treating patients, as long as you can conduct some routine surgeries, it's sufficient. In this dire situation, even appendicitis or a fracture could be fatal. You can learn the areas you're unfamiliar with gradually, you will undoubtedly learn faster than others. Besides, I will find professionals in relevant fields to assist you in the future. Wang Liani felt an increased weight of pressure. With more qualified doctors, her value might diminish significantly, risking abandonment by Chow Chong. Rest assured, I can handle routine surgeries, and I learn quickly, determined to master the same fervor she had for her graduate studies. Wang Liani resolved to impress Chow Chong with her professional capabilities, just as she suspected. In Chow Chong's mind, Wang Liani was merely a reserve member, not yet bound as part of a core team. Losing her would not significantly affect him. His primary concern was her medical expertise and status. However, should a more suitable candidate for binding present itself, he would undoubtedly reconsider. After sealing the door, Chow Chong took another bag of supplies and headed to the bank of Blue Bridge. In the presence of his established ally He Wenyang, who had already become a core team member, Chow Chong's demeanor was far more congenial than with Wang Liani. Xiaomi sea cucumbers, steamed king crab, pre-prepared cheese lobster, and secret dongpa pork. He Wenyang looked at the sumptuous food laid before her, warmth blooming in her heart. Before the apocalypse, she had only heard of such gourmet delicacies but had never had the spare change to purchase even one. Now, amidst the calamity, she was enjoying an exquisite feast. Chow Chong crushed the crab claws, extracting the tender white meat and offering it to He Wenyang. What is the situation with those three women? Upon entering the bank, Chow Chong noticed that the three women, once in a pitiful state, had finally regained some semblance of humanity, not as utterly useless as he had initially thought. He couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of the human spirit. I spoke with them. The taller one is called He Miao, the fair one is Lin Jiome, and the one with a slight limp is Ding Mei. They were all employees of the Bank of Blue Bridge. Controlled by Director Tong and subjected to inhumane treatment after the apocalypse, they were given only one rice dumpling and a cup of water each day, leaving them too weak to resist and turning them into tools for Director Tong's gratification. It was horrific. I shared some food with them, and their condition improved significantly once they were fed. Your kindness may not yield the desired results. Chow Chong did not delve deeply into He Wenyang's actions. After all, he had no intention of taking along these three burdensome individuals. I understand, since we do not plan to take the supplies from here, let them survive one day at a time. Their condition is only slightly better than that of the living dead. The one named Lin Jiome seems to be pregnant. Director Tong's group are nothing short of beasts. Chow Chong was pleased with He Wenyang's awareness. Once she had eaten her fill, he removed the chainmail armor from his body. Given your height, you should be able to wear this armor. Now, shall we go out and hunt some zombies? Are you up for it? Chow Chong wished to test the system's merit accumulation model and summarize the experiences and rules. He Wenyang readily agreed. Although the chainmail was a bit ill-fitting, it provided basic protection and bolstered her confidence. Chow Chong handed her a steel rod and led her out through the side door of the bank. Before He Wenyang was fully prepared, he whistled, startling her. Dozens of zombies, sensing human presence and hearing the whistle, converged upon them. He Wenyang swung the steel rod and dispatched the zombies within minutes. The sound of shattered skulls attracted even more zombies, but Chow Chong refrained from intervening, only stepping in to eliminate any threats to He Wenyang when she was unable to manage. Within less than an hour, He Wenyang was breathless and trembling, the steel rod feeling as heavy as a mountain in her hands, rendering her unable to swing it any longer. That's enough, let's head back. Chow Chong observed the translucent screen displaying Core System Merit 1001. This indicated that He Wenyang had single-handedly dispatched over 500 zombies, surpassing the total number Liu Yun had killed, opening the list of female team members. He noted that the titles next to Liu Yan's and He Wenyang's names were displayed in a semi-ethereal state, indicating merit could be awarded. Liu Yun could be promoted to private, while He Wenyang could ascend to the rank of sergeant. Chow Chong mused internally, it is indeed I who grants these ranks. Does He Wenyang's merit count towards Liu Yan's total? Is Liu Yan's merit defaulted due to her higher rank? is there a leadership credit? Then it seems He Wenyang has become a shadow worker for Liu Yun. Chapter 40, Establishing Rules. Chao Chong promoted both women. He held a unique regard for Liu Yun and would not purposely suppress her advancement. He Wenyang, however, was his foremost subordinate, a formidable force in her own right, embodying some of his own qualities. Of course, that night Chao Chong would not ride her, lest he tire her out, with He Wenyang joining the ranks as a merit-accumulating powerhouse. Chao Chong eagerly anticipated what new functions the system would unlock upon reaching 10,000 merit points. Out of fondness for this capable subordinate, he not only gifted her the chainmail but also helped her wash up afterward. Leaving He Wenyang feeling somewhat bashful. 3 days later, Chao Chong successfully cleared the road to the 4th People's Hospital, driving the mining vehicle directly to the hospital's entrance, and opened the door to Wang Liani's office. Her face was ashen. She had just heard the rumbling noise and saw through the cracks in the window that hundreds of zombies had surrounded the special vehicle, with Chao Chong fighting his way through their ranks. The mere thought of having to charge out in a similar manner sent a shiver down her spine. Put on the bulletproof vest and goggles, and wrap your exposed skin with clothing. Stay close behind me. After issuing his commands, Chao Chong noticed Wang Liani was momentarily stunned and frowned. What are you waiting for? Oh, I'm coming. I'll be ready in a moment. Wang Liani hurriedly complied with Chao Chong's instructions. Asking hesitantly, with so many zombies, can we really break through? I'm not asking you to fight. You've had several days of good meals. Don't tell me you can't run a few hundred meters. With that, Chao Chong turned and walked away. Wang Liani quickly followed, watching as he dispatched zombies with a single swing of his axe, his valor gradually reassuring her. Chao Chong fought his way from the 3rd floor to the lobby on the 1st floor, where the zombies, drawn by Wang Liani's scent, surged toward her like pigs fighting for slop, yet they could not breach the defensive line formed by Chao Chong's axe. Wang Liani stayed glued to Chao Chong's side, benefiting from his protective aura as they safely exited the hospital. It wasn't until they settled into the driver's seat of the mining vehicle that she finally exhaled deeply, gasping for air. Chao Chong, unperturbed by her weak demeanor, revved the mining vehicle and spun it in place, crushing a wave of zombies beneath its wheels, then turned toward the bank of Blue Bridge. A striking scene unfolded as He Wenyang actively emerged, wielding a steel rod, and swiftly ascended into the driver's cabin of the O-truck. I sealed the door from within and instructed He Miao and the others to bolt the main entrance once I exited, assuring them that they would be safe for the time being. He Wenyang, glancing at Wang Liani, who sat between her and Chao Chong, remarked, "You must be Dr. Wang." "I am He Wenyang." Witnessing He Wenyang's agile dispatching of several zombies instilled a greater sense of pressure in Wang Liani. Yet she could also perceive He Wenyang's goodwill. "Hello, you are truly courageous. Let us not engage in trivial chatter." Wang Liani, contact Shenshen. There will be no shortage of zombies following us back this time, so ensure your family is prepared for the cleanup. Wenyang will keep a vigilant watch. Should any mutated creatures appear, shoot immediately. He Wenyang acknowledged with a nod, expertly chambering her weapon, while Wang Liani reached out to Zhuangshan. She keenly noticed the subtle distinction in how Chao Chong addressed her and He Wenyang. He referred to He Wenyang as Wenyang, while she was called by her full name. It seemed that apart from her role as a doctor, she was decidedly not favored by Chao Chong. 20 minutes later, the O-truck rolled through the gates of the estate. Due to the addition of 2 individuals aboard, the zombies attempting to besiege the truck numbered in the thousands. Chao Chong cautiously prevented the zombies from flooding into the estate, using the vehicle to block half of the gate, and called for He Wenyang to disembark and assist him in clearing the undead. Liu Yun and Zhuangshan hurried over. Liu Yun joined the fray against the zombies, while Zhuangshan wielded a remote control, beckoning Wang Liani to follow her to the villa entrance. As the primary force in zombie extermination, Chao Chong was keen to eliminate zombies for attribute points, and He Wenyang was eager to demonstrate her prowess, dispatching zombies with remarkable efficiency. Liu Yun, having honed her skills, though not as physically robust as He Wenyang, Struck true with her spear, within half an hour the three of them had successfully cleared the thousands of zombies. Once the ore truck was inside the estate and the gates secured, Chao Chang instructed Zhuangzhan to fetch a water gun to wash away the black-green stains from their bodies before they retreated to the villa for a hot shower. After cleaning up and donning fresh, suitable attire, He Wenyas and Wang Leni awkwardly entered the villa's living room, unaware of how Chao Chang and Lu Yun had forged their bond. They were informed by Chao Chang's narrative that the woman before them, Lu Yun, was indeed his wife. At that moment both women felt a pang of inadequacy. He Wenyas, self-aware, recognized her lack of beauty and unsatisfactory figure, while Lu Yun epitomized the goddess archetype with her exquisite features and unique aura. Wang Leni, usually confident in her own appearance, suddenly felt outclassed by Lu Yun. Realizing how misplaced her prior self-assessment had been, even before the apocalypse she paled in comparison to Lu Yun, and it was no wonder that Chao Chang had been lukewarm after seeing her pre-apocalypse photographs. With a beautiful wife at home, it was only natural for him to disregard someone like her, a wild rose growing by the roadside. Lu Yun and Chao Chang exchanged glances before scrutinizing the two women before them. He Wenyas, towering at nearly 1.9 meters, was certainly a formidable presence, her physique slightly robust and her earlier performance against the zombies commendable. This big girl, as Chao Chang referred to her, could undoubtedly serve as a powerful guardian for the villa. In contrast, Wang Leni appeared frail, her bony frame lacking flesh, seemingly at risk of being swept away by a gust of wind. Yet, if she could recover her former plumpness, she would undoubtedly be considered a beauty. Overall, Lu Yun found herself somewhat satisfied with the two women Chao Chang had brought home. One was capable in combat and agriculture, while the other possessed professional skills, both essential to the survival of this burgeoning family. However, rules needed to be established. Since her first encounter with He Wenyas and Wang Leni, Lu Yun had not smiled, her stern demeanor exuding an air of authority that felt oppressive. Wang Leni was reminded of the poker-faced hospital director, while He Wenyas thought of the unyielding academic dean from her school. My husband is Chao Chang, I am his wife. Lu Yun. Lu, as in the deer, and Yun, as in rhythm. I welcome you both to this family. For you are not devoid of value. Without rules, chaos ensues. Our family has its own set of rules, and if you prefer not to abide by them, you may leave now. In this household, my husband is the law. His words are the rules. Chapter 41. If you can't beat them, join them. Lu Yun spent nearly 10 minutes employing her adept psychological manipulation techniques, first belittling He Wenyas and Wang Leni until they felt utterly worthless, then granting them a modicum of recognition and treating them differently to reinforce their positions. This entire strategy effectively placed them firmly under her control. Hubby, Sister Lu Yun, is it time to eat? Zhuangzhan observed how He Wenyas and Wang Leni seemed like school children under Lu Yun's admonishment and felt compelled to interject on their behalf. However, her approach drew the attention of both women. Zhuangzhan's youthful appearance and petite stature could be misleading, making her appear younger than her actual age when she addressed Chao Chang as hubby. Both Wang Leni and He Wenyas were taken aback. After assessing Zhuangzhan and then Chao Chang, they realized it was necessary to reevaluate who he was. They had previously discerned that Chao Chang was not a good man, a fact he himself acknowledged. However, the extent of his character became clearer upon hearing Zhuangzhan's choice of address. Lu Yun gently ruffled Zhuangzhan's hair. You need not be surprised. What is there to be shocked about? This is an essential bond that sustains our family. I have already conducted a ceremony for Zhuangzhan, allowing her to marry my husband. The ceremony for Wenyas will be held tomorrow. Consider it a necessary procedure for joining this household. Wang Leni, I will not impose restrictions on your rations for now. You must recover quickly, as you will have obligations to fulfill post-ceremony. Wang Leni found this utterly absurd. Were these two a bit unhinged? Although she had mentally prepared herself, she never anticipated that Chao Chang had a wife. The distinction between having a woman and having a wife was stark. Did Chao Chang's wife feel no jealousy, allowing others to marry her husband? Was she out of her mind? Nevertheless, Wang Leni refrained from voicing her objections. She understood that under these circumstances, one must bow their head. If this chaotic familial arrangement was what it was, So be it. All she desired was to survive. The phrase "if you can't beat them, join them" resonated deeply. She needed to integrate into this family swiftly, otherwise, she was certain that Lu Yun would make her life miserable. As for He Wenyas, she had already discerned the closeness between Chao Chang and her, and it seemed that all that was needed was to finalize the formalities. To welcome the newcomers, the dinner was exceptionally lavish. He Wenyas hailed from a humble background, while Wang Lian's pre-apocalyptic family barely qualified as middle class. As they gazed at the table laden with delicacies, both women found themselves momentarily lost, feeling as if the apocalypse had never occurred. Experiencing a surreal sensation akin to dining at a grand banquet in a wealthy household. Once Lu Yun concluded her cold, stoic performance, Chao Chang picked up his chopsticks and declared, "Let us eat. After dinner, we shall hold a brief meeting." He Wenyas managed to keep her composure, but Wang Liani genuinely felt overstuffed. Besides the unlimited servings, she could hardly justify indulging in such high-end cuisine even before the apocalypse. After all, a single extravagant meal would have cost at least 10,000 yuan. What family could afford such extravagance? For the sake of this lifestyle, this quality of survival, Wang Liani felt that she could lower her pride and accept her circumstances. Bowing to life without feeling humiliated, with this newfound perspective, she proactively cleared the dining table and washed the dishes. In the absence of an avenue to utilize her professional skills, she took on the role of a maid. Ensuring that Lu Yun, the lady of the house, had no grounds to mistreat her, Chao Chang instructed Zhuangzhen to bring forth a map. A couple of days prior, 2 helicopters had flown to the Peace District. Extracting an unidentified elderly man. It remained uncertain whether those who rescued the old man were affiliated with the individuals who had shot Chen Yu and his group. However, the helicopters posed a significant threat. They were not only armed with machine guns but also carried missiles, which could spell disaster for them if unleashed. Upon hearing Chao Chang's words, He Wenyas and Wang Liani grew tense. No matter how formidable Chao Chang was, he was still flesh and blood, as were they. They had no means to resist an attack from firearms. Chao Chang continued, "In the Blue Bridge district, there are 2 survivor squads near the river bend. Totaling nearly 200 individuals, they have some supplies, so their internal atmosphere is relatively stable, maintaining basic order. However, it is foreseeable that once their resources dwindle, bullying and even cannibalism may ensue. Thus, we have 2 tasks to attend to in the near future. First, we must ascertain the source of the helicopters and eradicate this threat before it materializes, ideally seizing those powerful weapons. It would be even better if we could acquire the helicopters themselves. Secondly, we should observe the 2 survivor squads. There may be talents among them that we require, however, we should only intervene after their order has collapsed, without experiencing the harsh realities of the apocalypse. They won't appreciate the value of joining our family." After outlining the situation, Chao Chang began assigning tasks. Zhuangzhen was to use a drone to conduct reconnaissance on the 2 survivor squads, assessing when their order might disintegrate, while also monitoring the public radio channels for any helicopters that might appear. When Zhuangzhen needed a break, Wang Liani would take over. This monitoring needed to be continuous, 24 hours a day. From tomorrow onwards, Elegant Wenya will be responsible for the defense of the Hiwan Villa area. You may choose your own firearms and other weapons. The defense perimeter I have delineated encompasses the manor and the surrounding row houses. You may seize the opportunity to cleanse the row houses of any zombies, provided you ensure your own safety. My dear wife, you are in charge of all matters within the manor. Manage this home well and protect it. When I am away, your commands shall take precedence. Chao Chang has discerned that, compared to the shrewd He Wenyak, Lu Yun evidently possesses strategic acumen and a commendable management capability, making him feel quite at ease with such a capable wife overseeing affairs. Lu Yun smiled and nodded. "Wenya, I find myself somewhat indisposed this evening. Please accompany your husband for some rest." He Wenya understood all too well what accompanying Chao Chang entailed, yet being addressed in such a manner in front of Zhuangzhen and Wang Liani made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Though she still murmured her agreement, Chao Chang waved his hand, saying, "Everyone is quite weary today. let us retire early. Liu Yun and I shall return to the master bedroom first. Naturally, Chow Chang was keen to reciprocate Lu Yun's kindness and uphold her authority as the lady of the house. Hence he would not rest with Hiwenya at this hour. Liu Yun wore a smile, her heart blooming with joy. It seemed that her persistent efforts had finally yielded their due rewards, securing a place in Chow Chang's heart that had no rivals. Although she was somewhat indisposed tonight and for the next few days, under Chow Chang's training, she had evolved from being tongue-tied to eloquent, making it quite feasible for her to indulge her husband a little. Chapter 42. This woman is ruthless. Wang Lianyi watched as Chow Chang and Liu Yun departed the living room. Somewhat perplexed by the situation, they were all quite fatigued. As a master of medicine, she understood the principles behind certain matters very well. How taxing could it truly be? Suddenly, she noticed Hiwenya beside her, exhaling in relief, as if having escaped a daunting task. Was it really that serious? Hiwenya seemed to sense Wang Lianyi's slight bewilderment and, upon scrutinizing her current physical condition, instinctively shook her head. Given Wang Lianyi's frail appearance, it seemed likely that a single bout would leave her in tatters. The following morning, all the inhabitants of the villa resumed their respective duties. Liu Yun, rubbing her chin, watched as Chow Chang left the manor. This time Chow Chang did not take the ore truck but instead rode a motorcycle. The noise from the ore truck would be detrimental to stealth, whether for reconnaissance of the two survivor teams or tracking a potential helicopter. After surveying the area, Liu Yun observed Hiwenya fully armed, clearing away the scattered zombies outside the walls, preparing to tackle the zombies in the row houses next, thereby expanding the manor's absolute safety perimeter. Wang Lianyi was busy cleaning the villa with a cloth in one hand and half a bucket of water in the other. Liu Yun was quite pleased with Wang Lianyi's swift recognition of reality and her keen insight. Zhuang Zhen was in the electronics room monitoring communications. She had relocked a frequency for contact with Chow Chang and was reviewing footage captured by the drone, particularly focusing on monitoring radio signals from the southern airport. Upon entering, Liu Yun playfully flicked Zhuang Zhen's forehead and teased, "Did you eavesdrop last night?" Zhuang Zhen chuckled nervously. "I was just a bit curious. I promise it won't happen again." No worries, Liu Yun replied. "Last night you rather helped me out, otherwise I would have struggled to speak today. Let us wait another year, then I'll let your husband see those files on your computer and I guarantee it will deliver a significant shock to him, revealing what it means to be young yet crafty. Nowadays the youth are quite audacious." Zhuang Zhen froze, as if caught red-handed in a theft, her face turning a deep crimson. She then exclaimed, "Liu Yun, did you peek at my computer?" Liu Yun crossed her arms and replied solemnly, "I wonder if Wang Lianyi has studied psychology. She should take a look at you." "Zhen, you are indeed unwell and need treatment." In a building beside Yida Plaza, Chow Chang set the binoculars on the windowsill and opened the public channel. Two survivor teams, approximately 1 kilometer apart, showed signs of merging, having discussed matters on the public channel early that morning. This was one of the reasons Chow Chang hurried to observe. The other reason was He Miao from the Blue Bridge Industrial and Commercial Bank, a woman he had seen a few times and deemed useless. Yet she seemed to be recovering rapidly in body and mind. She had managed to connect with those two survivor teams on the public channel, revealing that there were ample supplies stored within the Blue Bridge Industrial and Commercial Bank, and was using this information as leverage to persuade the survivor teams to take her away to a safer refuge. Chow Chang had not anticipated that his leniency towards Hiwenya's momentary softness would lead to such developments. This was indeed a clever means to infiltrate the survivor teams. Observing from the periphery did not allow for an in-depth understanding of talent. A rash request to join would surely invite suspicion. He Miao provided a valuable entry point. Inside the Blue Bridge Industrial and Commercial Bank, He Miao concluded her communication with the survivor teams, ignoring the two corpses at her feet, Lin Jiamei and Ding Mei, whom she had killed. She did not wish anyone to know of her shameful past, so eliminating these two women was necessary. After washing up and donning clothing, she would still be that elite banker. And with a wealth of survival supplies joining the survivor teams, she would undoubtedly attract attention, thus embarking on a new life. Perhaps by instinct, He Miao suddenly turned around the sight before her, causing her to tremble. And she collapsed to the ground. Chow Chang, observing the two deceased women, noted that one appeared to be pregnant. He then glanced at He Miao, whose guilty conscience betrayed her intentions, thinking to himself that this woman was indeed ruthless. Chow Chang seized He Miao by the hair, dragging her like a dog to a room filled with rice dumplings and drinks. He Miao, terrified, stuttered incoherently, "It wasn't me, I didn't kill anyone, please don't kill me." Having witnessed Chow Chang wield an axe against someone, she had initially been numb to the horror, but the more she reflected on it, the more fear gripped her. Chow Chang had seen his fair share of absurdities and was disinterested in probing why He Miao had killed the other two women. He delivered 2 sharp slaps to her tear-streaked face. "Have you come to your senses? Can you understand me?" He Miao nodded vigorously, indicating she understood. Chow Chang produced a cigarette, placing it between her lips and lighting it for her. "Take a few puffs. Don't be afraid, as long as you comply, I won't kill you." He Miao's hand trembled as she took the cigarette, inhaling deeply and choking, her lungs protesting as she fought to suppress her cough. Fearful of provoking Chow Chang, "How did you negotiate with the people over at Ida Plaza? When are they coming?" He Miao's eyes widened in suspicion, fearing that Chow Chang was monitoring her while also allowing her to kill Ding Mei and Lin Jiomei. He was too cunning. "They'll come at noon when it's hottest, as the zombies are less active then, making it relatively safe." He Miao spoke the truth, not daring to deceive Chow Chang, unaware that he had been listening to the public channel all along. Merely lurking in the shadows, after confirming that He Miao was not lying, he lifted her chin. "When you contact them again, make sure to include me. Just say I'm also an employee of the Blue Bridge Industrial and Commercial Bank. That we are colleagues. Don't let any details slip, or you know what will happen. I can kill you more easily than a chicken." He Miao had no idea what Chow Chang intended, nor did she dare to speculate. She nodded vigorously. "Of course, we are very good colleagues, or you could say you are my boyfriend or husband. Don't embellish the story, let us keep our narratives aligned. If you can't control your mouth and start adding lines, I'll strangle you without hesitation." Chow Chang said this while slamming his fist on the desk, cracking it. "I want to do that, I will do whatever you say, I am very obedient." He Miao felt a rush of warmth in her pants as she recalled Chow Chang's strength and ferocity. Under his threats and seductions, He Miao was thoroughly subdued. Chow Chang did not expect this to last indefinitely. This woman was indeed ruthless, and he had no desire to play the role of farmer and East. As long as he could use this woman to infiltrate the survivor team, she would no longer hold any value, and he could dispose of her at will. Chapter 43, Principal Lon and Director Liao Zhenshen. "Are you listening?" Chow Chang activated the intercom. "I'm here, dear." Zhuang Zhen's voice was sweet and melodic in response. "I plan to join that merging survivor team to see if I can find some useful talents. I may not return for a couple of days. You can relay messages through the public channel. That survivor team has a walkie-talkie. Understood, dear. I'll convey this to Lu Yun and the others." After speaking, Chow Chang hid the intercom along with his firearms, fire axe, and other weapons. He wore a bulletproof vest, concealing a tactical dagger within his pant leg. With his current combat prowess, he could single-handedly annihilate the opposing survivor team. As they lacked firearms, He Miao contacted the survivor team via the public channel, inquiring when they would arrive and how they would proceed. Chow Chang listened in, gesturing to himself. "There are 2 of us here. Both employees of the Blue Bridge Industrial and Commercial Bank. You are certain you will arrive in half an hour, correct? We will be ready to receive you." Chow Chang listened closely, knowing that the merging survivor team was planning a significant operation to create a loud distraction to lure the zombies away. They would then drive over to collect rice dumplings and drinks, taking He Miao and him to a refuge near Ida Plaza. "Let me reiterate, you must obey, otherwise your fate will be sealed." Chow Chang seized a table leg and snapped it in 2. The splintered fragments resembling chopsticks, which he hurled like darts against the wall. "Without a gun, I could kill you in an instant," he declared. He Miao's lips trembled, her entire body quaking. "I will obey, I will surely obey. If I do not, you can kill me." "Enough," he retorted, unsure whether her fear was genuine or a mere act, though he cared little for the distinction. "Just act naturally." Chow Chang patted He Miao on the shoulder. causing her to tumble to the ground in fright. Approximately half an hour later, a thunderous explosion echoed through the air, reminiscent of a gas ignition or a propane tank detonation. The zombies outside the bank of Blue Bridge were drawn to the sound, surging towards the source of the chaos like fish crossing a river. Moments later, 3 vehicles arrived at the entrance of the bank, 2 SUVs and a minibus. Chow Chong opened the roll-up door. Narrowing his eyes slightly, a middle-aged man emerged from the first SUV, a firearm holstered at his waist, 6 bullets in the pouch. Clearly, the survivor team had not been truthful with him over the public channel. The rice dumplings and drinks are on the second floor, Chow Chong gestured. The man with the gun addressed the 10 individuals disembarking from the other vehicles. Hurry up and move the supplies. 5 minutes. Take as much as you can, quickly, we can help, Chow Chong interjected, unwilling to let him out of his sight for fear she might speak out of turn. He pulled her along upstairs with the 10 others. Upon reaching the second floor where the neatly stacked rice dumplings and drinks lay, the 10 individuals beamed with delight. A young man next to Chow Chong exclaimed, "You have so many survival supplies. This is fantastic." Chow Chong placed a box of rice dumplings in Himiao's hands and carried 2 boxes of drinks himself. "Was that the leader from your side? Is he easy to get along with?" "You mean Brother Liao? Though he appears stern, he is actually a good person. Before the apocalypse, he was the deputy director of the Peace Road police station, but he is not our leader. We are merging with another survivor group. Brother Liao is compliant with Principal Lon's orders for the greater good." Principal Lon is the president of Tianhe University of Finance and Economics. Chow Chong assisted in transporting supplies, gleaning a wealth of information from the youth named Shao Jianjun. The 5 minutes passed swiftly, and under Liao Shouhua's command, Chow Chong and Himiao boarded the minibus, with the 3 vehicles speeding away from the bank of Blue Bridge. After a 20-minute drive, they halted at the entrance of the underground parking lot of Yida Plaza, where waiting individuals lifted the roll-up door, swiftly securing it once the vehicles were inside. A group of 30 to 40 young adults approached the 3 vehicles. Unloading the retrieved supplies, Chow Chong, "Himiao, come over here," Liao Shonghua called out. "Principal Lon has something to ask you." Chow Chong acknowledged him while surveying his surroundings. In the western corner, a generator and several car batteries were stacked. 30-odd vehicles stood side by side with their doors open, revealing bedding, thermal blankets, utensils, and the like. Apparently, the survivors resided within their cars. After merging, this survivor group comprised over 200 individuals, half of whom were elderly women and children. Liao Zhonghua led Chow Chong and Himiao to a coaster bus, where a makeshift table stood beside it, occupied by a white-haired elder, the president of Tianhe University of Finance and Economics. Lan Chongha, having studied in the university town for 4 years, Chow Chong recognized him vaguely. Before the apocalypse descended, Lan Chongha was somewhat of an internet celebrity, adept at spreading positivity. "You've worked hard. On behalf of everyone, I thank you for the supplies. Please sit down and have some water." Lan Chongha spoke slowly yet with a commanding presence befitting a leader. As per Chow Chong's knowledge, the president of Tianhe University held an administrative rank even higher than that of a district director. Chow Chong repeatedly insisted it was no trouble, stating, "We could survive for a year on those supplies alone, and with the increasing number of zombies at the bank of Blue Bridge and the 4th People's Hospital. Himiao and I owe you our gratitude for coming to our aid, otherwise we surely wouldn't have lasted much longer. Do not say that. In these circumstances, every morsel is precious. Your selfless actions are commendable." Lan Chongha responded, welcoming them to join their group, expressing confidence that unity would lead them to a brighter future. Chow Chong echoed his sentiments, although internally skeptical, acknowledging that a future was indeed possible. But it might not be bright. Lan Chongha continued to converse with Chow Chong and Himiao, primarily about the food rationing policy that would be implemented among the survivor group post-merger. Hoping that they would understand given their substantial contribution, Chow Chong, in a generous manner, inquired about the survivor group's circumstances, learning that the late Liao Shonghua's partner had been a student of Lan Chongha. thus explaining the smooth merging of these two survivor factions. The survivors under Liao Xionghua mainly comprised residents from the police station's jurisdiction, having sought refuge there during the upheaval, and were led to safety by Liao Xionghua. Ensuring their survival, the survivor group led by Lon Changha included some faculty and students from the Finance University, who later rescued a few more individuals, thus complicating the demographics. However, due to the presence of organization and leadership, order was relatively maintained. Chao Chang felt a twinge of disappointment. Based on Lon Changha's words, he surmised there were likely no talents among the over 200 survivors he needed, and bringing such a large number back to the manor for comfort seemed unlikely. Apologies. But he did not possess such lofty ideals. Chao Chang, is that you? As Chao Chang contemplated the faces of the 200 individuals, someone unexpectedly called his name. To his astonishment, it was his university classmate, the class monitor, Ling Xiaoru. Not only was Ling Xiaoru the class monitor, but she was also tall and beautiful, the flower of the university town, regarded as a goddess by her male peers. From what Chao Chang knew, Ling Xiaoru had stayed on as a teaching assistant after graduating, and her family connections were quite formidable. Hello, class monitor, Chao Chang greeted her. Ling Xiaoru, not having a strong impression of Chao Chang over their 4 years together, aside from a rather notorious incident in their freshman year, was pleasantly surprised to see him. "Yuri alive? You're the first person I've recognized in the past 2 months," she exclaimed, rushing towards him. Chao Chang felt somewhat uncomfortable with her enthusiasm. To him, classmates were familiar strangers, and he found little to discuss. However, Ling Xiaoru, who had joined the survivor group after being rescued by Lon Changha, seemed oblivious to his discomfort and was eager to share her experiences. "Chao Chang, during the upheaval, I was dining with Yu Emo and Ding Yushi. We escaped together, but we got separated afterward. I have no idea if they're still alive," she shared, referring to 2 other classmates who were local to Tenha City. Chao Chang nodded absently, feeling only a mild connection to Ling Xiaoru due to her role as class monitor. While he barely knew Ding Yushi and Yu Emo, what they did or did not survive was of no concern to him. Ling Xiaoru, having joined the survivor group later, was not well versed in their situation, leading Chao Chang to believe that inquiring about information from her would be less fruitful than asking the familiar Xiao Jianjun. He Miao, perceptive to Chao Chang's growing impatience, suddenly grasped his hand and shot a glance at Ling Xiaoru, seemingly marking her territory. Both Chao Chang and Ling Xiaoru were momentarily taken aback. He thought He Miao was being overly clingy, while Ling Xiaoru was surprised to see this striking woman, seemingly of her caliber, so close to Chao Chang. Were they in a romantic relationship? As the atmosphere grew awkward, Liao Xionghua's call for a meal echoed from a distance, given that Chao Chang and He Miao had contributed a substantial amount of survival supplies. This meal was notably lavish. Each individual received 3 rice dumplings and a bottle of drink, a rare feast for the survivors present. Chao Chang accepted his share of the food, offering a smile to Ling Xiaoru before stepping aside. He Miao stayed close, unwilling to leave his sight, fearful that before he could expose her, he might silence her forever. Chao Chang scanned the area, noticing Xiao Jianjun fawning over a girl, and refrained from approaching them out of consideration for the situation. With Liao Xionghuo armed, Chao Chang had no intention of questioning a former police officer, so he turned to join Lon Changha. "President Lon, would you care for a drink?" Chao Chang produced a bottle of Luzhou Laojiao, packaged in 2 long portions. Lon Changha's face lit up at the sight of the alcohol. "I haven't had a drink in ages, let us have a few sips." "Xionghuo, come over." Chao Chang had anticipated Lon Changha would summon Liao Xionghuo over, feeling a pang of regret for his earlier oversight, yet he had no choice but to share the table with Liao Xionghuo. The latter cast a glance at Chao Chang before pouring most of a bottle for Lon Changha and then gulping down a mouthful himself, producing a satisfied exhale. Is there more? 60 proof, good for disinfecting wounds. Chao Chang feigned shock. "Are there injuries in the bank of Blue Bridge?" "I heard there are a few bottles left." Liao Xionghuo understood Chao Chang's concern. The injuries were not from zombie bites but rather from accidents while gathering supplies. 3 individuals had been hurt, running fevers for 2 or 3 days due to lack of medical care. Previously, there had been a female doctor seeking help on the public channel, but she had gone silent in recent days. We learned too late. If only we could have reached that doctor, Liao Shonghua lamented. Lan Changha sighed. Here, we only have Chiao Xian from the Medical University Hospital, but she is the head of the lab. She is of little assistance. Chao Chang felt a sudden stir within him. The laboratory director might indeed be of use. Which one is Director Chiao? Isn't she a doctor as well? Surely she must be somewhat more competent than those who are not. Over there, Lan Changha gestured with his hand. Chao Chang turned his gaze, and his expression instantly hardened. It was a woman in her 40s or 50s. If she were to be bound as a member of a girl group and considered one of their own. He truly found it hard to swallow. How are Director Chiao and Wang Hua doing? Can they eat something? Lan Changha inquired. The response to Lan Changha did not come from the middle-aged woman Chao Chang had observed, but rather from a woman around 40, with a curvaceous figure, fair complexion, and a face that could easily score an 8 out of 10. She donned gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a certain elegance. So this is Director Chiao. Chao Chang thought that as a potential partner, she was certainly worth considering. The earlier misidentification had been a severe test for him. Director Chiao approached and sat down, her face etched with concern. We only have a limited supply of broad-spectrum antibiotics, which are not very effective. If the fever persists for another couple of days, the prognosis will be dire. If we could obtain levofloxacin or cephalosporin injections, there would still be substantial hope for recovery. Liao Shonghua took a sip of his drink. The affiliated hospital of the medical university is too far, and there are too many zombies at the Fourth People's Hospital. I will search the nearby community hospitals this afternoon. Hopefully, I can find something. Chao Chang glanced at Chiao Xin. As the laboratory director, does she also know how to administer injections? I studied for a while. I can handle medication preparation and injections. After all, with a bit of practice, anyone can manage. Can Director Chiao operate those laboratory instruments? That is my area of expertise. I've been at it for 20 years and could do it with my eyes closed. Chao Chang found this information sufficient and refrained from further inquiries, but internally labeled Chiao Xian as a reserve option. Considering her appearance and figure, he could reluctantly entertain the notion. If she were to be 3 to 5 years older, approaching 50, he would have to steel himself for it. He feared he might not be able to perform. Just as he finally steeled himself, he realized that his resolve had come too early. His emotions akin to a roller coaster. He watched as Chiao Xian beckoned a 7 or 8-year-old girl over. It turned out to be her daughter. He would have to bring home a burden as well. A buy one get one free deal. This is hardly fair. After lunch, Liao Shonghua gathered a few people to search for medicine in the nearby community hospitals. Chao Chang and He Miao, being newcomers, were instructed by Liao Shonghua to rest for 2 days before being assigned daily tasks. Chao Chang had already informed Zhuangshen and the others that staying in the underground parking lot for 2 days was feasible. He noticed that Xiao Zhenjun's attempts to woo women were not progressing well and shot He Miao a knowing glance. Chapter 45, A call from Nanjiao Airport. The two approached Xiao Zhenjun for casual conversation, with He Miao serving merely as a backdrop. She did not dare speak without Chao Chang's consent. Chao Gu, what do you think of Director Chiao? She's one of the earliest survivors who escaped with Principal Lon. Xiao Zhenjun, delighted to have someone to talk to, continued. Director Chiao's daughter is adopted. Her husband was a doctor at the armed police hospital and sacrificed his life in the line of duty during an aid mission to Tibet nearly 20 years ago. I heard this from the women when they were chatting. Chao Chang offered Xiao Zhenjun a cigarette. With so many people in the underground parking lot, this situation could not persist indefinitely. Food would eventually run out. Did you not hear Principal Lon and Director Liao discussing the future? These people cannot just eat without contributing. What skills or specialties do they possess? Xiao Zhenjun took a deep drag from his cigarette. I do have a specialty. I used to install and repair air conditioning systems, but that skill is of no use now. The others are mostly ordinary citizens. What special talents do they have? The world has turned into this dreadful state. No talent is sufficient to fend off zombies. That fellow over there, the one snoring, is named Yusheng Li. He was a sailor and knows how to operate a boat. The young man near the door, Xiao Shou, used to work in artificial intelligence programming. Those could be considered skills, but that was before the apocalypse. Now, the mechanic over there is more sought after. He is the one with the pockmarked face. And Director Liao is quite proud of him. Our vehicles rely entirely on that fellow to keep running. Chao Chong genuinely believed these special skills might prove useful, but they were all men. And he had no interest in stirring the pot. Just as he was about to continue inquiring about the survivors' information, Ling Sheru approached them. Xiao Jianjun continued, "What are the plans moving forward? I overheard Principal Lon and Director Liao discussing seeking help from official organizations. The world is vast, and with a global population of 7 to 8 billion, surely not everyone has become a zombie. Even if survivors are few, the sheer population base ensures there must be a significant number. Tianhe City has many zombies and mutated creatures, but other cities may not be as severely affected. As Principal Lon put it, there is still hope. There have been instances of mass extinctions before. And life has bounced back. This time it's humanity's turn, but with our technological foundation, we certainly will not end up like the dinosaurs, reduced to mere fossils." Ling Sheru chimed in. Principal Lon has a student who is a senior officer in the military, stationed just over 200 miles away in Ding County. If the opportunity arises, we will head in that direction to seek assistance. The military must have stockpiles of food. Once we reach there, we will be free from immediate survival pressures. Xiao Jianjun nodded vigorously. Yes, let us find the military. Once we locate them, we will feel secure. Can zombies withstand firearms? Upon hearing about Ding County, over 200 miles away, Chao Chang mused that these survivors were truly painting a grand picture for themselves. Even if there was hope there, how far could they actually travel? 20 miles would be challenging enough. Ling Sheru seemed somewhat annoyed with Xiao Jianjun and deftly shifted the conversation back to Chao Chang. "Chao Chang, did you work at the Bank of Blue Bridge after graduation? I hadn't heard you mention it, my classmates and I thought you had returned to your hometown in Jiangnan." Chao Chang improvised. "Oh, didn't I find a girlfriend? She is quite strict and doesn't allow me to associate too much with women other than her. Wouldn't you agree?" He meow. Having her hand patted by Chao Chang, immediately sprang into action, saying, "What nonsense, normal interactions are not forbidden. I'm just concerned you might run off with someone else." As the two indulged in this light-hearted exchange, Xiao Jianjun, who had faced rejection in his romantic pursuits, felt a wave of emotional distress, while Ling Sheru recognized the subtle barbs in He Miao's words. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, a voice crackled through the public channel of the intercom. Dr. Liu Xingjin, Dr. Liu Xingjin, this is Nanjiao Airport. We have eliminated the insurgents and are in the process of regrouping personnel for the Shenwei Kunlun project. If you can hear this broadcast, please reveal your location and place identifiable markers in a conspicuous area. A helicopter will come to retrieve you. We are at Nanjiao Airport. If anyone can provide information regarding Dr. Liu Xingjin, the airport will offer assistance. The airport has ample supplies for survival. This broadcast continued for several repetitions. But the public channel was no longer as lively as before, only sporadic responses and complaints punctuating the air until an abrupt voice interjected, "Little Matchstick calling Deep Sea, all is well in the forest." Little Matchstick eagerly awaits Deep Sea's return home. That was Zhuangzhen's voice. As Chao Chang listened to the familiar tone, he struggled to maintain his composure. Beside him, Xiao Jianjun remarked, "What is going on?" Calling for Deep Sea to come home, playing hide and seek. Lon Chongha approached with a few others, taking the intercom in hand. "I am Lon Chongha, the principal of Tianhe City Finance University. May I ask which unit you belong to? We have over 200 survivors located in the underground parking lot of Yida Plaza, and the situation is dire. We urgently require assistance. Please respond if you receive this," someone on the public channel replied. But it was not the airport personnel that had broadcasted earlier. "Principal Lon, save your breath. They are not an official organization. They only care about rescuing those connected to the so-called Shenwei Kunlun project." And they have no regard for our lives, their hearts are cold. Rescue, they want to kill us. The director Lee from the Urban Management Bureau who sought help was killed by them. Be cautious. If you expose your location you might all be wiped out. Finally, someone from the Nanjao airport responded, I will clarify only once, the previous killings were the actions of insurgents. You are correct. We are not an official organization and have no obligation to rescue you. However, if you can assist us in locating the individuals we need, we may consider offering you aid in return. To be blunt, the fuel consumed by each of our flights is worth more than your lives. If you cannot be saved, it simply means you lack value. You should pray that you fall within the scope of future rescue efforts. That is all. Lon Chongha's face flashed crimson. As a university president with a notable reputation in academia, he was utterly wounded to be deemed of less value than someone he had never even heard of. Dr.Luxingjin.it was a humiliating blow to his pride. Does anyone here know of this Dr.Luxingjin? What is this Shenwei Kunlun project? Has anyone heard of it? Lon Chongha asked, attempting to calm his agitated emotions as he surveyed those around him. Chao Cheng knew a little. The group that had shot Professors Chen Yu and Hisayu had mentioned the term Shenwei Kunlun, which seemed to be related to a project in the field of bioengineering. As for whether the person mentioned was indeed one of those so-called insurgents, he was unsure. To his surprise, the public channel responded once more. Chapter 46. Is there any special skill? Stop inquiring, for those not involved in the project know that the more they learn, the quicker their demise. Principal Lon, you have over 200 individuals on your side. Do not drag so many survivors into the abyss with you. Furthermore, your position has already been exposed. I heard that 2 survivor teams that revealed their location on the public channel were annihilated. Your carelessness may lead to your undoing. Chao Cheng felt an overwhelming urge to vehemently refute the accusations of defamation against him. He had only eliminated those from the Blue Bridge Industrial Bank, including Director Tong. The team led by He Wenyat lacked radios and had not participated in such group chats. Frowning, Chao Cheng pondered that if this information were indeed true, someone was attempting to execute a similar strategy against him, to eliminate threats and clear out potential competitors for survival. Chao Cheng noticed He Miao's pallid complexion, likely believing that he was responsible for the destruction of the 2 survivor teams, as she was both a witness and an experiencer. He reached out to smooth He Miao's hair, causing her to tremble slightly, an immediate urge to use the restroom overtaking her body weakening as she leaned closer to him, whispering like a mosquito, I will be obedient and want to speak out of turn. Her timely declaration was fortuitous, as Chao Cheng had been contemplating whether to stage an accident that would rid him of He Miao. Her words were akin to a ticking time bomb. Should she utter something untoward within this survivor group, it would undoubtedly put him in an exceedingly awkward position, making him a target of suspicion. In the eyes of Ling Xiaoru and Xiao Jianjun, He Miao's actions appeared delicate and affectionate, clearly indicating her concern for Chao Cheng. Xiao Jianjun had been pursuing a girl he admired for a month with little progress, leading to his deep admiration for Chao Cheng. Ling Xiaoru was left in a cloud of confusion. A nondescript student had captured the attention of a goddess-like beauty. Was there some hidden talent at play? In the northwest corner, a family of 5 displayed signs of distress. An elderly man, his hair completely white, cast a stern glance at his son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter, whispering, they are lying. All this talk of rebellion is mere pretense. They seek the key. The elderly man's son nervously twisted his fingers. Dad, we should be safe here, right? The daughter-in-law glanced around anxiously. Dad, what exactly is the Shenwei Kunlun project? I've never heard you mention it before. Be silent, do not discuss such matters. As long as the key remains in my possession. Safety is an illusion. We cannot stay here any longer. We must find an opportunity to leave tonight. Those who broadcast their messages are ineffective and will undoubtedly target the survivors here. We must also guard against anyone recognizing me. That would be the worst outcome. This elderly man was none other than Dr. Luxingjin, the one sought in the South Suburb Airport broadcasts. Grasping his granddaughter Liu Xiaoyu's hand, he said, Xiaoyu, do you remember what Grandpa told you? It doesn't matter if you don't understand, just remember it firmly in your mind. All right. The 15 or 16-year-old Lu Xiaoyu nodded, reassured, Grandpa, don't worry, I can recite it all without a single mistake. Around 3 in the afternoon, Liao Shonghua returned with his team. Apart from gathering a meager supply of food, they had not procured any medicine. Sighing at Xiao Xian's questioning gaze, Liao Shonghua replied, the 2 community hospitals are swarming with hundreds of zombies. We simply cannot enter. Xiao Xian shook her head in resignation. Wang Hua and his companion's wounds had become infected, resulting in a persistent fever, and it seemed impossible to save them now. Lan Chongha beckoned Liao Shonghua to his side and recounted the details of the South Suburb Airport broadcasts. Relying on the South Suburb Airport for rescue was futile. Our long-term plan is to head toward Ding County and try to contact the stationed military forces there. Liao Shonghua's expression turned bitter. Principal, we can't get out, there are too many zombies, and the mutated creatures are perilous. Although we have a vehicle, there are numerous obstacles on the road, making it impossible to travel far. On foot. We would be walking straight into the jaws of death. It's not feasible. Lon Chongha passed his lips. What if we could find Dr. Liu Xingjin? Could we have the South Suburb Airport send someone to pick us up? They have planes that can fly us to Ding County for rescue. As long as I can contact my student, everything will be manageable. This indeed posed a potential escape route, but I believe the hope is slim. Setting aside whether Dr. Liu Xingjin is still alive, the tone of the broadcasts indicates that the people at the South Suburb Airport are not to be trifled with. They are armed and dangerous. If they harbor ill intentions, none of us, over 200 individuals, will survive. Lon Chongha stated firmly, we must explore every possible avenue. We have so many people willing to heed our leadership. We cannot simply wait for death to claim us. Chao Chang informed Himiao that the dumplings and beverages at the Blue Bridge Industrial Bank was sufficient for their group to last a month, a considerable time frame indeed. Previously, Yu Shengli had proposed they search the riverside for a boat. Following the current downstream leads to a small dock only a little over 40 miles from Ding County, through sparsely populated rural areas where zombies would be fewer. What does the principal think of this route? Lan Chongha nodded. To find a boat, we must go to the water park. They have sightseeing boats that can accommodate 200 to 300 people, though it is not close to us and poses its own dangers. We have many elderly and children here. How to reach the water park is a dilemma. While the 2 leaders deliberated on future paths, Xiao Jianjun led Xiao Chang and Himiao to an off-road vehicle. Chonggu, you can stay in this vehicle. The back seat folds flat like a bed. I'll fetch you a blanket and some old clothes to roll up as pillows. Xiao Chang stuffed the remaining half-pack of cigarettes into Xiao Jianjun's pocket. If you're moving supplies tomorrow, count us in. We can't just eat without working. Not a problem, Chonggu. I want to slack off while moving things. Unlike those other guys, without Liao Gu supervising, they only move a little, saving their strength for a potential sprint from the zombies. With half a pack of cigarettes in hand, Xiao Jianjun's smile grew ever brighter. Upon closing the car door, Himiao inside was startled by the sound. Leaving her throat dry as she swallowed nervously, she was genuinely frightened, fearing Chao Chang might harm her. Chao Chang took out a fresh pack of cigarettes, lighting one up, just as Himiao was about to plead for mercy. He swiftly struck her on the neck, causing her eyes to roll back as she collapsed onto the seat. In less than 3 minutes, a knock resounded on Chao Chang's window, revealing Ling Sheru outside. Stop looking, she is asleep. The class monitor is surely here for a reason, Chao Chang remarked as he exited the vehicle. You knew I would come looking for you? Ling Sheru asked, slightly surprised. Chapter 47, The Jinx. Ling Sheru. The class monitor never engages in fruitless endeavors. Although we are classmates, there is little affection between us. Her previous overt enthusiasm felt forced and awkward. Ling Sheru found Chao Chang's words rather stifling. Come on, no matter how you put it, we are still better than strangers. I'm here because I need your help with something beneficial for both of us. Let us hear it, Chao Chang replied nonchalantly. Extinguishing his cigarette, Ling Sheru glanced around furtively, as if stealing something, and lowered her voice. I know where Dr. Liu Xingjin resides. If we find him, we can board a helicopter to the airport. This information is only for you. How many people can fit in a helicopter? we could leave this hellish place with Dr. Liu Xingjin, Chao Chang responded with an noncommittal "oh," as Ling Sheru's words reminded him of Chen Yu. Ling Sheru seemed intent on becoming the next Chen Yu. Chen Yu was formidable with excellent marksmanship, yet she had been caught in dire straits. Was Ling Sheru willingly courting danger and dragging her classmates into it? How do you know where Dr. Liu Xingjin lives? I'm a teaching assistant at the school. Before the break, I helped organize the staff information for the entire university town, which included Dr. Liu Xingjin's name. He lives in the Xingfu community. Chao Chang looked at Ling Sheru as though she were foolish. Those broadcasting the message undoubtedly knew about Liu Xingjin's information, likely having already dispatched helicopters to search for him without success. Hence the public plea for help. Was this class monitor not particularly bright? How did she even get into university? Ling Sheru sensed Chao Chang's derisive gaze and shot him a look. Let me finish. Dr. Liu Xingjin resides in the Xingfu community, but the registered passport details list a different address: Building 11, Unit 3, Room 701, Donghai Garden, just north of Yida Plaza. The straight line distance from here to Donghai Garden is less than a kilometer. Chao Chang glanced at Ling Sheru, tempted to ask if he appeared to be a sycophant. It was painfully clear she intended to use him as a pawn, only to cast him aside once her purpose was served. Why not share this information with Principal Lon and Director Liao? Ling Sheru scoffed. Do you honestly believe in selflessness and integrity? Everyone has their own priorities. If they were to learn this information, they would prioritize those they are close to. Principal Lon escaped with his family, and Director Liao has relatives among the survivors. If they find Dr. Liu Xingjin, do you think they would first send their loved ones on the helicopter or you and me? Fine, I'll keep this in mind. When the time is right, I will go check it out. Chao Chang feigned disinterest towards Ling Sheru, secretly planning to sneak a look in the dead of night. Less than a kilometer was merely an excuse for him to take a stroll to the restroom. Ling Sheru tugged at Chao Chang's sleeve, her face hopeful. Tomorrow, I suggest we search for medicine for Wang Hua and the others. You should volunteer to accompany us heading towards Donghai Garden. As long as we locate Dr. Liu Xingjin, we will have a chance to escape to the airport. Chao Chang watched as Ling Sheru departed, an unsettling feeling washing over him, as if she were casting him into a metaphorical fish pond, treating him as mere bait. Did he truly appear so foolish? Was he the type easily ensnared? He had once confided in Lu Yun, sharing his darker thoughts, which included musings about classmates like Ling Sheru. However, his mind was now devoid of such inclinations. His foremost priority was to seek out valuable talents. And it was abundantly clear that Ling Sheru did not fit that category. The individual calling out at the airport had not been entirely mistaken. Only by demonstrating one's worth could one hope to be rescued. And it was evident that Ling Sheru lacked such value. If his intention was merely to bind himself to her for trivial matters, he would be utterly incapable of discerning gravity from folly. A true fool. As night deepened, Chao Chang confirmed that he mere remained in a state of unconsciousness. He exited the vehicle and made his way towards the stairwell leading to the underground parking lot. Encountering the vigilante assigned by Liao Zhonghua, he deftly deflected with a loud declaration. The fire escape was obstructed by a vehicle, its roof laden with debris serving as a makeshift barrier against the zombies. Chao Chang, with a graceful leap, seized the wall corner and vaulted over the obstacle, swiftly arriving at the first floor of Yida Plaza. He glided through the zombie-infested streets like a spectre, and moments later reached the Donghai Garden community. Arriving at room 701 of Building 11, guided by Ling Sheru's provided address, before he could commence his search, a powerful beam of light illuminated the window of 701, accompanied by the distinctive whirring sound of a helicopter's rotor blades. Frowning deeply, he withdrew a tactical dagger from his pants, cursing Ling Sheru as a harbinger of misfortune. He had stumbled upon the group searching for Dr. Liu Xingjin. The window shattered, and a descending rope was flung inside as three heavily armed individuals clambered in. One of them remarked, "This is one of Liu Xingjin's residences, let us locate him first. If he is not here, we need to search for anything that might serve as a key." The leader questioned, "Wasn't a chip implanted in Liu Xingjin? "Why can't we track him?" The response came swiftly, "The satellite signal base station hasn't been repaired yet. It'll take at least 3 to 5 days. That's far too long. If Lu Xingjin is still alive, he could perish within that time frame. The key he possesses is of utmost importance. The boss has issued a strict order, whether Lu Xingjin lives or dies. We must obtain that key. Enough with the delays, let us split up and search." Chao Chong, concealed within room 701, leaned against the wall of the entryway, taking a deep breath. It was clear that fleeing through the door was not a prudent choice. Hearing the command to split up, he recognized this as his singular opportunity. Only by taking them out one by one could he avoid being overwhelmed. As one individual approached the adjacent bedroom, Chao Chang swiftly covered their mouth and nose, silencing them completely, followed by a searing pain in their throat, and then darkness enveloped him. Utilizing his sharp dagger, he swiftly dispatched one assailant and, aided by the residual brightness of the beam outside, noticed that this person was nearly fully equipped for combat: helmet, night vision goggles, rifles, and grenades, all part of their arsenal. Chao Chong, nearly lifting the lifeless body, advanced towards the nearest adversary, and just as he plunged his dagger into their throat, his streak of good fortune abruptly ended. The leader, highly alert, dropped to the ground, a barrage of bullets tearing through the corpse before him, accompanied by a shout, "We've got company, 12 o'clock, request fire support." The helicopter hovering outside unleashed a hail of gunfire, shattering the windows of 701, with bullets raining down like a torrential downpour. Instinctively, Chao Chong dropped to the ground, narrowly avoiding being struck as the body beside him was pushed back several feet by the sheer force of the gunfire. Luckily, the rocket launcher had been positioned behind the corpse. Had it been otherwise, he would have faced certain death. As bullets rained overhead, he crawled towards the living room, spotting someone crouched at the bathroom door, and their eyes locked. Just as the adversary was about to pull the trigger, Chao Chang seized the couch with one hand, lifting the solid wooden piece and bringing it crashing down. The leader met a tragic end. Unable to comprehend why someone could lift a solid wooden sofa single-handedly, with that doubt lingering, his head was reduced to a pulp. The helicopter's cannon continued to unleash fire, and Chao Chong heard indistinct voices emanating from the intercom. As if inquiring about the situation under the relentless barrage, he crawled forward, discovering a rocket launcher. However, he soon realized he had no idea how to operate it. He removed a rocket from the headless corpse, and after a brief pause in the cannon fire, he sprung up and hurled the rocket at the helicopter. Whether this could be considered a makeshift missile was debatable. The outcome was less than satisfactory. The helicopter ascended, seemingly adjusting its cannon's angle to evade the incoming rocket. Sensing the situation was deteriorating, Chao Chang seized the headless body's legs and bolted for the exit. Just as he emerged, 701 was once again subjected to the cannon's ruthless fire, the door disintegrating under the onslaught. Taking cover at the corner of the hallway, he liberated the rocket launcher from the headless corpse. Along with 2 remaining rockets, a rifle, and a sidearm, from the corpse's front pocket, he extracted a photograph. The image appeared to be a family portrait, featuring an elderly man at the center, flanked by a middle-aged couple, with a teenage girl standing behind the elder, playfully mimicking rabbit ears above his head. Flipping the photograph over, he noted the names inscribed: Lu Xingjin, Lu Tej, Yao Nant, Lu Xiaoyu. Chao Chang's eyes widened in shock. The photograph depicted Lu Xingjin's family. If his memory served him correctly, he had encountered this family in the underground parking lot of Yida Plaza, with the South Suburb Airport broadcasting high-profile rescue calls. Why had this family remained silent? Mountain fire, what is the situation? Came the call. Respond. The cannon fire ceased, and inquiries crackled over the intercom, the background filled with the thumping of rotor blades. Chao Chong tucked the photograph away, fiddling with the rocket launcher. This was not the antiquated weaponry often seen in wartime dramas. He couldn't find a firing trigger but noticed a switch on the launcher. In a desperate bid, he turned to the shattered doorway, hoisting the rocket launcher towards the wide-open window, aiming at the helicopter, and pressed the button. The forceful recoil staggered him back a step, and the rocket shot straight out the window. Curving towards the helicopter, soaring above, the helicopter deployed a countermeasure flare, detonating the rocket before it could connect. Seizing the moment, Chow Chong dashed back into 701, dragging out the remains of 2 other corpses. Stripping them of their rocket launchers, .2 rockets soared into the night sky, trailing bright arcs as they pursued the helicopter. Though the helicopter evaded 1 rocket with a flare, the last rocket found its mark, resulting in a massive explosion as the helicopter erupted into a fireball, crashing to the ground and igniting a secondary explosion. Witnessing the success of his rocket, Chow Chong planted a triumphant kiss on the launcher. It was a valuable asset, with 6 or 7 more rockets available to fortify the estate's defenses. Mountain fire. How did the helicopter vanish from the radar screen? What is happening? The satellite signal reception station is barely operational. The chip implanted in Lu Xingjin is still functioning. We pinpointed his location in the underground parking lot of Yida Plaza. Teams 2 and 3 have already mobilized. Upon receiving this message, proceed to rendezvous immediately, capture Lu Xingjin alive, and ensure the key is secured. Chow Chong speculated that mountain fire might refer to the individual whose head he had crushed to the sofa. Whether this group was connected to those who had previously shot Chen Yu was uncertain, but they certainly appeared to be a nefarious lot, disinterested in the Shenwei Kunlun project or the key itself. He faced a choice: to return to the underground parking lot to rescue someone. The helicopter, having departed from the South Suburb Airport, would arrive at the underground parking lot in no more than 10 minutes. It was up to the fate of the lab director. If there was time, he would attempt a rescue; if not, he would have to flee. The firepower of those adversaries was formidable, and he had no desire to engage them directly. With this in mind, Chow Chong concealed the seized weapons in room 702 across the hall, taking only the intercom, a rifle, and 2 ammunition belts, sprinting back to the underground parking lot at full speed. Just as he exited Building 11, an explosion erupted from the direction of the underground parking lot, flames shooting skyward accompanied by the faint sound of gunfire. Chow Chong halted, a mix of suspicion and dread washing over him. The survivor stronghold had been attacked, and had he stayed, his fate would have been uncertain. Who was responsible? Surely not the South Suburb Airport group. It must be the so-called insurgents who had not been eradicated. Or perhaps another faction of survivors stirring trouble. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed on towards Yida Plaza, spotting the closed roll-up door from a distance. "Crap," he muttered. The explosion had occurred over 200 meters from the underground parking lot. Had someone attempted a surprise attack that Liao Xianghua had noticed? No, the exchange of fire exhibited overwhelming force, suggesting it could not be Liao Xianghua's group. Was it an attempt to seize Lu Xingjin? Finding suitable cover, Chow Chong observed the gathering zombies and silently mourned for both parties engaged in the firefight. Regardless of the outcome, escaping the encirclement of the undead would be a Herculean task. A curse echoed from the 3 o'clock direction. "Damn it, don't ruin our plans. If I catch you, I'll make sure you wish you were dead." The response to the curse was a barrage of gunfire from the 9 o'clock direction, with the occasional rocket fired to suppress the 3 o'clock flank. Suddenly, 3 figures ascended into the air from the 9 o'clock side, and Chow Chong's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought he had spotted Chen Yu. She was alive. The individuals resembling Chen Yu utilized pre-placed zip lines to infiltrate a nearby building, temporarily escaping the clutches of the zombies, and from their elevated position they began to pick off the adversaries at 3 o'clock. "Retreat towards the underground parking lot. Move it, if you don't want to die. Rush over, otherwise you'll be shot by that damned woman or become zombie fodder." 83 o'clock, the leader bellowed at his subordinates, just as this formidable survivor squad of 20 to 30 members was advancing towards the underground parking lot. The whirring of helicopters filled the air, and the machine guns unleashed torrents of fire, enveloping both the survivor squad and the residential building where Chen Yu was located. The survivor squad at 3 o'clock was caught off guard, with over 10 of them gunned down while a corpse plummeted from the residential building. Chow Chong never anticipated that reinforcements from the direction of the South Suburban Airport would arrive so swiftly. Voices crackled through the stolen walkie-talkie, clearly from a dedicated channel of the airport. Liu Xingjin's chip was located in the underground parking lot, and at any cost, he needed to capture a live subject to extract the key. Chapter 49. The human mind-numbed 3 helicopters hovered in the air, half of their firepower suppressing Chen Yu and the survivor squad, while the other half targeted the horde of zombies. Reminiscent of a wheat field being harvested, countless zombies were shredded by the machine gun fire, dark stains splattering everywhere, severed limbs and dismembered bodies covering the ground. From one of the helicopters descended 5 individuals. Swiftly breaking through the roller door of the underground parking lot, faced with these fully armed intruders, Liao Xionghua, who held a gun, barely raised his hands before being shot dead on the spot. Everyone knelt in place, hands clasped behind their heads. Where is Dr. Liu Xingjin? You will come with us immediately. No one answered. The survivors in the parking lot were paralyzed with fear. One of the assailants seized a survivor by the hair, brandishing a photo and demanding, "Where is this person? This is old Wang and his family. They lived inside their SUV. I just saw them looking at the old man in the photo." The survivor, whose hair was being pulled, hurriedly replied. Several individuals rushed to the SUV, but upon opening the door, they found it utterly empty. Chao Chong observed the roller door of the underground parking lot being breached and glanced at the sporadic return fire from the residential building. He chose to rescue Chen Yu. Having fought alongside Chen Yu before, there existed a basic level of trust, and it appeared that the chaos of the night was somehow instigated by her. He wished to inquire about the situation. Just as Chao Chong poked his head out, he witnessed a helicopter launch 3 missiles directly towards the residential building where Chen Yu was located, prompting him to stomp his foot in dismay. It was over. Chao Chong had harbored certain feelings for Chen Yu, intending to take this opportunity to develop their relationship and bind her as a member of his team. Chen Yu would undoubtedly prove to be a more formidable ally than he was, yet unexpectedly, calamity struck. Chao Chong raised his gun, aiming at the helicopter, bullets rattling out, but regrettably, he failed to hit the fuel tank, only managing to force the helicopter to spiral down to the ground. 86 o'clock, we are being ambushed. Tornado, cover us. One of the armed men inside the landed helicopter cursed, communicating over the walkie-talkie channel as 7 fully armed individuals dashed out, seeking cover and subsequently directing fire towards Chao Chong's position. 1 helicopter adjusted its machine gun's firing angle, rendering Chao Chong unable to retaliate effectively. He crawled towards the underground parking lot, pondering, Chen Yu, it's not that I am unwilling to save you, the conditions simply do not permit it. Such a shame for this potential ally of mine. Inside the underground parking lot, the intruders ultimately failed to locate Liu Xingjin's family, leading the leader to become increasingly agitated as he pressed the barrel of his gun against Lon Chongha's head. Where is Liu Xingjin? Have you hidden him? Hand him over at once. Lon Chongha, having just received a punch, his face blooded, replied sternly, I am the president of Tianhe City Finance University. I neither know nor recognize Liu Xingjin. He said his family all bears the surname Wang. Before Lon Chongha could finish, a hole was suddenly blown into his head, and his lifeless body collapsed to the ground. The leader fired a dozen rounds into the air, seething, if we cannot find Liu Xingjin, you all shall perish. Someone chimed in, we just contacted the South Suburban Airport. Liu Xingjin's location is still moving right here at Ida Plaza. They must be hiding him. You, and you, he pointed, keep interrogating these individuals for information. Kill anyone who resists. The rest of you follow me to track down Liu Xingjin. Aware of the urgency, the leader commanded his men to follow the satellite location towards Liu Xingjin. The survivors in the underground parking lot fell silent, sensing that these armed individuals were more terrifying than the zombies. While the zombies might gnaw at flesh, they did not fire guns. This group was cold-blooded, mercilessly killing without a flicker of an eye. Shao Jianjun and Yu Shangli sat beside Ling Xiaoru, who whispered, have you seen Chao Chong? Ling Xiaoru had just witnessed him being dragged from the car but had not seen Chao Chong, leading her to wonder if he had gone to Donghai Garden. Just as she thought of Chao Chong, she saw him struggling to stand, clutching her neck, her voice shrill. It was definitely Chao Chong who killed Dr. Liu Xingjin, our Lanqiao Industrial Bank and the nearby 2 survivor squads were all wiped out by him. If you want to find Dr. Liu Xingjin, you must ask Chao Chang, Ling Sheru and Xiao Jianjun's faces turned to stone. Wasn't he Miao Chao Chang's girlfriend? Was what she said true? This revelation was explosive, rivaling the dire straits they currently faced. He Miao's hair was yanked again, and a gun was pressed against her head. What did you say? Repeat that in detail. He Miao promptly recounted the events at Lanqiao Industrial Bank and the hamburger shop, portraying herself as the victim. In a bid to save her life, she pinned the blame on Chao Chang, insisting that he must know where Liu Xingjin was. These words not only reached the armed personnel's ears through the walkie-talkie but also pierced into Chao Chang's consciousness. Chao Chang was merely 30 meters away from the underground parking lot when he heard Miao's words, feeling a surge of disgust. He had known that this woman was ruthless. Had he anticipated such chaos tonight, he would have snuffed her out before leaving. Team 2, Team 3, listen up. Tornado is responsible for clearing the perimeter, with particular attention to that suspected fire point of Chao Chang. Capture him alive if possible. Daddy, you have only 15 minutes. Within this time frame, you must locate Liu Xingjin. Chao Chang inferred that the speaker was likely the commander from the South Suburban Airport, the voice he recognized, the same one who claimed Lon Changha had no value for rescue. Did these people truly believe their overwhelming firepower granted them unchecked freedom? Such naivety was astounding. It seemed they had never faced the wrath of zombies or mutated creatures. With the commotion tonight, if it did not attract formidable mutated beings, then his name was spelled backward. Just as Chao Chang reached this conclusion, a change occurred. A fat bug emerged amidst the horde of zombies, accompanied by a faint hissing sound. Chao Chang turned to look, and the sight left him numb. An 8-meter diameter mutated cancer cell rolled down the street, devouring zombies as it progressed, its size visibly swelling. The firepower from the residential building had fallen silent. The survivor squad that first engaged with Chen Yu was not only under fire from the helicopter's machine guns but was also encountering the fat bug. Meanwhile, aside from the surging zombies, the increasingly bloated mutated cancer cell was an alarming sight, sending shivers down one's spine. The 2 helicopters in the sky immediately adjusted their machine guns angles, with urgent voices crackling over the walkie-talkie. The situation has changed. We are encountering mutated creatures. Everyone, be alert. We have 3 minutes. Once the time is up, retreat to the top of Yida Plaza. Liu Xingjin's signal is within the main building. We will meet you on the rooftop. Tornado, Daddy, respond if you receive this. Chapter 50, never underwent such beatings. Received. Point 2 responses echoed as the helicopters began to ascend, while the armed personnel on the ground surged into the underground parking lot. Seeking cover, Chao Chang, listening to the exchange over the walkie-talkie, interjected, planning to flee. I reckon you have never encountered fat bugs or mutated cancer cells before. Look, the show is about to begin. The first to take the stage was the fat bug, unleashing a torrent akin to a fire hydrant bursting, dissolving dozens of zombies before spraying an ascending helicopter. The helicopter was corroded by the potent acid, belching thick smoke, and shrill screams erupted from within before it plummeted to the ground. Exploding into a fireball, the mutated cancer cell also swelled to its limit and burst open. With a muffled pop, countless black fist-sized chunks shot out, and the zombies scrambled for this rare blood meal. While some fortunate souls, not yet devoured, quickly grew in size. In the blink of an eye, several mutated cancer cells, each larger than the last, began to appear. With so many zombies present, there was ample sustenance for the mutated cancer cells, leading to exponential growth. The last helicopter's occupants witnessed this scene, erratically ascending to evade the second acidic spray from the fat bug. Just as they exhaled in relief, a shadow 6 or 7 meters wide loomed above the helicopter. It was a mutated bat. With its sharp claws, the mutated bat clung to the underside of the helicopter, its predatory instincts causing it to shake the aircraft violently. The helicopter's rotor blades scraped against the building's walls, creating showers of sparks. Then periodically individuals fell from the helicopter, landing on the ground unscathed, only to become fodder for the zombies and mutated creatures. Chao Chang was taken aback by the existence of such mutated bats. Yet he felt no fear. Let chaos reign. Chaos was his domain, and his moment of slaughter was nigh. With the intrusion of these three powerful mutated creatures, the situation spiraled out of control as tens of thousands of zombies converged on Ida Plaza, with more zombies and mutated beings arriving for the feast. The relentless slaughter seemed unending, yet the fierce firepower emanating from the southern airport gradually diminished, ultimately falling silent. Chow Chong cast a glance towards the direction of the fat bag. The survivor squad, armed but unfortunate, met their demise at the hands of the three axes marked by the fat bag. Beneath the acid rain's relentless assault, none managed to escape. At that moment, both the armed personnel from the southern airport and the survivors in the underground parking lot rushed towards the Ida Plaza. With a horde of zombies surging in their wake, enormous mutated creatures circled outside the building and in the air, while some mutated cancerous cells instinctively rolled into the underground parking lot. Blending in with the throng of zombies, Chow Chang entered through the rolling shutter door. The underground parking lot lay in disarray, nearly half its expanse overtaken by the undead, with dozens of survivor corpses being gnawed upon. A slight comfort to Chow Chang was the fact that despite the tenacity of the mutated cancer cells, they would likely be devoured by the sheer number of zombies. The debris that had previously obstructed the fire escape had been cleared away, momentarily impeding the zombies' advance, yet their relentless stacking skill allowed many to climb into the fire escape. Chow Chang briefly surveyed the corpses of the survivors, finding no trace of his intended target. He approached the fire escape, pushing aside several obstructing zombies, and casually picked up a car tire, making his way up the stairs amidst the throng of zombies. The main structure of Ida Plaza housed commercial complexes from the first to the fifth floor, with apartments above. With an adequate number of zombies having entered the main building, Chow Chong wrapped the door handle of the emergency exit with a fire hose, propping it against a table for added security. Upon reaching the third floor, he encountered his first survivor. The tire crushed two zombies, and upon seeing the survivor's bloodied arm and face, he recognized him as Xiao Jianjun. Brother Chong, that vile woman is truly despicable. She pushed me down the stairs to block the zombies. She won't last long, I'll be waiting for her. Xiao Jianjun's neck bore a significant bite wound, blood frothing from his lips as he spoke. Chow Chang realized that the girl Xiao Jianjun referred to must be the one he had pursued for over a month, feeling that Xiao Jianjun was woefully naive. In the face of disaster, couples often part ways. It's entirely normal for a girlfriend you couldn't win over to act in such a manner. Brother, let me give you a swift end to spare you from becoming a zombie after death. Chow Chang stepped forward and snapped Xiao Jianjun's neck. He felt no animosity towards the young man. At most, he would not save him from the manor villa. Witnessing Xiao Jianjun's fate only reaffirmed that those who pined in vain would meet a grim end. The apocalypse being no different, Chow Chang quickened his pace to find others, simultaneously scavenging for weapons and equipment. With the number of zombies pouring in from behind growing ever larger, he was untroubled by their attacks. It was the laboratory director he was concerned about. With Chen Yu lost, the loss of the laboratory director would be a significant blow. The tire soared, tracing a parabolic arc, crashing into the head of a fully armed individual, flattening both helmet and skull. Chow Chang seized the weapon from his fallen foe, checking the magazine to find it empty. This marked the third weapon he had claimed from armed personnel, all three having exhausted their ammunition. Bolstering his confidence with over 100 rounds remaining and the audacity to fire amidst the zombie horde, he felt secure in his position. Chow Chang traversed the fire evacuation route, arriving at the top floor ahead of others despite entering late. A massive mutated bat flapped its fleshy wings in the air, an unsettling sight. He found a heavy object to barricade the door leading to the rooftop and began his search from above. Liu Xingjin was on this floor. He checked each room, knowing that the boss had sent reinforcements. Once we find him, we can board the plane and leave. As Chow Chang descended to the top apartment floor, he overheard armed personnel communicating via their walkie-talkies. Tornado, you speak without feeling the burden. We are guarding the fire escape at the south gate. Despite blocking the door, the zombies are overwhelming and we have few bullets left. We retreat 1 floor up in 1 minute. You all withdraw as you please. Everyone converge on my location. Tornado. I found Lu Xingjin. He is alive. I'm in room 3208. Chow Chong glanced at the door number. The 32nd floor was indeed the top level, and room 08 was nearby. Lighting a cigarette, he ambled towards room 3208. It truly is Lu Xingjin. Boss, can you hear me? I found Lu Xingjin. I can hear you. Amin, hand him the walkie-talkie. I'll speak with him. Chapter 51, Dongfang Express. Dr. Lu Xingjin, you should know who I am, right? I only require the key. If you tell me the key, I'll ensure your family is taken to an absolutely safe place. Years before the apocalypse began, I constructed an underground refuge capable of withstanding nuclear war, stocked with enough supplies for tens of thousands to survive for decades. You want to have many years left. And you have a son and granddaughter to consider. Think of them. Lu Xingjin chuckled hoarsely. Mr. Lin, is it, since you've built a refuge, what do you need the key to the Shenwei Kunlun project for? With the world in such disarray, the key has lost all value. Even if you obtain it, you can accomplish nothing. That is not for you to concern yourself with. Time is of the essence. I'll be brief. You can trade the key for your family's survival in this apocalypse. Wouldn't that be preferable? With a creaking sound, the door to 3208 swung open. Amin, aiming his gun at Lu Xingjin, initially mistook the intruder for an ally. Before he could finish his sentence, a shadowy figure swooped in, slashing Amin's throat wide open. Chow Chang slowly lowered the convulsing body, as the walkie-talkies in Lu Xingjin's hand and Chow Chang's simultaneously crackled with the voice of Mr. Lin. The world has changed, but there remains a glimmer of hope. Dr. Lu Xingjin, you understand the significance of the Shenwei Kunlun project. You possess the key, and I have the capital and conditions to restart this project. Chow Chang, observing Lu Xingjin's astonished expression, pointed to the walkie-talkie at his waist. You may continue. Having spoken, Chow Chang disregarded Lu Xingjin, scavenging Amin's weapon, which still had 3 rounds left and 4 grenades resembling toads. Room 3208 gradually filled with individuals. As one entered, Chow Chang dispatched him. Behind him, the dialogue between Lu Xingjin and Mr. Lin persisted, yet Lin was unable to persuade Lu Xingjin to relinquish the so-called key until Chow Chang shot a surprised glance at Lu Xingjin. Old man, you remain remarkably composed. Young man, you've poisoned me. I want to last many minutes. Aren't you curious about what I'm discussing? Aren't you curious why these individuals insist I hand over the key? Chow Chang scoffed. Can it restore the world to its former state? It cannot. Then what use is it? Lu Xingjin clutched his chest. Yet it represents a glimmer of hope, allowing humanity to cling to life in this transformed world. Chow Chang lit a cigarette, offering it to Lu Xingjin. I'm curious if this calamity is artificially induced. Wasn't there a rumor online that it was the beautiful country releasing toxins? Is there any truth to that? Lu Xingjin took a puff. That is hard to say. The source of the world's upheaval is difficult to trace, and there are no conditions for investigation now. Whether it is man-made or a natural disaster, it's a 50-50 chance. If it is indeed man-made, I find your theory somewhat persuasive. Damn it, engaging in self-destructive acts. If that is the case, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Why has that Mr. Lin remained silent? Lu Xingjin chuckled. He is likely busy escaping. Young man, look towards the southern window. There is a grand, beautiful firework display. Chow Chang instinctively turned his head to see a streak of light trailing through the night sky. Though it appeared to move slowly, it landed with an exaggerated explosion, the sound echoing a full minute later. Damn, is that Dongfang Express? Did they blow up the southern airport? Chow Chang realized this and felt his expression freeze. Lu Xingjin could actually remotely direct the landing of Dongfang Express. Old man, Chow Chang turned to Lu Xingjin, only to see his face turn a sickly shade of blue, clearly succumbing to the poison. Lu Xingjin smiled. Young man, thank you for this cigarette. If you wish to survive, go find Lingbo Lake. Before Lu Xingjin could finish his sentence, he breathed his last. Chow Chang removed the still-burning cigarette from Lu Xingjin's lips. Old man, I suspect you had ulterior motives, trying to set a trap for me. Did you think I was also coveting that key? Unfortunately, I am not. If you had uttered even a single truth, I believe you should have mentioned your family before you died. They are still in the building, aren't they? Listening to the static noise emanating from the walkie-talkie, Chow Chong called out several times, but received no response. It seemed that the southern airport had been struck by a missile from Dongfang Express, likely wiping out everything in one fell swoop. The armed personnel within Yida Plaza had probably been eradicated as well. He switched the frequency to the Mana Villa. Zhenzhen, are you there? I am Wang Liani. Zhuangshan and the others have gone out. There was a massive explosion in the south, and the villa shook. Wang Liani's somewhat anxious voice resonated. Tell Lu Yun and the others that there is nothing to worry about. I'll be home shortly. After concluding the conversation, Chow Chong turned away from room 3208. It was not until he reached the 30th floor that he encountered several survivors, all beaten by zombies. He sifted through them, but the laboratory director was nowhere to be found. Where is Chiao Xian? Has anyone seen her? These individuals were on the brink of becoming zombies, unable to respond to Chow Chong's inquiries, or instinctively pleading for his help. With a heavy heart, Chow Chong sent them on their way. Regrettably, such near-death instances did not count as confirmed kills of zombies. Chow Chong cast a glance at the translucent screen, noting that he had amassed a total of 1,107 zombie kills tonight, thereby earning himself one free attribute point. If he could clear out the remaining zombies in the main building, he would likely accumulate a second point, coupled with the initial point he had yet to allocate. He could potentially have 3 free attribute points. The horde of zombies that had once followed him had now been entirely decimated, and as he continued his task, the apartment building grew increasingly silent, making the sound of his footsteps seem somewhat jarring. During his search, Chow Chong encountered a few survivors who had managed to evade the zombies. From them, he learned that Chiao Xian had been spotted on the 28th floor. He resisted the urge to play the savior for these individuals, knowing that exiting the main building was impossible with the sea of zombies outside. Remaining within the confines of the building would afford them a greater chance of survival. Chiao Xian, Director Chiao, are you there? Chow Chong called out loudly upon reaching the 28th floor. I have eliminated all the zombies on this level. If you are hiding, now is the time to come out. I can take you to safety. A few minutes later, a door creaked open slightly, revealing half of a small face. Uncle, Mommy is hurt. You'll help us, right? Chow Chong looked at the little girl peeking through the gap. Recognizing her as Chiao Xian's daughter, frowning, he asked, your mother is hurt. He thought to himself that if Chiao Xian had been bitten by a zombie, his efforts would have been in vain. I called for her, but she won't wake up, the girl replied. Chow Chong entered the room and closed the door behind him. He found Chiao Xian lying on the floor, motionless. He first checked her body for any signs of zombie bites but found none. However, he quickly realized that examining her in front of her daughter might not be the most appropriate course of action. As he inspected her right calf, Chiao Xian let out a muffled groan, her body trembling uncontrollably. Chow Chong suspected that she had fractured her leg. She had likely been in shock from the pain, but now, awakened by the stimulus, she gasped for breath, unable to contain her agony. With the beam of his flashlight, Chiao Xian recognized that the person squatting before her was Chow Chong, and she noted her disheveled appearance. Yet, disregarding her own embarrassment, she urgently implored, the zombies have invaded the building. There are armed individuals at the south gate shooting at survivors. Chow Chong, please take Lele and escape, I beg you. Though not a doctor, Chow Chong had watched some first aid videos. He pounded on the door to the inner bedroom until it gave way. He grabbed 2 wooden planks to stabilize Chiao Xian's fractured leg, tearing strips from her jacket to secure them tightly. It was not feasible to exit now. The building was swarming with hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies. Outside, the horde likely numbered over 100,000, and even if one could fly, a massive bat was circling above. Chiao Xian's face turned pale as she trembled, her voice laced with desperation. What shall we do? Are we to perish here? Lele is so young. I might have failed to communicate this earlier, but let me reiterate, I can save you and bring you to a safe place where you can continue to live. We are all adults here. I offer you security, but you must also contribute in return. Chiao Xian, clearly misinterpreting his words, disregarded her pain and pulled Lele close, her voice tinged with anger and disbelief. How could you say such a thing? Lele is just a child. Chao Chong's expression darkened, and he hastily interjected, I was referring to you. You know how to operate testing equipment, correct? Machines for blood and urine analysis. I need someone like you, but you must earn my trust first. Therefore, we must establish a bond. Only after we develop a close relationship can I trust you. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Chiao Xian felt a wave of relief. Though her expression remained somewhat unnatural. Me, I'm 38 this year, and how old are you? 22, he replied. Chiao Xian quickly waved her hands. That is not what I meant. I feel like an old woman now. Can we not discuss it in such terms? Apologies, but this is a prerequisite. I must consider the safety of my wife and her associates. Of course, you can decline. I have already cleared the zombies on this level. If you secure the doors above and below, you may survive a few more days. Chiao Xian was at a loss, unable to comprehend why Chao Chong would impose such conditions on her while having a wife. Wouldn't his wife feel jealous? She dismissed such thoughts. A mother's instinct to protect her child was paramount. She could sacrifice herself, but not Lele. If it meant ensuring Lele's survival, she would do anything. Even if it meant becoming a servant to Chao Chong. I agree, but given the current circumstances, we cannot do this now. You must first take us to a safe place. Chiao Xian began to negotiate terms with Chao Chong. He nodded, disliking the notion of coercion. Binding system members was merely a means of ensuring his own safety. He preferred a congenial atmosphere for their interactions. After all, it is said that a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. Let us agree on this. You will remain hidden in the room. I will seal the door when I leave, and tomorrow I will bring you food and water. With that, Chao Chong had secured Chiao Xian as a potential ally and chose not to waste further time on idle chatter. He still had zombies to eliminate. He diligently swept through the building, clearing out the undead. Upon reaching the 19th floor, after dispatching several zombies, he heard a faint noise emanating from one of the rooms. Chao Chong kicked the door open, his lips twitching slightly in surprise. Squad leader, you certainly are impressive. Inside the room, Ling Xiaoru was covered in blood, clutching a shard of glass bound with strips of cloth. Lying before her was the corpse of He Miao. Ling Xiaoru had witnessed Chao Chong's prowess through the peephole and, now startled by the door's explosion, dropped the glass, shattering it on the floor. It is not what you think. She tried to kill me, and I just accidentally stabbed her a few times, then she died. Chao Chong, you must believe me. Chao Chong was taken aback. He Miao was not his girlfriend. So why did Ling Xiaoru seem so indifferent to her demise? Would you like me to help you seal the door? If the zombies can't get in, you can hold out for a few more days. He grabbed He Miao's corpse by the legs and tossed her out of the building. He watched as her body crushed several zombies below before being quickly devoured. The sight before him was no exaggeration. The horde outside the main building was indeed overwhelming, far exceeding his previous estimate of 100,000. As Ling Xiaoru saw Chao Chong preparing to leave, she instinctively lunged forward, wrapping her arms around his leg. Chao Chong, please don't go. Take me with you, please. I can be your girlfriend. I'll do whatever you want. Chao Chong regarded Ling Xiaoru with a sardonic expression, likening her to a dog begging for affection. Before the apocalypse, she had been an untouchable goddess, but now she held no value in his eyes. In truth, he perceived her and He Miao as cut from the same cloth, perhaps not green tea types, but certainly manipulative. Yet, in this world of chaos, such cunning held little merit. Could one outsmart a zombie? They only sought to consume flesh, indifferent to the subtleties of human interaction. Squad leader, you were the one who reported me to the class supervisor and department leaders back then. Weren't you? Ling Xiaoru's expression turned to one of shock. Indeed, she had been the one to report Chao Chong all those years ago, but how could he have known? Chao Chong chuckled softly. Though he had been a mere shadow in class, his outsider perspective had allowed him to observe many intriguing dynamics among his peers and teachers. I once harbored a deep resentment towards you. Wishing I could mar your beauty with a single blow, alas, I lacked the courage at the time. Eventually, I grew used to being isolated and my desire for revenge faded, yet I never forgot. Do you think I would save you now? Tears streamed down Ling Xiaoru's face as she pleaded, Chao Chang, I'm sorry, I apologize, we were just 17 or 18 then, so young and foolish. I only wanted to make a good impression on the teachers and leaders. Now I can make amends. I can give myself to you, if that will suffice. I'm still pure, I'm clean, truly. The student council president pursued me for 3 or 4 years and I only let him hold my hand a few times. And here is a secret for you. Do you know who often deposited money into your meal card during university? Chapter 53, You are willing to do anything, aren't you, Ling Xiaoru? Desperate to avoid abandonment, revealed everything to secure her survival. The money in my meal card, wasn't that from the school's subsidy? Chao Chang inquired, perplexed. Ling Xiaoru shook her head vigorously. No, the first semester had a subsidy. But later your eligibility was displaced by someone else. It was Ding Yushi who consistently topped up your meal card. She also arranged your work-study position. We joked about whether she had feelings for you. Impossible, Chao Chang replied, convinced of his self-awareness. Ding Yushi never mentioned it, but Ling Xiaoru mused that she must have known him long ago. You two weren't high school classmates, were you? No, Ding Yushi is from Tianhe City. Chao Chang had no time to ponder these revelations at the moment, but he committed them to memory. He had no idea that all the support he received from the school, including the work-study opportunity, had been orchestrated by Ding Yushi, who had remained anonymous throughout, never allowing him to realize her kindness. If Ding Yushi was still alive, he would surely repay her generosity, as it had been one of the few moments of warmth he experienced throughout his 4 years in university. Albeit belatedly, you want me to save you? Ling Xiaoru nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with hope as she gazed at Chao Chang. She circled around him twice, backing softly. Chao Chang playfully patted her cheek and said, Is this truly the Chao Chang I know, the class flower and monitor? Aren't you willing to do anything? Ling Xiaoru gritted her teeth, got down on all fours, and crawled around Chao Chang twice. Softly backing, Chao Chang burst into hearty laughter, a shadowy satisfaction flickering within him. Let's see how my mood fares. First, I shall seal the door. Ignoring Ling Xiaoru, Chao Chang secured the entrance and continued to eliminate zombies. Upon reaching the vicinity of the southern gate on the 7th floor of the apartment, he encountered 4 armed individuals codenamed Earth. After a fierce exchange of fire, all 4 were dispatched, and the weapons he seized were placed into a bag he had found. Liu Xingjin was discovered alone, but what of his family? It was unexpected that Chao Chang could not locate Liu Xingjin's relatives, not out of any interest in the so-called Divine Might Kunlun Project key, but rather out of curiosity about where they might have hidden. A peculiar noise caught his attention, prompting him to look up at the central air conditioning vent of the apartment, raising his hand to fire a shot. A few drops of a black substance oozed from the bullet hole, slowly writhing. It was none other than mutated cancer cells. There were people in the ventilation ducts, and not just one. Most of the survivors Chao Chang had previously overlooked were crammed inside the ducts. He crawled in, shining his flashlight, his brow furrowing. He was too late, as only pieces of clothing and shoes remained. The 3 to 4 meter long leech-shaped mutated cancer cells were wriggling ahead, indicating that either zombies or humans were present. The mutated cancer cells turned the corner of the duct, and soon thereafter, a heavy thud echoed the elevator shaft. Chao Chang retreated from the duct, approached the elevator, and forcefully pried open the doors. Several steel cables swayed before him, while the fallen mutated cancer cells were trapped at the bottom of the shaft. He raised his hand to illuminate the area above. A figure was scaling the elevator cables. The sudden light caused the individual to glance down, revealing Liu Xiaoyu, the granddaughter of Liu Xingjin. Come down from there, you won't escape by climbing to the top floor. If you tire and fall, you'll be feeding those mutated cancer cells. Chao Chang beckoned. Liu Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, then slid down about 6 or 7 meters along the cable, grasping the hand Chao Chang extended, and was pulled out of the shaft. Where are your parents? They were consumed by that dark mass. Chow Chong shone his flashlight at Lu Xiaoyu's face. She appeared to be around 15 or 16, her petite face delicate and refined. Look at your family. Your grandfather committed suicide on the top floor. Was it worth it for some project and key? When Lu Xiaoyu saw Chow Chong pull her from the elevator shaft only to turn away, she exclaimed, "Aren't you with those people?" If he were indeed allied with them, Lu Xiaoyu believed Chow Chong would surely press her for the key, regardless of her knowledge. Of course not, I have no interest in the project or key. Although it's highly likely that there are no zombies left in the building, you should find a place to hide and try to survive a few more days. Chow Chong continued to eliminate zombies until he could no longer see any above the 5th floor of the Yida Plaza's main complex. Only then did he return to retrieve the weapons and equipment he had collected, sealing off the fire escape routes at the south and north entrances before sliding down the drainage pipe from the 5th floor to the 1st. Despite having confirmed that the scent of zombies would not provoke an attack upon him, the sight of the endless tide of corpses made Chow Chong's eyelids twitch, filling him with anxiety. The fat bugs and mutated bats had vanished. The zombies, drawn by the sounds of gunfire and explosions, were climbing the exterior walls of the main building, performing their stacking skills. Clearly, the scent of humans within the building was immensely enticing to them. Regardless of how numerous their stacking attempts were, given the zombies' clumsy methods, they could only reach a height of a little over 10 meters, definitely not enough to ascend further. After confirming this, Chow Chong turned and walked towards a nearby residential building. He was certain that what he had seen earlier was indeed Chen Yu. Underneath the residence that had been blasted to pieces, the bodies had long been devoured by zombies, leaving only a bloodied handgun on the ground. In his search of the building, apart from 2 firearms, there were no other findings. He could not ascertain whether Chen Yu had fled or had been consumed by zombies, and he couldn't help but lament, finding a few useful people is truly difficult. After all this time, I've witnessed a grand spectacle. If it weren't for those rocket launchers, it would have all been in vain. Chow Chong returned to the hiding place of his motorcycle, shouldering a large bag as he revved the engine and sped back to the Manor Villa. The explosions at Yida Plaza and the South Suburban Airport had drawn in very few zombies during his return, prompting him to reflect that this might be good news for the survivors in other parts of Tenha City. If they possessed even a modicum of cleverness, the danger of scavenging for supplies tonight and tomorrow would surely be at its lowest. Chow Chong did not allow Lu Yun to open the manor gate. Instead, scaling the wall with his heavy bundle, Lu Yun and the others hurriedly surrounded him. Lu Yun still bore a look of trepidation. "Darling, what happened?" The commotion at Yida Plaza and the South Suburban Airport was tremendous. "Bring me the water gun to rinse off Wenya. Take the weapons from the bag back inside. We'll talk later." Chow Chong was filthy, reeking of zombie residue, which was unbearable even for him, so he did not let Lu Yun and the others come close. He noticed Wenya struggling to lift the bag only to find it too heavy. She opened it and gasped in surprise. It was filled with firearms, the most eye-catching being the rocket launchers and rockets. Chapter 54, Lu Yan's mistake. After being rinsed off with a water gun, Chow Chong entered the villa to clean himself thoroughly, finally free of any unpleasant odors. Where's Wang Liani? In the electronic equipment room monitoring. Lu Yun replied. After the explosions at both locations, Zhenzhen retrieved the drones. Since there was no wireless transmission capability, Wang Liani is currently replaying the footage captured by the drones. Let us go take a look together. Tonight has been quite chaotic. The group entered the electronic equipment room, where Zhuangzhen projected the footage onto the large screen. As Chow Chong watched, he recounted the events of the evening. The 4 women had been greatly startled by the large explosion at the South Suburban Airport. And it was only through Chow Chong's narration that they discovered it was likely the work of Dongfang Express. Lu Yun interjected, "Could it be an official organization? Not just anyone can possess Dongfang Express." Chow Chong shook his head. "It's hard to tell. I merely speculated. It could very well be a cruise missile. Regardless, the survivor faction over by the South Suburban Airport is certainly finished, even if that boss Lin managed to escape." Without weapons and equipment, coupled with our newly acquired rocket launchers for anti-air defense, they pose little threat to us. Lu Yun settled onto Chow Chong's lap. Darling, are you really not interested in that project and key? First there was Professor Hisayu, and now there's Dr. Liu Xingjin. That boss Lin has invested heavily for the project and key, yet it all ended in vain. Aren't you at all curious? Curiosity at my foot. Liu Xingjin himself said that the world has turned into this hellish state and is beyond saving. No matter how important the project and key may be, is living not more crucial? If you're dead, what do you want with a key? That's pure foolishness. We shouldn't get involved. Chow Chong suddenly instructed Zhuang Zhen to hit the pause button. In the night vision footage from the drone, he caught sight of Chen Yu's figure. Zhuang Zhen and the others were unaware of the past. Lu Yun, however, recognized her. Darling, is that Chen Yu? She seems quite formidable. Chow Chong urged Zhuang Zhen to continue playing the footage, lamenting, this time, it's highly likely she met her end. Her hiding spot was bombed by helicopter missiles. Her shooting skills were exceptional, truly a pity. In the footage captured by the drone, Chen Yu's group consisted of only 3 individuals but managed to outmaneuver a heavily armed survivor team, had it not been for the armed personnel from the South Suburban Airport intervening. Chen Yu's skillful kite-flying tactics could have annihilated that survivor team. After detailing the chaotic events of the night, Chow Chong mentioned the laboratory director, Chiao Xian, the former class flower and monitor, Ling Xiaoru, and Liu Xiaoyu, who he had pulled from the elevator shaft, not withholding Liu Xiaoyu's identity from Lu Yun and the others. Upon hearing that Chow Chong had found a medical personnel knowledgeable in laboratory equipment, Wang Liani nearly suffocated from anxiety. She had yet to integrate into this peculiar family, and if someone had truly replaced her in a necessary position, her lack of value could easily mean her demise. Fortunately, as Chow Chong continued, Wang Liani learned that the laboratory director specialized in operating instruments and interpreting test results, and there was no competitive pressure between them. Moreover, when she heard that the laboratory director was nearly 40 and had a 7- to 8-year-old child in tow, Wang Liani's worries dissipated entirely. Liu Yun had already established her authority within the Manor Villa. Aside from Chow Chong, she held the most sway and decision-making power. Darling, we must bring back Director Chiao Xian. Even if she has a child, it's of no concern. If the instruments we brought back last time are left unoperated, I'm worried they might malfunction, and there's no one to repair them. As for that former class flower and monitor, it would be fine to bring her back as well. We need someone to help with chores, and given our history as classmates, it would be wrong to leave her to die. And Liu Xiaoyu, darling, she must come back with us because I know what Liu Xingjin referred to as Lingbo Lake. Chow Chong had always thought that this was a trap laid by Liu Xingjin before his demise. Yet he was astonished to discover that Lu Yun had actually deduced the answer instinctively. He asked, you know what that is? A supply ship, a super large amphibious supply vessel, is named after a certain lake in our country. The Lingbo Lake is a supply ship that was commissioned just before the apocalypse, and I saw it reported in the news. Zhuang Zhen clapped her hands and, with deft fingers on the keyboard, a photograph of the supply ship appeared on the large screen. Zhongchan had always been fond of tinkering with such things. Look at the size of this supply ship, dear. It's almost comparable to a light aircraft carrier. Does this mean we might have a chance of being rescued? Lu Yun interjected. Wang Liani also expressed her astonishment, while only Chow Chong felt a tightening in his chest. To speak frankly, Chow Chong found the current situation quite satisfactory. The system he relied upon allowed him to thrive in this apocalyptic world. What would he amount to if the original order were to be restored, without the benefits granted by the system? Would Lu Yun still regard him in the same light? Could he Wenyao and Wang Liani accept the current state of affairs and their lives? Even Zhuang Zhen, who was somewhat withdrawn, would likely not spare him a glance. Chow Chong then considered another possibility. Although the apocalypse had swept across the globe, what about the seas? He recalled a television series titled The Last Ship, where a naval vessel narrowly escaped disaster. Becoming a pivotal force, before the apocalypse, numerous ships navigated the oceans, including hundreds of military vessels and submarines. These were all organized units. If Lu Xingjin could summon Dongfang Express, perhaps others could too, compared to death. Chao Chang feared the restoration of the status quo even more. He would be left with nothing. Was Lu Yan's attitude towards him the same? Would he, Wenyas and Wang Lianyi, still accept the current situation? Even Zhuangzhen, who was slightly introverted, would likely not regard him. Chao Chang quickly changed the subject, saying even if this is a potential escape route that holds the hope of restoring order, it remains too distant. We must focus on the immediate crisis at hand. Tomorrow, I will bring the people back and, while I'm at it, gather some seeds for vegetables and grains to plant seasonal crops. Lu Yun stiffened. She was, after all, the woman who had once touched the darkest corners of Chao Chang's heart and immediately realized her error. As a human resources professional, her work involved studying people. The moment she mentioned the Lingbo Lake supply ship and the possibility of rescue, Chao Chang's expression had noticeably shifted. Lu Yun grasped Chao Chang's hand. There's still time today. We agreed last night to hold a ceremony for Wenyas. Shenzhen, please fetch those clothes. Lianyi, go get the candles. And I will open a fine bottle of wine. In a short while everything was prepared, and under Lu Yan's guidance the ceremony blending ancient and modern elements was conducted for Chao Chang and Wenyas. After the two shared a cup of wine, Lu Yun nudged Chao Chang, saying, "A moment of passion is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. You two should attend to your business. I will prepare a late-night meal with Zhenzhen." Chao Chang's emotions were evidently affected. He feared losing everything before him. Wenyas bore the brunt of this emotional outpouring, from the initial warm welcome to an eventual overwhelming flood of feelings. Wenyas appeared dazed, her eyes wide, drool escaping her lips, her mind nearly blank. She realized she needed to reassess Chao Chang's combat prowess. Who could withstand such intensity? Chapter 55. Eat more rice and gain some weight. Chao Chang lit a cigarette and, through the pale blue smoke, gazed at the likely convulsing Wenyas, self-deprecatingly remarking, "It seems I am not only a bad person but also quite the scoundrel. Perhaps I am the only one in the world who wishes for things to remain this way. Is it because of the absence of something that one is indifferent to loss?" After introspecting for a while, Chao Chang increasingly felt like a villain. Lu Yun gently pushed open the door and entered. Embracing Chao Chang, "Darling, I'm sorry. I won't mention the prospect of rescue again. We are doing well now. Among survivors, we possess a life that they could hardly imagine. I will not be greedy anymore." Acknowledging her mistake, Lu Yun had the humility to correct herself, and they all had a different tone from outside. Zhuangzhen and Wang Lianyi were terrified, likely suffering from a case of premarital anxiety. Chao Chang remained silent. Lu Yun kissed Chao Chang's cheek. "Darling, I will have Zhenzhen come in to keep you company. My views have become skewed. This is not right." Chao Chang shook his head. "I was just afraid. Afraid that upon waking I would find myself back to having nothing, still at the bottom of society, trudging forward under a burden where even gazing at the stars would be a luxury. That won't happen. My husband has completely conquered me. Even if everything changes, you will always be my husband. I want to bear your children, many children, so they can witness my words, my vows." Having regained some strength, Wenyas sat up, her strong embrace enveloping Chao Chang, mimicking Lu Yan's affectionate gesture. "Darling, I may not have the gift of eloquence, but to me, you are not a bad person. You saved me and gave me hope to live. No matter how others perceive you, in my heart you are a great hero, my hero." Outside the door, Zhuangzhen let out a sigh of relief, though a hint of regret lingered on her face. Wang Lianyi whispered, "Did you really want to go in just now?" Zhuangzhen glanced at Wang Lianyi. "You would go in, then I'd have to dig a hole to bury you overnight. You should eat more rice and gain some weight." Wang Lianyi shuddered. No amount of food could give her the physique of Wenyas. Wenyas was on the brink of collapse, and she felt utterly inadequate. Chao Chang deeply sensed that the presence of such diversions in this apocalyptic life was essential. The tenderness of Lu Yun and the submissiveness of Wenyas calmed his self-doubts. During the late-night meal, The atmosphere returned to its usual state, though Wang Lianyi occasionally cast furtive glances at He Wenyas, as if a thief, Zhuangzhen exclaimed, nearly forgetting a crucial detail before the explosion at the South Suburb airport. The radio was subjected to a strong wave interference for several seconds. I suspect it was an electronic warfare drone conducting channel jamming from high above. The signal waveform likely originated from the sea. Liu Yun silenced Zhuangzhen with a look, and Zhuangzhen raised a hand to signal for her to stop. Let me finish. During those 10 seconds there was also a segment of universal Morse code. I translated it, and it roughly means targeting a designated elimination. Chao Cheng recalled the entire sequence of events and couldn't help but lament, Chen Yu and Liu Xingjin are dead, otherwise they would surely know what happened. Chen Yu's weaponry doesn't seem like it was acquired from the police station. I will try my best to bring back Lu Xiaoyu tomorrow, she might know something. Liu Yun grasped Chao Cheng's hand, and he reciprocated, intertwining their fingers. I am not particularly interested in the project and the keys. The facts have proven that we cannot easily trust what others say. We must take responsibility for our own safety. I believe that acquiring a rocket launcher would deter helicopters, but last night's bombardment, which was presumably from Dongfang Express, taught me a lesson. In this world, we remain exceptionally vulnerable. Forget about Dongfang Express. A single ordinary cruise missile could annihilate us, so we must seize the initiative. Whether it is the Lingbo Lake or the ship suspected of launching Dongfang Express, we must ascertain that they harbor no malice towards us. Zhuangzhen nodded repeatedly. Unless we implement radio silence, our position will undoubtedly be detected by advanced radar systems. I am currently installing equipment from the Chrysanthemum factory. Once it's repaired, I will set up a pseudo-base station that should achieve the effect of a 21st century communication device. This way, we need not fear being monitored while communicating via walkie-talkie. Then, Zhenzhen, until you finish repairing the equipment, let us minimize our walkie-talkie communications as much as possible. When we do communicate, let us avoid sensitive terms. Hoping that in the eyes of certain individuals we appear to be inconspicuous little fish, not to be targeted. The next morning, as Chao Cheng maneuvered the ore truck closer to the intersection near the Fourth People's Hospital, the number of zombies began to increase significantly. He deliberately parked the truck and wandered into the hospital, finding no traces of mutated cancer cells. It seemed his judgment had been correct, although mutated cancer cells were troublesome. Facing an almost endless horde of zombies, their ability to divide and proliferate would not suffice for the sheer number of zombies to consume. Chao Cheng ruthlessly slaughtered a substantial wave of zombies both inside and outside the hospital, bringing his cumulative zombie kill count to 7,000, thus accumulating 10 free attribute points. Leaning against the wheel of the truck, he gasped for breath. This time, he summoned a translucent screen and allocated all his free attribute points to agility. Name: Chao Cheng. Age: 22. Strength: 50. Agility: 38. Immunity: 23. Bound female team members: 2. Core system meritorious service: 10. 37. Available attribute points: 0. Chao Cheng reminisced about the days when he could earn 1 attribute point for every 100 zombies he killed. Now, accumulating attribute points felt akin to laboring in a black factory, twisting screws, exhausting, yet the benefits of allocating points were undeniably gratifying. After resting, he tested his newfound agility and distinctly felt the advantages it conferred. The boost in agility provided not just an increase in speed but also enhanced reflexes. Now, if he were to burst into action, others would surely see only a blip akin to teleportation outside Ida Plaza. Only about a third of the zombies that had gathered from the previous night had dispersed. Chao Cheng estimated that the number of zombies surrounding him exceeded 100,000. It seemed that if he wanted to extract the people today, he would need to employ a strategy akin to surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao, creating a massive distraction elsewhere to draw the zombies away. After a busy morning, Chao Cheng scavenged a considerable amount of gasoline from the fuel tanks of several hundred vehicles in the vicinity and, near the bridge, fashioned a makeshift incendiary device. A fireball erupted, soaring several meters into the sky, the explosive sound echoing for miles. From his elevated position, Chao Cheng saw the tide of zombies shift, moving like a wave toward the bridge. He turned against the tide and headed into the main building of Ida Plaza to find Chiao Xian. The plan has changed, I'm taking you all out right now. Chiao Xian looked troubled. My leg is swollen, I can't walk. I'm here, let's move fast and talk later. Chapter 56, a place to put skills to use without a care for Chiao Xian's pain. Chao Chong hoisted her onto his back, securing her with ropes, and then, with equal resolve, carried Lei in his arms, binding her securely as well. This stance resembled that of a robust man escorting two children. Upon reaching the floor where Ling Xiaoru was located, Chao Chong spoke with an unkind tone. If you wish to survive, follow me and run. Should you fall behind, I shall not return to assist you. Ling Xiaoru nodded vigorously, but by the time she accompanied Chao Chong to the 5th floor, she felt as if half her life had slipped away, her legs trembling uncontrollably. A glance at Chiao Xian and Lei, both being carried by Chao Chong, ignited a fierce jealousy within her. How could he carry them and not her? Ling Xiaoru was dealt a second blow to her morale. When Chao Chong found Lu Xiaoyu, he seized her collar and, like a bucket of water, continued his descent down the stairs. Ling Xiaoru could only desperately keep pace, tumbling and rolling, her face bruised and battered. Outside the rolling shutter of the underground parking lot, countless zombies lingered, yet after enhancing his agility, Chao Chong's speed underwent a transformation. His axe swung like the Grim Reaper's scythe, effortlessly cleaving through foes, and in a single surge he reached the nearby truck. He unceremoniously tossed Lu Xiaoyu into the back seat, and as he started the vehicle, Ling Xiaoru had yet to reach the front, with the surrounding zombies closing in. Ling Xiaoru screamed hoarsely, Chao Chong, don't leave me behind, save me. Chao Chong threw a length of rope toward her. If she wished to live, she must fight for it herself. As the truck roared to life, the zombies were drawn in by the scent of humanity and the sound of the engine. Now less than 2 meters away from Ling Xiaoru, seeing the tires of the truck begin to roll, she wrapped the rope tightly around her waist, securing it with a knot, only to be yanked to the ground by a sudden force. Yet, she refused to relinquish her hope of survival, gradually pulling on the rope until, just before the truck accelerated, she managed to scramble into the driver's seat, coughing violently. Blood splattered from her mouth. In just 2 or 3 minutes. From the main building of Ida Plaza to the truck, Ling Xiaoru felt as if her lung vessels might burst from exertion. The truck crushed the zombies in its path, sending some flying and occasionally splattering against the windshield. This terrifying spectacle rendered Ling Xiaoru, Chiao Xian, and the others, who had previously been somewhat discontented, trembling with fear, acutely aware that if the vehicle stalled amidst the countless undead, escape would be impossible. 30 minutes later, the truck drove through the gates of the estate. Chao Chong disembarked, launching a counterattack, while He Wenye, without needing instruction, followed closely with her weapon in hand. And together they cleared the throng of nearly 1,000 zombies that had pursued the truck. As Ling Xiaoru exited the vehicle, she witnessed Chao Chong's valorous slaying of the undead and glimpsed the nearby villa. Suddenly, a voice broke through. You are Ling Xiaoru, my husband's classmate. I am Ling Xiaoru, she began, but before she could finish, a sharp slap sent her sprawling to the ground, further swelling her already bruised face. Liu Yun had struck her coldly, stating, in this household, you are the most useless, thus have some self-awareness and go fetch the water gun to clean the vehicle. Ling Xiaoru clenched her fists as she rose, refraining from retaliating. Acutely aware that Liu Yun wielded a firearm, she believed that should she utter a word out of line, she would certainly face dire consequences. Liu Yun, having established her superiority, shook her slightly pained hand and commanded, Zhan, take Lu Xiaoyu to shower. Wang Lian, let us carry Chiao Xian down and get her an X-ray to assess her injuries. When Chao Chong and He Wenye returned after dispatching the zombies and washing up, Wang Lian, eager to prove her worth, approached, saying, Director Chiao's fracture line is quite clear. It is not a comminuted fracture, so no surgery or steel plate is required. I will apply a cast, and she should be able to walk in 2 to 3 months. As she spoke, administering info to Chiao Xian, Wang Lian's tone lightened considerably, finally finding her place in this chaotic world. Zhanzhan, please take Lei Lei for a checkup. Once the two young girls had left, Lu Yun turned her attention to Ling Xiaoru and Lu Xiaoyu, instructing them to disrobe. This was a humiliating moment for Ling Xiaoru and Lu Xiaoyu. Yet it was an unavoidable procedure. With no injuries, Lu Xiaoyu felt a sense of relief, but Ling Xiaoru was a different story. Her face was not only bruised but bore numerous abrasions. It dawned on Ling Xiaoru why she had been ordered to undress, and she hastily defended herself. It was a fall, I wasn't attacked by zombies, I swear. If you don't believe me, tie me up and see if I transform. Lian Yi, treat her wounds, then take her to the cage in the basement for observation. Lu Yun would not accept Ling Xiaoru's word alone. In the living room, Lu Xiaoyu timidly asked, may I put my clothes back on? Go to that room, there is a bathroom inside. After washing up, there are clothes in the cupboard, Lu Yun instructed. Pointing in the direction. Lu Xiaoyu stood dazed for a moment before scurrying away. Husband, do you think Lu Xiaoyu knows about the so-called key? Regardless of her knowledge, once you establish rules, secrets cease to be secrets. Chao Chang was confident that with Lu Yun's methods, if Lu Xiaoyu was aware of the key, a little psychological manipulation would suffice. If all else failed, he could still bind her as a member of the systems team. Once bound, even if Lu Xiaoyu remained silent, the key would effectively be in Chao Chang's possession. Then you should go check on that classmate. She is the campus belle after all, just not in a position to be seen now, since I haven't provided her with clothing, Lu Yun remarked with a wink, feeling that Ling Xiaoru, while seemingly useless, served a purpose. Her husband needed an outlet for his frustrations, a way to unleash the darkness within, and Ling Xiaoru was a fitting target for that role, acting as a buffer for Chao Chang's emotions. I must step out again. I haven't brought back any seeds or supplies. Wenya, come with me. Besides searching for seeds, Chao Chang also wished to accompany Wenya to accumulate system merits. Eager to amass attribute points, previously the helicopter had fueled his motivation to eliminate zombies. Now, with the East Wind Express, his drive was even stronger. As the sun set, Chao Chang and Wenya returned laden with spoils. With Chao Chang accumulating 5 attribute points, while Wenya's merits soared to over 3,000. Exhausted from their labors, they returned to the villa, washed up, and collapsed in a desire for rest. Chapter 57, The Alternating Masks of Red and White. We must venture out again tomorrow. If you feel overwhelmed, do tell me. Chao Chang was determined to accumulate enough system merits to unlock new features. Yet he needed to consider Wenya's condition. Today, she had single-handedly vanquished over 2,000 zombies, claiming it was more exhausting than harvesting 10 acres of wheat, her hands nearly too fatigued to lift. Wang Lian-ik, please give Wenya a massage and some therapy. Has Xiao Xian seen those devices? Wang Lian-i affirmed, stating that Xiao Xian was familiar with their operation and the equipment was in excellent condition. We even drew blood from Ling Xiaoru for testing, and according to the data everything appears normal. However, Xiao Xian suggested we waste a device to examine some zombie tissue and fluids. As she spoke, Wang Lian-yi began massaging Wenya. Realizing her strength was limited, she suggested there is a full-body massage chair upstairs. Wenya can use it for another half hour to recover more quickly. After resting for an hour, Chao Chang felt re-energized. Lifting Wenya and placing her in the massage chair, the atmosphere in the house felt somewhat peculiar. When Chao Chang descended to the first-floor living room, he noticed Xiao Xian, Lei Lei, and Lu Xiaoyu, all in wheelchairs, casting furtive glances at him before quickly averting their eyes, unwilling to meet his gaze. Have you suffered from the rules you established? Chao Chang was well aware of Lu Yan's persuasive abilities. Her twisted logic could bewilder anyone, and what seemed nonsensical to reasonable individuals was utterly absurd. Lu Yun chuckled coldly. Old sayings tell us that one must see the coffin to shed tears. They still need further training compared to Lian Yi, but I believe the results are satisfactory. Lu Yun was aware of some circumstances surrounding Xiao Xian and the others. Despite the upheaval, they had not gone without food for more than 2 days. Unlike Wang Lianyi, who had been ravenous to the point of distress, nevertheless Lu Yun had no intention of denying them sustenance. That would be too petty. "Dinner is served," Lu Yun called out, beckoning Lu Xiaoyu to the kitchen to help serve the meal. Dinner was a feast, featuring sumptuous dishes that Xiao Chong had brought back from the South Country Holiday Hotel. Lei Lei gazed at a crab larger than her face, tugging on Xiao Xian's sleeve. "Mommy, I want to eat crab." Not only Lei Lei, but Xiao Xian and Lu Xiaoyu found themselves salivating. Just as Lu Yun had predicted, they had not been starved for more than 2 days. Yet such a lavish spread was beyond their wildest dreams. Xiao Chong effortlessly cracked open a crab claw, extracting the tender white meat and placing it in Lei Lei's bowl. "Here's it." Lei Lei looked at the crab meat. Then at Xiao Xian, with a smile. Xiao Xian nodded. "Go ahead, eat." Lu Xiaoyu received a portion of crab meat as well, but she was no longer a child. She understood that indulging in this meal would alter her status. As Lu Yun had made abundantly clear, nevertheless, the temptation was overwhelming. How delicious it was! "The crabs I once consumed seem far less fragrant and sweet than those of today." Xiao Chong lightly tapped the table with his fingers, drawing the attention of the women present. "Regardless of what Lu Yun has conveyed to you, I must reiterate her words. You must heed her, for she is the lady of the house. Do not perceive yourselves as victims. Consider the survivors of Yida Plaza. Happiness is often a matter of comparison, and you should practice gratitude." Wang Lianyi immediately interjected. "Not at all. How could we feel wronged? Who among us hasn't clawed their way out from the piles of the deceased? We are all too aware of the value of contentment." Wang Lianyi felt a sense of elevation in her status with the arrival of newcomers, emboldening her to speak more freely than before. "Regardless of your inner thoughts, upon entering this abode, you must embrace self-awareness, integrate swiftly into this family, and unite in the struggle for survival. There is no room for idleness here. We do not harbor the useless." Xiao Chong took on the role of the stern enforcer, while Lu Yun seamlessly transitioned into the role of the benevolent mediator. The warmth on her face was undeniable as Xiao Chong upheld her authority, reinforcing her position as the matron. "My dear, today we are simply welcoming Xiao Xian and the others. Let us not make it too solemn. The ceremony for my husband and Xiaoyu can be held after dinner." Clang! Wang Lianyi's bowl fell onto the table, and she hastily picked it up. She was acutely aware of what might transpire after the ceremony, yet a troubling thought crossed her mind. Would Lu Xiaoyu truly perish? Should she prepare emergency measures? Zhuang Zhuan glanced at Lu Xiaoyu, her lips passing involuntarily. Lu Xiaoyu was merely a year or two her senior. If Lu Xiaoyu could manage, why couldn't she? In truth, Xiao Xian nearly dropped her bowl as well, her heart constricted with anxiety. However, she dared not speak up, nor did she possess the capacity or authority to advocate for Lu Xiaoyu. Ensuring her daughter's safety was her utmost concern. Indeed, Lu Yun was a master of enlivening the atmosphere, and as she animatedly spoke, she painted a bright future for Xiao Xian and the others, enhancing the conviviality at the dinner table. Such endeavors had become second nature to Lu Yun. Under the pressure of responsibility, Xiao Chong was eager to solidify bonds with the female members of the group, inadvertently overlooking Lu Xiaoyu's feelings. Had it not been for Wang Lianyi and Xiao Xian's physical conditions, he would have sought to bind them all in one night. The last binding with the Hiwenya system had not granted any attribute points, but instead had activated the title function. He pondered what changes would accompany the continued binding of the female members. Surely it would yield at least 5 attribute points. After a satisfying meal, Lu Yun orchestrated a ceremony that grew increasingly festive. Yet Lu Xiaoyu suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to cry. She felt like a marionette being manipulated, participating in rituals, drinking ceremonial wine, and entering the bridal chamber. Her initial experience was rather disheartening, as the process and sensations were far from what her school friend had described. Was it truly over in mere seconds? She recalled the discussions of arranged marriages, wondering if this unfamiliar man beside her would become her husband. Xiao Chong had indeed neglected Lu Xiaoyu's feelings, merely following the steps to bind her as a member of the female group, and he was cautious not to overstep, for he did not wish to cause harm. Upon detecting a new intimate relationship for the host, The system prompted whether to bind her as a member of the female group. Chow Chong affirmed, and the binding was successful, granting the host 5 free attribute points. Chow Chong was surprised that his assumptions were correct. 5 free attribute points were no small matter, considering the rate at which he accumulated attribute points from defeating zombies. It was akin to vanquishing 5,000 of them. He decided to allocate these points to agility. Altering the data on the screen: name, Chow Chong, age, 22, strength, 50 agility, 43 immunity, 23 bound female members, 3 ecosystem achievement, 37 distributable attribute points, 0 as he opened the list of female members. An option to evaluate Lu Xiaoyu's title appeared next to her name, with Chow Chong bestowing her a title. The words private second class were added beside Lu Xiaoyu's name. Chapter 58, Double Standards and a Perfect Initial Experience. If I can take Black Wenya out to slay a few more zombies, I can elevate my agility attribute to 50 points, then my system achievement will likely exceed 10,000. Afterward, I shall see if there are any new changes in the system and allocate future attribute points entirely to immunity. Otherwise, surpassing 50 points might lead to unforeseen consequences. Having bound Lu Xiaoyu as a member of the female group, she became an ally devoid of threat, and Chow Chong's attitude toward her underwent a profound transformation. He never shortchanged those close to him, recognizing that the previous process had been rather cursory. Thus, after neutralizing Lu Xiaoyu's perceived threat, her treatment began to rival that of Lu Yun and Black Wenya. At least in matters of intimacy, where Chow Chong was quite eloquent. Subsequently, under Chow Chong's fervent affection, Lu Xiaoyu seemed to transform into a novice water mage, overwhelmed by emotion, although the method was somewhat unconventional. Her initial experience was beautifully compensated, fostering a tangible sense of intimacy that altered her perception of Chow Chong. Only then did she realize how misguided her previous notions had been. The idea of a second man was utterly non-existent. He was a veritable bull. Treating Lu Xiaoyu with the utmost care, as if she were a porcelain doll, was a first for Chow Chong. The experience of not pressing the accelerator to the floor was less than exhilarating. Yet even in a post-apocalyptic world, life couldn't revolve solely around such matters. Afterward, Chow Chong gently caressed Lu Xiaoyu's cheek. We are merely taking the ride before purchasing the ticket. Let us take our time to get to know one another. There are still many days ahead. Lu Xiaoyu blinked. Are you truly not after the key? Chow Chong gently pinched her cheek. That thing is of no use to me. Can it be consumed? It's worth less than 2 buns. My grandfather claimed it was the hope for the revival of civilization. Raspak, your grandfather did not say that when he died. Allow me to elaborate, so you are not left with lingering doubts. Chow Chong recounted to Lu Xiaoyu the events surrounding Lu Xingjin's death, stating, at that moment I believed he was not worth it. It would have been better to exchange the key for an opportunity to seek refuge at Boss Lin's sanctuary. Frankly, I admire and respect men like your grandfather, but I do not wish to be that kind of person. I am a small figure, without lofty ideals, just as I was before the apocalypse. And so I remain. Lu Xiaoyu could sense that Chow Chong was being sincere. He had no reason to deceive her. As for the circumstances of the night, Lu Yun had clarified them to Lu Xiaoyu, who did not concede to being coerced or brainwashed. The experience of transitioning from paradise to hell in just 2 short months had opened her eyes to many truths. In this new world, there would be no free meals. Her only option was to serve her husband, Chow Chong, as Lu Yun had advised, and to cling to him for survival in this hellish existence. Since you show no interest, I shall remain silent about it. I will keep the key to myself. Tell me about yourself. I wish to understand you from this moment onward. It is my responsibility and obligation. Lu Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. I have nothing much to share. I have always been the obedient girl. Before the upheaval, my greatest task was studying. I excelled in my studies, consistently ranking first in my class, and I was even the top scorer in last year's Tenha City's high school entrance examination. Outside, Wang Liani carried a first aid kit. After such a long time, there had been no emergencies, and even the sounds were barely audible. Wang Liani recalled Black Wenya's previous experience, growing increasingly convinced of Chow Chong's double standards. Was he truly only interested in those like Lu Xiaoyu? indeed men tend to prefer the delicate and youthful. Zhuangzhen scratched her head. She had enlisted Black Wenya to cover for her in the electronics room, and called Wang Liani to prevent any unusual occurrences. Alas, it had been a fruitless endeavor, igniting her own ambitions. Yet, it was the perceptive Lu Yun who noticed something amiss. Chao Chang seemed unusually energized. Departing the estate early the next morning on a motorcycle with Black Wenya. Lu Yun felt compelled to inquire about Lu Xiaoyu, even probing into the details that Lu Xiaoyu found difficult to voice. Little did she realize that Chao Chang's actions were solely motivated by the desire to accumulate attribute points and enhance his system achievements. By mid-date, Chao Chang had accrued 2 free attribute points. While Black Wenya had already slain over 1,000 zombies, exhaustion had reached Black Wenya's limits as she was drenched in sweat and flushed. Yet Chao Chang, who had dispatched even more zombies, appeared unfazed. Preparing instant rice and placing it before her. Wenya, you must ensure your protection. Do not allow the zombies to attack you. When it's time to shoot, do not hesitate, even if it attracts more zombies. I will be here. Black Wenya understood that Chao Chang was not merely speaking bravado. Her husband was indeed formidable, akin to a human Tyrannosaurus Rex. Nodding, she replied, "Darling, are we clearing a path to the South Country Holiday Hotel?" Chao Chang kept the system's secret to himself, explaining to Black Wenya that they were merely clearing the road within their territory. This route was nearly cleared, and they planned to revisit it in the afternoon before heading towards the Blue Bridge. Across the bridge was a large supermarket where they anticipated a significant stock of survival supplies, which they aimed to transport home before winter arrived. "Honey, have you noticed that the number of zombies in the Blue Bridge area has decreased? Even those gathered at Ida Plaza seem to be dispersing," Black Wenya remarked while eating. "That's normal. Zombies are sensitive to food and sound. The recent explosion at the southern suburbs airport drew them away. And I even set off a flare at the bridge's entrance to divert them. However, this is not a good omen for us. A decrease in the number of zombies in the Blue Bridge area means that survivors may be relocating there." Black Wenya understood all too well what the migration of survivors entailed. They would encroach upon their territory, even eyeing the villa at the estate. She would not tolerate this. Anyone daring to reach for the estate would face her wrath. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Chao Chang and Black Wenya rode their motorcycle back to the villa. "Today has been immensely rewarding." Chao Chang has accumulated 5 attribute points, while He Wenya's has amassed over 2,000 system merits. Bringing Chao Chang ever closer to his short-term goals. In the bathroom, Lu Yun assists Chao Chang in drying off. "Darling," she says, "I've compared Ling Sheru's test results with those of the zombies' tissue samples. I may not understand the technical jargon, but Xiao Xian mentioned a significant disparity. The zombies' tissue contains chloroplasts, indicating that zombies prefer to bask in the sun during peak sunlight hours, possibly replenishing their energy through photosynthesis. Xiao Xian even discovered signs of asexual reproduction in zombies." Chao Chang was taken aback to learn that the class flower and monitor had assumed the role of a laboratory guinea pig. Photosynthesis, asexual reproduction, this is truly dreadful news. Chapter 59, Humanity and Animals Regressing in History. Who could argue otherwise? Xiao Xian referred to this as a genetic mutation, suggesting that zombies have evolved into plant-like beings. She asserted with conviction that it is a form of evolution, acting both as producers and consumers, an intricately sophisticated mutation. She rambled on, and her words left me momentarily speechless. I simply asked her if she would be willing to undergo a genetic mutation to become a zombie. You should have seen her face. It turned nearly green, resembling a zombie herself. Lu Yun wrapped a towel around Chao Chang. Aside from her evident academic curiosity, Xiao Xian has proven somewhat useful. She has corroborated our previous suspicions that the method of infection in zombies is akin to that of rabies, plague and cholera. She even expressed a desire to conduct research on a live zombie, which I firmly rejected. Chao Chang frowned, saying, "We must nip this idea in the bud." After a few days of decent meals, she thinks she can entertain such absurd notions. If we inadvertently become infected, we won't need anyone else to plot against us. We'll be doomed ourselves. Speaking of meals, from tonight onwards, rations will be distributed according to rank. As previously agreed, you and I will have unlimited supplies, while Zhenzhen, He Wenyas, and Lu Xiaoyu will be next in line, followed by Wang Liani, Qiao Xian, and Lei Lei. That class flower and monitor will be at the very bottom of the hierarchy. Today, she even clamored to see you, still clinging to some delusions. I'll let her out shortly and give her a lesson. 80 mealtime. Chao Chang and others gathered around the dining table, with the only busy figure being Ling Xiaoru. Dressed in a rather unconventional maid outfit that exuded a rather chilly sensation, the quality of the food was also stratified. Chao Chang, Lu Yun, and Zhuang Shan were in one category, while Wang Liani and Qiao Xian Lei Lei occupied another. The most disadvantaged was Ling Xiaoru, who had no qualification to dine at the table, receiving only a bowl of thin porridge and a zongzi. Lei Lei, being a child, was unabashedly candid, gazing at the meager meal before her. Her small face was etched with disappointment as she exclaimed, "Mommy, is there no wedding today? I want to eat lobster." Qiao Xian offered a few pieces of meat from her plate to Lei Lei, saying, "Eat the meat, but you should eat less seafood, you're still a child." Wang Liani lowered her head to eat, realizing that the little girl's desire for a feast would inevitably come at her expense. Distinguishing between celebratory and mournful occasions, given Chao Chang's double standards, once a ceremony is held for her, it would be hard to say what kind of feast it would be. Liu Yun truly treated Ling Xiaoru as a servant, instructing Ling Xiaoru, "Serve everyone a bowl of soup. Your culinary skills are rather lacking. These are all pre-prepared dishes, and the taste is inferior even to an ordinary restaurant. I'll give you 3 days to learn from us. If you show no improvement, you know the consequences." After dinner, the task of clearing the table and washing the dishes fell solely to Ling Xiaoru, who also had to clean the entire villa. This sprawling mansion, covering several hundred square meters, made household chores no easy feat, and by the time Ling Xiaoru finished, it was nearly midnight. The electronic equipment room required constant supervision, and Ling Xiaoru brewed a cup of tea to bring in. Tonight Wang Liani was on duty, and to Ling Xiaoru, she seemed more approachable. She attentively placed the tea in front of Wang Liani while subtly inquiring about the situation in the villa. Wang Liani was not overly secretive, and after listening, Ling Xiaoru felt utterly disheartened, internally grumbling, "Did Chao Chang truly consider himself an ancient emperor? This regression in society was beyond the realm of mere scoundrel, or it was downright beastly. Are you all content to let him run amok? Don't you find it ridiculous?" Wang Liani chuckled at Ling Xiaoru. "You're a university student, your knowledge should be quite broad. What do you think is the essence of marriage?" Ling Xiaoru couldn't respond, knowing full well that notions of love were mere nonsense. It certainly wasn't the answer Wang Liani sought. Wang Liani patted Ling Xiaoru on the shoulder. "You've stepped out of the ivory tower. There's a saying, isn't there, before one wields a sword, they have already entered the world. What awaits you outside the door is a nightmarish landscape of apocalypse. Thus I believe the essence of marriage should revert to primitive society. Specifically a matriarchal clan society. The only man we can rely on is Chao Chang, who goes out to hunt and brings back sustenance for us. We must understand our position, aside from assisting him. We must also please him. Have you been to a zoo to see the monkeys? Chao Chang is akin to the Monkey King, and we are all mother monkeys." Ling Xiaoru wanted to vehemently denounce Wang Liani's twisted reasoning. "Primitive society, Monkey King, is this still humanity?" Wang Liani twirled her pen, stating, "Whether in a troop of monkeys or a pack of wolves, there are hierarchies. The subordinates must allow the superiors to enjoy food first, groom each other, and those who do not submit face only one fate, expulsion from the group. Consider those monkeys driven from their troop, or the lone wolves abandoned by their pack. What becomes of them?" Ling Xiaoru, "You are actually quite fortunate. If it weren't for your connection to Chao Chang as classmates, you would already be nothing more than a pile of zombie excrement. What do you have to complain about? I refuse to accept this. Just because I am classmates with Chao Chang, why should I be forced to do this and that, treated like a servant?" Wang Liani discerned Ling Xiaoru's underlying jealousy. "Do you think Chao Chang lacks women? What he lacks are women who can be of use to him. If you wish to thrive in this household, to live comfortably, you must make yourself useful. Your current role, cooking and cleaning, is the least skilled and can be easily replaced. Of course, if you manage to climb into Chow Chong's bed, your status will change instantly, whether as a person or in terms of your body. It all falls under the category of utility. If you can't even achieve that, then prepare yourself for the reality of being ousted. Ling Sheru's expression darkened, and she thanked Wang Lianyi before returning to her quarters. Her room was in the storage area of the villa, with most of the space occupied by supplies, leaving only a folding bed, cramped and stifling. Lying on the bed, her feelings of resentment grew stronger. She had no qualms about fulfilling the words she had spoken to Chow Chong, but unfortunately he had hardly glanced her way since the evening began. Climbing into Chow Chong's bed felt like a matter of queuing up. Was it a seniority issue? Chow Chong had no interest in understanding Ling Sheru's thoughts. Any thoughts he had were dark and unfulfilled, as his focus lay solely on exterminating zombies and unlocking new system functions. His primary concern was ensuring He Wenya's safety. If Chow Chong wished to accumulate free attribute points, binding with Wang Lianyi, Xiao Xian, and even Ling Sheru could conservatively yield him an additional 15 points. He Wenya's accumulation of system merits could only come from the tangible act of killing zombies. Chapter 60, Sudden Developments. The female team members, who could be bound at any time, served as reserves for Chow Chong. He calculated meticulously, accumulating a few more attribute points before binding with Wang Lianyi, and the others would allow him to surpass the threshold of 50 in total. Regardless of how the system altered the growth of attribute points, his three primary values would be tenfold that of an ordinary person, sufficient for his needs. Slaughter felt like a repetitive task. And Chow Chong and He Wenya's efficiency had improved compared to yesterday, particularly for He Wenya's. Knowing that her husband would protect her, she broke records by eliminating nearly 1,500 zombies that morning. Wanya, let's eat in the vehicle, Chow Chong called, inviting He Wenya's into the mining truck's cabin for lunch. Watching her remove her helmet, he noticed her damp hair clinging to her forehead and temples. And he gently brushed it aside. Darling, you are so kind to me, He Wenya's replied, her eyes shimmering like water. Spending 2 to 3 consecutive days with Chow Chong felt like a rare moment of intimacy, causing their feelings to intensify dramatically. For the first time in her life, He Wenya's experienced the sensation of being in love. Chow Chong also enjoyed spending time with He Wenya's. She was straightforward and devoid of guile. He playfully pinched her nose and said, let's eat, tonight I'll treat you well. Can it be just once? He Wenya's asked, fearfully smiling. You're too amazing, I can't handle it. She understood the implication of being treated well, her face reflecting trepidation, fearing that eating too much might make her uncomfortable. Chow Chong felt a bit embarrassed. The last time had been an emotional rollercoaster, lacking any moderation. It seemed he had left a psychological scar on He Wenya's. As they flirted during their break, a sudden loud call from Zhuangzhen echoed throughout the villa. Lu Yun, their SA situation, including Ling Sheru, everyone remaining in the villa gathered in the electronic equipment room. Zhuangzhen replayed the footage captured by the drone earlier that morning, pausing the video to point at the screen, saying, Lu Yun, look, the boat has docked on our riverbank, and a dozen or 20 individuals have disembarked. Liu Yan's expression darkened slightly as she examined the surroundings in the video. The location where the boat had anchored was upstream from the villa area, no more than 2 miles away in a straight line. And it appeared that they were armed. Wang Lianyi, keep watch here and inform your husband, Wenya's Zhenzhen, and Xiao Yu about the situation. Accompany me to the armory to retrieve the firearms. Liu Yun has begun to assign tasks. Only those who share the closest ties with Chow Chong are deemed worthy of wielding weapons within the villa. Unbeknownst to Lu Yun, the secret of Chow Chong's system binding to girl group members remains hidden from her. Nevertheless, she selects those permitted to bear arms from among those she has officiated over Chow Chong's wedding ceremonies, as they are, in her view, the only individuals deserving of her trust. Drones return every 10 minutes. And Wang Lianyi watches the footage on a large screen. The situation appears rather grim. A suspected survivor squad disembarking from the boat is advancing towards the Hewan Villa district, with their intentions strikingly clear. Liu Yun and her companions retrieve their firearms, tossing a pair of binoculars to Ling Xiaoru. You are to take position on the rooftop and scout for their whereabouts, reporting any developments via the intercom. Xiao Yu, this semi-automatic rifle is for you, just aim at the target and pull the trigger as I taught you. Liu Yun, along with Lu Xiaoyu and Zhongshan, ascends to a suitable concealed position on the villa. Bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. At nearly the same moment, Chao Chong and He Wenyas receive the alert sent by Wang Liani. However, they find themselves near the Blue Bridge, over 10 miles away from the Mana Villa. Chao Chong can sprint back rapidly, but He Wenyas cannot. She has just attracted another wave of zombies and cannot leave her alone near the bridge. It's far too perilous. Wenyas, I will first escort you to the rooftop of that building to hide. Remember, your safety is paramount. Do not engage in reckless actions. Chao Chong calculates that it will take mere minutes to secure He Wenya's safety before returning to the villa at his sprinting pace. Ensuring he will not exceed 10 minutes total, ample time indeed. Darling, let me accompany you back, He Wenyas declares earnestly. No, I cannot drive back with you, you wouldn't be able to keep up. Chao Chong intends to take a direct route to save time. Although the odd track is not slow, it does take a convoluted path. Ignoring He Wenya's protests, he safely deposits her on the rooftop of a nearby residential building. He then makes a running leap from the rooftop of this building, soaring over 10 meters to land on the roof of another. He Wenyas is momentarily stunned. She is well aware of Chao Chong's prowess, not merely in combat, but this display astonishes her. Even parkour athletes pale in comparison. In the Hiwan Villa district, Zhao Zhang leads a group of over 20 men forward at a brisk pace, armed with machetes, spears, and several makeshift firearms, their objective unmistakably aimed at the Mana Villa. Village chief, there are signs of survivor activity in this affluent area. I have been observing for several days. There's just one man, the rest are all women. This morning, that man left with a woman in an odd truck and has yet to return. The speaker, nicknamed Magon for his sharp features, along with Zhao Shong and others, are villagers from Linha village in the Guangming district, although Guangming district and Blue Bridge district do not border each other. They are connected by the river, making the distance negligible. Zhao Zhang's group has acquired a sightseeing boat, allowing them to successfully plunder several survivor squads along the river banks. This time, they have set their sights on the Hiwan Villa district. Are the women beautiful? A bearded villager inquires. Absolutely, one is particularly stunning, smooth and radiant. Besides, a female is certainly better than none, Magon asserts confidently. Zhao Shong scoffs. Lon Huzi, your wife is as ferocious as a tigress. Do you still dare to hunt? Are you courting death? This time, we are not seizing people, Magon insists. We can haul back several truckloads of supplies. If you return empty-handed, your wife will not spare you. Magon chuckles. Village chief, I have no wife, there are plenty of bachelors in the village. We must at least take a few back. It's far simpler than before when you fretted over the village's single men, having to retrieve them from the police station after they got caught in raids for health checks. Lon Huzi and the others echo Magon's sentiments, with Lon Huzi muttering discontentedly. Village chief, a neighboring village recently rescued over a dozen female university students, all remarkably lovely. They aren't coercive, it's a fair exchange, big buns for young maidens. After a few days of hunger, wouldn't those university students be compliant? Some even have 2 wives now. Should we not pursue a similar approach in our village to boost morale? Zhao Shong spits dismissively. Don't harbor such fanciful notions. Old Qian's methods will inevitably lead to disaster. Have you all forgotten the massive explosion near the Nanjiao airport? Those female university students cannot possibly be willing participants. If anything goes awry, it will surely be catastrophic. Stop your murmuring and follow closely. Chapter 61, Shattering Teeth. Surrounding the villa district, only sporadic zombies linger as Zhao Shong and his group approach the vicinity of the row houses. Suddenly, Lon Huzi points skyward. Village chief, their SA drone. Zhao Zhang glances up and rushes forward, urging, try not to kill anyone. With a homemade firearm in hand, Zhao Shang loads a shell into the chamber. Previous successful robbery experiences have taught him that a few shots will inevitably send survivors into a panic. However, at this time Zhao Shang and his crew have run into a formidable obstacle. Although they possess a few makeshift firearms, Lu Yun and her companions are armed with standard-issue weapons, just as Lu Xiaoyu is learning to handle her gun. The intercom crackles with Ling Sheru's voice. There are people in the southwest direction. They seem to be armed. Lu Xiaoyu glances southwest and spots a group of 10 to 20 individuals between two row houses. In her panic, she inadvertently pulls the trigger. The gunfire erupts, and due to her inexperience with the recoil, the barrel erratically points skyward, nearly injuring Lu Yun beside her sister. Lu Yun, I'm terrified, my face has turned pale. Lu Yun refrains from scolding Lu Xiaoyu, instead urging her to lower the gun's muzzle, assuring her that she will adapt to the recoil with time, while Lu Yun remains calm enough to guide Lu Xiaoyu. Zhao Shang and his group are startled by the sudden gunfire. Although the bullets land several meters away, the volume of fire exceeds their expectations. Zhao Shang slaps Ma Gong, angrily exclaiming, "They have guns. How could you miscalculate?" Ma Gong shakes his head. "That can't be. I've been observing for days and haven't seen them handling any firearms." Lon Husi retrieves binoculars and studies the scene. Village chief. "Even if those three women are armed, they are of little consequence. If we rush from behind that villa, we can flank them." Zhao Shang surveys the terrain. Lon Huzi, you stay here and create a distraction by firing a few shots to draw their attention. I will take Ma Gong and the others over the wall. We will strike them from both sides. If all else fails, we will eliminate them. Although Zhao Shang and his crew from Linha village seldom kill, the pressure to survive has occasionally led to them dispatching those who stubbornly resist. In this hellish world, how can one hope to survive without blood on their hands? In the electronic equipment room, Wang Lianyi monitors the situation via the cameras positioned along the estate's walls and promptly relays the information to Lu Yun. Lu Yun quickly comprehends their adversaries' intentions, instructing Zhenzhen, "You and Xiao Yu hold your ground here, suppressing the fire on these men. Even if you can't hit anyone, just intimidate them into hiding. Do not worry about wasting ammunition." After issuing her commands, Lu Yun dashes back to the rooftop of the villa. From Ling Sheru's vantage point, she confirms that there are indeed blind spots. However, the intruders are unlikely to realize that the villa's walls are monitored by cameras, rendering all their movements visible to Lu Yun. The firearm in Lu Yan's hands is a Barrett anti-material rifle. She confirmed its name and model through images found on Zhongchan's computer. Equipped with armor-piercing rounds, it is capable of penetrating the blade of a bulldozer. With a resounding bang, the armor-piercing round strikes a man squarely in the chest. The tremendous force obliterates his thorax, and the internal organs expelled from his back splatter across the wall. Ling Xiaoru, observing through her binoculars, witnesses this horrific scene in stark clarity. In the apocalypse, corpses are rare, as those who do not become zombies are prime targets for the undead. Thus, even though Ling Xiaoru inadvertently killed Miao, she had never encountered such a terrifying sight. The impact is so overwhelming that she immediately turns away to vomit violently. Zhao Shang and his group are likewise terrified, dropping to the ground. As they huddle against the outer wall of the row houses, they prepare to charge, only to find that the seemingly sturdy wall is as fragile as paper. Ma Gong is splattered with blood. Nearly losing his composure, village chief, "They have artillery. We should retreat." Zhao Zhong shakes off the concrete debris from his head, his resolve ignited. "Whether they possess guns or artillery, we have no way back. The boat is nearly out of fuel, and we cannot afford to miss the opportunity to stockpile survival supplies. After the disaster strikes, we will face death either way. 1 minute is enough time for us to rush in. How many shots can they fire in that time? If we get hit, so be it. If not, we continue to enjoy our feast. No one falters. "Charge with me." These words strike a chord. Lu Yun, unfamiliar with the Barrett, indeed cannot fire many rounds. However, aside from firearms, the manor's defenses consist of other measures. After dispatching 2 more foes, Lu Yun speaks into the intercom. "Wang Lianyi, ignite it." In the electronic equipment room, Wang Lianyi hears Lu Yan's command and presses one of the 4 buttons nearby. As she does so, a line of flames, 2 to 3 meters high, ignites outside the estate's walls. Wang Zhen's voice crackles over the channel. "Wang Lianyi, I have connected the transformer. The barbed wire atop the wall can be electrified. Press the green button. Zhao Shang and his group undeterred daringly cross the line of fire. However, as they scale the wall, they come into contact with the electrified barbed wire, falling like stunned fish as 4 or 5 men plummet to the ground. This series of setbacks severely dampens Zhao Zhang's group's morale. They had anticipated an easy plunder of survivor squads, only to find their plans shattered. As Zhao Zhang prepared to retreat following the cancel of Magon, a series of anguished cries erupted from the other end, where Bluebeard and his companions were situated. Chao Chong had returned, nearly replicating the strategic assault employed by Zhao Shang and his allies. Catching Bluebeard and his crew off guard in collaboration with Zhongshan and Lu Xiaoyu. In a mere 7 minutes, Chao Chong dashed back from the bridge, initially fraught with concern for the safety of Lu Yun and the others. As communication over the intercom had indicated that the assailants were armed, however, his worries proved unfounded. Lu Yan's commanding presence and the estate's defensive measures had effectively thwarted the attacker's advance, ensuring that even if he had failed to return promptly, the intruders would not breach the villa. The sound of Chao Chong's voice over the intercom brought a collective sigh of relief from Lu Yun and her companions, regardless of their acknowledgement. Chao Chong had become the cornerstone of their household, and his presence made a significant difference in their sense of security. As he contemplated eliminating the entire band of robbers, they capitulated, with Bluebeard shouting, "Stop, we surrender." On the opposite side, Zhao Zhang and Magon waved a greyish-white garment, the meaning unmistakable, a white flag of surrender. The 6 survivors were bound and tossed into a row house by Chao Chong. Lu Yun instructed Zhongshan and the others to maintain vigilance. She then left the estate to rendezvous with Chao Chong. "Where's Wonya?" she inquired. "I had her hide on a rooftop. I feared I would take too long returning and left her behind." "You ran back." Lu Yun gazed at the sweat-soaked Chao Chong, her heart stirred, and she quickly raised her hand to wipe his brow, inadvertently flaunting their bond before Zhao Shang and the others. After ensuring Wanya's safety, Chao Chong turned to the captured 6, pressing the gun against Zhao Zhang's head to interrogate him. Chapter 62. Do not underestimate the village chief. The situation dictated terms more than the individual. And Zhao Zhang, ever forthright, answered all of Chao Chong's inquiries without hesitation. However, a conjecture that emerged from Zhao Zhang's lips caused both Chao Chong and Lu Yun to furrow their brows. Zhao Zhang revealed that they had organized individuals from Tianhe village in recent days to gather supplies and even plunder survivor groups in preparation for an impending typhoon disaster. Although there was no weather forecast, several elderly villagers suffering from severe rheumatism had been in considerable pain, leading them to deduce, based on past experience, that a typhoon might soon make landfall in Tianhe city. Once the typhoon struck, acquiring survival supplies would become increasingly difficult, and the villagers of Linhe could be considered prudent for their foresight. More alarmingly, the upstream dam in Tianhe city was likely unmonitored. Incapable of effective flood control, should the accumulated floodwaters breach the dam, half of Tianhe city would be inundated. Lu Yun was inclined to trust Zhao Zhang's information and, noticing Chao Chong's change in demeanor, reassured him, "Our area is relatively elevated, and our buildings are sturdy. We need not fear the typhoon." While we may not fear the typhoon, the South Country Holiday Hotel and the exhibition center across the river are situated much lower. Their supplies may be at risk of flooding. Continue to inquire what they know. They've plundered several survivor groups, some from the Guangming district, and this intelligence may prove invaluable. I shall fetch Wanya and endeavor to transport supplies from the hotel and the megamart. Wanya was tasked with maintaining vigilance and clearing zombies, while Chao Chong took on the role of a laborer, transporting not only food from the cold storage but also ice blocks into the vehicle. Covering them with blankets, upon returning to the villa with the supplies, Zhao Shang and the other 6 captives were coerced into acting as laborers under the watchful eyes of guns, leaving them exhausted and trembling after their labor. "Village chief, where did they procure such an abundance of goods, large crabs and big hams?" "I'm salivating," Magon remarked, swallowing hard. Bluebeard whispered, "Village chief, can we escape? Staying here is a death sentence. Did you not see that guy? He is ferocious, capable of crushing a Yahu's skull with a single punch. Zhao Shong, though yearning for survival, dared not act recklessly, aware of the need to find an opportune moment. Without certainty, one must restrain their impulses. For bullets have a way of finding their targets, and snipers surely lay in ambush atop the buildings. The opportunity for Zhao Shong and her companions soon arose. After Chao Chang and when you finished transporting supplies from the South Country holiday hotels cold storage and rested briefly, Chao Chang approached Zhao Zhang and the others. Who among you can operate a boat? I can. I am responsible for scouting in the village. I can navigate both small boats and tourist vessels. Ma Gong eagerly volunteered. Then all of you board the boat, we are heading across the river. Before Chao Chang could finish his sentence, Zhao Shang interjected, the boat is nearly out of fuel, it can only travel about 30 to 40 miles. I have gasoline and diesel here, and we will head to the exhibition center across the bridge. Follow me to retrieve a few barrels of fuel. I and the basement of the villa. Zhao Shang and the others entered, their eyes widening in astonishment. Not only were there several fuel tankers, but there were also piles of survival supplies, enough to sustain their entire village of 400 to 500 people for approximately 6 months. Even if they merely lay idle, since Zhao Shang and her companions were brought along, Lu Yun and Qiao Xian Lei remained behind to guard the villa while the others boarded the boat to assist with loading. As Ma Gong took the helm, Zhao Shang, with a sheepish grin, remarked, brother, could we join your ranks? I am the village chief of Linha. If you so desire, you shall be the chief, and our entire village will heed your command. Ling Xiaoru was also called to help with the loading. She looked at Zhao Shang in disbelief. You are from Linha village, the one that drove away the oil refinery? Seeing Chao Chang's inquiring gaze, Ling Xiaoru continued, I heard that over a decade ago, 2 oil companies sought to establish refineries in Linha village but were thwarted by its residents, leading to 2 successive leaders' humiliation. Consequently, Linha village, along with several surrounding villages, was placed on Tianha City's blacklist for development, resulting in that area becoming increasingly impoverished and infamous as a bachelor village, where finding a spouse became an arduous task. Ma Gong interjected, that is hardly a commendable feat. Moreover, the compensation promised for land acquisition was woefully inadequate. To put it humorously, do not underestimate the village chief. He has consistently led us in securing the best interests for the community. Had our village chief wished to exploit the villagers for his gain, he could have become a millionaire over a decade ago. Chao Chang recognized Ling Xiaoru's value as a pure local of Tianha, unlike Lu Yun, who although registered in Tianha City had long gone overseas for study and work, and others like Qiao Xian and Wang Liani, who were more recent arrivals. Ling Xiaoru had a deeper understanding of local gossip and history. Zhao Shang chuckled awkwardly. The main issue was the failure to reach an agreement on compensation. Eventually, we realized that such factories would be detrimental to both people and land, and we remained at an impasse. Regrettably, I have hindered the villagers from living well. Had we signed the compensation agreement, we could have easily purchased a house in Tianha City, and the village would not be plagued by so many bachelors. Chao Chang instructed Lu Yun to inquire about the information known to Zhao Shang and her group. Before he could discuss the matter further with Lu Yun, he decided to ask Zhao Zhang directly while allowing Ling Xiaoru to provide additional context. Ling Xiaoru shared that the area surrounding Linha village was a remote and underdeveloped corner of Guangming district in Tianha City. Yet it boasted beautiful natural scenery, including a well-known wild dock. When she graduated from elementary school, her school organized a field trip near Yuhuang Mountain, close to the wild dock. Zhao Shang succinctly encapsulated the current situation. Aside from Linha village, which still retains some humanity, the other villages are indeed impoverished and plagued by unscrupulous individuals. Since the world has undergone significant changes, many unethical deeds have unfolded, including the infamous tale of exchanging large bonds for university students. When Zhao Zhang proposed joining forces, an idea sparked in Chao Chang's mind. Since you are from the countryside, you must know how to farm, correct? Nowadays, there are few who can cultivate the land. For the past decade or two, we have relied on growing vegetables for income, using greenhouses in winter to ensure year-round production, and transporting our goods to Tianha City's agricultural market for wholesale and retail. Zhao Shong, true to his role as a village leader, discerned the underlying message in Zhao Chong's words. Brother, are you considering farming in Linha village to harvest grain? That could indeed be a long-term strategy. There are a few elderly villagers who have farmed their entire lives. We can learn from them. To speak candidly, while we have lost over a dozen lives, it is a consequence of our own malicious intentions. A self-inflicted wound. In this harsh world, we bear no ill will towards you, we are merely striving to survive. Zhao Chong could hardly believe such sentiments, even if this plan were to be executed. It would need to remain under his control. We shall discuss this matter later. Our immediate objective is the megamart adjacent to the exhibition center. We still have several days of loading ahead of us. Chapter 63, The Great Transport. With a boat at their disposal, they could circumvent the bridge choked with vehicles, saving Zhao Chong considerable time. However, the boat traveled at a sluggish pace. Zhao Shong and her companions warned of mutated creatures in the river, including water rodents the size of small cars, likely a type of beaver. Before mutation, upon reaching the opposite bank of the bridge, they still had not encountered any mutated water rodents, yet numerous zombies congregated at the bridgehead and around the megamart. Their numbers easily exceeding 10,000, which was precisely why Zhao Shong and her companions, despite knowing the megamart held supplies, dared not approach. Shenshen, Xiaoyu, you two are responsible for keeping watch, the rest of you follow me ashore. Zhao Chong assigned Zhuangshen and Lu Xiaoyu, both armed, to oversee the sightseeing boat. With him present, Zhao Shong and her companions could not stir up any trouble. The group collectively froze in disbelief. What was happening? Were they not mistaken? Were they truly going ashore at this moment? Shouldn't they create some noise from a distance to lure the zombies away before proceeding? However, Black Wanya and the other women remained unfazed. Wang Liani and Ling Xiaoru had witnessed Zhao Chong effortlessly eliminate zombies. Black Wanya, having accompanied Zhao Chong in harvesting thousands of zombies over the past few days, felt confident that with a night shift alongside her husband, they could handle the zombies before them. Zhao Chong, however, was not reckless. While he could disregard the fates of Zhao Shong and her companions, he could not allow Black Wanya to fall into danger. Wang Liani and Ling Xiaoru are also reserve members, capable of extracting accumulated attribute points at any moment. Losing them here would be a significant blow. While aboard the ship, Zhao Chong had already formulated a plan. Their group arrived at the bridgehead, where a traffic light flickered red at the intersection over 1,000 meters away. To the left stood a grand marketplace, and to the right a convention center. Wenya, clear the path, he instructed. Without a hint of hesitation, Hiwenya brandished a fire axe, swiftly dispatching the zombies at the bridgehead. The ferocity of Hiwenya, clad in chainmail and armed with an array of weapons, left Zhao Shang and the others exchanging glances. Awestruck by her bravery, she alone could potentially decimate their village. Zhang, fire a signal flare towards the convention center. Zhao Chong communicated via the intercom to Zhuangzheng. Got it, dear, Zhuangzheng's sweet voice replied as a flare was launched from the ship, accurately striking the fourth-floor wall of the convention center over 1,000 meters away. Moments later, the insulation layer of the center's exterior ignited, flames roaring fiercely amidst clouds of black smoke. This commotion was sufficient to draw the attention of zombies within a 3-mile radius toward the convention center, with Hiwenya leading the charge. She sprinted forth, prompting Zhao Shang and the others to hastily follow Zhao Chong's orders. He seized Wang Liani and began to run, while Ling Xiaoru managed her own pace. However, recognizing Ling Xiaoru's potential value in terms of attribute points, Zhao Chong provided her with a measure of protection. The distance of over 1,000 meters was not far. Hiwenya dashed ahead and hacked through the roller shutter of the marketplace. She felt no trepidation, but Xiao Shong and the others skidded to a halt, their faces ashen. The first floor of the marketplace was teeming with zombies, leaving no place to step without stepping on one. The sight was enough to send shivers down their spines. Once inside, Zhao Chong took Hiwenya's place, dispatching zombies as if mowing grass. Within 10 minutes, nearly 1,000 zombies were felled. This time, Xiao Shong and the others felt numb, their minds consumed by one thought: the target of their plunder was no soft target, but rather a formidable adversary. The first floor primarily housed gold shops, clothing outlets, and cosmetic stalls, they needed to move to the second floor where the supermarket was located. To transfer goods to the first floor, Chow Chong ascended to the second floor and began assigning tasks. He and Hiwenya would clear the zombies, while Zhao Shong and the others would transport items. Wang Liani and Ling Xiaoru were tasked with finding bags, while transparent tape was designated for packing supplies. Zhuang Zheng's voice crackled through the intercom. Dear Xiao, you mentioned that the fourth floor sells electronic products. Retrieve a few computers and grab some drones and accessories if available. Understood, we'll be working through the night. Please prepare a list for me shortly, Chow Chong replied, after clearing the zombies on the second floor. He instructed Hiwenya to supervise Zhao Shong and the others while also protecting Wang Liani and Ling Xiaoru as he continued his ascent. In the 2 months prior to the upheaval, Chow Chong frequently waited near the convention center to deliver takeout, making him well acquainted with the marketplace's layout. The third floor contained household appliances, the fourth floor was an electronics hub, the fifth floor was a food court, and the sixth floor housed a cinema. Upon reaching the fourth floor, he sealed off all access to the upper levels, deeming the resources there unnecessary and unworthy of the time spent clearing out the zombies. Chow Chong had a colleague who previously worked as a stock clerk in the marketplace, and according to that colleague, only half of the fourth floor was utilized for electronics, the other half had been converted into a supermarket storage area. The information proved accurate as he broke through a fire door, revealing a trove of supplies stocked for the supermarket: snacks, instant noodles, bottled water, all in bulk packaging, eliminating the need for further packing. Zhao Shong and the others could serve as laborers. But the distance of over 1,000 meters would necessitate vehicle transport. A bridge truck or pickup was insufficient. A cargo truck would be ideal. If a truck could not be found, a box truck would have to suffice to enhance the efficiency of transporting the supplies. As evening approached, the supplies on the supermarket shelves of the second floor were packed and organized, leaving Wang Liani and Ling Xiaoru fatigued and sore. Particularly, Wang Liani had yet to fully recover and was swaying on her feet, while Zhao Shong and the 6 others were treated like pack animals, utterly exhausted and sprawled on the ground. Wenya, keep an eye on them. I'll go fetch a vehicle. Chow Chong instructed Hiwenya to closely monitor Zhao Shong and the others while he went out in search of transportation. The convention center across the street had become a massive torch, flames rapidly spreading. After observing for a moment and determining the fire would not encroach upon the marketplace, he began to scout the streets for suitable vehicles. Large trucks were prohibited from entering the urban area, but he located a box truck measuring 4.2 meters in length, filled the tank with fuel, and drove it to the entrance of the marketplace. Hiwenya commenced clearing the zombies that had followed them, while a slightly recovered Zhao Shong and the others grit their teeth and began transferring supplies into the truck. Wang Liani and Ling Xiaoru also busied themselves moving boxes from the storage area to the first floor. By 7 o'clock in the evening, the first load of supplies reached the riverbank. Hiwenya guarded the truck while overseeing Zhao Shong and the others' work. Chow Chong did not take a backseat but demonstrated his strength, showcasing what it meant to be a powerhouse, carrying nearly 1,000 pounds of supplies while running. Was he even human? Terrifying indeed. Chapter 64, comparable to Zhou Poppy. Chow Chong instructed Ma Gong to remain behind and sail back to the riverside villa, while Hiwenya drove the box truck, bringing Zhao Shong and the others back to the marketplace to continue loading supplies. Clearly preparing for an all-night operation. Upon docking, Zhuang Zheng remarked, "Dear Xiao, you and I can help with the loading too." Chow Chong waved his hand dismissively. "What strength do you have? Stay on the boat for security. Xiao Yu, contact Lu Yun to prepare dinner, we'll bring it back from the marketplace." Chow Chong single-handedly loaded a truck full of supplies, not even allowing Ma Gong to assist. Ma Gong was too frail, and Chow Chong feared he might overexert himself and collapse. By 8 o'clock in the evening, Chow Chong returned to the marketplace with the dinner prepared by Lu Yun. After a meal, they rested for an hour before resuming the transport of supplies. Zhao Shong and the others were both exhausted and famished. As Zhao Shong ate, he remarked, "Brother, you are even more ruthless than Zhou Poppy. At this rate, we'll work ourselves to death." Outside, the wind had picked up, And the flames from the convention center threatened to spread. Should the fire reach the marketplace, the supplies would surely be lost. If they worked through the night, they could potentially clear out 2 to 3 dozen trucks worth by morning. After finishing his meal, Chao Chang lit a cigarette and tossed it along with a lighter to Zhao Zhang. Let us discuss farming. How much arable land does your village possess? I'm referring to land suitable for staple crops. Zhao Zhang lit the cigarette and took a deep drag. Our area primarily consists of vegetable greenhouses. Transitioning to staple crops is no easy feat. However, the neighboring village has a significant amount of farmland. Just 6 or 7 miles from Linha village. I can provide you with seeds and ensure your safety. You'll handle the farming and we'll split the harvest 70-30. Chao Chang proposed. Zhao Zhang chuckled. Brother, have you ever farmed before? It's not as simple as it sounds. In the past it was manageable, but now there are so many resources we lack. It's not just about planting, seeds, fertilizers, agricultural machinery. Without these, how much grain can 1 acre yield? A 70-30 split won't suffice. Our village has 400 to 500 people, and that is barely enough to sustain us. Chao Chang extinguished his cigarette. I believe it's sufficient. I'll do my best to gather the necessary resources for farming. This isn't a negotiation, it's a notification. Brother, are you trying to turn our village into a labor camp? If not, you might as well let us go. This work is impossible. Killing us wouldn't make it feasible either. You have so few people, a few acres of land would suffice for your needs. Why go to such lengths? Zhao Zhang had hit the nail on the head. Chao Chang indeed aimed to establish a labor camp model, creating a grain production area to prepare for survival in the coming year. Linha village is not far from the waterway leading to the riverside villa, with 400 to 500 survivors who had a foundation in agriculture. This was a golden opportunity presented to him. Chao Chang was not concerned about being deceived by the villagers, for he had Hiwenya, knowledgeable in farming, by his side to supervise the operations, akin to a whip to ensure productivity. A compliant individual would surely live longer. Chao Chang patted Zhao Zhang on the shoulder. Finish your cigarette, let us get back to work. Zhao Zhang's lips twitched. They were akin to robbers encountering a mountain lord, with the latter possessing both strength and firearms, leaving them with no room for negotiation. That night Chao Chang and his group worked tirelessly, while Zhao Zhang and his 6 companions, after enduring forced labor, were tossed into a row of villas after being fed a hearty meal. Magon, itching to scratch his feet, remarked, village chief, when I was young I got cut by a broken bottle while stealing fish and had several stitches. It's itching terribly now. Are we really going to face a storm? Learn whose part that is what you get. You stole from my uncle's fish pond. You could have just stolen, but you went ahead and poisoned the water. If you hadn't acted recklessly, you wouldn't have nearly lost your toe. And I would have given you a good beating. Zhao Zhang interrupted. Enough with the bickering. Whether we can save our lives is still up for debate. Why dwell on old grievances? Magon inquired. Village chief, didn't that guy say we should farm? He even offered us a share of the harvest. I think that is quite good. Resources for survival are becoming increasingly scarce. Farming for grain seems reliable. They have firearms. We could persuade them to take over the neighboring village. Yes, let us rescue those dozen or so female university students and share them among ourselves. Lon Huzi chimed in. Zhao Zhang felt his anger boil. They were only dreaming of beautiful outcomes. It was precisely because they had firearms that everyone in their village would become labor prisoners. No, they had to find a way to escape. As the individuals in Linha village conferred about their escape, Chao Chang remained undeterred, tirelessly transporting the supplies he had salvaged into the manor's basement. Once the basement was filled to capacity, he began relocating the goods to the row house. Liu Yun, Zhuangshan, and Liu Xiaoyu, who had abstained from assisting with the heavy lifting, felt a pang of sympathy for Chao Chang's solitary toil and wished to lend a hand, only to be met with his firm refusal. I can complete this task in a mere morning, he asserted. If you attempt it, you may find yourselves exhausted for days on end. I must work swiftly. I have plans to accompany when you're this afternoon. Liu Yun poured Chao Chang a cup of tea brewed with wild ginseng, urging him to take a moment to rest. Darling, do we truly need to control the villagers of Linha to cultivate the land? Will they comply? I perceive that Linha village is somewhat distant. Could we not bring them back and cultivate nearer to us? She recalled what Ling Sheru had mentioned about the terrain, though Linha village is adjacent to the river. Its elevation is significant and the neighboring villages are primarily hilly, suitable for wheat cultivation, while a few acres could potentially be cultivated in the river bend. Wanya had remarked that only a few other crops might be feasible. And our manpower is insufficient. Distance does not concern us. Do we not possess a boat? Lu Yun nodded in agreement. I heard from Wanya that Wang Lianyi and Ling Sheru performed admirably this time, resolutely enduring without resorting to trickery. Particularly Ling Sheru, who was nearly sickened by my gunfire, seems to have grasped the reality of our situation and recognized who holds power in this household, understanding that even in her humble state, she has a measure of security. Ling Sheru, having been humbled by the harshness of the apocalypse, had learned her place. Chao Chong perceived her cunning nature. This ambitious woman was adept at theatrics, yet still required further training to become truly compliant. By midday, after having completed the transport of supplies, he set out on his motorcycle with Hiwenya to eliminate zombies, ostensibly to clear the roads, but in truth, to accumulate attribute points and system merit. My dear, the wind is quite brisk. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Hiwenya, seated behind Chao Chong, clasped his waist with both arms, feeling chilled by the wind after their strenuous battle against the zombies. Observing the darkening sky, Chao Chong furrowed his brow. It seemed the elderly of Linha village had accurately forecasted a change in the weather. Even without a typhoon, a storm was imminent since the onset of summer. Tianha City had seen little rain, and this upcoming downpour promised to be substantial. Chapter 65. The perverse pleasure of stamping. Lu Yun clearly recognized the shift in the atmosphere upon Chao Chong's return. She was leading everyone except Chiao Xian in fortifying the building against potential disasters, with Xiao Leilei assisting by passing nails. Darling, it felt stifling earlier, but now the wind has picked up. It appears we are in for rain tonight. Lu Yun pounded nails into the wooden boards with vigor. Ling Sheru, prepare the meal. Once you and when you finish bathing, we shall dine. During the meal, the clouds outside descended ominously, releasing torrential raindrops that pelted the floor-to-ceiling windows with a cacophony of sound. Chao Chong stood by the window for a moment, noting the oppressive darkness of the sky, sensing that even if a typhoon did not strike, a deluge was on the horizon. He glanced at the system screen. Having amassed 16 free attribute points and a system merit of 732, he mused that if not for the impending storm, he would likely achieve his short-term goals by the following day. Leilei, yearning for a feast, found the Manners meal offerings somewhat mundane, especially in contrast to the meager fare of chips that Xiao Shuang and others in the adjacent row house were relegated to. Chiao Xian, feeling for the child, shared her most delectable morsels with Leilei, and then, mastering her courage, addressed Chao Chong. May I conduct a test on you? With her leg in a cast, Chiao Xian had been the least burdened in the household over the past few days. Having witnessed Chao Chong's extraordinary strength and speed, her professional instincts compelled her to conduct a physical examination. Lu Yan's expression soured at this proposition. Wang Lianyi thought to herself how brave the laboratory director was. Who in the household could overlook Chao Chong's abnormal physical prowess? Who would dare speak of it? If an unusual result were to emerge from the tests, it would certainly present a fascinating spectacle. As a physician, Wang Lianyi too harbored suspicions about Chao Chong's potential mutation. Given that humans could be infected and transformed into zombies, it was not beyond reason that plants, animals, or even cells could mutate as well. A genetic anomaly in Chao Chong was certainly within the realm of possibility. Chao Chong grasped Lu Yan's hand, preventing her from voicing her displeasure. Let's wait until after dinner. There's no need for liver or gastric tests. As dining won't interfere with the results, right? Chiao Xian was taken aback by Chao Chong's prompt acquiescence, momentarily at a loss for words, while Lu Yun and the others exchanged astonished glances. Chao Chong smiled and remarked, I am curious myself. If I have indeed mutated, the direction of my genetic transformation is beyond my control, which would be unwelcome news for all of you. In truth, Chow Chong believed that Xiao Xan would yield no conclusive results, as his peculiar attributes were bestowed by the system. This endeavor was merely to assuage the concerns of the women, Lu Yun included. After dinner, Xiao Xan utilized the available equipment to conduct a comprehensive physical examination on Chow Chong, with Wang Lianyi assisting. An hour later, the results began to emerge. As Xiao Xan and Wang Lianyi perused the data, they exchanged bewildered glances. Everything appeared normal, whether through blood tests, urinalysis, or other assessments. Chow Chong's results bore no distinction from those of Ling Xiaoru. Having reviewed the examination report, Chow Chong could not help but feel a sense of awe. The system was truly formidable. Did this not signify a triumph of the metaphysical over the scientific? Outside, the rain intensified, the droplets on the windows resembling a car wash's spray against the windshield. Accompanied by howling winds and flashes of lightning, this weather instilled in Chow Chong a sense of foreboding. With the overcast skies and rain, there was little to occupy his time. He desired to secure his attribute points swiftly and instructed Ling Xiaoru, "Come with me to the bedroom." With a sudden crash, Wang Lianyi's examination report scattered across the floor. It was evident what was about to transpire, and Wang Lianyi, with a sheepish smile, picked up the papers. Contemplating whether she should prepare emergency measures, Ling Xiaoru's expression was one of shock. Chow Chong's words caught her off guard, prompting her to instinctively inquire, "Aren't we supposed to hold a ceremony?" Lu Yun chuckled derisively. Does Ling Xiaoru genuinely believe she is a delicacy? Nevertheless, given Ling Xiaoru's recent behavior, she smoothed over the moment, saying, "Go on, do not dampen your husband's spirits, we can always catch up afterward." Wang Lianyi soon followed suit. Chow Chong turned to her, and she had not anticipated being caught in such a predicament. Was the emergency protocol ultimately meant for her? She had yet to fully recover, and Chow Chong's hunger seemed insatiable. His intent was merely to accumulate attribute points. Having only slightly vexed Ling Xiaoru, when Wang Lianyi entered, Ling Xiaoru was already kneeling to clean a firearm. Although they were both novices in this regard, they were far more knowledgeable than Lu Xiaoyu. This was not a typical marital encounter, where a mere thrust would suffice. Chow Chong glanced at the scrolling text on his screen and noted that he still fell short of his goal. He addressed the somewhat bewildered Wang Lianyi, "Fetch Xiao Xan for me, not even the wheelchair-bound are exempt." Wang Lianyi mused, suspecting that Chow Chong derived a certain twisted pleasure from this. That act could indeed be likened to stamping. The ink was, however, something they would have to provide themselves, as the laboratory director was unlikely to have any, given the child's age. Xiao Xan, however, was fully aware that such an encounter was inevitable, having mentally prepared for it. As a seasoned participant, despite years without intimate relations, she found herself as perplexed as Wang Lianyi and Ling Xiaoru regarding Chow Chong's intentions. Ultimately, he still had a way to go. The only one not bound to him was Zhenzhen. While Lei was not even a consideration, Chow Chong nodded at Xiao Xan, and the other two women then stepped outside to address Lu Yun in the living room. "I shall be back shortly. Do not worry. In the bedroom." The three women exchanged glances. Ling Xiaoru was the first to speak, addressing Wang Lianyi. "This doesn't seem to be what you described." Wang Lianyi rolled her eyes. "What do you mean? Did you not hear how Hiwonya cried out that night? I feared she might perish. Though I do not know what is amiss, I can swear this is merely an accident." "Your days of hardship are yet to come," Xiao Xan remarked softly. "Regardless, this is our duty. We all knew what would transpire upon entering this household. I suppose I have finally settled my own concerns. As long as he treats Lei well, he will not harm her, will he?" Suddenly alert, Xiao Xan scrambled toward the wheelchair, eager to check on Lei. Wang Lianyi reached out to stop her. "Lei will be fine. He hasn't even touched Wang Zhen. Of course, I mean in the short term. I cannot guarantee what may happen in a few years. Besides, even if something were to occur, what could you do about it? The world is in such disarray, why fret over trivialities?" Meanwhile, in the living room, Lu Yun, puzzled, asked, "Darling, with the rain intensifying outside, is there truly something that necessitates your departure?" "I shall return shortly, do not fret," Chow Chong reassured her before stepping out into the stormy night. As the words on the system screen continued to scroll, revealing Chapter 66, a frenzied 3 minutes detected an intimate relationship with the host. Would you like to bind them as members of the female ensemble? Chow Chung chose to proceed with the binding. Binding the girl group member Ling Xiaoru rewards 5 points of free attribute points. Binding the girl group member Wang Liani rewards 5 points of free attribute points. Binding the girl group member Chiao Xian rewards 5 points of free attribute points. The binding process is a 3-hit combo, granting a special reward of a 3-minute berserk mode. Activating this mode temporarily amplifies all attributes by 100% for 3 minutes. With a cooldown period of 72 hours, according to my predictions, this berserk 3 minutes is an unexpected delight. Now, I am merely 2 points away from elevating all attributes to 50 points, with a bit more effort. I could even break through one attribute to reach 51 points. Chow Chung calculated his existing free attribute points and realized that to surpass the value of 50, he still required 3 more attribute points. 3,000 zombies. An hour later, Chow Chung wiped the rainwater from his face and unhesitatingly allocated his free attribute points. The extra point was added to strength. Name: Chow Chung. Age: 22. Strength: 51. Agility: 50. Immunity: 50. Bound girl group members: 6. Core system merit: 7,733. Available attribute points: 0 this time. The increase in points was substantial, causing Chow Chung to feel as if his body was splitting apart. The sensation was so exhilarating that he couldn't help but let out a loud roar, causing the raindrops around him to shift, with all attributes tenfold that of an ordinary person, and a little extra in strength. This feeling transformed from exhilarating discomfort into pure delight after he adapted. He felt capable of killing a cow with a single punch, having broken through the tenfold limit of an ordinary person. The accumulation of free attribute points from killing 10,000 zombies grants 1 free attribute point. Despite Chow Chung's prior judgments, he couldn't resist commenting upon seeing the refreshed text on the system screen. This inflation is more severe than the gold yuan. No, it rivals the Zimbabwean dollar. It seems that acquiring attribute points through zombie kills is becoming increasingly difficult. Who knows, it might inflate to requiring the slaying of 100,000 zombies for just 1 point. The goal of attaining 100-fold the capabilities of an ordinary person feels rather distant, compelling me to consider increasing the number of bound girl group members. Chow Chung sensed that his path to becoming stronger through killing zombies was becoming increasingly challenging. Binding girl group members also depended on luck and opportunity, which heightened his anticipation for surpassing the 10,000 merit points in the system. Eager to discover what new functions the system might bestow upon him, suddenly, Chow Chung's eyes narrowed. How did the merit points in the core system increase by 1? There must be something amiss at the villa. Chow Chung had left without taking the intercom, and upon witnessing this change, he sprinted back to the manor. Outside the main gate, He Wenyue, fully armed and wielding an axe, had just slain a zombie. Upon seeing Chow Chung, He Wenyue shouted through the rain, "Darling, the river has reached flood level. It must have rained upstream fast, causing the surge. Zombies don't seem to be able to swim, but some have been washed ashore." Chow Chung had already noticed that the sightseeing boat tethered by ropes was now significantly higher than the riverbank. Forget about the zombies for now, let us erect the rod used to measure the water level. If the water doesn't surpass the rod, we must prepare to evacuate. The rod, standing 4 meters tall outside the manor gate, indicated that if the water level rose above it would likely also surpass the villa's entrance, necessitating the abandonment of this refuge regardless of its safety. Liu Yun and others were busy waterproofing the basement, striving to ensure the supplies within could be safeguarded in case of flooding. As for the supplies in the row house, if they couldn't be preserved, it would simply be bad luck. Chow Chung's return brought relief to Liu Yun and the others, yet no one inquired about what he had done while braving the wind and rain. After finishing the waterproofing, Chow Chung and the others stood by the window. The rain had intensified since his departure, and the wind was nearing a force of 10, continuing to grow stronger, a definite natural disaster of typhoon proportions. Darlings, all necessary precautions have been taken, now we must leave it to fate. Fortunately, we have that large or truck. If the water truly rises to engulf the villa, we can drive to my old residence in Zijin Garden to take refuge. No flood can possibly reach 30 stories high. Lu Yun gently patted Chow Chong's arm. Darling, go relax a bit. Sheru, you have quite the perceptive EYE.as. The saying goes, a child is beaten when it rains. With nothing to do, thoughts of children were futile. Let my husband continue with his unfinished business, Lu Yun had already asked, and including Chiao Xian, Chow Chong had merely given a symbolic stamp of approval. Prompted by Lu Yan's remarks, Ling Sheru took the initiative to grasp Chow Chong's hand, and once they entered the bedroom, she realized that Wang Lian's warnings about potential death were no exaggeration. Chow Chong evidently harbored resentment towards Ling Sheru, having experimented on her with several new techniques. Hearing the discordant sounds, Wang Lian hurried in with a first aid kit and found herself trembling uncontrollably. Promptly throwing herself into the mix, this was Chow Chong's most unrestrained moment since his attributes reached 50 points, with his dark inclinations coming to fruition alongside the double-barrel enhancement, resulting in Ling Sheru and Wang Lian suffering greatly. Were it not for a sliver of rationality and restraint within Chow Chong, he might have fulfilled Zhuang Zhen's ominous words about needing to dig 2 graves. In the dead of night, Chow Chong was startled awake by a rumble of thunder. Upon waking, he sensed something was off with the thunder and nudged the nearly unconscious Ling Sheru and Wang Lian, urging, "Wake up, something seems amiss." Ling Sheru felt her body aching and her legs cramping, nearly falling apart. Even putting on clothes was a struggle. Wang Lian, awakening beside her, felt even worse, her weight still not recovered to 80 pounds. Sensing herself resembling a silicone figurine. By the time Wang Lian dressed, Chow Chong had already gone downstairs. She turned to Ling Sheru and said, "Let Chiao Xian check us. By fear my corpus luteum has ruptured." "What is a corpus luteum?" Wang Lian explained some gynecological knowledge, causing Ling Sheru's face to turn pale. That truly could be fatal. Chow Chong arrived in the living room on the first floor and saw He Wenwei standing guard. "What was that noise?" "Thunder." He Wenwei handed him the night vision goggles. "Darling, there are mutated creatures outside resembling toads, but as large as a jeep." Chow Chong couldn't see clearly through the night vision goggles. "Go notify Lu Yun and the others to prepare their weapons. Bring the rocket launcher to the rooftop." The entire family gathered in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, with Wang Lian and Ling Sheru being the last to arrive. Pushing a wheelchair accompanied by Chiao Xian, just moments ago, Chiao Xian had used her instruments to check the 2 women. Although Wang Lian's feared condition had not occurred, it still alarmed Chiao Xian significantly. The 2 women clearly had endured considerable suffering, and reflecting upon it made her anxious. Chapter 67, Slaying the Great Jeep. The searchlight assembled by Shuangshan was activated, casting 2 beams of light 100 meters beyond the manor gate. This time, without the night vision goggles, Chow Chong could see clearly, and a saying popped into his mind, "A toad on the highway, trying to pass as a mini jeep. Now, no need to pretend." Those were mutated toads larger than jeeps, and there were 2 of them. "Darling, there are more mutated creatures across the riverbank, including the mutated water rats Zhao Zhang mentioned, and several zombies have climbed ashore." Zhuang Zhen remotely adjusted the searchlight, and the sight that met her eyes made her gasp in shock. Chow Chong frowned. "They are likely being swept downstream by the rising water, mutated or not. They remain biological and possess an instinct for survival, desperately trying to reach the shore." Lu Yun, take Shenshen and Xiaoyu upstairs with firearms and the rocket launcher ready to shoot at a moment's notice. When you bring the guns. Wang Lian and Ling Sheru were each assigned a long gun and a handgun, along with a number of bullets. The sensation was markedly different. Both women had observed that only those deemed trustworthy by Chow Chong or those holding a position in the household were privileged to bear arms. In other words, they had finally earned Chow Chong's recognition tonight by risking their lives. Ling Sheru's thoughts wandered a bit, contemplating that she would no longer have to handle all the household chores alone. Chow Chong handed a handgun to Xiao Xian Wanue, teach them how to use the firearms. Xiao Yu and Lei Lei prepare for evacuation. Chow Chong was compelled to contemplate a temporary retreat. Those two giant mutated toads might merely be the beginning. More mutated creatures were sure to crawl ashore alongside the zombies. Zombies could be dealt with, but mutated creatures felt like his natural enemies, instilling an overwhelming sense of bloodline suppression. If he couldn't provoke them, he must flee. One mutated giant toad approached near the mana gate, its mouth shooting out a shadow like lightning, snatching a zombie into its maw, just as it was about to press against the mana gate. A firelight shot from the villa's rooftop. The rocket propelled through the night's storm, leaving a bright trail behind, accurately striking the mutated giant toad. With a loud explosion, the toad's head was blown off, and after a few shakes, it collapsed lifelessly. To Chow Chong's endless frustration, the system failed to register the merit for killing this mutated creature. Did that not count as defeating a formidable beast? Compared to killing zombies, mutated creatures should surely be considered boss-level adversaries. Soon, a horde of zombies gathered around the corpse of the exploded mutated giant toad, feasting on its flesh and blood from the riverbank. Mutated creatures and zombies continued to scramble ashore, some heading toward the Mana Villa, while others moved toward the row houses. Zhao Shong and his group had a streak of bad luck. They had painstakingly cut the ropes with glass shards, elated to escape under the cover of the rainy night, only to encounter mutated creatures. As soon as they stepped outside, the first person in line was ensnared by the tongue of a mutated giant toad, yanked into its mouth in an instant, causing Zhao Zhang and the others to scream in terror. Zhao Zhang's hair stood on end in sheer terror as he sprinted towards the Mana Villa. Just as they turned, another individual was devoured by a mutated toad. Chow Chong heard the cries for help from Zhao Shang and his companions, yet he chose to disregard them. The bullets and rockets salvaged from the villa were scarce, and each precious round was meant to protect his own, not outsiders'. As Zhao Shang and the others fled, they lost another member to a zombie attack. They tumbled over the estate's wall, effectively entering the villa's defensive perimeter. Zhao Shang shouted desperately, "Brothers, save us, I beseech you, lend us a hand, and in return, we shall tend your fields." An equitable 50-50, no, just enough food to stave off starvation. Chow Chong opened the door, his expression inscrutable as he stood before the villa's entrance, tossing 2 modified car keys to Zhao Shang. Go, drive and smash through the zombies and mutated creatures. If you wish to cultivate my fields, you must first prove you are worthy of life. Zhao Zhang pressed the car key, and the unlocking lights illuminated 2 modified SUVs. "Brother, I keep my word. If we survive this ordeal, our entire village will work your land. Treat us as prisoners if you must." As Chow Chong spoke, another rocket struck a mutated creature. Upon witnessing the massive rodent obliterated, Zhao Shang temporarily extinguished his urge to escape in the SUV. No matter how swift they were, they could not outrun a rocket, and death would only come more swiftly. Gunfire echoed, for the Mana's gate had been partially toppled by a mutated toad, allowing hundreds of zombies to surge through the fallen entrance. Chow Chong observed the steadily rising system merit points on his screen. Resisting the urge to intervene, the zombies were best left to Lu Yun and her team to eliminate for merit accumulation. While his focus lay on the mutated creatures, Chow Chong discerned that the primary attack method of the mutated toad was its lightning-fast, sticky tongue, which ensnared zombies with a grip akin to powerful adhesive. The opportunity arose when Lu Yun, wielding an anti-material Barrett sniper rifle, struck the mutated toad's left forelimb. The bullet left behind a horrific wound, causing the creature to lose balance and tilt to the side. Chow Chong dashed into the curtain of rain, moving with a speed tenfold that of an ordinary human, creating a fleeting silhouette amidst the downpour. As the toad's tongue shot forth, he adeptly evaded it, raising his fire axe with tremendous force to cleave the creature's head. The sheer power of his strike caused the axe's handle to slip, piercing through the toad's skull and emerging from its belly, expelling a mass of its innards. Chow Chong leaped back, rolling several meters away to evade any last-ditch retaliation from the dying beast. His apprehension proved unwarranted, as the toad's tongue only extended halfway. The massive creature succumbed, becoming fodder for the zombies. Xiao Shang, having run down several zombies with the SUV, witnessed Xiao Chang's feat of slaying the mutated toad and expressed his astonishment. "This man is no ordinary human, no human possesses such strength and speed." Seated in the passenger seat, Ma Gong exclaimed in shock. "Village chief, then he must be mutated. Could he be a man-eater, whether he consumes humans? I cannot say, but we must seize the opportunity to escape. The rain continues to pour, the dam upstream is surely doomed. Remaining here is tantamount to death. Ma Gong, keep count of the rocket launches." I caught a glimpse of the rooftop with a spotlight, and it lacked large ammunition boxes. Their stock of rockets must be limited. Understood, village chief. Should we return to the boat once we escape? Have you lost your mind? If the dam collapses upstream, survival on the boat is improbable. The sightseeing vessel will likely capsize. We must seek refuge in a nearby high-rise. Without a boat, we cannot swiftly travel between the villa and the riverside village, rendering us of no further use and likely leading to our demise at his hands. Minutes later, Ma Gong shouted, "Village chief, 4 rockets have been fired." Chapter 68, Great Koala. A little koala. Xiao Shang decided to take a gamble. Noticing the gunfire had noticeably diminished, indicating a limited supply of ammunition within the villa. He wagered whether the rockets would land on his head or that of the mutated creatures, blasting the car horn frantically. Xiao Shang signaled to the blue-bearded driver in the other vehicle and slammed the accelerator to the floor, crashing into the partially collapsed manor gate, with the blue-bearded driver closely following. "Fools," Xiao Chang observed the choices made by Xiao Shang and his companions, feeling unsurprised as it aligned with his predictions. With these 2 vehicles drawing the attention of the mutated creatures and zombies, the defensive pressure on the villa would lessen. "Darling, we are running low on bullets. There are only 2 rockets left." Lu Yan's voice echoed from the villa. "Save the rockets, expend all the bullets, prepare to evacuate at a moment's notice." Xiao Chang watched as the merit points rose steadily, now exceeding 8,000. He reflected on the strength in numbers. The 6 female team members he was bound to were swiftly racking up kills, proving far more efficient than a solitary Hiwenya. By the time the bullets ran out, Lu Yun had already led the women onto the ore track. With no room in the cab, Xiao Exan, Lei Lei, and Zhongzhen squeezed into the driver's seat, while the others occupied the truck bed. Xiao Chang observed the increasing number of zombies and mutated creatures climbing from the riverbank. Realizing that they had no choice but to leave, he dispatched a mutated water rat before leaping into the cab and starting the ore truck to charge through the manor's gate. The tail lights of the 2 SUVs were still visible ahead, and they were veering towards the path Xiao Chang had cleared. Xiao Shang and his companions found their attempts to head in another direction thwarted by too many obstacles. Suddenly, Zhongzhen pointed outside the truck window, exclaiming, "Darling, the water level is rising swiftly. The boat has drifted away. It's over. It has capsized." Xiao Chang turned to see a wave overturning the sightseeing boat, with the river visibly rising towards the manor's entrance. The dam upstream had likely burst, otherwise such a deluge would not have occurred. A tragic loss of their home. Do not worry, darling, Lu Yun has prepared us for flooding. Once the waters recede, we can return and tidy up. I sealed all the electronic devices, equipment, and medical supplies in plastic boxes. They should withstand the water. Zhuangzhen consoled Xiao Chang. Xiao Exan, cradling Lei Lei, hesitated for a moment before calling out, "Darling," before she could finish. The ore truck was suddenly struck with tremendous force, a massive black claw shattering the passenger window. It was a mutated giant, but possibly the same one that had appeared in Nida Plaza. Xiao Chang slammed on the brakes, flooring the accelerator, one hand on the wheel while the other rolled down the window, firing off a barrage until the magazine was empty. The truck bed echoed with the sounds of gunfire as Zhuangzhen leaned back to look. "Darling, Wenya has driven that creature back, but wait, it is diving down again. With Wenya around, we are safe." Xiao Chang reassured himself, confident that the mutated giant bat could not grasp the heavily weighted ore truck, especially since the truck bed had been reinforced with iron bars thick as a child's arm, ensuring Lu Yun and her companions should be safe. Yet he still aimed to reach the purple gold garden to seek refuge in the higher floors. Floods and fires are merciless, and no matter how capable he was, he had no means to confront the surging waters. After several minutes, the two SUVs led the way, crashing through wave after wave of zombies until they finally reached the Purple Gold Garden community. At that moment, Zhao Zhang realized they had been used by Chao Chong, serving as bait to attract zombies and mutated creatures, but there was no time for curses now. They parked beneath a building and, upon entering the unit, fled upwards, spotting the ore truck parked below the opposite building. Village chief, there are zombies inside the building, Ma Gong whispered in alarm. Zhao Zhang found a wooden stick in the fire escape. Kicking over chairs and other objects to Ma Gong and the blue-bearded driver, let's go, the more people we have on that side, the more zombies will be drawn to us. Ideally, they will all be beaten to death. And that truckload of supplies will be ours. Chao Chong parked the truck, but that moment the water level in the Purple Gold Garden community had risen to his calves. Wenya entered the building to clear out the zombies, while Lu Yun instructed the others to start moving supplies inside. As the gate to the truck bed swung open, Lu Yun exclaimed, "Darling, be careful, there is a mutated crocodile." Chao Chong had already spotted it. Not only was there a once nationally protected waste creature, but the giant bat was still circling overhead. "This area is mine, you all move quickly." On the other side of the truck door, Xiao Xian let out a piercing scream. Just as she stepped out, she felt a sudden lightness in her arms. Lei had been snatched away by something, her small body thrashing in half a meter of water. It was a mutated creature resembling a worm from the movies. Possibly a mutated earthworm, stretching 3 to 4 meters long, with a mouth lined with sharp teeth, clamping onto Lei's backpack and rapidly coiling around her. Hearing Xiao Xian's heart-wrenching cries, Chao Chong hesitated for barely a second before activating his berserk mode. With 100% enhancement to all attributes, he swiftly reached Lei's side, bringing down his axe with great force to sever the mutated worm's head and grasping Lei's clothing. There was no time to throw Lei towards Xiao Xian or Zhuangzhen. The mutated giant bat was diving down. Chao Chong rolled with Lei, narrowly avoiding the bat's claws that grazed the top of his head, almost crushing it like a ripe watermelon. As he rolled, he found himself over 10 meters away from the ore truck, with the mutated crocodile now behind him. Lei, hold on to my neck. And hold tight. Chao Chong pressed Lei against his chest, turning to Lu Yun and the others. I will draw their attention. You all hurry and transport the supplies. Xiao Xian, witnessing Chao Chong and Lei over 10 meters away, was in tears, wanting to rush over but was pulled back by Lu Yun. Trust your husband. As long as he survives, Lei will be fine. You need to go upstairs immediately. Do not create more chaos for him. The relentless assaults of the mutated giant bats and crocodiles were inseparable, leaving Chao Chong with no opportunity to toss Lei towards Lu Yun and her companions. Lei obediently clung tightly to Chao Chong's neck, her legs wrapped securely around his waist, resembling a large koala carrying a smaller one. On the screen within Chao Chong's mind, the countdown for the berserk mode had already ticked away several seconds of its 3-minute duration. At this moment he possessed a physique 20 times that of an ordinary person, with strength and agility that were on par with the mutated giant bats and crocodiles before him. The mutated giant bat proved to be more troublesome. It unexpectedly swooped down and Chao Chong cursed the bat for flying in the air without being struck by lightning. The first to meet their demise was the mutated crocodile, when the countdown for berserk mode reached 1 minute and 12 seconds. Chao Chong's fire axe cleaved through the crocodile's skull. What made Chao Chong curse was that despite the massive corpse of the mutated crocodile before him, the giant bat remained undeterred, seemingly intent on confronting him. Chapter 69, The Sense of Emptiness. Lei, close your eyes and hold your breath, Chao Chong shouted loudly to Lei in his arms. Obediently, Lei shut her eyes, her little nose scrunching up. As she swiftly submerged into the waist-deep water alongside Chao Chong, lying flat on the bottom of the water, the mutated giant bat continued to circle, having lost its target, disregarding the headless, belly-up corpse of the mutated crocodile as if Chao Chong's flesh were far more appetizing. After holding her breath for over 20 seconds, Lei could no longer endure and began to squirm against Chao Chong's body. Chao Chong glanced at the countdown for berserk mode, which still had 1 minute remaining. The water had now risen to nearly 2 meters deep, and as he crouched underwater, he noticed a large indistinct shadow above him and leaped up suddenly. This leap resembled the martial arts technique of springing from the ground. Soaring over 4.5 meters to nearly match the altitude of the circling mutated giant bat, with the fire axe raised high above his head, Chao Chang swung it fiercely at the bat. The bat attempted to evade with its fleshy wing, but it was too large. Half of its left wing was brutally severed and it plummeted towards the nearby building, the very one where Zhao Shang and the others were located. Having reached the 6th floor, Zhao Shang and his companions were startled into a scream as they saw the bat's enormous claw nearly snatch them all away, only to watch in horror as the bat fell from their view. Village chief, that thing is definitely not human. Look, Ma Gong had just witnessed Chao Chang cleave off half of the mutated bat's wing with a single strike. At this moment Chao Chang was even more ferocious. Leaping onto the back of the fallen mutated creature in the water, delivering a decisive blow with his axe, effectively splitting open its back. With the relentless mutated giant but finally dispatched, there remained only 20 seconds of berserk mode. He did not waste this time hauling all the supplies from the mining cart that had yet to be moved into the building. The first floor was already submerged, and as they reached the staircase on the 2nd floor, Liu Yun and the others breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Chao Chang return safely with Lei Lei, while also bringing the supplies they had not had time to relocate. Lei Lei, on seeing Lei Lei, Xiao Xian, who was in a wheelchair, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face as she patted her down to check if she had been bitten by any mutated creatures. Once assured that Lei Lei was unharmed, her excitement transformed into even greater gratitude, and she hopped on one leg towards Chao Chang, embracing him tightly, planting kisses on his cheeks and lips. Previously, she had been oblivious to the notions of responsibility and obligation that Chao Chang spoke of. But now, through Lei Lei's example, she understood everything. Thank you, husband, thank you. Chao Chang gently placed Xiao Xian back into her wheelchair. What are you thanking me for? We are family. This isn't the time for sentimentality. We must hurry upstairs. The water is rising too rapidly. Upon entering Lu Yan's former home, they noticed that the water level outside had risen to the 3rd floor. Comparing it to the actual geographical height, it was evident that the villa in the estate was likely submerged up to the 2nd floor. Noticing Chao Chang trembling, Liu Yun asked with concern, husband, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Upon hearing this, the gazes of the other women turned towards Chao Chang with worry. I'm fine, just exhausted. Chao Chang felt the effects of the berserk mode dissipating, returning him to a normal state, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of emptiness, reminding him that he could not use berserk mode indiscriminately. The sensation of fatigue left him feeling extremely weak. If he were to encounter mutated creatures or enemies at such a moment, it would spell disaster for him. Liu Yun quickly called for He Wenyu to assist in helping Chao Chang into the master bedroom to rest. Husband, take a nap, Wenyu, and I will organize the supplies. It seems we will have to wait here for several days until the water recedes. The next morning, Chao Chang was awakened by the enticing aroma of food. His stomach growling insistently. He emerged from the master bedroom to find Liu Yun and the others moving the dining table into the living room. Husband, the bath water is ready, we've all washed up. Please take a shower and join us for breakfast. Liu Yun smiled brightly at him. After washing up, Chao Chang sat down at the table. He had noticed that if he did not start eating, Liu Yun and the others would always wait for him before beginning their meal. I'm a bit famished, everyone, please eat. Chao Chang nearly devoured an entire king crab before inquiring, is Lei Lei alright? Xiao Xian affirmed, saying that she had thoroughly checked Lei Lei the previous night, not a single scratch marred her skin, and while she had been frightened, she had suffered no injuries, merely experiencing nightmares. After eating to his fill, the weakness induced by berserk mode had faded, and Chao Chang felt revitalized. He approached the balcony window to look outside. The water level remained around the 3rd floor, with only the treetops of the community's greenery visible, while the streets beyond had completely vanished, revealing a vast expanse of water. A small head appeared beside him. Lei Lei nestled against Chao Chang. Gazing up at his profile. He stroked her hair, asking, "Did you have a nightmare? Don't be afraid. Look, they are still floating in the water outside. They can die. They are not invincible." He referred to the corpses of the mutated crocodiles and giant bats floating on the water's surface below. They were not the demons of films or novels but belonged to the realm of living beings. Even if mutated. In the face of overwhelming power, they remained susceptible to death. Xiao Xian looked at the contrasting figures on the balcony. One tall and the other small, and opened her mouth to speak only to be gently nudged by Lu Yun, who indicated for her to follow her into the kitchen. Wang Lianyi observed the troubled expression on Xiao Xian's face as she wheeled herself out of the kitchen and quietly asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, Lianyi. Do you think there will be any other men joining our family in the future?" Wang Lianyi smirked slightly. "What are you thinking? I believe my husband is a bit possessive. He wouldn't tolerate other men hanging around in his home." "Right under his nose." "Oh," Xiao Xian responded, loosening her grip on the wheelchair's handles as if releasing a burden, her gaze shifting back to the balcony where Chao Chong stood tall and resolute. Murmuring, "I hope that's the second option. If it's the first, then I suppose I must accept it." "What did you say?" Wang Lianyi did not catch Xiao Xian's murmurs. Xiao Xian shook her head, noticing Chao Chong beckoning. "Husband is calling us." The women gathered on the balcony, and Chao Chong pointed to the water below, lamenting, "The mining cart has been submerged. It's uncertain whether it can be started. We lack someone knowledgeable in automotive repair." Chao Chong had a fondness for the mining cart, but given the circumstances, he may have to bid farewell to it and other vehicles. Water damage posed a serious issue for automobiles, while most of them, including Lu Yun, could drive. None possessed the skills required for repairs. Chapter 70, 5 kilometers and the best substitute. Lu Yun quickly jotted down notes in a small notebook, then Chao Chong suddenly found himself inexplicably amused. Reminded of the fervent supporters taking notes during a speech by the strongest of the 80s generation. "Husband, what kind of look and expression is that? Are you stifling a laugh?" Lu Yun questioned. Perplexed by his demeanor, Chao Chong thought to himself, "I'm not General Jin, and you're not Shui Juji. It's just that this scene is oddly humorous." "Husband, look, those zombies won't drown. They don't fear water. They seem to dislike it. Yet they are all floating on the surface," Zhuang Zhen pointed out the window. Chao Chong was not surprised. Hadn't Xiao Xian confirmed this? Zombies were truly plant-human hybrids and thus would not perish in water. He hoped this deluge would wash them far away, though it might also force them to cluster together, resulting in a larger tide of corpses. "How long can the supplies we brought last?" "No need to ration. It will last us at least 10 days. Surely the flood will recede by then," Lu Yun assured confidently. "After the flood recedes, we may face even more troubles." Both Wang Lianyi and Xiao Xian spoke almost in unison. Expressing similar sentiments, Wang Lianyi continued, "Typically, a great disaster is accompanied by a major epidemic. We still do not fully understand how the zombies and mutated creatures came about. We must be prepared for disease and ensure we do not fall ill." Aside from Zhongshan and Lei, the others had received education on such matters and recognized the truth in Wang Lianyi's words. In a world already besieged by mutated creatures and zombies, the emergence of other plagues would be a catastrophic addition, rendering survival exceedingly arduous for any remaining survivors. By midday, although the winds had lessened, the rain showed no signs of abating, and the water level in the Zijin Garden community rose another half-meter. In addition to the mutated creatures, numerous zombies floated ominously on the water's surface, appearing like ghastly corpses. Zhuangshan attentively handed a pair of binoculars to Chao Chong, casting a glance at Zhuangshan. Chao Chong remarked, "Once the flood recedes, I shall pay a visit to the television station." Although he had previously contemplated attending to Zhuangshan's concerns, at that time he had felt utterly powerless. Especially with the looming threat from the armed forces at Nanjiao Airport. Now, however, in a state of ferocity, Chao Chong could unleash a powerful output for 3 minutes, having already vanquished mutated crocodiles and giant bats. While he couldn't claim to stride confidently through Tianhe City, he believed that with caution he might navigate unimpeded. Shuangshan let out a soft hum, her thoughts drifting to her mother. The sight of Qiao Xian and Lei Lei embracing the previous night stirred a poignant ache in her heart. As she silently prayed for her mother's safety, yearning for Chao Cheng to bring her back, through the lenses of the binoculars, Chao Cheng perceived an even grimmer situation. Suddenly, a pair of flailing arms came into view. Accompanied by shouts ringing in his ears, "Brother, no, grandfather," Zhao Shong pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation. "Please, give us something to eat. We've only had a bowl of porridge since yesterday, and I am truly starving." His cries roused the waterlogged, famished zombies, who thrashed about like fish stripped of their fins. Zhao Shong intended to continue his pleas for assistance. A mutated water rat, its back exposed, swam towards the sound, causing Zhao Shong to promptly silence himself. Chao Cheng ignored Zhao Zhang's cries for help, instead surveying the surrounding community and the area outside Zijin Garden through the windows. Once he had a clear understanding of the situation, he turned to Lu Yun and said, "Wanya is a physical education student, starting today. Let her guide you all in structured exercise. This sudden natural disaster has revealed your shortcomings. Aside from the firepower provided by firearms, your physical fitness is rather lacking, rendering you ill-equipped to face zombies and mutated creatures. Qiao Xian is injured, and Lei Lei is too young. Let us refrain from involving them for now. They should first become familiar with firearms." Lu Yun responded, "You are indeed correct, dear. Even before the upheaval, I sensed I was somewhat unwell, and I suspect the others are in a similar boat, with insufficient sleep. Who has the time for physical training?" As she spoke, Lu Yan's eyes suddenly brightened. "Dear, I heard that engaging in that sort of activity is equivalent to running 5 kilometers. Wouldn't that count as exercise?" Chao Cheng was left speechless. He had been discussing serious matters, yet it seemed Lu Yun had led him into a humorous tangent. Nevertheless, her suggestion was indeed enticing. Varied forms of exercise were essential. He was not aimlessly rambling. He possessed the ability to significantly enhance his physical prowess through the system. However, Lu Yun and the others were ordinary individuals without exceptional fitness, unable to outrun zombies or manage the recoil of firearms. Should he not be by their side during a crisis, their lives could be at stake, just as Lei Lei had nearly become a tragic example the previous night. "I'll find a way to secure ammunition. The armed forces in each district, as well as the police station and Nanjiao airport, should have some supplies," he continued, "when it comes to dealing with zombies and mutated creatures. The power of firearms is paramount." Lu Yan's expression shifted slightly. "Dear, are you really going out?" "Isn't that too dangerous? I must go to the television station to fulfill Zhenshen's wish once the flood subsides." "It's on the way anyway. Aren't you the one who suggested I run 5 kilometers? Lu Yan's face stiffened. "5 kilometers? I truly cannot manage that. Can we find a substitute? We do have a perfect sixth player at home." As evening fell, Ling Xiaoru sorted through the perishable food items, gazing at the thawed beef, chicken wings, and other pre-prepared foods that had once been frozen. "Shenzhen, why don't we have a barbecue tonight? Do we have any sauces or dips?" Wang Liani inquired, her stomach growling in response to the mere mention of barbecue. After being stretched and exercised by He Wenya in the afternoon, she felt utterly exhausted. Convinced that He Wenya was indeed a monster of strength. In the master bedroom, you can ask your husband if he prefers large cuts of meat or thinner slices. If he opts for the latter, I can slice it further. Why don't you just ask him yourself? Wang Liani shot back, rolling her eyes at Ling Xiaoru, as their banter was often marked by playful conflict. "Your husband doesn't care for me. If I had known I would be relying on him today, I would have pursued him 4 years ago and secured him tightly. One cannot by the wisdom of hindsight," Ling Xiaoru lamented. Wishing for a remedy for her regret, Wang Liani scoffed quietly, her words intentionally loud enough for the husband in the master bedroom to hear. "Oh, your 4 years of camaraderie are quite impressive. Had I known you would find him appealing, I would have dismissed your fishing techniques long ago." How utterly beneath me. Dinner consisted of barbecue, the ingredients sizzling on the gas stove, sending fragrant smoke wafting out onto the balcony. Across the way, Zhao Shang and his companions gazed with hunger in their eyes, resembling ravenous beasts. Village chief, they are indulging in barbecue, Ma Gong remarked, swallowing hard at the thought. They still have electricity, aren't they worried about attracting mutated creatures and zombies? Let them attract them, it would be best if they were all devoured, Bluebeard replied weakly. Zhao Zhong pressed his fist against his empty stomach, determined to continue pleading with them. After all, they were humans, capable of communication, not the unresponsive zombies and mutated beasts. Brother, I am truly on the brink of starving to death. Please offer us a morsel, he called out, his voice weary. We were wrong to flee last night. But even without merit we have endured hardships. We drew many zombies towards us to help you. Little girl, could you spare us some of your leftovers? Seeing that Zhao Chong remained unmoved by his pleas, Zhao Shang shifted his focus to the youngest among them, Lei. The distance between the two buildings was just over 100 meters, and as Lei gnawed on a chicken wing, she heard Zhao Shang's words. Pausing to suck the marrow from the bone, she contemplated. Can bones be eaten? Have I been wasteful? Mama says wasting food is not the behavior of a good child. Chao Chong, witnessing Lei's intent to retrieve the bone, couldn't help but chuckle as he gently restrained her hand. Those three individuals were indeed something. When adults failed to elicit compassion, they turned to plead with a child. Class monitor, pass me that plastic bag. Ling Sheru obliged, and Chao Chong swept the bones from the table into the bag, adding a few pieces of cooked meat, chicken wings, and 2 bottles of mineral water. Standing on the balcony, he accurately tossed the plastic bag into the window where Zhao Zhong was situated. Don't say I don't regard the village chief as a leader. You ought to speak kindly to children. Eat fast, and afterward we can discuss matters. Zhao Zhong clasped his fists in gratitude towards Chao Chang, opening the bag without concern for the remnants of bones or meat, sharing with Ma Gong and Bluebeard. The bones were indeed edible, and the three chewed noisily, reluctant to discard even a morsel. Ma Gong choked on a bone, stretching his neck until it went down, then remarked, I must say, this bone chewed by a beauty is quite delectable. Would you consider this? Indirectly tasting her saliva, Bluebeard spat. Don't disgust me while I'm eating. What about that kid's chewed bones? Do you find those appealing? Zhao Zhong glared. Let us keep our comments to a minimum. We don't want to get ourselves in trouble. That kid is no pushover. It would be as easy as pie for him to eliminate us. Keeping us around might be worse than death. After finishing his meal, Chao Chong stood on the balcony, wrapping a box of cigarettes in a plastic bag and tossing a lighter to Zhao Shang and his companions before lighting one for himself. Village chief, does your village have anyone who can repair vehicles? Speak honestly. Zhao Shang was taken aback. A mechanic? No, but there is someone who can fix tractors and small farming machinery. He certainly can't repair a submerged vehicle. Realizing why Chao Chong had inquired, Zhao Shang recalled the mining vehicle still submerged below. We don't have any mechanics, but the neighboring village does. Remember how fatty he boasted about the university students? Claiming 2 of them were vocational students specializing in automotive repair, they ended up being sent to a factory in Tianhe for an internship. Zhao Zhong nodded vigorously. Yes, that's true, but both of them were male. And it's uncertain whether they're still alive. Fatty, he is the head of the neighboring village, ruthless and cunning. I wouldn't put it past him to eliminate witnesses to conserve food. Chao Chong felt a glimmer of hope regarding the vehicle repair dilemma. The sightseeing boat had capsized, and reaching Linha village would require a boat. Where did you acquire that boat? The water recreation park. Besides the sightseeing boat, there are a few speedboats typically used for water rescues. They're usually locked at the small dock in the park. When the water rises, the speedboats should remain safe from the flood. Though they are a bit small and can only accommodate a dozen or so people. As Zhao Zhong finished, Ma Gong chimed in. I not only know how to operate a boat, but I can also perform minor repairs. The village chief and Bluebeard can vouch for me. Chao Chong recognized Zhao Shang and his companions' eagerness to prove their worth. Let us discuss this further once the flood recedes. In the meantime, I will provide you with some survival supplies. Please refrain from using children to elicit sympathy. Isn't that desperation speaking? Zhao Shang responded, his tone shifting. I assure you, we will never resort to that again. I knew you wouldn't abandon us in our dire need. As Zhao Shong's flattery flowed, Chao Chang interjected, do you believe what you just said? Rest assured, as long as you remain useful. I won't watch you perish. His words were chillingly honest, yet they oddly reassured Zhao Zhong, for he understood that if they were deemed useless, not even a morsel of food or a bone would be forthcoming. The following day, the gentle drizzle fell, and the sky's dark clouds gradually transformed into a shade of grey. By noon, the outline of the sun finally became visible, indicating that the weather was about to clear. He Wenyu assigned training tasks to Lu Yun and the others, while she engaged in a discussion with Chao Chang regarding suitable weaponry. Chao Chang realized that the fire axe was not particularly effective for him. It lacked the capacity for maximum combat output. While it was adequate for dealing with zombies, it proved insufficient against larger mutated creatures, as the wounds inflicted by the axe were not fatal unless aimed at a critical point. At that moment, Zhuangzhen, who was stretching, seized the opportunity to be lazy and suggested, husband, I know of a weapon that would be perfect. There is a martial arts temple over by the television tower. And I've heard that the weapons of Guan Yu and Yu Fei are the real deal, forged from solid steel. Chao Chang was familiar with the martial arts temple Zhuangzhen mentioned, as it was a tourist attraction in Tianhe City, one he had visited before. Real deal, not made of cement or plastic, he mused, recalling the grand blade of Guan Yu and the red tassel spear of Yu Fei. He wondered who else was enshrined there. Among the numerous celebrated generals, there was also the door god Wei Qigong, depicted holding twin maces, placing his hand on Zhuangzhen's head to redirect her attention. He urged, go on and jump rope, there are still 100 sit-ups to complete. Lele, help Zhenzhen with her stretching. Zhuangzhen pouted, husband, are you planning to wield a great sword before Guangong? That fellow weighs a couple of 100 pounds, it could easily crush your foot. Chao Chang snapped his fingers. If it truly weighs a couple of 100 pounds, it would certainly be formidable. Using the fire axe feels like wielding a matchstick. It's too light. Rebar and steel stakes are unwieldy. Though Wenyu had never visited the martial arts temple, she was well aware of Chao Chang's astonishing strength. Husband, if you come across some rebar at a construction site, you could craft a javelin. With your strength, it would be more lethal than a bow or a handgun. Chao Chang nodded, committing Wenyu's suggestion to memory, observing Lu Yun and the others exercising. He lifted Wenyu into his arms and declared, come, let us also engage in some training, let's run a half marathon. Chapter 72, Ammunition Resupply. 7 days after the floodwaters receded, the ground of the Zijin Garden community was caked with yellow-black silt. Dried and cracked under the sun's relentless glare, with a grim expression, Chao Chang disembarked from the ore truck. As he expected, it had failed to ignite. He remained uncertain whether the issue lay with the electrical system or if the engine had been compromised by water. Lu Yun and Wenyu stood before him, both covering their mouths and noses, as a foul odor pervaded the air, reminiscent of a garbage dump in the throes of fermentation. Chao Chang handed a magazine to Lu Yun. There are a few bullets in here, keep it for your protection. The safety of our home is entrusted to you. And Wenyu. Lu Yun skillfully loaded the magazine and chambered around. Husband, please ensure your safety, keep the walkie-talkie on at regular intervals, and try to return before nightfall. Don't make us worry. Observing Lu Yun's earnest concern for her husband embarking on a journey, Chao Chang leaned in to kiss her lips, then bestowed a kiss upon Wenyu as well. I'm heading to the television tower today. I'll check the armed police station in the Hiping district and Qiaonan along the way for weapons and ammunition. I should be back before dinner. Keep an eye on those 3 fellows across the street. They won't be getting any food or drink from us today. Lu Yun placed her hand on Wenyu's shoulder. With Wenyu here, nothing will happen at home. We will wait for your return. The 2 women watched as Chao Chang exited the Zijin Garden community, turning back only when his figure had vanished from sight. Sealing the unit door and securing the top floor entrance from the inside, they resolved not to venture out again until Chao Chang returned. As Chao Chang approached the community gate, he furrowed his brow. The presence of zombies was one issue, but the filth they bore was another. Prior to the typhoon, the zombies still bore semblance to human forms, but after being drenched by the storm and soaked in mud for several days, They resembled mummies emerging from the tombs of Egyptian pharaohs, their clothing caked in dried muck, their hair matted, each one akin to having just exited an archaeological site. Chow Chung, possessing the scent of zombies, was not afraid of being attacked. However, he had no desire to come into contact with these filthy creatures. From the rooftop, he gazed into the distance, accompanied by the video footage captured by Shuangzhen's drone. The areas of Blue Bridge, Hiping, and Guangming, which bordered the river, had suffered severe damage. It seemed unnecessary to venture there for ammunition collection. As he traversed the Blue Bridge, he noted that the once bustling bridge deck, filled with vehicles, had seen about 70 to 80% of them swept away by the flood. The exhibition center at the bridge's entrance lay charred and blackened, and as he proceeded forward, the terrain rose and the road became cleaner. The zombies appeared similarly transformed, no longer resembling the filthy creatures of the Blue Bridge area. Chow Chung chuckled. Even zombies must distinguish between the dirty and the clean factions now. The numbers were not overwhelming, and he hoped they had not all been washed away to the Blue Bridge. He resolved to conduct another round of patrols within his territory to assess the situation. Chow Chung made his way to the district government office in Chiaonan, meticulously searching the nearby police station. The area had evidently been ransacked. The ground bore evidence of blunt and sharp force trauma inflicted upon the critical points of decaying zombies. Yet he found no firearms. This heightened his vigilance, as survivors armed with weapons posed a greater threat than the zombies themselves. Before a fortified door within the armed forces building, he noted signs of forced entry, and his heart leaped with joy. This was likely a storage area for weapons. Then someone had attempted to gain access but failed to break through. After a few powerful strikes with his axe, Chow Chung shattered the iron door. True to his expectations, dozens of firearms were neatly arranged within, alongside a cabinet brimming with boxed ammunition. Having brushed up on his knowledge of firearms through images and videos on Zhongchan's computer, he was able to match the bullets with the guns, even discovering a few boxes containing 7.62mm and 108mm rounds for sniper rifles. He selected one long and one short firearm along with several magazines, and gathered a large bag to store away the remaining weapons and ammunition. With such an ample supply, he felt assured that it would suffice for his household for some time, thus sparing him a trip to the southern suburbs airport. Chow Chung deemed that although the southern suburbs airport had been bombed by Dongfang Express, it was not impossible that some armed personnel survived. There was no need to engage in a confrontation with those who were likely doomed. First, he would visit the martial arts temple to ascertain the authenticity of the weapons held by the sculptures, and then he would proceed to the television station. Having resolved the issue of resupplying ammunition for his household, he turned his attention towards the martial arts temple. On his way, he encountered several groups of survivors, and he chose to remain hidden, avoiding any direct contact. From his observations, the survivors had established a consistent method for scavenging supplies. Some attracted zombies with vehicles while others seized the opportunity to transport resources, executing the process with remarkable swiftness, suggesting they had amassed experience. However, there were also novices, perhaps previously unaccustomed to scarcity, who now appeared flustered and disorganized. An 8-member survivor team was taken by surprise, with 2 members swiftly overwhelmed by zombies, causing the others to scatter in fear, ultimately meeting their demise at the hands of the undead. The number of survivors here far exceeded that of the Blue Bridge area. Previously, the bridge had been choked with vehicles, serving as an ideal barrier obstructing the survivors from migrating towards Blue Bridge. Now, without such hindrances, he hoped these individuals would not overstep their bounds, lest they be met with force. Chow Chung activated his walkie-talkie to relay his observations to Lu Yun and the others. Lu Yun analyzed that shouldn't be the case. The Blue Bridge area has been flooded in large part. The environment has deteriorated further. The southern region of Tianhe is the most prosperous area of the city, where resources are easier to scavenge. The survivors there have no need to venture far. Instead of worrying about those in the southern area, I believe the survivors in Hiping pose a greater threat. With the increase in population, resources are dwindling. Before I even reached the television station, I encountered several survivor groups. Altogether, the number of survivors exceeds 1,000. Extrapolating from that, the southern region of Tianha likely harbors at least tens of thousands, possibly even over 100,000 survivors. These individuals are akin to locusts. Having stripped the local resources bare, they will undoubtedly spread and migrate. Tianha City's permanent population exceeds 10 million, with 60% concentrated in the southern region, making the abundance of survivors entirely reasonable. Liu Yun inquired, "Husband, have you found any bullets?" "I've discovered quite a few bullets and dozens of firearms." "Then that's good. With weapons in hand, anyone who dares to rob us will be met with resistance." He Wenyu's voice chimed in, "Husband, on your way back, could you procure some shovels and pickaxes? When we return to the villa, we'll need to clear away the debris and silt. We don't have such tools at the villa." "I'll check the hardware store." "All right, I just wanted to inform you about the firearms and ammunition. I'm nearing the television station now." Zhuangshen's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. "Husband, my mother wears a 4-leaf clover necklace set with a ruby. Her name is inscribed on the back. If she turns into a zombie, would you be able to cremate her and bring back her ashes?" Chapter 73, Impromptu Language Program. Chao Chong noted that Zhuangshen had mentally prepared herself, contemplating how to handle the worst-case scenario. "Understood. I will first visit the martial arts temple and should arrive at the television station by noon. The walkie-talkie may not be operational then. I hadn't anticipated encountering so many survivors here. To avoid a confrontation, I might not return tonight, so please don't worry." After concluding the call, Chao Chong hastened towards the martial arts temple. Without transportation and needing to avoid other survivors, he arrived at the temple by 10:30 in the morning. Within the temple's main hall, he observed incense burners and candles placed alongside the stone altar. He took out a lighter, igniting 3 sticks of incense and placing them in the ash of the burner. "I offer my respects. Please do not take offense at my taking something." Chao Chong tapped the weapons held by the sculptures with his fire axe, producing a metallic clang. It seemed Zhuangshen was correct. At the very least, these items were not mere plastic decorations. Wei Qigong found it difficult to remove the heavy mace from his grasp, prompting Chao Chong to decisively strike it down with an axe. Weighing it in his hands for a moment, it felt too light and unwieldy. The red tassel spear of Yuwumu felt somewhat stout, uncomfortable to hold. As his gaze swept around, it ultimately settled upon the Qinglong Yenue Dao wielded by Guan Eryi, eliciting a chuckle. Perhaps Zhenzhen was right. It seemed he was destined to flaunt a grand blade before the legendary Guangong. The handle of the mighty saber was comparable in thickness to a child's arm, and Chao Chong forcefully pried it from Guan Erye's grip. Lo and behold, it was indeed a solid steel construction, albeit without a sharpened edge. Weighing at least 200 pounds, this formidable saber measured close to 2.5 meters in length, with the blade itself spanning approximately 1 meter. Chao Chong deemed both the weight and length to be perfectly suited, swinging it a few times before nodding in satisfaction, leaving the fire axe behind as he departed from the martial temple. The martial temple was situated 2 or 3 miles from the television station in the most bustling area of the entire Hunan region, governed by the Qingxi district. Farther south lay the Chennan district. Adjacent to the Nanjiao airport, the area was teeming with zombies who roamed in groups like a horde of street urchins, fully armed and wielding a large saber. Chao Chong appeared particularly out of place among the throngs of the undead. He had no desire to draw attention to himself and become a target for the survivors. Throughout this prolonged apocalypse, survivors had become adept at employing the dark forest theory from the three-body problem. The first to expose themselves risked being attacked and plundered. Chao Chong wished to avoid being caught off guard, thus opting to traverse the subway tunnel. Even within the subway tunnel, the number of zombies was substantial. With the power supply cut, plunging the tunnel into a foreboding darkness, suddenly a zombie might spring forth, confronting one face-to-face, a sight that could easily terrify an unprepared individual. Armed with the large saber, Chao Chong expertly wielded it while dispatching zombies. Accumulating attribute points, upon reaching the exit of the television station, he had already amassed 1 free attribute point. This saber was indeed remarkable. He contemplated having Zhenzhen utilize an electric grinder to sharpen the edge slightly, enhancing its lethality. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he executed a sweeping motion, cleaving through 7 zombies at the exit. He retrieved a pair of binoculars to survey the television station building, which stood as twin towers, each 36 stories high, connected by a sky bridge at the 18th floor. Outside the buildings, the throng of 1 to 2,000 zombies congregated, while inside he discerned 2 distinct floors where survivors were noticeably active. It was a mystery how these survivors had managed to endure, given the circumstances that rendered it nearly impossible for them to venture out in search of supplies. If there were indeed survivors, Chao Chang harbored hope that Zhenzhen's mother was among them. Returning with a living person would surely bring Zhenzhen more joy than a box of ashes. He refrained from acting impulsively, knowing that the survivors within the television station would likely be vigilant observing the encroaching zombies. It would be prudent to scale the outer wall and access the rooftop to evade the gaze of any onlookers. Chao Chang placed the saber down at the exit and infiltrated the throng of zombies, making his way to the base of the northern tower, which lacked glass curtain walls, making it easier to climb. He retrieved 2 police daggers, laying the blades flat against the surface as if engaging in rock climbing, alternating his hands to ascend. After more than 3 minutes, he reached the rooftop of the northern building. Upon spotting the several meter-wide satellite dish atop the roof, he powered on his walkie-talkie, adjusting the knob halfway through a rotation. He heard a clear voice emanating from the device. Was there no signal? Hadn't they received something just last week? They had even responded. Could it be a malfunction? No way, I've adjusted it several times, and besides there was a technical upgrade last year. Both long-wave and short-wave should be operational. I suspect they've engaged in radio silence, or perhaps this channel has become obsolete. Then let us switch to the public channel and continue to call for help. Chao Chang listened for a moment, but no further sounds emerged, so he continued to turn the knob amidst the faint static. The familiar voice returned. This is Tenha television station, coordinates Twin Towers, requesting assistance. Our food and water supplies are dwindling. This public channel was far more bustling than the previous one he had tuned into, which could only be received in the Blue Bridge district, with the majority of messages being pleas for aid. Yet aside from the television station, no one disclosed their locations. It seemed the reported incident involving Dongfang Express's targeted elimination at Nanjiao Airport had frightened the survivors into silence. The television station lacked survival supplies. Were they underestimating his familiarity with the place? Wasn't there a large supermarket on the ground floor? Had they consumed everything so quickly? How many people were left? Are there any stars at the station? I still have instant noodles, ham sausages, and bottled water. I'd be willing to exchange for a female celebrity. I'm not picky, even a pretty boy would do, but not someone who looks starved. If they're not handsome, it's unbearable to look at. The conversation on the public channel quickly veered into crude banter, resembling a comedic improvisational show amidst their plight. Everyone, let us focus on the serious matters. Chao Chang recognized the voice of the presumed leader from the previous channel. The supermarket in the Skat building is nearly empty. After all, nearly 1,000 survivors have been residing in these 2 towers for the past 2 to 3 months, consuming most of their supplies. We have been utilizing a large radio to call for help, yet we have received no response. If this continues, starvation and dehydration will be our only fates. Don't you all wish to survive? Who doesn't want to live? However, a massive explosion occurred recently in the southern suburbs, multiplying the number of zombies and mutated creatures surrounding us several times over. We dare not venture out to search for supplies. If you have any viable solutions for survival, please share them directly, without any riddles. Indeed, those still breathing are clearly not ready to give up. Let us hear it quickly. My power supply is limited, and I have no time for your rambling. Before the cataclysm, the television station recorded a program sponsored by the Tran Group, whose flagship products are dairy goods. A batch of products is stored at the Tran Group's Tenha City branch. While the shelf life of milk is uncertain, there are ample supplies of cheese, powdered milk, and baby food, conservatively estimated to be several tons. This guarantee came directly from the sponsor's representative. If we acquire this batch of supplies, it could sustain even a multitude of survivors for over 2 months. Leader, are you dreaming? I know the address of the Tran Group's Chenha branch. It's a veritable sea of zombies. Are you suggesting we become cannon fodder? The leader's tone grew serious. Can you allow me to finish speaking? The television station can dispatch a team of 300 and I can recruit another 200. We have vehicles and fuel. This 500-strong team will launch a surprise raid on the Tran branch, dividing the gathered supplies among ourselves. If anyone is interested, we can discuss the details of the operation. If not, we will proceed on our own. The allure of several tons of survival supplies proved irresistible. After some bargaining on the public channel, they formulated a preliminary action plan. The television station would create a distraction in the opposite direction to lure the zombies, while the other survivors participating in the operation would gather at the subway station exit, setting forth towards the Tran branch 3 kilometers away. Chow Chong suddenly interjected on the public channel. Ran Fengfei, Zhen misses you. After his declaration, silence ensued, with no response, not even from the television station leader, who undoubtedly recognized Ran Fengfei, with the probe yielding no result and uncertainty surrounding Ran Fengfei's fate. Chow Chong retrieved his binoculars, directing them towards the Tran branch, condemning the survivors' plan to raid the zombies for supplies to failure. As feared by the survivors, the density of zombies in that direction was overwhelming. Even if they managed to draw away a portion, the remainder would be sufficient to overwhelm the survivors should they encounter mutated creatures. Total annihilation was a likely outcome. Chow Chong did not rush into the building in search of Ran Fengfei. Should she be among those seeking supplies outside, he would miss her. He removed the sniper rifle from his back. This weapon boasted a caliber of 12.7 mm, firing 12.7 108 mm rounds, with an effective range of 1,500 meters and a theoretical range of 3,000 meters. Classifying it as a heavy sniper rifle, albeit with only one box containing 30 rounds, Chow Chong adjusted the scope on the sniper rifle, its clarity surpassing that of the binoculars, while contemplating the value of Zhuang Chan's computer. The videos he had studied not only enhanced his knowledge of military firearms but also encompassed their usage. Otherwise, with only his experience from military training in college with antiquated firearms, he would be at a loss even with access to such advanced weaponry. Chow Chong lay in wait like a patient hunter, having selected his shooting angle. As the clock struck 12, over 20 vehicles emerged from the television station's underground garage, leading with 2 Costa buses, flanked by SUVs and minibuses, with pickup trucks bringing up the rear. Almost simultaneously, 3 survivor teams gathered at the television station subway station, discussing the consistency of their actions over the public channel. We'll send 1 vehicle, it will detonate in 10 minutes, and will assemble at the subway station exit at 12:15. 12:15 time was rigidly marked. Those who had not reached the subway station would not be waited upon. Chow Chong, positioned above, observed the operation unfold as though a 3-dimensional being scrutinizing 2-dimensional creatures. Taking in the entirety of the event, the 2 Costa buses from the television station veered into another main road, while the remaining vehicles halted. Engine off. Several kilometers from the television station, a driver disembarked from the first Costa and climbed into the second. While the first vehicle quickly erupted into flames, the fuel tank ignited, transforming it into a fireball, and the tremendous noise attracted a considerable number of zombies towards that location. Seizing the opportunity, the television station's convoy revved its engines, careening through a small cluster of zombies stationed at the subway station's entrance, and swiftly converged with 3 other survivor teams, hastening towards the Tran branch. Inside a pickup truck, 5 survivors were present. The man in the passenger seat, adorned with tattooed arms, whispered excitedly, "Tiangu, they've truly emerged. Should we eliminate them now and seize the station? It's a prime location, filled with women, especially beautiful ones. Who knows, there might even be celebrities." San Jingtian spat in disdain. "Have you lost your mind? This is about survival, not your petty desires. put away your gun, we can't let them see it." The 5 men under San Jingtian were no strangers to the dark underbelly of society. They had been detained in a police station during the upheaval for creating disturbances. Perhaps it was fate that allowed them to survive while others perished, as they had managed to procure firearms and ammunition within the precinct. Armed, they thrived in this apocalyptic world, plundering resources and women, with countless survivors meeting their end at their hands. Recently, however, their fortunes had dwindled, resources had become scarce, and with no survivors left to rob, the television station had become their target. The station had exposed significant intelligence on public channels. Nearly 1,000 survivors were in the vicinity, along with a large supermarket in the skyscraper. Initially, San Jingtian intended to raid the station, but upon hearing the station leader's words, he sensed an element of truth. There was not much loot within the Twin Towers. Reluctantly, he altered his strategy to first acquire a stockpile of survival supplies before laying claim to the television station. "Keep a close watch on the other 2 survivor groups. We cannot afford to falter now. If we manage to secure firearms, others may have them too. They all know the station is a treasure trove, especially with those women, which could lead to a bloody conflict." The tattooed man chuckled. "Don't worry, Tiangu, I'll keep an eye on them. By guarantee we'll strike fast." The convoy, consisting of 4 survivor groups, halted before the Tran branch. Zhao Jinchuan, the television station leader, exited his vehicle wielding a long wooden stick, declaring, 10 minutes, we'll only have 10 minutes to transport supplies. When the time is up, we retreat immediately. As previously agreed, I will provide 100 men, and you will allocate a third of your personnel to help fend off the incoming zombies. And by some time, San Jingtian and the other survivor groups promptly organized their teams. Some entered the Tran branch to gather supplies, while others brandished weapons to fend off the encroaching zombies. Those who had survived to this point had all faced the undead at some point, and soon the operation was running smoothly. Though the swift approach of the zombies was unsettling, the intelligence was accurate. Indeed, the Tran branch housed numerous boxes of supplies, invigorating the survivors who rushed in, eager to haul back as much as they could, reluctantly setting aside boxes when they became too heavy to carry. Chapter 75. Snipers call. 10 minutes swiftly passed. Zhao Jinchuan, having dispatched a zombie, glanced at his watch and shouted, "Withdraw immediately, don't let yourselves be surrounded. Don't be greedy, there will be other opportunities to gather supplies." Back to the vehicles now, no need to wait for another chance. We need to make the most of this haul. Clear the way. I'll shoot anyone who dares to drive off. A burly man, his face a canvas of muscle, brandished a shotgun at Zhao Jinchuan, while others in his group wielded machetes and makeshift firearms to intimidate the rest. "We're leaving." Before the man could finish, a gunshot rang out, and a gaping hole appeared in his skull. The tattooed man spat in disgust. "Damn it, are we being double-crossed?" Cursing, he returned fire, then turned to San Jingtian and asked, "What now?" "Eliminate those with guns, seize the vehicles, and head for the television station." "But Tiangu, we don't have enough manpower. There are dozens of vehicles here," San Jingtian retorted. "Can't you choose better? Pick out the women to drive, have them take the central vehicles. Hurry up, the zombies are closing in." On the roof of the television station, Chao Chong was utterly taken aback before they could even secure the supplies. Infighting had erupted among the survivors. Were they eager to meet their end? Considering the effective range of his sniper rifle, he refrained from wasting bullets but had already assessed the situation through his scope. He resolved to eliminate any threats, and through the lens he observed the largest group of survivors at the television station contingent retreating into the Tran branch, while the plunderers drove towards the station. This development played right into Chao Chong's hands. As he calibrated his rifle, the tattooed man excitedly exclaimed over the radio, "Tiangu, we can finally move. There must be plenty of beautiful girls inside the station. It'll be a blast." Just as he reveled in his fantasies, the windshield exploded along with his arm, which burst into a mist of crimson. With a piercing scream, their vehicle careened out of control, crashing into a storefront. "What is happening?" San Jingtian shouted before he could finish. The hood of their moving vehicle suddenly flew off. Sun Jingtian instinctively ducked and, drawing on experience, deduced stay low, there is a sniper, accelerate towards cover. Chow Chong was dissatisfied with his 2 shots. The first aimed for a headshot had shattered the tattooed man's arm, while the second, intended for the driver, had struck the hood instead. It seemed that skill with firearms and proficiency were 2 different things. Hitting a target over 1500 meters away proved challenging. Spotting the convoy speeding away, he refrained from shooting at the people and instead targeted the fuel tank of the 3rd vehicle. He had noted that this group did not include Ran Fengfei, allowing him to act without restraint. As for the possibility of accidentally harming coerced survivors, he could only hope they'd be fortunate. With 5 consecutive shots hitting their mark, the devastating power of the 12.7mm sniper rifle rendered the convoy incapacitated. However, the greater threat facing Sun Jingtian and the others was the swarm of approaching zombies. The area around the Tran branch was already saturated with the undead, and the explosion of a nearby vehicle had drawn many of them away, but now the fiery wreckage attracted them back, causing veins to throb on Sun Jingtian's forehead. Retreat, we are not going to the station anymore. We're heading back to our previous hideout, Sun Jingtian decisively commanded. Forget the vehicles and the women, move quickly. What responded to Sun Jingtian was not his subordinates but another pickup truck that had been shot to pieces, blocking their escape route. This realization made Sun Jingtian's eyes widen in panic. He knew it was time to fight. Get out, take cover in the nearby shops, everyone out, let the women go fast to draw fire and serve as bait. Chow Chang discerned their intentions. As he continued firing, he seemed to find his rhythm, his accuracy rapidly improving. Through the scope, he spotted the apparent leader of the survivors taking cover behind a concrete wall. Estimating the man's height and build, he squeezed the trigger. Sun Jingtian believed he had found reliable cover, yet he underestimated the armor-piercing capability of the heavy sniper rifle. The 12.7mm round effortlessly penetrated the concrete wall, striking his chest. The immense vacuum effect left Sun Jingtian's torso hollow, blood erupting from his back, staining the glass behind him like a gruesome work of art. Only 3 of Sun Jingtian's group remained as Chow Chang methodically picked them off one by one, while the coerced female drivers, aside from one who was overwhelmed by a zombie, took refuge in the nearby shops. In truth, it was Chow Chang who saved their lives, as the returning zombies soon flooded the streets, feasting on the fallen corpses and momentarily oblivious to the fleeing women. Nevertheless, the overall situation was grim for the survivors attempting to raid the supplies. 2 armed groups had been wiped out, and the remaining survivors were encircled by zombies in the shops and the Tran branch. The streets outside were teeming with countless zombies, perhaps numbering in the tens of thousands, an unsettling sight that sent shivers down the spine. Even if I could find someone, bringing them back would be no easy task. Chow Chang slung his sniper rifle over his back, glancing at the throngs of zombies below, shaking his head as he made his way through the maintenance passage into the north building of the television station. High-rise commercial buildings, due to their structure and layout, became particularly dim once the power was cut. Chow Chang took a moment to adapt before systematically searching each floor and room for any sign of Ran Fengfei. The north building served as the administrative wing, and he found no one until the 30th floor, but there were dark green stains on the ground, suggesting that the television station survivors had previously cleared the zombies from the premises. While observing the survivors' traces, Chow Chang noticed movement on the 19th floor and promptly made his way there, hoping to inquire about Ran Fengfei's status. On the 19th floor, he entered a large conference room where over 200 survivors were gathered. Spotting Chow Chang at the entrance, a figure who appeared to be in charge asked, "Ran Fengfei, it seems that we are trapped in the south building, where the zombies have not been adequately cleared away. The survivors are scattered and hiding. A few days ago I still had calls for help, but the cries have diminished in recent days, leaving me uncertain about whether anyone is still alive," another person remarked. "Will Deputy Director Zhao and the others be able to return?" Chapter 76, a meal of fast food. From the heights of the 19th floor, one can observe the internal strife that has erupted among the survivor group. which has split into two factions. Zhao Jinchuan has led his team into the Terran subsidiary. Return. Are you kidding? Did you not see the sheer number of zombies over there? There might still be zombies inside the Terran subsidiary. I was never in favor of risking a supply run, and now it seems our numbers have dwindled. Director Su, we cannot speak in such a manner. Deputy Director Zhao is acting for the greater good. The food and water supplies at the station will not last much longer. If we do not take risks, we will not survive for long. Chao Chong had little interest in the office politics that continued to plague this post-apocalyptic world. After listening for a while and combining his analysis with his own conjectures, he concluded that the survivors in the North Building were under the leadership of Zhao Jinchuan and Director Su, who had cleared out the zombies above the scat floor, gaining control of the satellite dish and radio. Conversely, the South Building, designated as a recording venue, had some survivors, but the zombie threat remained. The survivors in the South Building were trapped across several floors. Those on the 18th and below could communicate with the North Building via the connecting corridor to coordinate supply searches. However, communication with those above the 19th floor of the South Building had completely ceased. In recent days, they had resorted to shouting, but now even those sounds had vanished. Chao Chong surmised that if Ran Fengfei was still alive, she was likely somewhere above the 19th floor in the South Building, which significantly narrowed his search. Upon arriving at the South Building via the connecting corridor, he found the fire escape leading to the 19th floor blocked. He couldn't help but smirk inwardly. It was clear that Zhao Jinchuan and the other leaders did not intend to rescue the survivors above the 19th floor, as evidenced by their sealing of the passage. After breaking down the door with a fire axe, he dispatched several zombies with a single powerful swing, then turned to barricade the passageway and pushed aside a few zombies that attempted to charge at him. The number of zombies on this floor was considerable. He noted the identification badges hanging from their necks. Some were audience passes, others staff badges. He even took a moment to inspect a zombie adorned with a necklace, ensuring it did not bear the four-leaf clover ruby necklace mentioned by Shuangzhen, or he would have ended up creating a gruesome puzzle of remains. You are a star, Chao Chong remarked as he glanced at a zombie's chest badge, which indicated it was a recording-related credential. It was difficult to reconcile the zombie's current state with the image of the person it once was. It appeared this star hailed from a very popular boy band and had even won a Best Actor award for a film, sparking a wave of public discourse as they sought to enter the establishment. You wouldn't even need makeup to star in a horror film now. I imagine you might struggle to remember your lines. With one decisive swing, he severed the head of this former star. I forgot you were playing a zombie. How fitting to deliver a performance devoid of lines. Chao Chong continued his advance, eliminating every zombie he encountered, including several A-list and B-list celebrities, unknowingly wiping out half of the entertainment industry in the process. As he reached the 19th floor, he found not a single survivor, having disposed of 300 to 400 zombies along the way. The fire escape leading to the 20th floor was unimpeded. Dozens of zombies, hearing his footsteps, surged toward him, drawn by his scent, only to settle down once again. This feels eerily like dog socialization. Do they greet each other by sniffing rear ends? Chao Chong quipped. He refrained from entering the open rooms, choosing instead to focus on dispatching zombies while seeking tightly shut doors. He encountered a pair of double doors that he did not push open immediately. Instead, he inspected the bronze metal plaque hanging above the doorframe, which read Studio. With a forceful pry of his fire axe against the door seam, he broke the lock and stepped inside. The studio's audience section was empty, with bottles of water resting on the armrests of the chairs. The stage featured a backdrop adorned with a large promotional poster for the Terran group. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting slanted rays upon the edge of the stage. Sitting on a large sofa was an individual, her expression vacant as she locked eyes with Chao Chong. Who are you? Chao Chong was momentarily taken aback. During his university years, he had little interest in domestic film and television dramas. Although he recognized a few celebrities, he found himself at a loss for her name at that moment. What was it? The one with the abysmal public image and a frustrating family lawsuit. After a few moments of contemplation, he finally recalled that this was Lu Haochuan, often dubbed the knockoff Scarlet Witch, whose persona was built on an image of purity. Lu Haochuan paid no heed to Chao Chang's mutterings. Her face devoid of any additional emotion as she mindlessly grabbed a bag of milk beans, popping them into her mouth one by one. Finding them too dry, she took a sip from her water bottle. Observing Lu Haochuan, who resembled a living corpse, Chao Chang realized this was the first time he had encountered a star in person, and her current state suggested a severe mental breakdown. Why are you the only one here? Have you seen any other living people? Lu Haochuan turned her head, her gaze hollow as she stared at Chao Chang, remaining silent. Faced with such an uncommunicative individual, Chao Chang felt a sense of helplessness. After all, she was a major celebrity, someone he would have never had the chance to meet as a lowly office worker before the upheaval. He approached her and gently pinched her face. Her slightly chubby cheeks were surprisingly resilient, and he noted that among the Terran Group-sponsored goods, she had consumed only a fraction, indicating that she had not gone hungry since the disaster struck. Chao Chang's mind began to race with ideas, leading him to act upon them. This elicited a flicker of emotion on Lu Haochuan's previously expressionless face, a blend of disdain, contempt, and self-abandonment. Chao Chang spent half an hour enjoying a meal, all while observing Lu Haochuan's disheveled appearance, and he felt he had achieved something he had never dared to hope for before. He could not deny that being a star, especially a popular one, required certain foundational attributes. Lu Haochuan's looks and figure were only slightly inferior to Lu Yan's, and her elevated status ignited a desire within him. You hurt me. Lu Haochuan finally spoke, her discomfort stemming from Chao Chang's unconventional approach. Chao Chang teased, isn't this rather typical for individuals like you? The ancients have long proclaimed that whores are heartless and actors are unfaithful. The neighboring family's entertainment moguls dominate the industry without a care. And you still mind this? I'm just glad I didn't find you filthy. I'm not. I manage on my own. 20 minutes passed and Chao Chang achieved full progress. He lit a cigarette, feeling dissatisfied with Lu Haochuan's response, akin to using a silicone doll with no feedback at all. Lu Haochuan, however, suddenly broke from her earlier stupor, bursting into tears and rambling incoherently. Chao Chang gleaned the gist of her words. Prior to the upheaval, Lu Haochuan had come to Tianhe City with her parents and assistants to record a variety show. First, her mother transformed into a zombie and was killed by her father and assistant. Subsequently, her assistant and other staff members also succumbed, and before her father turned, they locked her inside the newly prepared recording studio, where she witnessed her father being devoured by zombies. This was a clear case of psychological breakdown. Chapter 77, There is something in the zombies' brains. Chao Chang had encountered numerous survivors before and was not surprised by such a situation. He felt that Lu Haochuan ought to be grateful to him. Had he not achieved full progress, given her current mental state, she would have surely perished once the studio's supplies ran out. As he gazed at the semi-transparent screen that appeared before him, the system inquired whether he wished to bind a romantic relationship with a female group member. Chao Chang hesitated. It was similar to previous situations. Binding her would mean he could not take her home, and he was unwilling to bear the unknown consequences of having a female group member, so he decided to defer the decision for now. Once Lu Haochuan's emotions had settled somewhat, Chao Chang gently patted her face. By the way, did you undergo any cosmetic surgery inspired by the Scarlet Witch? Lu Haochuan glared at him, fully aware of whether she had undergone any procedures. She found this man, who had taken advantage of her, immensely irritating, questioning the cleanliness of her body and the authenticity of her appearance. Was he a hater? However, Chao Chang was not even a fan. His interest was purely physical, but he chose not to provoke Lu Haochuan further. I am here looking for someone. Do you know Ran Fengfei? Have you seen her in the south building of the television station? Ran Fengfei was a well-known host, and Lu Haochuan had encountered her a few times. She shook her head. I haven't seen her. I heard that the 27th to 29th floors are studios recording other programs. You might want to check there. There's food and drink here. Just stay put for now. If there's a chance, I will take you with me. Are you suggesting I die in another location? or do you wish to imprison me as a tool? Chow Chong chuckled. You are a completely unqualified tool, incapable of even a single cry. Is it your innate coldness? Lu Haochuan paused, turning her head away to avoid his gaze. She felt exposed, even in her solitary exploration. She had not felt much, but just moments ago something had shifted. Just stay alive. Even if I treat you as a tool, you'd still be the most precious one. I find you quite rare. Chow Chong mused that as a female celebrity her only value to him would likely be as an emotional regulator. Without that enhancement, Lu Haochuan's worth would not surpass that of Ling Xiaoru. Once we finish eating, we will both perish. Have you ever seen what it looks like to be devoured by zombies? Lu Haochuan's expression shifted. Is this retribution? We consume animals, and now zombies consume us. Chow Chong thought Lu Haochuan was mentally unstable. It seemed wise to refrain from binding her as a female group member. It was often said that individuals like her either suffered from depression or exhibited peculiarities distinctly different from normal people. Compared to Zhuangzhen, Lu Haochuan certainly appeared to have deeper psychological issues, as if she had fallen into a deep well of ice. Alas, what a stroke of misfortune. After sealing the room, Chow Chong ascended to the upper floors in search of survivors. The few upper levels were infested with zombies, albeit in limited numbers. Occasionally, he would break open a locked room, only to discover that the occupants had succumbed to starvation and thirst long ago, their bodies either decayed and putrid or reduced to mere skeletons. This sight instilled a sense of foreboding within him. On the 27th floor in the broadcast studio, having dispatched the zombies, Chow Chong furrowed his brow as he picked up a necklace from the ground. It was a four-leaf clover adorned with a ruby, and the back of the pendant was engraved with the name Ranfengfei. He couldn't help but sigh. Had she been consumed, with no ashes left to reclaim, how heartbroken would Zhuangzhen be? Chow Chong pocketed the necklace, contemplating whether to continue purging the upper floors. He had come this far, he might as well ensure the entire building was cleared, thereby securing a safer environment for Lu Haochuan, the reserve member. As for whether to officially integrate Lu Haochuan into the group, he remained indecisive. Upon reaching the 32nd floor, he dispatched the last of the zombies on that level and prepared to ascend to the rooftop to survey the situation at the Talon branch. A soft sound abruptly caused him to turn, and he looked up to see something within the central air conditioning duct. With a swift motion, he used his fire axe to slice through the duct's aluminum exterior, then leapt up, peering inside. Though he saw nothing, a persistent rustling noise continued to emanate from within, prompting him to draw his pistol and fully enter the duct. The massive fan blades spun slowly in the natural breeze, and a gaunt figure turned to regard Chow Chong. The emaciated face was etched with terror. Chow Chong was taken aback, then elated. Ranfengfei, is that you? It was indeed her, though her visage was thin. It was unmistakably recognizable. His joy quickly turned to discomfort as he noted her scant clothing. Beneath the fan, a metal buckle from a belt was visible, along with a pair of shoes that had only their rubber soles remaining, and an empty plastic bottle containing a half-filled, pale yellow liquid. Had she resorted to consuming belts, gnawing on shoes, and drinking that? Chow Chong's pupils dilated in sudden realization. Aside from these remnants, the duct was marked with dried blood, and there were stains on Ranfengfei's hands and around her mouth. Can you understand me? Zhuangzhen sent me to find you. Zhuangzhen. As he edged closer, Ranfengfei recoiled in fright, cowering beneath the fan and emitting whimpering sounds, as though she had been profoundly traumatized. Could she have lost her sanity? Observing her condition, Chow Chong was torn between feelings of joy for Zhuangzhen and sorrow for Ranfengfei. He grasped her slender leg and pulled her from the duct as one might lift a chick. The order was overwhelming. Chow Chong grimaced, momentarily setting aside his embarrassment and urgency. He retrieved 2 bottles of water from his backpack, tore away her tattered garments, and splashed water over her while rubbing and inspecting her. He suspected she might have been attacked by zombies, otherwise such a severe shock would not render her mute, and loss of speech was a defining characteristic of the undead. No signs of gnawing or tearing. Was it purely fright? After a cursory examination, he removed his jacket and draped it over her, preparing to fetch some food and drink. Suddenly, Ranfengfei darted toward the corpse of the zombie he had just slain. Groping at its split skull, she extracted a bundle of stringy matter that resembled nerves adorned with several pale white crystals akin to large grains of salt. Without hesitation, she popped a few of these crystals into her mouth. Crunching them with an unsettling sound, Chow Chong blinked in disbelief, his scalp prickling at the sight of her consuming zombie remains. Was she not afraid of infection? He had never noticed anything like this within a zombie's brain. Chow Chong rushed to stop her as she lunged toward another zombie's head, swiftly using his fire axe to break it open. He fished out a bundle of similar stringy matter, which also bore white crystals. Ran Fengfei struggled against his grip, emitting a sound akin to a kitten's whimper, seemingly desperate for those crystals, akin to a person in the throes of addiction. Chapter 78. Eyes glowing green, Chow Chong refrained from direct contact with the white particles. Using an empty bottle to scrape them off and collect them for analysis by Chiao Xian later, you don't appear infected, your complexion is normal, yet you dare consume the contents of a zombie's brain. Could it be that you have mutated? He pulled out some food from his backpack, tearing open the packaging and offering it to Ran Fengfei. Her nostrils flared as she seized the food with both hands. Devouring it ravenously, nearly choking in the process, alarmed, Chow Chong hastily opened a bottle of water and poured it into her mouth to help her swallow. Having fed Ran Fengfei, Chow Chong faced a dilemma. Given her current state, transporting her back to the villa would be exceedingly difficult. The two districts were far apart and the journey was fraught with zombies. Furthermore, Ran Fengfei was unable to communicate. If she were to act out and attempt to consume more of those salt-like crystals from a zombie's head, it could lead to unforeseen chaos. Chow Chong recalled the prop room he had seen on the 20th floor, and he led Ran Fengfei in search of it. He restrained her with prop handcuffs and ropes, gathering several costume outfits before returning to the floor where Lu Haochuan was located. Bursting through the door, Lu Haochuan was taken aback at the sight of Chow Chong and then at Ran Fengfei. She recognized her, but the current state of Ran Fengfei sent shivers down her spine. This was a scenario she could never accept. She would prefer to perish on the spot, while Lu Haochuan concocted dramatic narratives in her mind. Chow Chong began collecting bottled water from the armrests of the audience seats. You go to the restroom and give her a bath, make sure she is clean. Lu Haochuan raised her hand in disbelief, pointing at herself. Me, you expect me to bathe her? If you want to play, you should lend a hand, don't dawdle, hurry up. If it weren't for the sake of appearances, Chow Chong wouldn't have needed Lu Haochuan's assistance. Don't you wish to do this? If you disobey, I can be much harsher, so don't test me. Chow Chong managed to intimidate Lu Haochuan, compelling this former star to reluctantly assume the role of a bath attendant. Using precious clean water to wash Ran Fengfei, you even have nail clippers, don't forget to trim her fingernails and toenails, he added, noticing an open beauty kit on the large sofa. Half an hour later, Lu Haochuan had given Ran Fengfei a thorough washing, hastily dressing her in the garments provided. Exhausted and drenched in sweat from the endeavor, she felt an odd sensation, having never done anything like this in her life. You hold her down while I clip her nails, Lu Haochuan instructed, leading Ran Fengfei, still shackled, out of the restroom. Chow Chong's expression darkened. This is how you dress her, with her hands and feet bound. She can only wear this ancient costume. You didn't even bring any undergarments. Chow Chong unlocked the cuffs, his face stern as he adjusted Ran Fengfei's attire properly before restraining her once more. Lu Haochuan, surprised, asked, you don't have any perverse inclinations, do you? Her eyes were sharp. She had noticed Chow Chong's averted gaze while dressing Ran Fengfei. Do you know her? You could say she is family to me. Just as Chow Chong finished speaking, a sudden loud explosion echoed in his ears. He rushed to the window and witnessed the Talon branch erupting in flames, thick black smoke shrouding half the building. Through the scope of his sniper rifle, he spotted half the corpse of a fat bugling on the street, while survivors from the television station fled upward. A horde of zombies gathered, some feasting on the remains of the fat bug, while others surged into the Talon branch in pursuit of the fleeing survivors. After suffering losses of 20 to 30 people, the survivors barricaded the stairwell with boxes and furniture. These supplies are left for you. I'll return tomorrow, Chow Chong said, placing the food and water from his backpack onto the sofa. Feed her every 6 or 7 hours, then if she needs to use the restroom, ensure she is cleaned up afterward. Lu Haochuan's expression momentarily froze. Do you think I'm a caregiver? I could just jump down with her, and you wouldn't want to deal with that, would you? If we all die, you're free from any moral burden, right? You're the one who is ill. You're seriously unwell. Unlock me, or I swear I'll bite her to death. With a sharp crack, Chao Chang slapped Lu Haochuan across the face. And this is what I need to remind you, that if you don't want to be devoured by her, you'd best follow my instructions. What do you mean? Are you saying she is turned into a zombie? Lu Haochuan shuddered. She was not afraid of death, having lived like a shell of her former self since the upheaval. But the thought of becoming a zombie was far worse than death itself. She may not have turned undead, but it seems she truly has a taste for flesh. Chao Chang was uncertain of Ran Fengfei's condition, which is why he was eager to return to have Chiao Xian analyze those white particles. As Lu Haochuan watched Chao Chang don his jacket and seal the door behind him, she couldn't shake the feeling that his words had left her suspicious. In a daze, she perceived a glint of green in Ran Fengfei's eyes, causing her to instinctively cross her legs. Suddenly concerned that she might need to use the restroom fast, outside the Twin Towers, Chao Chang blended into the throng of zombies as he made his way toward the Telan branch. Passing by a store where several female survivors had taken refuge, desperately barricading the windows and doors, half of the area of the Tran branch has been consumed by flames, the raging fire serving as a barrier against the influx of more zombies. Chao Chang speculates that Xiao Jinchuan and his companions deliberately ignited a vehicle, resulting in an explosion that not only eliminated the fatting insects but also obstructed the zombies. However, this action might attract an even larger horde of zombies to gather here, making any attempt to escape akin to scaling a mountain. Feeling helpless in this situation, Chao Chang returned to the entrance of the subway station to retrieve a large machete, making his way through the tunnel to distance himself from the vicinity of the television station. Initially, he had intended to inspect the area near the southern suburbs airport in search of weapons and ammunition, but the sight of a construction truck altered his decision. The Blue Bridge district was flooded, and he surmised that such a vehicle would likely be inoperable, thus he dismissed it, fearing it might be commandeered by other survivors. Chao Chang drove the nearly full construction truck to procure firearms and ammunition. Arriving back at the Zijin Garden community by 3 in the afternoon, with the machete in hand, he ruthlessly cleared the zombies near the unit door, while Lu Yun and He Wenya, who came to his aid, contributed a few merit points. Lu Yun exclaimed delight. Darling, didn't you say you wouldn't be back today? This sword of Guan Iri is indeed genuine. You were truly majestic just now, like the living embodiment of Guangong. He Wenya, eager to assist Chao Chang with the machete, found its weight exceeded her expectations, gasping, "This must weigh 200 pounds, heavier than 2 bags of wheat." Chapter 79, Nutritional Compound. An unexpected incident occurred, prompting an early return. Wenya, please summon Shanshan and the others. We shall head back to the villa, and don't forget to barricade the door upon our departure. There is a possibility we may return. Chao Chang glanced at the opposite building, pondering the inevitable mud that must blanket the estate villa. He certainly did not wish for Lu Yun and the others to toil in the muck. Zhao Zhang, can you hear me? Come down and accompany me. Lu Yan's heart sank at the recollection of Chao Chang's original intent for visiting the television station, her voice trembling as she inquired, "Darling, what happened? Is Zhenshan's mother no longer with us? The situation is somewhat complicated. Let us discuss it once we are home." Chao Chang was at a loss for how to explain Ran Fengfei's condition. After Zhao Shang and his companions descended, Chao Chang instructed Lu Yun to drive, while He Wenya and the others readied their firearms, aiming them at Zhao Shang and his 2 companions as they emerged from the opposite building. Upon seeing several gun muzzles pointed at them, Zhao Shang and his companions instinctively raised their hands in surrender, with Zhao Shang sheepishly remarking, "Brothers, we promise to behave, please don't let a stray shot go off. It could cost us our lives."